Gluttonous spirits are the weakest race in the monster forest. They survive each day by eating rotten corpses and get beaten like dogs whenever they meet stronger beasts. But one day, the frail gluttonous spirits suddenly grew powerful and went on a frenzy hunting other races. They became predators at the top of the food chain. And surprisingly, the cause of this change was a human. Han-so is a young weightlifter full of promise in South Korean sports. During a competition, he tried to lift an astonishing 10-ton weight to amaze the crowd. The stunt backfired spectacularly, and the young man was reincarnated into another world. When he opened his eyes, Han-so saw a flock of goofy-faced chickens. He joked he must have eaten too much chicken breast, since even in hell the chickens were still on him. But these guys are the age of chicks begging for food. Han-so had already been punched blind by the guy. And at that moment, Han-so suddenly discovered he could see info and status of the chickens. Like in a game. Unexpectedly, although they look dumb, they have very high protein content. In his hunger, the youth, too frantic, slaughtered the whole flock. And after eating, Han-so realized the truth, that he had been transmigrated into the body of a skinny young man. So all the hard work of bulking up over the years and getting a six-pack was lost. Luckily, Han-so retained his health. He pulled up a large tree trunk with his bare hands, then put it on his shoulder to train and regain shape. 3 months later, Han-so's body was more muscular, though still nothing like his past life. Seeing the fat, juicy chickens, he decided to take in more protein. When suddenly something appeared behind him, Han-so turned to see what it was and got a shocking surprise. It was a gigantic chicken, because Han-so had eaten its chicks. It had come today for revenge. Knowing he was no match for it, he immediately bolted, because a single strike from it would smash his body like a wall. While fleeing Han-so, I couldn't help but envy the chicken for its chest. Solid and impressive, those gym bros lifting for over 180 minutes are really something. Honestly, one man and one chicken chased each other through the forest, as Han-so fled. 2 deranged chickens suddenly popped out of the bushes. They mocked him. "Serves you right for eating us before." Han-so was pissed, but couldn't do anything, because behind him, the mad chicken wanted to eat him. While running, Han-so unexpectedly activated the eagle eye skill and discovered the giant chicken's name was Krice, and it weighed 1 ton. Eating Krice's breast would unlock a rare skill, muscle regeneration. Seeing that, Han-so decided to stop running and solo it. He valued muscles more than virtual life. Most think muscles grow by training. But not entirely. Actually, muscles are damaged, then strength and muscle capacity decline. Once we absorb enough nutrients and rest properly, the damaged muscle fibers begin to grow faster than normal. This process is called muscle recovery. Han-sun thought if he could kill this chicken, his old muscles would return. During the fight, Han-so accidentally activated the great spinning hand skill. And with one punch, the giant chicken's head exploded. He also managed to spare its life a bit. So he got to slurp up protein to build muscle. Warning, muscle endurance was depleted. Muscle contraction activated to recover. That night, Han-so had a delicious roasted chicken meal. If only he had some salt, it would have been perfect. But Han-so didn't know that nearby in the woods, greedy eyes were staring at him hungrily and drooling. Actually, those people were just 3 residents here who hadn't smelled meat in a long time and reacted that way. They recognized Han-so as the one who defeated the giant chicken. Krice, the forest terror. At first, the 3 didn't dare approach him, thinking he was dangerous, but too hungry. The 3 young men then sat down to watch. Shame be damned at this point. Han-so asked who they were, and they said they were ghoul-like beings from Alamai. He immediately activated Eagle Eye to check the 3's info. Sure enough, they weren't lying. Han-so was quite curious, since it was his first time meeting a ghoul-like creature. One ghoul revealed they were looking for whoever defeated Krice, and asked Han-so if he had any information. He admitted he killed it and apologized. Thinking the chicken had an owner, the 3 ghoul youths were overjoyed and began to explain that because the most powerful monster was dead, a territorial war among species had broken out in Alamai. Krice wasn't very smart, but was extremely aggressive. When its territory was invaded, they wanted to beg Han-so to help the ghoul clan. However, he refused because he was busy training to regain his former physique. The 3 ghoul youths were very disappointed and had to bid Han-so farewell and return to their village. Seeing the 3 leave empty-handed, Han-so told them to take some chicken meat since he couldn't eat it all alone. The ghoul group thanked him. Having not eaten meat in a long time made them very happy, as one of them bent to lift a chunk of meat. Han-so, annoyed, stopped him and began explaining that lifting heavy objects with the wrong posture can cause severe back injuries. The ghoul youth looked puzzled, not understanding what he was saying. "Do none of you here know about exercises or deadlines?" "What's that? We've never even heard the name." No wonder your arms and legs are as thin as sticks. Hanso recalled the PE teacher from his elementary school, who taught him a few things. Hanso only truly grasped them when he taught someone else. If your muscles ever stop growing, try teaching someone that will help them. Hanso found his teacher's words reasonable, so he decided to help the 3 ghoul youths carry the meat back to their village. Inside the ghoul clan's settlement, Hanso was personally received by the ghoul king, who thanked him for supplying food to the villagers. But during the conversation, he only noticed the king's strange body structure, limbs scrawny while the belly was all fat, a sign of obesity from inactivity. He probably drinks and eats greasy food often. Like my old boss with his hairy mouth and pot belly. Skipping formalities, Hanso asked the ghoul king what he wanted. The ghoul king revealed they were in trouble because of the death of the giant chicken cockatrice. The ghoul clan is the weakest force in Alami, lacking strength and skills, forced to eat rotting corpses to survive. When Hanso said he knew nothing, the ghoul king became furious and immediately ordered his subordinates to escort him. The 3 ghouls led Hanso back to the village. Quickly, the 3 were tied and brought before the ghoul king. He asked if they still didn't know their crime and ordered his men to bring that thing out. You know loyalty to the strong. That's an old law of the wild. So I want to lure the one who defeated Krice and make him loyal to me. But you dared to deceive. So pay with your lives. The weight-enhanced skill doubles strength. And just as the ghoul king prepared to punish them, Hanso blocked his mace with his bare hand and said, "No. Wasting others' time and bullying the weak is that the culture of this village. I already activated a skill. Maybe I didn't use my power correctly. Otherwise, how could a weak human withstand his attack?" The ghoul king thought Hanso was just lucky and started boasting he would show his true skill weight shift, which can increase a weapon's weight 2 to 10 times. With his current mana, the ghoul king could quadruple the mace's weight. The 32 Jin club times 4 is nearly 130 Jin. And with his swing, the impact would be terrifying. But Hanso only used his hand to block and did nothing else. And the mace shattered in the king's horrified eyes. After that, Hanso easily subdued the ghoul king, holding him with just 2 fingers. His weakness left him too terrified to move, trying to look cool. Hanso didn't forget to flex, saying he's strong thanks to bodybuilding. Though none of them had ever heard of those exercises. So Hanso made a deal with the ghoul king, a contest to teach the village about bodybuilding. If Hanso lost, he'd become the king's subordinate. Hanso warned him to keep proper form or risk back injury. The ghoul king then smiled slyly. He had another skill called Heavy Blank that can reduce an object's weight. Once that skill is active, the bar's weight drops to a quarter. Thus, the ghoul king appeared to lift 200 Jin. But it was actually only 50 Jin. When it was Hanso's turn, he told everyone below to watch his form. Before lifting, he warmed up so his muscles could stretch and avoid cramps. Deadlift is a full-body exercise that uses the posterior chain most. First, stand straight, with feet shoulder-width apart. Second, puff the chest fully, and keep the spine straight by loading the back. Then push from the midfoot. Slowly lift through the hips and torso, finishing when the bar reaches knee level. At that moment, the ghoul king secretly cheated, multiplying Hanso's 200 Jin bar many times. But no matter what tricks he used, Hanso wasn't fazed. Hanso not only lifted the bar, but threw it into the air, astounding the villagers. Seeing this, the whole village, including the ghoul king, immediately knelt and begged him to be their boss. Thus Hanso officially became leader of the ghoul village. From the ghoul king, Hanso learned that this place is a world completely different from Earth. Though there are legends of transmigrators who return to their original world, this world is called Lysa, where the idea of big fish eating small fish is literal. The ghoul king's name is Gulo, and they'll call him that from now on. Gulo led Hanso to the warrior's training ground, fancy name. But it's actually just an empty patch of land. Hanso ordered everyone in the village to assemble at the training ground, though they didn't understand the new leader's plan. They obeyed and lined up. Hanso thought ghouls were weak scavengers, living off scraps. But that would end if they gained healthy bodies. Over the next 3 months, he would train them into real warriors. If they completed the program, they would no longer be despised by other species. The first exercise in Hanso's 3-month course was push-ups. Simple, but hard to perform correctly. They build chest and arm strength. The ghoul's task was to learn proper push-ups. After 3 hours that day, the whole group was exhausted. After about 700 push-ups under the midday sun, Hanso had done over 20,000 push-ups with a rock on his back. Feeling it still wasn't enough, he told Gulo to make the rock heavier. The watching ghouls sweated, wondering what the leader ate to be so beastly. By then the villagers were exhausted. Some said they'd rather have Gulo back as leader than endure such brutal training. Hearing their complaints, Hanso was furious. Your lazy spirit is why you're called the weakest. Are you willing to accept being called the weakest? This is the wild, where only the strong survive while you live like cowards. Fleeing while your friends and family are slaughtered. If you're just worthless trash, then get out. I refuse to train you. But those who dare stay and keep doing push-ups, I will grant strength to protect what matters. After Hanso opened their minds, the ghoul village understood the importance of training. Everyone decided to stay and keep practicing. No one left. No matter how tired they were, they pushed to finish the first session. Sweat on the training ground means less blood on the battlefield. Hanso inspired everyone to become strong. A good coach isn't the one who knows the most about muscles, nor who reached his own limit. The best coach can revive others' determination and fighting will. At that moment, Hanso's eagle eye skill also upgraded to level 2. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months were gone. A group of strangers appeared on the trail, leading to the ghoul village. They were the lizard folk. Today the lizard tribe decided to attack and seize the ghoul village to make it a colony. But they didn't know Hanso had already detected their movements. He immediately ordered the ghoul warriors to take battle positions. This was their first battle after 3 months of training. The lizard men had now entered the canyon. Suddenly, from above, countless boulders fell, giving them no time to react. Quickly, several in the group were crushed and couldn't rise. Now they realized they'd walked into a ghoul ambush. The village youths were no longer the weakest. Each of them was rippling with muscle. The lizard leader had to think up a counter quickly or face defeat. He sensed Gulo's mana and assumed Gulo was the ghoul commander. So he decided to challenge Gulo to a one-on-one to turn the tide. You ghoul. Come out. Stop hiding behind your underlings. Come down and duel me. Sir Han. So how would Hanso respond to his provocation? Hanso couldn't help recalling he once kept a crocodile as a pet. Its bite force reached 2 tons, but that crocodile still couldn't bite him after his muscles had been trained. It bit, and then let go. Did you keep my pet for too long? He remembered how to deal with reptiles from then on. Hanso immediately jumped down and pinned the lizard leader onto his back. First flipping these lizards so they lay on their backs, exposing their bellies. Then stare into its eyes. With smaller animals you must show them you are stronger. And facing Hanso's terrifying gaze, the opponent quickly surrendered. Not sure if this human would bite me. The result of the battle with the lizard folk was a crushing victory for the ghouls. Not far from Alibaba is the Virus Duchy. It's an honor that such a small nation has produced outstanding talents like you all. I assign you the task, investigate the disappearance of Krice. We obey. Count Wyrot. General. Is it really okay to entrust such an important mission to these young warriors? Haha, don't worry, Count Wyrot. Though young they are rare geniuses. Label uses flashy swordplay to toy with foes and is a master swordsman. Honda wields a massive greatsword that can send any opponent's weapon flying. If those two fight together, nothing but a dragon could fell them. So I guess the warrior looks simple, but surely hides an outstanding figure behind him. As for that one, it's hard to say. I'm not clear on his abilities. The label and Honda suggested he join because the 3 have been friends since childhood, and the 2 geniuses like him. Then the 3 entered the forest to investigate Krice's mysterious disappearance. On the tree nearby, a goblin was drawing a bow ready to shoot them. However, Leaper was faster and skewered it with a sword. At this moment, the other 2 were surrounded by goblins. But Honda showed no fear. He immediately swung his greatsword. As a heavy weapon with massive impact, it cleared a path through swarms of goblins. The easy high-pay job remained before they did anything. The 2 friends had finished it. The goblins felt jealous, because all 3 were trained by the same master. But only he was still weak. Perhaps this is the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Meanwhile, at the ghoul village, the lizard group was learning Hanso's rapid muscle program. Thanks for everything you've done for us, no problem. Feel free to drop by if you want more training. The ghoul village also told the lizards to train only with blood and effort do you grow fast. Finally, the lizards left wondering how weak ghouls became so bulky. It's unreal how lean the bodies are. At first I was shocked too. Muscle training causes soreness and grows via recovery. However, if fatigue accumulates in the central nervous system, training ability drops or injuries can occur. To prevent this, resting to reduce post-workout fatigue, called recharge, is needed. When the ghouls reached week 9, they felt tired, so Hanso gave the village a day off. Unexpectedly, the next morning, the ghouls showed clear growth, not just muscles, but their heights had increased. Using Eagle Eye Han, so assessed them and found body fat very low. Only 8%. Even he didn't expect ghouls could progress so fast, since there's nothing here to distract or spoil them. The lizards had left. Hanso told the village to prepare dinner, and a youth asked if they could hunt by themselves today. It's not that we want to skip training. It's that they've never had a chance for direct confrontation with prey because Hanso always did the hunting. Gulo was curious whether a muscular ghoul could win. Hanso bluntly declared they're kids when it comes to weightlifting. He can take on the whole village. Then everyone packed their gear and set out to hunt. Even on the march, Hanso ordered the ghouls to train their leg muscles. At that time, a ghoul suddenly turned back while doing an exercise and injured his ankle. Seeing this, Hanso immediately told everyone to stop and check his wound. That night, Block was practicing swordsmanship alone in the forest. He wanted to grow strong so he wouldn't have to hide behind his two friends like this morning. So while everyone slept, he trained diligently. Leaper suddenly came over and told Block to add more force to his fingers so his strikes would be faster and stronger. It turned out his training noises woke the two friends. Honda warned, "It's late. If you don't sleep, you'll be exhausted tomorrow from lack of rest." Then a group of lizards suddenly burst out of the woods, charging toward them. But the lizards weren't targeting them. They seemed to be fleeing something terrifying. Followed by a flock of crazed chickens, also apparently frightened. It turned out they were being chased by Hanso and the ghoul village to be used as protein, creating a new forest ecosystem with him at the top of the food chain. Back that afternoon, the group hid in foliage to observe prey plump chickens. Tasty and nutritious, which rapidly build muscle when eaten. But the ghoul still felt some fear facing the crazed chicken flock. At that moment, one crazed chicken was hunting, but it got stuck between two trees. Then the crazed chicken suddenly let out a loud crow, and its body instantly ballooned. In the blink of an eye, it felled the two trees with ease. Truly. When starving, even a chicken becomes dangerous. No wonder the ghouls were scared to hunt them. Having seen the crazed chicken's power, a young ghoul fetched two other trees to test himself. Refusing to believe, after months of training he was weaker than a chicken. But despite his best effort, the trees didn't budge at all. "I'll wait a minute and try again. You can rest a full 3 minutes. Don't brace your whole body. Focus on moving the heel hand," so reminded. And he followed the proper motion. But the roots were too deep. So he still lacked the force to uproot it. Hanso then suddenly paid attention to the flock of chickens. While observing them, he noticed the difference between the crazed chickens and the ghouls. Their muscle adaptation was so stable, I hadn't realized it. Is something wrong? Hanso, sorry everyone. It's my fault we can't match them. Are our postures wrong? Not that your muscles are used to my old routine. From now on, ghouls must change their training schedule, Hanso told them to gather and introduced new equipment and exercises. Behind me are cable cross machines, built to change your ingrained routines. From now on, you'll use them to train inner chest. If you do this, you'll easily beat the chickens. That's why our leader always knows the answer. The cable cross exercise is used to stimulate chest development and will elevate trainees' muscles to a new level. This exercise only works if done correctly. It's a difficult move for beginners. Start by hinging slightly at the waist and bending the knees a little. Second, spread your arms fully and keep your torso centered, minimizing movement. Third, position yourself mid-machine. Pull the cables with appropriate force like a bird flapping. Then cross them. Fourth, varying hand angles stimulates different chest muscles. Ensure no shaking and maintain steady pulls without relying on cable momentum. The leader taught the new routine, and the ghouls eagerly put it into practice. Right before facing the crazed flock. By then, everyone's chest muscles had grown significantly. Unexpectedly, the chickens seeing this also began to level up, their sizes becoming larger than before. The ghouls did not retreat, but charged on, faith in the new exercise bolstering their strength. And both sides dove in. They clashed right there in the forest while Hanso watched from outside, using eagle eye to monitor the situation. He discovered the crazed chicken had evolved into a Krice. With 132 kilograms of protein and 12% body fat, the ghouls were no match. To prevent the chickens evolving further, they had to stop breast development in the flock. Back in the ghoul village, one person remained. Gulo was assigned to guard duty. Watching an empty house didn't seem boring, but Gulo didn't think so. He felt cheerful and free. Hanso is truly a good person, though our tastes differ entirely. That's why I prepared this. Today's menu is crispy chicken skin. Ingredients include cleaned chicken skin, flour, chili powder, oil and salt. First, cut the cleaned skin into even pieces. Frying it immediately smells off, so season first to remove any fishy odor. Then add chili powder to the flour and mix to make a magical coating. Finally, sprinkle it over the chicken skin. Then fry in a sizzling hot pan until golden and ghoul is crispy. Chewy fried chicken skin is ready. Back in the battle, the ghouls were completely overwhelmed by the chickens. They had trained their chests exactly as Hanso taught but still couldn't win. Hanso explained simply that they'd only trained for a few months. While the crazed chickens developed their chest muscles from youth to hunt, achieving such chest strength isn't easy. But that doesn't mean you have no way to win. Remember how far you've come and by what means. You must train the roots first before you can unleash power. The source of muscle strength comes from the roots. Finally, you realize maybe you lost using chest alone. But what if you combine it with power and leg strength? Show me your effort and spirit once motivated by you. Ghouls get bold, and they lunged at the flock. But the result was still being swatted away by the crazed chickens. Carrying heavy loads and coming this far had trained the chickens' legs and exhausted the ghouls. By the time Hanso realized it was too late, after winning, the chickens began to look down on them with contempt. It was time for Han. So, to show who is the top creature in this forest's food chain, the chickens saw someone still dared to provoke them. They angrily charged at him. Faced with that, Han so remained utterly calm. He simply extended a hand forward, and as the crazed flock rushed in, slow-motion scenes suddenly appeared in his eyes. From when they were eggs, tiny hatchlings, then taught by parents how to hunt. As they matured, they always competed with their kind. And that process developed their chest muscles extremely strongly. But today their opponent was Han So. The outcome was the entire flock put into the cooking pot. Whoever eats much protein tomorrow must try to catch one themselves. Yes, leader. Whoever holds a chicken's foot must do 300 push-ups the next day by Han So's order. The ghouls would go hunting again. He told them to be careful. If injured, they can't train. Han So would not accompany them because he was busy training his chest. Without the leader commanding the fight, the ghouls had to plan themselves. Han So alone had caught 27 crazed chickens yesterday. So today's goal was at least 50. They decided to split into 3 teams. If one was in danger, they'd signal the other 2 for help. And so the village's second hunt officially began. Meanwhile, 3 human youths found the skeleton of the Catrice Han So had boiled. They couldn't find its skull. It seemed destroyed by high-level magic. Someone who could kill a Catrice with one blow must be as strong as a great wizard. Can we really take this quest? Don't worry, Block. You're the weakest, but we won't let you get hurt. As the 3 talked, the ground suddenly trembled. It was a ghoul team herding chickens nearby. Quickly the ghouls spotted the 3 humans. And the humans were surprised at first sight of the strange 6-pack monsters. Stop. Humans are a cruel, bloodthirsty species. We don't know how they'll act. Reckless decisions could endanger everyone. The ghouls hesitated before using an ability. Go call Team 1 and Team 2. We must gain advantage with numbers. The ghouls used chest signals to alert their kind. Unexpectedly, this angered the chickens and accidentally helped them level up. The crazed chickens evolved into coke-cat monsters. Their faces less dazed. In fury, the flock immediately charged the ghouls, and Team 3 thought they were done for. However, in the crisis, the captains of Teams 1 and 2 quickly arrived. Reinforcements came, and the ghouls no longer feared the cook-cat. They can now use the secret move learned from Han, so bench the weight with proper form. Good job. When you can't maintain form, you need a spotter. But how can we safely truly feel our own power? The answer is Han So's secret bodybuilding technique. 4 ghouls coordinate, so the front fighter's strike carries the force of the 3 behind. Using that formation, they successfully took down the chickens. Though one ghoul in the group was about to be taken by a Catrice, the 3 human youths decided to help him. Moved by the ghouls' united fighting, just as they combined to defeat the chickens, a new threat appeared, a massive Catrice. Its gaze was full of fury. This Catrice reminded them of a dragon called Long Knot. That dragon was famed for greed and cruelty, and feared others might surpass it. So it took extreme measures to disperse its power, and that is how the Catrice, a species closely related to dragons, came to be. Though not a dragon, this bird was still extremely dangerous. Hanso was still training chest and unaware of events in the forest. Although his muscles developed slower than in his past life, he has time to adapt to the new world. 3 months passed, and they were initially skinny as anchovies. I had to teach them step by step, like teaching a newborn to walk. They nearly gave up. But that was a passing thought. In the end, they tried with all their might, and none quit. Which is why their bodies improved, and now they're looking fine. Leader. We're in trouble. The chickens evolved too fast and everyone is in danger. At this rate, we'll be doomed. Shut up and show me the way quickly. Warning, energy exceeding muscle limits will be dangerous. Do you want to cancel this skill? How dare you touch my kids? Skill confirmed to continue. Han So stomped to gain momentum, cracking the ground around him. He then launched into the air and vanished. In a flash, Leaper and Honda were fighting the giant bird. One distracted it while the other aimed for its weak spot, though the attack was sound. The bird still took some hits to its vitals, but it was far stronger than the 2 expected, and quickly sent Leaper flying with a wing strike. The youth, though badly injured, signaled he was alive to reassure his teammates. So the ghoul team resorted to their secret combat form. The bodybuilder's final technique was a human tower. But the bird attacked so ferociously that their combined formation was soon shattered. As the ghouls were about to be overwhelmed, something descended and eliminated it. The dust chicken scattered, and the newcomer was Gulo. Han, having jumped too hard, landed in the wrong spot. Meanwhile, a swarm of giant chickens surrounded Gulo. He wasn't afraid and taunted the birds. Is that all you've got? That ghoul seems like a demon king. Nice long-range attack. What are you staring at? Did you think I'd come unprepared? Has the Demon King already made plans? I've drawn their attention, use this chance to wipe them out. Han, so please appear, leader. Why aren't you showing up? Where are you, leader? If the Ghoul King brags to the chickens like this, there's no saving him. Unlike other ghouls. Gulo doesn't take part in bodybuilding sessions, but his status hasn't changed. So why can he maintain that position, even though other ghouls in the village have grown much stronger? That's because Hanso gave Gulo a very important task to control everyone's weight levels. Gulo had no choice but to keep using his weight increase skill. Gulo's heavy blank skill reached its maximum level and kept getting stronger while he wasn't paying attention, before he could defeat a giant chicken with a single rock. But now they've called reinforcements. So he's a bit wary. The ghouls began to cheer Gulo. If he could beat the chicken in one strike, he'd truly be as strong as Hanso. No one could defeat that giant with a single blow. Maybe I'm a genius. Different from ordinary ghouls since birth. Get them all up. You, great Ghoul King, will beat them all. But right after bragging, Gulo got slapped and sent flying by the chicken. We're really screwed. Honda. Leaper. Sorry, I never understood your jokes. In my final moments, friends are beside me. At least I won't be alone. We'll fight to our last muscle. Thanks, leader, for training us. Though it's hard. We feel the joy of getting stronger. If there's another life, please teach us again. Elsewhere, Hanso found where Gulo fell, the ghouls were in danger. Please, leader, save them. To activate Calm skill, detected an emotion surpassing the Calm skill. The Calm skill was cancelled. What's going on? Why are the chickens suddenly running off? It turns out the chickens sensed Hanso's intimidation and ran to surround him. Stop it. I'm as calm as possible. Detected an emotion surpassing Calm, the user will be scanned, and the Calm skill will be disabled for a day. This chest tremor must be Lord Han. So who is this Han? So you speak of, he's our teacher and leader. His muscles are far keener than ours. Words can't convey it. Meet him and you'll understand. Han, so is our new Demon King. I still don't get what they're saying. Han So alone is now facing a swarm of giant chickens. He unleashed a weight shock move. One strike blasted a chicken into the sky. Two others leapt up at once. They stomped down where Han So stood, pressing deep into the ground. Yet he showed no fear. He used a lifting technique to throw them elsewhere. And while leaping from the pit, Han So felled another chicken. My ancestors taught that your kind can grow muscle from chest shocks. So I dragged you here. This is the place. I can grow muscles with my own chest. What about you? Can you do the same? Hanso planted his hands on the ground, and a shadowy barbell of infinite weight appeared behind him. His muscles swelled as if he'd become a giant. Then he used the ultimate move. God Grab Slam. And the crazed chickens were beaten like pups. Everyone arrived and happened upon Hanso crushing the chickens. So this is the Demon King the ghouls spoke of. At this intensity, is he even human? My legs have been used too much. We can't waste time. I don't know how long he can maintain this form. But if we give up now, I'll die of exhaustion with Han. So like this. But I'd rather die alone than see the whole village lost. If we give up now, I won't be able to face the former Demon King Gulo, who volunteered to train me. We must finish them with one move max weight shock. Activate Super Muscle Recovery skill restored 15% of muscles. 4 limb muscle warnings in the body core. Each upper body and limb muscle is very weak. Quickly relax upper body muscles. Risk of muscle damage detected. Request to relax upper body muscles. Lord Han. After all, we'll give you a hand. Then everyone combine to defeat the chickens. That's enough training for today, Gulo. I'll miss you before Han. So came. You were always gruff. But now meeting Han, so you turn nice. Who's going to help me up then? Don't turn away, you ungrateful lot. Come back and face me. You've worked hard today, Han, so... Gulo's sudden appearance left everyone frozen for 5 seconds. What's wrong? I felt off, so I took a nap before coming, Gulo. You're still alive. What's this? Don't rush the whole group like that. Stop or I'll teach you a lesson. Welcome back, Gulo. From now on, help protect and care for everyone. He single-handedly wiped out the Coca. And he was the one who killed that Krice. Right, yes, I'm fairly certain. My Lord Virat. That Demon King isn't a worry. But that kid is definitely dangerous. We don't know when they'll reveal themselves. I must think carefully how to handle him. Oh right, where's Block? Didn't he return with you guys? Hey. Tell me, what are you doing there? Hey kid. Are you going to hurt him? Wow, you look sharp, seriously. Don't treat Block like an object. Do you want to be stronger than you are now? That's not important. The thing behind you is, you want it. You probably want to try sometime. If so, stay and train with me. We have no choice but to let him take Block. Like that, master, please. Rescue Block from those damned monsters. We still don't know what their training could be, dark arts. It's tragic someone was captured. But with no knowledge of them, we can't risk it. And your master isn't the kind to do something so reckless. Right. Today we'll teach them a lesson. Both of you prepare to fight. Why are you puffing up like that? You don't look like yourself. Move aside. That old man dared touch my student. We must rescue Block from the ghouls. At the ghoul village we have newcomers today. So let's start with squad training. What's a squad? I'll teach you. Squad is the best training to firm the body and also to build muscle. Block. Why are you slumping down? Stop that. Honestly, you're just looking like you're sitting and standing. Instead, focus force into your thighs so you don't harm your body. Stand with feet shoulder width. Block. Point your knees forward and go up and down, as if sitting. Your hands can do whatever. Do it decisively. Drive force into thighs and hips. That's called a squat. First time and you're doing pretty well. Have you trained before I studied swordsmanship? Really? Then try more squats and be decisive. Can you raise your hands so I can put the weight for proper form? Squat. Good. Well done. Everyone give Block a round of applause. This guy can squat with weight and still hold steady just as I thought. I've got an eye for this. That's true physical training. Not Block. You follow me because you want to get stronger. All right. Yes, that's right. I want to be strong like my friends. I'm just afraid you can't do it. To be honest, I know that someone like me, no matter how hard I try, can never match someone with innate talent. But I'm still very grateful to Hansen. With his guidance, I think at least I could manage things on my own. What did you say? You'll become strong in a different way, strong enough to protect your friends, Block. You have a lot of potential. This is the first time someone acknowledged my talent. Okay, stop crying or your muscles will fall apart. Requirements met. Eagle eye skill, upgraded from level 2 to level 3. Lord Hansen. Why are you carrying chicks? We can hunt these chickens. But we must not hunt indiscriminately. Or none will remain. We should prevent that before they go extinct. Lord Hansen. These chickens grow fast, so raising them won't be a problem. There aren't many monsters. They can be wiped out in Alami. We're stronger than those chicks now. But if they evolve, no one can kill them except Hansen. Can't you beat them? You really can't. It's not entirely like that we can do it. I knew it. Why do you underrate your own species? I'm almost disappointed in you. Use your thigh bone region, the main muscle groups to hold the weight. Heavy blanket 1/10. Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's do it. Okay, I'll activate the skill now. Heavy blank x2 weight. You can do it. While everyone was training, a stranger suddenly intruded into the village ghouls. Are you the ones who kidnapped my student? I think there's a misunderstanding. I don't know who you are, and I'm no longer the chieftain here. Your answer is yes or no. We do nothing but train. What do you mean? Oh damn. Can I block a sword strike with my bare hands? Did she just injure her own muscles? This old woman is dangerous. Are those two the ones who kidnapped Block? Yes, it's him, Block. Our master has come to save you, Block. Where are you? Answer us. I'm sorry for interrupting your training. Kid. But kidnapping someone else's student isn't right. Is it? Hey Block? You already have a trainer. This wouldn't have happened if you'd told me earlier. But bodybuilding is more fun than swordsmanship, right? Be honest. Why are you stuttering? I'm sorry, master. I prefer bodybuilding to swordsmanship. Thank you for coming all this way. Master. I'm sorry, but I found a new master. Is that so? Then I have no choice. I'll take you by force. Saying this, the strange woman unleashed her ultimate move. Heavenly sword slash. Han so quickly tensed his muscles to block the attack. This wounds my pride. I could only graze you, Block. Do you want to train to achieve this physique? Yes, master. Hansen is so cool. Then do it this way. I'll duel this kid for the right to be your master. The victor's martial skill will decide. Maybe you don't know. But bodybuilding isn't martial arts. It's exercises to train and improve your body. I heard you killed a coca. A Krice. By something called bodybuilding. That's for supplementing protein. Everything I do is to survive. So bodybuilding doesn't help in combat. What did you just say? Why are you angry? Did that hurt your pride? Training the body means nothing if it can't fight. In other words, it's rubbish. I'll show you what training can do. Activate the chicken leg muscle compression mechanism. Who would win if Hansen fought that woman? Looking at their physiques, you can figure it out yourself. Body size doesn't prove anything. My master is one of the 10 strongest on the continent. 4 Eagle Eye skill level 3 activated. Species human. Profession master swordsman. With so little muscle mass. How could she wound me? Humans can't use a sword to damage muscles. You alien. What kind of martial art are you teaching compared to the swordsmanship I teach? It's the kind that can chop my enemies to pieces with a sword. Let me teach you a thing or two. Elder. Do you know why I call you an alien? Even if you look human, it's because your magic is red. The redder it is, the purer. the demonic bloodline. And the technique you're using, no human can change form in battle. Only with resolve can you alter yourself. Don't act like you know it all. That only happens to aliens like you. Humans can only use internal power like this to compensate for their shortcomings in combat. One sword method among 10,000 pierces. The heart spreading your art here is useless. Do you get it now? Your martial art is trash to humans. And you think you can beat me with that shameful art? So your opponents were defeated that way? Were they stronger than me? Why should I care if they're my rivals? No one survives. We bodybuilding enthusiasts. I always strive to surpass those stronger than us. Now I'll show you that. Block. Can I say this? Sorry. Thinking we'd rarely see you again, we went to the master. We knew it would make you hate us, but somehow. What are you two saying? Why would I hate you? You left when we forced you to go? What? I came because I wanted to learn more about bodybuilding. I was going to come back later, Hanso allowed it. Right? Block. What martial art will you learn? We want to know too. I'm new, so I'm not sure either, Demon Lord. Can you guide us? Okay, follow me. Remember when we first trained swords? What did Master say is most important? It's the lower center of gravity, right? With this exercise, we'll use the entire lower center and focus on the quadriceps with the movement. Squat Han. So said, learn the correct form first. But if we want to make it more fun, using weights would be dangerous. Right. It's fine, I'll support them. Elsewhere, Hanso is exchanging moves with those three youths' master. But it's strange. They keep pushing back and forth like lifting weights. Why don't you withdraw your power? I'm concentrating my strength. Technically, it's the squeeze technique. Over there, Leaper and Honda are groaning. Right? So those two grandfather and grandson were lured by their friend into this path. What the heck are they training? That they're doing squad training. It's part of the routine. Sorry. Can I include your exercise in the program and train together? Really? Why did you change your mind so quickly? I sense a fierce passion. I found happiness watching those sweat-soaked bodies, forming a united alliance through training. When seeing off the three youths' master, Hanho noticed something. Shaking her hand was no joke. How do you train like that? Haha, curious, fine, I'll tell you. Actually, it's nothing. My job is swinging a sword all day. If you think I train, but I'm curious about something else. Are you okay teaching advanced methods for free? It's fine. The more people who train, the better. Why would you think otherwise? Because gyms can exist everywhere. And you'll work more effectively learning more methods. It could be viable across the continent. I want the culture of health to spread widely. You're funnier than I thought. I like you already. I'll grant you a favor anytime you want. That evening while everyone ate. Block had something to say. Forgive me, Han Solo. You may not know, but the city where I'm from is extremely discriminatory, not only against the unusual, but also against dark mages and so on. Even the human leaders give preferential treatment. Young people like me don't care much about that. But I'm worried, Hanso, and your friends here will get hurt. Hanso was nibbling chicken breast, and that made it seem like a big issue. Then let's slow down and think about the trip. Hanso ignored Block's question and only cared about the horse's food bowl. Its texture is crispy and sticky without doubt. This is the main ingredient of oatmeal. Do only horses eat it clean and nutritious like this? This is a serious problem. Look at that kid. He's even eating livestock feed. It's not even tasty. After all, monsters are terrible eaters. If a monster heard that, it'd be sad. I've tried military rations, which people usually eat. They're usually a bit bland. But do you want to taste mine? Is this monster inviting us? I think it's good. It has sweetness and freshness, with a hint of spice added cleverly. It's marvelous. I used to have no taste, but now it actually tastes good. We'll tell you the recipe when we're close. So don't mock the monster. We respect it. Hey miss. You said you're Riona. We'll continue tomorrow morning. Do you remember you said you'd give me a favor in the morning? Of course I remember. I've decided what I want. You'll help me with grains. Isn't that livestock feed you heard, everyone? I heard you're going to raise chickens and feed them grain, not just them. We'll eat the grain ourselves. It's not a big problem for me. But I'd feel bad letting you eat livestock feed. That's right, Han. So, she seems high-ranked among humans. And we aren't used to grains. What did you just say? Repeat it. They're not wrong. If you want something bigger, tell me. You can turn your tent into a wooden house. You can wear warrior gear instead of common clothes. And for food, all you need is chicken breast. Lord Han so loves chicken. But eating only protein is bad for the body. Especially the liver. If we eat a proper amount of carbs. Glycogen helps build muscle. Oatmeal is a complex carb that slows digestion. Is low-calorie and nutrient-dense. So, it's called the king of grains on earth. What reward is better than oatmeal? Everyone was speechless, not understanding what he was saying. But the ghouls got excited. What is it? Show us. I think it's the secret he used against Lady Riona. Don't you think so? We can't lose to the monsters. We're eating two block is eating as well. Let's all try it. But after eating they all called Hugh, saying this dish is not tasty at all. Block spat it out, it's not tasty. The bodybuilders spat it out too. Doesn't it have flavor and texture you don't see? He even has talent for eating, he'll grow strong quickly. He's very excited. I don't understand what you're saying, but you seem to know it. I'll start production to meet your request. Are you serious, Rayona? You're the best. At least we lose nothing. General Rayona returns and opens the city gates. Hanso. Do you remember what I told you? This is the land of eccentrics. The continent's strongest nation. A discriminatory country. The stares and judgments here make the ghouls feel uneasy. What's wrong? Stand properly. They're looking because you have nice bodies. Really? Leader. I'm pretty sure it's not like that. So under everyone's judging looks, the whole group started walking confidently, showing off their muscles. Why do I find these monsters so likable? Meanwhile at Wyrot Castle. So you taught my soldiers how to train. And you even fed them livestock food. Not livestock feed, but oatmeal. Like porridge. What an insolent fellow. My general proposed bringing these special monsters into the castle. Without that proposal, I wouldn't have let you set foot here. Thank you for your generosity. Lord, cause no trouble. Just teach our soldiers how to train. Then leave quietly. If you've finished your duties and want to learn, I'll be your personal trainer, no need. Just do as you please. That shameless, fame-hungry general makes me worry. How can we change public opinion? This is a good chance. Send the mercenaries Tutu Law here. General. Your guest will bear fangs at you. Everyone at the training ground. Stop. Today we have a special exercise. The one standing next to me is the special trainer General Rion brought to the castle. The Ghoul Master Duhan. So, the Ghoul Master, isn't he a monster? Why would a monster become our trainer? I know you dislike the new trainer. But disobeying him is equivalent to disobeying military law. Hello everyone. I'm Duhan So. Special trainer, I'll guide your training today. I don't like how you're looking at me. So all of you bow down. Why are you staring at me? Do what Hanso says, lie down. Suck your stomach in. You bastards. Aren't you going to follow orders? What are you doing? Hurry up. This scene is ridiculous. Are you all taking orders from that monster cadet? If you call Trainer Hanso a monster, that act will be seen as disrespect to the general. Do you think so? Trainer, do you think the monster's orders are the general's orders? Everyone stand up. Are you going to follow that monster's orders? Keep the honor of a human. A military order is absolute. What's the problem? There are many problems. First, we humans don't take orders from monsters like you. Second, your so-called training gives us no reason to train more. Except swordsmanship. The last issue is, we don't want to learn the training methods of uncivilized monsters. Wait, Hanso. I think I can resolve this. For the first issue, that guy over there can teach you on Hanso's behalf. So you should have no problem. For the second, I don't know if training is more useful than swordsmanship. Never compared them. Let's duel and see, and about whether it's civilized. Then test it in competition. You humans. Are you ready? We're ready. These guys are really unbelievable. Okay. I accept the challenge, trainer. This is permitted. Right. I'm on the human side. Where's the other side? Hey, stupid monsters. But sorry, I'm not a cadet. Let me show you the fear. The mercenaries Tutu Law and the Count relied on bring battle begins. This guy charged and was met by the youth. The ghoul knocked him out cold. Hey, are you okay? Is he dead? I see him twitching. He's probably still alive. Don't be so rough. You're just showing off, sorry, leader. Forget it. You didn't do it on purpose. No need to apologize, now that you've lost. Follow my orders, yes. Trainer. Unexpectedly, the young man woke and quietly activated his power. While the ghoul looked away, he suddenly lunged to strike from behind. But before his sword could swing down, he was already thrown by Hanso. Slammed into the wall. The next day, Riona came to the training grounds to visit everyone. Hanso. Are you okay? It's obvious he used magic. I agree. I believe he used magic during the match. That's why we can't trust monsters. Trainer. You don't fully understand the situation here. Explain what happened. Yes, Sir General. A fight broke out because some refused to follow orders. Our soldiers lost. And some claim the monsters used magic. Hanso. Did you actually use magic in the match? I wouldn't stoop to that. Do you trust that monster? General. I merely passed by and heard some interesting things. Tell me what's going on. Are you on our side or on the monster's side? Of course, I'm on humanity's side. So who are you listening to now? You came here to train. Dismount first. Lord Hanso. I don't think he came here to train. Isn't that so, General? I'm very displeased the guests you brought caused problems for our people. A soldier was injured. And that's a serious matter. How could a lord like me ignore this as the Count of Virus Duchy? I'll exile General Riona for 2 years. But upon seeing Riona's fierce gaze, the lord immediately fell silent and dared not speak further. Sir. That can't happen. Let us kill those monsters. Please retract the order. It was almost a disaster. And so, sorry for bringing you here and not being able to protect you. Be careful, don't worry. We're not always welcomed, my lord. At least can we? Keep them here for 3 months. As promised, I'll keep my word. Preparations are done, everyone. Fall silent for me. How dare you talk back to the lord like that? You still call yourselves soldiers of the nation after this silence. I command you. General, you brats. I thought you only discriminated against the monsters. But you also know how to get back at your superiors. Huh. We should step back so the future seeds have a chance to rise. I wonder how this will change those future seeds. When I return, it'll be great. Why is she laughing like that? That night, the person who picked a fight with Han so secretly left the city with a reward. Just a bit more of these tasks, and I'll have enough money to stop doing dirty work. The bell looks like a flower. Should I open a flower shop, dear wife and daughter? Wait a little longer. Father will come home soon. However, this person did not know that. The village where his wife and child lived sank into the sea. The home fire welcomed us in a beautiful way. Your Highness. Dance with me once. The next day, 2 ghouls were in the forest hunting slime. Didn't you just break your arm? My arm is perfectly fine now. What are the kids doing with that pile of slime? So, Lord Block and General Rian. Not you. Said you wouldn't return after going with her. Well, you still haven't answered my question. Lord Han So. What do we need this pile of slime for? Slime can't even be used as medicine. Come with us. You should see it with your own eyes. Lord Hanso. We're here. Block is here too. And Riona, I'm just stopping by to see you before I leave. I'm curious what you'll do next. Use your chests to press them into a corner. So, what exactly do you plan to do with that pile of slime? Watching my students on the training field. I thought building muscle or lifting weights isn't very effective for the kids. Training them like athletes would be more useful. But we lack equipment, so I have to make it. Make equipment from slime. Is it like your scarecrow for practicing quick slashes? No. It's not like swordsmanship. Bring a slime here, first. Once you have the slime, she'll do this. Take out this core. It will regenerate after a few days, so we can leave it out and do this, make a hole through the slime. Without the regenerating core, these slime monsters are extremely elastic. Next, we'll stretch them by hand like this before they retract. And that's a training belt. It'll look like this. Riona, you probably didn't know this, but with it you can do many exercises. The elasticity depends on their color. So we'll name them and perform many different workouts. Lord Han, so thanks and apologizes to you for what? I suppose you didn't know. But I used to doubt you. I thought you only pretended. Like I was obsessed with training to reach people. But you were sincere with us. I'm really a teacher who failed to stop the virus domain from becoming a sensible nation. That's why I endured the Lord's absurdities. But you're different. I believe you can change this country. Change how? Let's see. That's my specialty. Not that kind of change. So, is it like this or not? That's the change I mentioned, Monster Trainer. Let's see what he'll teach first. We're not here because we lost a battle or anything. Don't start with weird stuff like lying face down. Lord Hanso, can I leave these kids with you, of course? The number of new members increases. Meanwhile, not only Hanso's surroundings changed. Our enemies are the undead monsters. The scary thing about these zombies is we'll turn into monsters if they bite us. Be careful not to let your horses be bitten. And you yourselves must be careful, warriors. Charge and attack them for us. Bedaman, don't wait. If we appear now, we'll involve others. Just wait a bit longer, Bedaman. Those zombies are just props. Ducal training camp at the corner city, as I said. Stamina per person per day is limited. That's why we train the necessary muscle groups. Do you understand what Lord Hanso just said? Everyone start stretch with the bands to prepare for chest presses. Today, we'll do CrossFit instead of chest presses, sir. What is CrossFit? CrossFit is a training method invented by Greg Glassman. It's continuous high-intensity, high-performance workouts. That means it's exercises for many muscle groups across the body and requires us to operate in hexagonal teams. Forming groups with goals builds teamwork and boosts competition. I've made the lists for each group. Ask Gulo if needed. Everyone give their all to finish the workout, but during training Hanso occasionally heard strange noises. I've heard that sound several times. What's it for? Our lord has lately been personally attacking the zombies after they started appearing frequently in villages around the castle. They're sending signals requesting more aid. It seems the enemy is stronger than expected. Your core strength is collapsing. Lose some weight and train properly. Just as I thought. He doesn't care. Follow the scout's investigation. We've confirmed the enemy base lies at the end of this road. This time, annihilate them and bring peace to the homeland troops. Move out, my lord. I'm afraid we've gone a bit deep into the zombie swarm. Zombies lack intelligence, so they can't strategize. All we need is strength and manpower to destroy them. Look. Our soldiers are advancing steadily. Army. Do not slow, keep advancing. War relies on momentum. Don't stop until we've wiped out the enemy. The one orchestrating everything at last has appeared. The enemy commander revealed himself very quickly. It's Ben. Once an old friend of Gudo. He startled to realize that despite decades passing, Ben hasn't aged. It turns out, during that time, Ben studied and experimented on his own body. After injecting vials of blue fluid into himself, he became a giant monster. His strength and speed increased to the extreme. With just a few basic moves, Gudo was pummeled by Ben. Completely outmatched. Ben believes Gudo was weak because he only focused on sword training. While Ben used research to develop and elevate civilization, Ben's experimental monsters were now frantically slaughtering soldiers. He was confident this proved his research right. The world will always have someone great for something. But that person isn't the standard of normalcy. Just as Ben moved to finish Gudo, his subordinate Ivan suddenly appeared to take the brunt of the attack. He shouted to the lord and soldiers to retreat while he stayed to stop Ben and his allies, taking that chance. Gudo rode his horse out of the battlefield, but his loyal subordinate heroically sacrificed himself under the brutal monster's fists. Gudo urged his horse desperately. The breath ragged and worried this won't end well. Images of Ben and those terrifying monsters kept flashing through his mind, making him wonder how to defeat them. Elsewhere, Hansen and his muscular regiment trained relentlessly at brutal intensity. He kept lifting massive stone weights and counting reps 152. 123. 152. 124. 152. 125. Hansen's face remained calm, though he'd surpassed 150,000 reps. He continued counting 152. 137. 152. 139. 152. 140. Back with the moving army. Gudo shouted for reports. Does no one report on the army's status? Immediately Lumi stepped forward and spoke. I'm Lumi, captain of the 20th unit. Gudo ordered a report. Lumi gave chilling numbers of 400 soldiers. 347 are dead or infected. 27 wounded. Only 26 untouched remain. Hearing this, Gudo calculated in horror. The city has only about 100 reserve troops, mostly trainees or wounded. He angrily shouted, damn it. How can we wage war with just 126 people? Lumi suggested calling General Leon back, but Gudo brushed it off, saying it would be too late for reinforcements to arrive. Then Lumi proposed a bold idea. Borrow the strength of the monsters quartered in the city. Gudo asked in surprise. Monsters? Lumi explained. Their leader is Hansen. Once a match for General Leon, since the army provides them food and shelter that could be used as leverage to demand they fight. Gudo nodded, pleased with the plan to use monsters to control monsters, and resolved to proceed. Do it that way. Then he spurred his horse forward. 3 days later, at the military training ground, Gudo rode in and roared, stop training. Assemble everyone. While Hansen and the muscle regiment stood bewildered, holding the purple weight. What are you doing? Obey the count of the Duke. Gudo looked down at the crowd gathered around. He asked aloud, hey man, is your name Hansen? Hansen casually smiled and replied, yeah. You here for PT training? Gudo's face instantly hardened. No. I'm here to give orders to you monsters. He suddenly yelled in anger. It's time you repay the favor of being given food and shelter. You lowly creatures. Gudo declared, raising his fist from this moment. By my order. You must destroy the zombie horde approaching outside the city. Prompting silence and dazed faces from the muscle regiment. Gudo fumed inwardly that they were low-level monsters who didn't understand human speech. Look at those blank faces. He continued shouting, you have the honor of being our human shields, especially you, Leader Hansen. I'll grant you citizenship of the kingdom. Great Gudo saw no reaction and roared with excitement. Isn't this the best condition? Feel free to show off your so-called grotesque physiques. The two Hansen suddenly shouted, striking a front double B chef pose more show-off than war, and the muscle regiment immediately flexed, proudly displaying rippling muscles. Witnessing this odd sight, Gulo could only exclaim in exasperation, "What the hell are you doing, Hansen?" "Still smug," explained, "this is bodybuilding. A concept within the broad scope of gym," pointing at his comrades. Hansen insisted that the physique display was what he meant. But Gulo had lost patience and yelled, "There's no time for chatter. If you don't follow orders," he threatened that if they were injured or killed, it would be over. This struck Hansen at his core. He immediately radiated killing intent, eyes blazing red as he growled, "You won't be able to train anymore. Idiot, if I lose my muscles, will you take responsibility?" Suddenly, a suffocating pressure and a giant phantom appeared behind them. Hansen made Gulo pale and sweat profusely. He stammered, "I don't understand what you're saying, but I guess I must apologize." The Duke was completely cowed and bowed hastily. "No, I'm sorry." The terrifying pressure made Gulo want to vomit. He meekly corrected himself. "You're right. Forgive me. Don't flex anymore, I'm scared the opponent understands." Hansen nodded slightly to accept the apology. And Gulo dared not linger. Quickly spurring his horse away with Lumi, Hansen immediately returned to training, shouting excitedly enough, "Rest. Start again from one over there." Lumi worriedly asked Gulo if they should try persuading them again. But he flatly refused. Having had no expectations of those monsters from the start, Gulo ordered General Ox summoned at once. To Lumi's surprise, Gulo affirmed that, though Ox's temper is poor, his strength is unquestionable and can match General Leon. The two silently urged their horses forward. Gulo ordered all forces to assemble before the city gate. He was determined to show the zombies human strength. Outside the walls, the undead kept screaming and closing in. On the ramparts, General Ox, with his hulking frame and trademark nose ring, stood ready to meet them. Gulo watched anxiously from inside as a sea of zombies surged like a tidal wave. Suddenly, General Ox roared, "Stop." He shouted to the enemy that he'd received reports they had an intelligent leader. Ox continued, "Don't you intend to parley from afar?" Ben and his massive henchmen advanced. Gulo was stunned to see Ben. He sauntered, picking his ear with contempt, and asked, "What's all the commotion about?" From above, Ox declared that though the monster horde was vast, breaching the sturdy wall was impossible. He proposed a challenge: let Gulo represent the kingdom, and they represent the monsters in a one-on-one duel to decide the battle's outcome. Ben laughed excitedly. "This sounds interesting. I accept the offer." Seeing his bait taken, Ox, grinning smugly, Ben suddenly leaped straight from the wall to the ground, creating a massive impact amid dust as Ox growled, "Who will step forward?" Immediately, a gigantic muscular monster wearing a black mask that covered its face approached. It roared loudly and began to tense, flaunting, threatening, rippling muscles. Ox sized up the massive opponent and noted the size was impressive. He surged forward at once, intending to test its strength. After a heavy clash, Ox's jaw held firm. He pressed on, unleashing a barrage of punches that made the creature's flesh tremble under the blows. Suddenly, the monster spat a stream of black liquid from its mouth. Ox quickly flipped to dodge, thinking this was indeed an attack to avoid. Seeing the corrosive puddle on the ground, Ox sneered, "What is this rotten corpse? I've never seen an undead like you." The monster trembled with only one thought in its head. It was too dangerous, and it immediately turned and fled. Ox yelled in surprise, "Are you trying to run?" He pursued fiercely and roared, "No. One of us must die for this to end." Ox closed rapidly and seized the monster from behind. Gulo shouted a warning to the general. Ox barely managed to lean aside to evade and snarled angrily, "How dare you interfere in a sacred duel?" He immediately poured his force into his legs and lunged at the interloper. Unexpectedly, a thunderous punch struck Ox's face, sending him flying. He coughed blood and pain. Ben appeared with a mad, triumphant grin. "Winning is all that matters," he flexed massive, vein-covered arms. I looked at Ox coldly and asked, "Do you know why I accepted this fight?" He declared, "Because you are the only remaining variable in this land." Dry crashes rang out repeatedly, signaling a horrific outcome, witnessing the strongest general being brutalized. Gulo and Lumi stood frozen in terror. Ox's face drained, as Ben's extreme savagery left him gasping on the ground, his body mangled. He rasped in despair, "I'm sorry, please spare me. I want to be spared, fine. I'll let you live." To the general's utter bewilderment, the monster, with terrifying strength, hurled him straight into the sky. General Ox fell from a great height, his face stunned by the sudden assault. He screamed in despair as he plunged toward the thousands of screaming undead below. A horrifying sound echoed, followed by the grisly noises of tearing as the twisted mass savaged him. From the crowd, a monster with limp white hair and beard emerged. It was the brave General Ox, now completely transformed. Witnessing this horror, Gulo cried out in shock, "It's over. My legion has become zombies." Ben watched triumphantly and taunted Gudo's surrender and hand over the city neatly. "And I'll spare you," Gulo angrily shouted. "Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I'd hand the kingdom to someone who's lost their humanity like you?" Ben sneered malignantly. "Fine. Negotiation failed. I never intended to let you live anyway." His face went cold as he signaled the zombie horde to advance. They surged madly toward the gate like an unstoppable flood. Gulo panicked and shouted to the soldiers, "Archers, fire your arrows now." But the soldiers on the wall only trembled, helplessly replying, "We've never used bows. How do we aim? This army is a disgrace." Seeing their weakness, Gulo ground his teeth in rage, slammed the wall and cursed, "Damn it." Lumi rushed over worriedly and pressed the Duke. "What do we do?" Gulo stood frozen, sweat streaming down his face. He muttered in utter despair, "I don't know." Before Lumi's astonished, questioning eyes, Gulo suddenly snapped and yelled at her, "I told you I don't know." The Duke had completely lost his fighting spirit and bolted, running deep into the city, while Lumi called after him in shock. Gulo ran madly through the streets, leaving everything behind. Taunted by cruel jibes from the past, coward Gulo, the children's jeers still haunted him. Even those close to him had looked down on him, saying Gudo's running away is cowardly. The timid air ruined things. Another acquaintance mocked, "It isn't fleeing your strength. Following you while you run is safest." Images of a captured woman screaming, "Save me." Gulo stabbed like a knife into his heart. Gulo ran and sobbed in rage. "I'm tired," he cried in despair, wondering if anyone understood the weight of responsibility or had ever been in his place. Though a cowardly leader who couldn't bear responsibility, deep down he still longed to protect those he cared about. Gulo mustered all his strength and shoved open the door ahead. He shouted through tears, "Of course there is. Please save me." The Duke fell to his knees, sobbing, and cried, "Big brother, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Jim is truth. Ta is life." Pleading before the indifferent Hansen and the muscle regiment, "Kill me if you must. But please save the people. Save my soldiers. Save this country." He bowed his head and wept amid the muscle regiment, begging, "Please help me, sniff, sniff, please, I'm begging you, sniff, sniff." Hansen looked at the man kneeling at his feet and calmly summed up, "So you want to work out? Right." Gulo looked up, bewildered. Hansen flexed his bulging shoulder muscles and declared, "We don't need your life. But PT tuition will be expensive." He smiled confidently with the formidable muscle regiment behind him. A group of soldiers rushed to Hansen and pleaded, "Hansen Nim will join too." But Hansen immediately snapped firmly, "New recruits, step aside." He flatly refused help from anyone whose total lift was under 400 kilograms and barred them from the battle. The two Hansens and the muscle regiment strode off amid everyone's astonishment, watching from behind. Gulo broke into a cold sweat and thought they looked crazy. Yet, when he watched their broad backs radiating a dazzling aura, he wondered how they could look so cool like this. The two Hansens led the troops running down the streets. Cadence calls, echoing 13, 14, 15, 16. He pointed forward, confirming the straight path to the gate was this way. Seeing the urgency, Hansen ordered we switch to interval training. The troop replied in unison, "Yes." Then they began to accelerate wildly. The counting continued, with each pounding step. 28. 29. 30. Hansen bellowed for the team to keep high intensity for 1 minute 30 seconds. The muscle regiment sprinted like arrows, tearing through the wind. Tongues lolling, sweat pouring and breath ragged. They did not slow down, witnessing the terrifying sight. Bystanders gasped in shocked horror as the muscle regiment raced on, leaving clouds of dust. Amid the rubble, a mother clutched her child while the bloodthirsty undead closed in. The child screamed, "Mom." Instantly, a 1,000-kilo press and a shouted command smashed the monsters to pieces. The child stared, bewildered at the rescuers, and then reassured his mother, "It's okay. They've saved us," the mother said. Stunned, "This hero is strange." The mother watched Hansen and the muscle regiment run while absorbed in their cadence counting. 16. 17. The boy excitedly asked Mom, "If I learn swordsmanship, can I be that strong too?" The mother, sweating as she watched the bulging bodies move, replied, "No. That's not swordsmanship. Wait until the war's over, and we'll ask what technique that is." Before the gate, chaos reigned, as the sea of undead frantically attacked inward. At that moment, Hansen's level 3 Hawkeye activated, letting him see everything. Watching the shrieking zombies, Hansen wondered why they charge while screaming. Then clicked his tongue professionally. They're all skin and bone. Never heard of waves? A team member gasped out that they're called zombies. And when the junior bent over, exhausted, Hansen warned, straighten your back even during rest or you'll ruin your life. Truly the most caring PT in the solar system. The man hurriedly obeyed and explained the zombies have no intelligence left. Only a ravenous instinct. They're essentially moving corpses. Hearing this, Hansen visibly relaxed. Thank goodness. Then no guilt about striking. The man beside him jokingly asked Hansen Nim, what's your next move? Observing the swelling horde toward the gate. Hansen casually proposed a shocking idea. Why don't we use our chests to blast them all away? Facing stunned silence, Hansen snapped, what's with that face? The man flailed and stammered, no sorry. That's a brilliant plan. Hansen laughed heartily. Right. Then he asked to lead the operation. Can I be in charge of this campaign? Seeing Hansen's determination, do it. Orders flew out, and one member shouted, disperse. Teams 1 and 2 spread swiftly across the village to protect civilians, while he continued to coordinate forces. Teams 3 and 4 scrambled up the walls. Members moving in rhythm. While supporting soldiers and fighting to push back the undead, Hansen ordered Team 5 to assist and wedge the zombies off the ramparts. At the gate, Hansen, using terrifying muscle power, single-handedly held back a tide of zombies. Onlookers gaped in disbelief. Wow, you can do that. However, the situation remained dire. Gulo shouted, order the gate sealed quickly. He worried that even if Hansen repelled them, any gap would doom the village. Gulo urged desperately, please block the gate. Lumi then shouted, reporting Duke, the gate has been completely destroyed. She pointed to the empty entrance where Hansen strained to hold them back. There were no doors left to block the way. Gulo gasped, could it be true? And at that moment, a confident voice rang out. I knew this would happen. Heavy footsteps shook the ground as they hoisted a colossal metal weight shaped like a kettlebell, its surface engraved with Hansen's name. Toward the gate, Gulo, astonished, recognized a familiar face, the weak boy from before now insanely muscular. Lumi couldn't believe her eyes. How could they lift that? Amid the chaotic battlefield, Hansen casually performed a walking lunge. A member straining to carry the weight shouted, block, go first. The Swordmaster, sweating and breathless, asked in disbelief what's happening. He ground his teeth in pain. My quads are gone. My legs won't move. Don't give up, senpai, you'll make it. A muscle regiment member urged, I know your heart. You always care for your seniors, but if you overtrain past your limits, you'll get injured. He warned, trembling. Don't save me, I'd rather die than be sidelined from training by Jacker. He collapsed in helplessness. Seeing that, Gulo cried out in pain, senpai no. Gulo ground his teeth. How could the others lift this? His vision blurred from exhaustion. But seeing Hansen's silhouette single-handedly holding back the sea of undead at the gate, Gulo snapped awake. I can lift it. Another member rushed to help Gulo. He shouted, to coordinate forces, Team 5, support Team Kettlebell. Team Kettlebell advance and block the gate. The giant kettlebell glowed with purple energy and began moving toward the entrance under heavy steps. Gulo let out a roaring bellow, pouring all his strength to push the metal forward. From above, a shout urged Team Kettlebell, onward. The regiment roared in unison, we can do it. The giant weight was brought to the spot. Hansen stood to plug the gap at the gate. With faith and iron will, they yelled they can do it. Gulo gritted his teeth, sweat streaming. Breath labored under the immense load. They inched it forward carefully, reminding each other to watch out until the multi-ton weight was set precisely in place. It formed a sturdy shield, separating them from the sea of undead. Seeing his men's effort, Hansen smiled in approval and told the exhausted Gulo, good to respect your gear. Approved. The leader's praise was a tonic, sending the muscle brothers into joy. Great job, the walls blocked. Team Kettlebell rest immediately. Another leader pointed forward and shouted, coordinate forces, except Teams 1 and 2. Everyone else pushed back the zombies on Hansen Nim's behalf. The muscle regiment launched. Thundering footsteps echoed along the walls as they charged down to meet the horde, plunging into the mass of undead and sweeping them with pure physical force. The guardian hands grabbed and shoved the monsters back easily, forming a solid wall of flesh. One warrior, straining to hold the dead, turned and asked, is this fine like this? Hansen calmly surveyed the battlefield and reminded, put more power into the glutes. Even fighting must look aesthetic. The muscle regiment echoed in unison. The burly men easily toppled and flung the monsters like toys. Watching from above, Guido panicked shout, "No, if they're bitten they'll turn," he warned. And when a member was struck in the shoulder, a muscular warrior suddenly froze. His eyes flared red and threatening, his teeth clenched. His body trembled violently, as if undergoing a terrible transformation. He threw back his head and roared, red veins blazing all over the guardian's body. But a nearby comrade nonchalantly warned, "Don't fake infection to slack off. We've always been the Andes tribe." The man immediately returned to normal. "Heh, is that so?" Seeing this clumsy act, Lumi stood frozen. Speechless, Lumi looked down with a disgusted glare and muttered, "They're really mocking us." Below, the Muscle Regiment members were joking, and even dared each other to fake a transformation. Then the horde charged, screaming. Hansen quietly stepped forward to face the bloodthirsty creatures. A living corpse suddenly lunged and bit into his shoulder. Hansen's face darkened as murderous intent pulsed outward. Hansen angrily snapped, "Don't soil my muscles." Immediately a blaze of golden energy burst from him, blasting the surrounding undead away. And from afar, Ben watched in astonishment and wondered, "What is that?" He squinted on the hill. "It looks like half human. Half monster. So why are they helping humans?" Ben covered his face and laughed with glee. "So the kettlebell crazies have shown up." Ben pointed toward the gate and coldly ordered his lackeys, "Bite them to pieces." The monsters with razor jaws and eyes, glowing in the dark, began their rampage, sweeping wildly. A soldier could only watch in shock as gigantic beams of energy swept by. He bitterly exclaimed, "That's General Ivan's attack." Hansen observed coldly as another purple beam streaked past. That was General Ox's strike. Now fully transformed, the ferocious monsters leapt in to tear things apart, creating utter chaos. Gulo ran frantically, shouting, "Get out of the way!" And upon seeing Hansen, he grabbed the wall and yelled, "Directions, Hansen Nim." "He's over there." Gulo pointed to a distant tree and asserted, "That's the mastermind behind all this." But surrounded by the Muscle Regiment, Hansen's view was blocked, so he saw nothing. Gulo kept shouting, "Go straight. Go straight. There'll be a blue-haired guy there." Hansen smiled confidently in reply. "All right." Then he turned to his men and said, "I'll go deal with the blue-haired client. Keep training." A muscle member replied boldly, "Yes, we can do it." Hansen's face went serious as he clenched his fists, radiating fierce intent, and murmured. With that, Hansen suddenly executed reverse backdeck fly with earth-shaking power. His arm swings left after images at max speed, leaving Gulo stunned, who choked out, "This is a miracle, it's happening." A massive shockwave from Hansen's moves wiped the Legion, undead and rubble clean in an instant, leaving an empty gap. Far off, Ben lounged under the tree with a mysterious companion and sneered, "They're all useless. The villains always preach morality." Ben showed worry, sweat streaming as he bit his gloves, and asked his companion, "Isn't that so, Elise?" Elise stood silently in the shade and merely nodded. Ben's annoyance grew at this unexpected variable, forcing him to act personally. He stepped out of hiding to prepare for confrontation. At the same time, Hansen, muscles bulging, strode forward. The two opponents closed in on each other mid-battlefield, the tension spiking. Hansen flexed, showcasing massive back muscles as he marched with power. Feeling the opponent's pressure, Ben unleashed dark power, transforming into a jet-black monster with blazing yellow eyes and sharp horns. Hansen did not flinch. He accelerated, powering his legs as he tore through the air. And a cataclysmic impact erupted at the battlefield's center. The two locked together, using raw physical strength to overpower each other in an unforgiving contest. Hansen's eyes blazed with killing intent through the red dust, determined to annihilate the enemy. Facing him was Ben's twisted, feral monster face, grinning maniacally. Hansen and Ben strained in the breathless clash. The ground cracked under their overwhelming force. Ben gritted his teeth, but was completely outmatched by the opponent's superhuman strength. Hansen roared in fury, "How dare you touch my VIP client? Are you dead yet?" He squeezed Ben's arm with his guardian hands, rendering him powerless. Ben gasped, "Ouch." Hansen, let him have no breath, grabbed Ben and snarled, "So it was you, blue-haired troublemaker." Immediately he hoisted the monster up and slammed him straight into the ground with 1,000-pound force. Ben's eyes bulged, mouth agape in shock and agony. Hansen followed with a finishing strike, pressing Ben's head into the deep pit he'd made. Ben was pinned to the ground, whispering in terror, "What kind of strength is this?" He thrashed and screamed, "Let go." The bastard stood towering with blazing red eyes, Hansen coldly asked, "Done yet?" Then looked down at the prostrate enemy and declared, "Now it's my turn." Hansen crushed Ben into the ground and activated a move called Mountain Climber. Hansen's repeated stomps caused horrific explosions, ripping the earth into a deep, gaping trench. From afar, allies watched silently, expressionless. While across the battlefield, the Muscle Regiment and soldiers were frantically sweeping up the remaining monsters. Powerful slashes and punches rang out, wiping the undead legions clean. Observing from afar, Ella's assessed Ben was really in danger. An immediate cold order was given to eliminate the dangerous element. It sped off, tearing through the woods at terrifying velocity to bring reinforcements. A brown-haired girl suddenly appeared, blocking the assassin machine's attack with her sword. The stranger asked coolly, "Who are you?" The girl replied boldly, "Look closely. I'm of the Leon line." Not easy to bully. Metal clashes rang out as they dove into a high-speed duel under the growling Black Wolf's watch. The robot ordered its comrades go to Ben, then immediately accelerated, slicing through the air. Lai sneered, "In challenge, is that sword skill enough to stop me?" The machine replied casually, "I've loaded the opponent's sword data. No chance of winning." It began spinning, blades at maximal speed, creating a violent vortex attacking Lai. Elsewhere, a Muscle Regiment member with hands glowing bright pink shouted, "Pull faster." The group strained together, stretching a massive energy cord attached to the purple kettlebell. When the elastic limit was reached, the shout came release, and the energy weight was launched at terrifying speed. The technique Heavy Plant 1 in 10 was triggered, transforming the kettlebell into a purple fireball streaking across the sky. Below, both Kingdom soldiers and the Muscle Regiment looked up in horror as the purple light enveloped everything, and the sphere suddenly exploded into deadly rays. They slammed into the ground with cataclysmic impacts, sending towering fire and smoke plumes that wiped out the enemy legions in an instant. Amid battlefield dust, the Muscle Regiment quickly redeployed. One man pointed and shouted, "Reload now." The next order was issued firmly. Team 1, check the village for any remaining zombies, while a group secures and assists civilians inside the strong walls. The battle cry rang out energetically, "End chest press drills. Switch to full sparring now." The Guardian warriors plunged into the undead, using steel fists to crush all resistance. Witnessing the coordinated effort, Gulo fell silent and reevaluated what he thought were idiots were actually legends. It felt like he was watching the whole battle from above. Gulo recalled his grandfather's tale of an ancient strategist among the monsters who sided with humanity. A hero of the Fourth Demon War. Staring at Gudo's back, Gulo was stunned and wondered why that name had come to mind. Meanwhile, at the center of the rubble, Hansen used an oblique abdominal lock to stop the opponent's attack, leaving Ben stunned and bewildered by what was happening. Ben struggled, but realized Hansen's hand was like a steel vice, choking him. Impossible to break free. A bark cut the air. Then a technique appeared called Bonado, a high-level Bedaman technique. A perfect blend of wind magic and dark soul arts. Spinning bone fragments in the vortex were as hard as refined steel. This brutal strike could crush anyone's skull without armor in an instant. But against Hansen's iron-like, the bronze skin, the bone vortex was nothing more than a light meridian massage. Seeing his ultimate dismissed, the Bedaman wolf whimpered in disappointment, but it perked up when cheered on, "Well done." Bedaman. Ben writhed with eyes bulging and foaming, and in agony decided to use his last resort. Dozens of syringes filled with strange green liquid were plunged into his bulging arm. Ben gritted his teeth and warned, "Whatever happens next is your fault." As he took an obvious drug shot mid-fight, Hansen remained calm, confident. No matter how strong the enemy became, they could never break his grip. Suddenly, a hand reached from behind to grab Hansen's shoulder, startling him. Ben's phantom, eyes blazing and smiling wickedly, whispered in his ear, "Are you thinking that?" A cataclysmic impact erupted, and Hansen was slammed flying into the sky. Ben's maniacal laughter rang out, "Ha ha ha ha," as beams of energy shot out in tangled, blistering bursts. Ben Crow, don't even your eyes keep up. Ha ha, the deadly light swept, carving the ground. Hansen stood at the attack's epicenter, calmly thinking about muscle contraction, analyzing fiber properties as the beams detonated around him. Ben shouted angrily, "I didn't want to use this because of Leon. Why meddle and bring about your own death, unfazed by threats?" Hansen lectured mentally on muscles being white and red. Red stores oxygen for endurance. Amid the energy barrage, Hansen tensed abs and thighs, and loudly named the pose Abdomino Enties, using six-pack power to halt the apocalypse. High myoglobin makes muscles red and delays fatigue. Hansen immediately displayed technique number 5. His whole back bulging red fibers give endurance, but not speed. What about white fibers? Unlike red. Ben began to suspect as his attacks seemed ineffective. Wondering why his punches tired, but the foe still stood firm. Hansen stood towering, face grim and eyes blazing in the dark. White fibers have low myoglobin, causing quick stamina drop, but their contraction speed is superior. Ben, in monster form hiding in a tree, grit his teeth and decided, if that's not enough, he'd strike harder. He frenziedly dove down, intending non-stop attacks. A horrific collision struck Hansen's body. But amid the storm of strikes, Hansen realized the only way to win was to endure all the opponent's attacks. He ground his teeth, assumed a pose, tensed every fiber, and let the energy beams slam and explode over his guardian body. Hansen patiently waited until the enemy exhausted himself. Knowing this was truly a battle of endurance, yet Hansen did not know one fact. The Ben's body was not naturally made. The syringes scattered on the ground proved this twisted modification. Seeing the pitch-black entity with blazing red eyes before Hansen, Ben, stripped of humanity, gasped. He laughed madly, ha ha ha, revealing razor-sharp, horrifying teeth. Hansen unleashed a massive press, causing a cataclysmic blast that shattered the ground under immense pressure. Witnessing this unimaginable power, Monster Ben's pupils shrank and he recoiled. Horrified, how could a punch collapse the whole map like that? Sweat streamed down his twisted face. He gritted his teeth and struggled in desperation, realizing the gap was too great. Ben vowed to absolutely avoid a straight-strength contest with Hansen. Hansen curled a confident smile and calmly explained that no matter how superior the fibers, controlling the nervous system under extreme stress is very difficult. Hansen's whole body suddenly blazed red as he flexed bulging muscles and admitted even he wasn't fully familiar with his body's constant changes. At which point the enemy's green beams streaked about. Hansen moved at incredible speed, yet stood rock steady, wondering when this nimble foe would tire. Meanwhile, at another corner of the battlefield, the giant monster Fahrenheit was rampaging through soldiers with powerful arm swings. The sounds of metal clashing and thunder rang as it spun its arms like a colossal top, creating a vortex that crushed and flung aside any obstacle in the army's path. Humanity. The monster strode into the ruins, eyes glowing red as it looked down on the defeated and sneered, weak as snails. Spin a few times and they're gone. Despite the overwhelming might, a young warrior stood firm, facing death and calmly admitting, "We know we're weaker than you." But his gaze turned icy. He clenched his sword and shouted with resolve, "The power of our friendship is different. I'm far stronger than scum like you." Instantly, a brilliant blue fighting aura and blade energy burst forth, and a smug smile spread across his face. But that smile died quickly as his face drained with shock. A massive impact flung him away, accompanied by a scream of pain. "Look at you waving your pink saber." Immediately, a purple, chaotic blade chi attack Kwai Dao was unleashed. The monster remarked nonchalantly, "Slow," as the giant blade tore the air and, due to immense acceleration, couldn't be stopped and fell directly onto the body lying below. The blade halted inches from Rapier's face. He tried to whisper, "Are we strong?" And a cold voice answered weakly as a giant, dark silhouette with blazing red eyes radiated an overwhelming aura over the scene. However, before the monster could act, it was knocked away, leaving everyone on the battlefield stunned and confused. Hansen strolled out of the dust, casually spat and remarked, "Your dad must lift heavy. Are you here to fight or to rate a gym bro?" The scene cut to a small frontier village. Peaceful cliffs and river. A cloaked man ran up the steps, calling for the general in panic. He threw open the door with all his might, seeing the man burst in. The lean, muscular general, sitting at the table, asked nonchalantly, "Entering a respectable lady's room without knocking is a bit rude," she teased, leaving the village chief stunned, sweating. The chief shouted, "There's no time for jokes," and announced a shocking incident at the White Kingdom. The General Leon told him to calm down and mocked that at 40 he was already out of breath. The chief slammed the table, yelling, "A horde of zombies is attacking the White Kingdom. We desperately need the general's strength." Leon laughed loudly and casually, said the army can handle that, then resumed eating. But when the chief revealed Ben was behind the zombies, Leon's movements froze. Her eyes went cold at the name Ben. Leon gave a faint smile, revealing a back rippling with powerful muscles. "Ha ha ha ha." The female general's hearty laughter echoed through the room. The mustached officer beside her, sweating and worried, blurted, "This isn't the time to laugh." Leon smiled cryptically. "If not now, then when?" Unlucky Ben ran into an anthill, and holding up 2 fingers, she asserted, "There are currently 2 solid shields in the White Kingdom. One is a reliable ally named Hansen. using extraordinary muscle strength to crush enemies with a single powerful punch. And the second shield is his beloved granddaughter, the continent's #1 hope. Law streaked forward at terrifying speed, then immediately shifted into an ab crunch pose. Like a hunting bird, her blazing golden eyes flashed with cold danger. Lays originated in the continent's dark era when wars never stopped. Because they were lazy about exercise, the elf tribe nearly vanished from the map. To help them, a human doctor named Joseph Pel. Lees researched and taught a training method combined with meditation tailored to elves. But Les has now far surpassed mere exercise. It's become a supreme combat technique. During her time in the forest, the half-elf trained tirelessly, every movement flowing with technique. Point and flow. She stunned opponents by lightly landing on their weapon. In just 7 years, Lai fully mastered this art and made it her own. She launched into the air and executed the bridge chuck exercise with terrifying force. Facing the enemy, Lai coldly declared, "I'll eliminate your existence," as a huge energy surge erupted. Aimed straight at the target, LA continuously shifted through techniques. Back then John Cup, utterly overwhelming the enemy into stunned stillness. She coldly told her opponent, "You are no match for me." To the enemy's surprise, the robot stubbornly replied, "Not over yet." Broken machine but mouth still loud, immediately Lai began second action. Spinning blades into a continuous attack vortex. Metal clashes rang as the two plunged into a breathless duel. Lai fought while taunting, "Spin more like a washing machine. Watch the robot go insane." Unleashing rows of sharp blades surrounding Lai from all sides. A cataclysmic collision erupted as the two forces struck head-on. Lai activated fighting chi called Powerhouse, raising her sword burning in golden flame, and mocked the clumsy robot, struggling with its heavy weapons. "How will you manage? Too many arms are ruining your balance." The robot trembled helplessly under the overwhelming pressure. Lai coldly declared, "It's over." Then unleashed a devastating hyperextension move. The attack sent the foe flying in a blinding flash. Through the dust, Hansen, though breath ragged, still stood rock steady, leaving enemies puzzled that he wasn't exhausted already. The Ben couldn't believe his eyes. By his calculations, there should be an overwhelming power gap. He frantically moved at top speed, creating streaks of light encircling Hansen. And seeing the opponent's unbelievable endurance, Hansen wondered why he still wasn't tired. Ben gritted his teeth, furious that every attack was useless. "Why is there no difference?" he screamed in madness. "What the hell is that body made of?" Forming a lethal net around Hansen. Ben lunged with iron-eyed rage, pounding without knocking him down. "Are you man or metal?" Hansen snapped back sharply. "That's exactly what I was going to say." Ben went berserk, revealing the drug he took was formulated specifically to target Leon, granting him immense dark energy. Ben claimed his current power rivals dragons and elders, then dove like an arrow from above, aiming at Hansen. But Hansen just roared arrogantly, "Maybe because I've trained harder." Ben writhed in pain as the drug side effects began. He spouted, "Are the side effects flaring up already? Bring neutralizing medicine." The consequence of illegal steroids. Hansen stood at a distance, observing the enemy's body, deforming into a purplish mass of flesh, with bulging bones and prominent veins. He calmly stepped closer and asked, "What transformation are you planning this time to create such a thrill?" Before him stood a gigantic, grotesque creature, yellow goo dripping from its mouth and sickly glowing eyes. Suddenly, the monster vomited copious greenish-yellow fluid, disgusting enough to cover the area. Hansen watched and wondered if it was a nutritional imbalance or gout. Then a system notification immediately appeared, denying that. From the puddle, a gaunt Benson emerged. Looking exhausted, he trembled and could only plead inwardly, "Hurry and inject me, wait. Why am I even fighting that monster?" He looked up at Hansen with tear-filled yellow eyes and whispered, "Let's stop this." Ben kept whining in despair. "I'm tired of fighting. Shall we go get coffee? Especially in a world this beautiful." Hansen crossed his arms, his face dark with pressure, retorting, "I don't want to fight either, but you started this." His aura began to flare, and he ground his teeth, snarling, "Do you know how many new gym-goers you prevented from training because of you? The greatest crime is banning gym." Faced with Hansen's terrifying look, Ben was terrified. He sobbed and begged, "Sorry, I'm wrong. Why did I do this? Please don't look at me like that." Ben fell to his knees in the slime, sniffling, "I only wanted to save Elise." Hansen silently stepped closer and murmured the name Elise with suspicion. Ben weakly confirmed yes. In his memory, the image of a black crow perching on a wooden post returned hauntingly. Elise was dead, tied to a high post before a crowd. The unending pain turned into burning vengeance, and Ben roared, "I'm here for revenge." His face twisted in a mad smile. With shaking hands, he raised a syringe of bright green liquid and muttered, "This drug is agonizing. It drives me insane. That's the point." He shouted at his opponent, "I almost felt pity and nearly forgave you." Then, without hesitation, Ben plunged the syringe into his chest, forcing the dangerous concoction into his body. Gritting his teeth as he took the final dose to send you off, Ben's body exploded as a cataclysmic dark energy transformed him into a gigantic monster with razor teeth and blazing red eyes. "I'll finish this thoroughly." A blinding light suddenly erupted in the deep forest. The blast created a deafening shock that made everyone shield their eyes. And within that light, Eliza's figure unexpectedly appeared. Hovering, the Ben was stunned and choked out. Eliza the story then rewound 32 years to the Gulo Dominion, where under sunlight, a young man trained tirelessly in swordplay against a wooden dummy. The clangs ringing steadily. That was 17-year-old Gulo, while his friend Ben sat relaxed on a bench with a book, asking Gulo, "Why are our people so weak with magic?" Gulo swung decisive strikes and snapped irritably, "Do I have to know about that too?" Ben smiled gently and reminded him that as Gulo would succeed the Dominion, he needed to understand these things, though Gulo said he didn't want to hear it. The Ben knew his friend's nature, so he nagged, while Gulo trained, "Even if I say don't listen, you'll still speak." After intense practice, Gulo leaned on the wooden sword, panting, "Okay, enough. Speak." Ben eagerly agreed. Ben began explaining that unlike fighting chi, magic is subtle. The stronger the emotional shifts, the smoother the mana flows. He raised the book Principles of Magic and pointed out the core problem. Gulo's people are bound by rigid rules and overly concerned with others' gaze. Suppressing personal emotion, these restraints act like ropes, blocking mana circulation and preventing magic's expansion. However, the 17-year-old Gulo firmly asserted, magic is a witch's curse, and that unlocking one's own power is the spirit and identity of their people. Ben teased that sounded like a rotten world politician, which angered Gulo, who snapped, "Do you want to die?" Ben sat down, hugged the book and muttered that instead of studying useless things like magic, he looked at the wooden sword on the ground and suggested a match, since it's been a while. Gulo smiled and agreed. "Okay, I'll warm up a bit." Girls often get bitter results early. The duel began with continuous clashes of wooden swords as both charged at each other dramatically. The score was announced with a wide gap, 123 to 43. Just then, a girl appeared and called out, "Master Leon." She approached and scolded Ben for always lacking perseverance. "How can someone talented like you be like this?" Ben walked away, scratching his head and muttering that swinging swords is boring and he'd go study. The female master smiled and explained, "It's because you haven't reached that realm yet, you don't know how fun it can be." She looked at Gulo and urged him to learn from him. "See how he's enjoying it," punching his chest lightly to encourage him, though Gulo thought to himself he didn't find swordsmanship interesting at all. The Ben turned back to the master and insisted he trained just for fun and knew he was mediocre. To Gulo's surprise, the master pressed, "What did you say?" And Ben suddenly changed demeanor, staring coldly and asking, "Who are you?" The purple-haired girl smiled and explained she came for this child, then loudly introduced that today's sparring partner and her favorite disciple was Eliza, who appeared confidently with white hair, braided neatly, and a long staff. She tilted her head and smiled, saying, "If it's those guys, even if both charge at once, I'd still win." Which flushed the two lads. One shouted, "What did you say?" Just a woman daring Gulo, and his friend immediately took attack stances. But Eliza's expression changed. "Are you guys sexist? Take this." She darted like lightning, swinging her staff and attacking relentlessly to the boys' shock. Her powerful strikes fell in succession, leaving both wide-eyed and unable to counter. After completely overwhelming them, Gulo and his friend lay groaning on the ground. "Ha ha ha. Insanely strong." From now on, ban the phrase, "women Gulo," reluctantly agreed. As he watched Eliza's retreating figure, the other guy thought Eliza was nothing like the fake nobles. He quietly watched and felt a simple yet powerful pull from her. Picturing Elisa's radiant smile, "She's pretty too." At sunset, he turned to his friend and said, "Gulo, I have a dream." Gulo asked, dumbfounded, "What dream?" And he firmly declared, "I'll marry Eliza," making Gulo leap and shout, "What?" The other guy calmly asked, "Why are you so surprised?" Gulo replied, bewildered at his friend's declaration, "Don't be so sudden. You're as weak as a slug. Eliza wouldn't give you the time of day. Your sword skill is awful. So give up, Ben." But the youth remained determined and vowed from now on to train seriously in swordsmanship. They plunged into relentless training sessions, and over time, their duels occurred constantly. Ben improved steadily, and his efforts were rewarded with his first victory. Seeing Eliza standing nearby, "You really won't compete," Gulo bowed silently. I look at the sword lying abandoned on the ground, and at my two friends walking away. Gulo thought, I want to go with you. But when facing them, he forced a smile, and said, I'm too busy with work to go. Then his father's fury erupted. He roared, I allowed you to train in swordsmanship, yet you can't even beat an inferior brat. Is that so? Slamming the table in the main hall, Gulo stood meekly and in disappointment, said, Father, maybe I lack talent in swordsmanship. I don't want to hear it. A cup flew into Gudo's head, injuring him. Count Leonard looked at his only son with contempt, saying, Truly, an only child so useless. Gulo trembled and bowed apologetically. I'm sorry, father. My lord the Count. Sitting alone on the high city wall in a torrential rain, Gulo quietly watched the waterfalls. In utter despair, a soldier approached and warned that sitting there would make him catch a cold. Gulo tiredly replied, I'm fine. Leave me be. Suddenly Elias lunged from behind, grabbed his neck and shouted, What do you mean you're fine? Gulo, startled, cried Elias. She scolded with a sharp face, You're about to die and you say you're fine. Then dragged Gulo off without ceremony, saying, You don't know how to enjoy life. Come with me, young master. Gulo could only stammer and follow helplessly. Watching Elias always radiant and smiling in the market, he wondered how she could always smile like that, watching her excitedly try on new dresses. Gulo blushed, thinking meeting him must be such a joy. She must be into me. That Ben has no chance, he told himself determinedly. If so, I'm confident I'll love her more than anyone in the world at the military training grounds. Gulo overheard soldiers gossiping. Did you hear Ben confess to Elias and got rejected? Another asked, Weren't they dating? Hearing Ben was dumped shocked Gulo, but a flicker of hope lit up, meaning he still had a chance. Convinced Elias had feelings for him, he ran crazily through the streets, shouting in his heart, I like you. No, I love you. Gulo vowed he would risk everything despite his father's oppression, and even abandoning his clan. Love makes one foolish. With his mind fixed on his beloved, he resolved to look only at her and make her happy. Gulo stopped before a door. Breathless from exertion and nerves, he drew the curtain aside, heart pounding as he prepared to face his dream. Gulo swallowed nervously and peeked inside, but the sight froze him. Gudo's face twisted in horror and tears streamed down his cheeks as he whispered Ben's name. The night before, under a starry sky, Ben grabbed Eliza's hand in pain and pleaded, Why did you reject me when you said you had feelings for me? He recounted his efforts, breathless from the gym for her six-pack, begging, Don't do this. Please reconsider. Suddenly Ben's eyes widened as a brilliant blue light began to envelop Eliza. She hovered, radiating massive magical energy, and confessed, I was born with a body overflowing with mana. Eliza looked at her glowing hands and explained that if mana accumulates too much, it will destroy her. So she must find a secluded place to dissipate it. Her face grew sad, thinking of the future. I secretly disperse my mana now, to avoid attention. But one day, this will be exposed. She looked at Ben with distant eyes and forced a bitter smile. I still lack the courage to make the one I cherish into an accomplice. Ignoring the danger, Ben suddenly lunged and hugged Eliza amid the surging energy. Eliza panicked, shouting, Careful, you'll get shocked. Why did you hug me? Yet, as the kingdom's only magic scholar, Ben held her tight, his eyes blazing with determination from that moment on. Your problem only I can solve. Ben clasped Eliza and solemnly vowed, I swear I'll spend my life loving you. Amid the shimmering light of love and magic, Ben whispered her name, Eliza. Behind the half-closed door, Gulo witnessed it all with a shattered heart, tears of pain streaking his face. His expression twisted by despair as he gritted his teeth with rising rage. Seeing the woman he loved in another's arms, he called Eliza's name in vain, while Ben silently vowed to do anything to protect the only girl of his life. In Ben's memories, the happy days with Eliza and the little dog were full of laughter. But for Gulo, they were long nights, drowned in drink. Sneaking behind a tree to watch Eliza disperse her mana alone, seeing the one he secretly loved happy with someone else. Gulo could only bury his face and sob over an old photograph. But that happiness was short-lived when Eliza suddenly coughed up blood, staining her hand red. She was in so much pain that Ben rushed to her. Are you okay? Amid violent coughing and barking dogs, Eliza tried to reassure him. I'm fine. My mana has risen a bit lately, so this happens sometimes. She forced a smile and teased Ben about losing at swordplay to ease the mood. But Ben's face was now full of shock and extreme fear. The thought of losing his beloved sent him running to the lab. He told himself watching her fall made his world collapse. And he resolved to keep his promise to protect her. I won't leave until I find a way. I think it's time to fulfill my promise to you. He pleaded with Eliza. Please hold on a little longer until I return with the cure. Ben began researching a compound to enhance the body, hoping if he found it she would allow treatment so they could be together forever. But the price was brutal, as grotesque mutated creatures began to emerge from his mad experiments. Back in the present, Gulo staggered forward with a bottle of wine toward Elise, prompting her to ask why the smell of alcohol was so strong here. Drunk, Gulo shouted with bitter resentment. Didn't you once like me? We were so good and happy. Faced with his madness, Elise stayed calm and bluntly replied, I never had romantic feelings for you. Sorry if I led you on. But let's put that aside. She began to emit a brilliant blue mana that wrapped her body and asked a harsh question. Even if we were together, could you fully love someone forced to use magic and become an outcast like me? Elise looked at Gulo with disappointment. Bitterly accusing him of knowing her situation yet pretending not to, Gulo gripped the bottle. Sweat-soaked and shouting in rage, I was cowardly then. And only after drinking do I dare speak. He tried to continue, but sobs and overwhelming fear seized him, leaving the Count open-mouthed, screaming in despair at his unchanged cowardice. Elizabeth softly said sorry and turned away, leaving Gulo hiding his shamefaced pain, seemingly still very afraid. Elise's words dug deeper into his wounds, and old memories returned. Those were the dry, drought-stricken days. The cracked earth plunged people into misery, and a furious crowd with torches and farming tools marched to the city gate, shouting, Lord, please, come call rain for the people. Standing on the high wall looking down at the enraged crowd, Gulo's father coldly told his son to look closely at what they call the people. He casually admitted that rain would be good. But he was no god and could not cast spells to make it rain. Gulo bowed his head and helplessly asked his father what to do. Instead of concern, the old lord asked back whether he really thought those people truly hated him. No. They needed a scapegoat to vent on. Someone to heap all blame on. The lord said through gritted teeth, clenching a sinister fist. Then smiled grimly and revealed he'd found someone to take the crowd's wrath for him. When Gulo trembled asking who it was, his father suddenly widened his eyes in a mad grin and blurted the name Elise. The one you confessed to. Gulo was stunned. He froze as his father put a hand on his shoulder and sneered sarcastically. Finally, this useless son has been useful once. Count Leonard coldly told his son, Thanks for tattling, so I have a human shield for the people. Gulo protested in shock. No, you can't. How could you do that to the woman I love? Immediately, a resounding slap sent Gulo sprawling. His father shouted, You foolish idiot who will rule the land later. How can you be swayed by personal feelings? The Count pointed threateningly. If I let you be, you'll ruin everything. He roared, an order to the soldiers lock Gulo in a room. And at sunset, Gulo secretly climbed the wall to escape, whispering, Father, I'm sorry, though it's his father's will. This time I cannot obey. He rushed through the crowd, though she is the woman he cannot have. He lacks the courage to watch the one he loves die. Gulo finally found the scene and shouted, I found you. Elise saw Gulo as soldiers, held her desperately. She cried, Gulo, save me. A murmur rose from the hostile crowd. Lord Gulo. Could he be an accomplice of the witch? Rage erupted, and they shouted that even the Count's son must be punished if complicit. They insisted on destroying all accomplices. Under the crowd's terrifying pressure and fiery stares, Gulo panicked, pulled his hood up, and covered his face. Ignoring the calls behind him, he turned and fled for his life, abandoning Elise, who watched with sad, desperate eyes amid executioners. Ben held Elise's lifeless body. He screamed in unbearable pain at losing his beloved. Relics shattered and fell like his heart, which was broken. Back in the present, Ben in monstrous form kept roaring madly. No, Elise. Hansen with his guardian build lunged like an arrow. Ben bellowed, Kill this bastard. Hansen did not flinch. He concentrated all his strength into his arm and unleashed an attack as Ben raged. The creature begged in pain, Let me go. But Hansen coldly pressed the assault, rendering the enemy unable to resist and collapsing to the ground. Hansen clenched his giant fist, preparing for the next log exercise. Light flared from his eyes in the dark as the pullover move activated, delivering a crushing downward blow that shattered the ground and left the opponent no breath. Hansen executed the brutal push-down log exercise 15 reps per set, 10 sets non-stop, hammering blows that made the scene grisly. After the punishment, Hansen looked at his blood-stained hands, shrugged calmly, his face serene again, and thought now to clear the remaining zombies. In the distance, a massive energy tornado called Boninato erupted, sweeping everything before it under the watch of a mysterious being in the shadows. Hansen frowned toward the distance and muttered, That damned dog again. Then he glanced at the sky and casually asked, Are you taking your family away? Hansen smiled. Cute. Immediately, bone whirlwinds and debris began to soar upward. Lai with blazing red hair stood firm before the screaming vortices. Hearing barking, she turned coldly and declared, "Take them. I don't care about losers." Seeing that, Gulo panicked and shouted, "No, don't let Ben go like this." He screamed in despair, "We must stop him. He'll come back for revenge. Chase him down and wipe him out. It's him. Him and me." She muttered the name of Count Gulo, then suddenly drew her sword and charged. Roaring, "I'll kill you." Gulo stared bewildered as she charged toward him. "Oh no. Is she coming at me?" She closed in, furious, and shouted in his face, "What did you do to my roof?" Gulo panicked and ran frantically, ordering soldiers block her. "Stop her now," a blonde girl nearby sighed, annoyed watching the Count flee again. Suddenly, two muscular army members appeared, swinging swords to block her, and urged junior sister Lai to stop. She remained undaunted, leaping over them and asserting, "The brothers cannot stop me." Knowing that she didn't slow, sometimes one must act. She took a tabletop pose to maintain perfect balance mid-air. Then she lowered her center with a stacking test-spin technique, channeling all energy into her legs before executing an extension. She burst forward smoothly like a current, leaving the blockers stunned at her unbelievable speed. Her sword pointed straight ahead as she declared, "No one may touch Count Lai." The enemy only managed a single pained cry as Lai executed an elegant mid-air roll to break free of the encirclement. Block silently stepped closer and in a low voice asked his junior sister to stop, seeing a familiar face. Lai froze and called out Brother Block's name. She sheathed her sword with pride, appraising the man before her and remarking, "He has become handsome and muscular." But then Lai poured cold water on him, wondering if any enemy would stand still to take such a slow attack. The Block stared at his hands in a daze, sweating, admitting that all this time he had only been training for show. Before Block could protest, Lai lunged with a flurry of strikes, snarling he must answer for his family's downfall, faced with the deadly blades. The Block could only dodge and stammer apologies as panicked Lai pressed on, crying, "Don't apologize. Gudo." The razor-sharp blade stopped inches from the Count's face as Hansen suddenly appeared. He grabbed Lai by the ankle, pinning her immobile. Gudo cried out joyfully, Hansen Nim, as Lai was hoisted into the air. She screamed wildly, "Let me go. Let me go." Hansen coldly declared the pun-over log move, using terrifying force to slam Lai into the ground with a massive impact. Then continued 10 brutal reps, repeatedly pounding her into the earth. Seeing the girl motionless and mercilessly treated, Hansen suddenly worried he'd gone too far. Is she even breathing? He silently grabbed her leg and dragged her away, explaining to Gudo, "Our warriors are very resilient." Gudo hurriedly reassured him she's probably fine. Hansen inwardly rejoiced that Lai was alive as the scene cut to Gudo's majestic castle. Lee suddenly sat bolt upright in bed and shouted, "Gobble." Looking around the unfamiliar room, she asked, "Where is this?" As a maid entered and politely asked, "Have you regained consciousness?" The maid explained, "This is the guest chamber in Gudo Castle," and said Hansen Nim asked her to care for Lai. Then politely asked if Lai needed anything else. Lai looked at her and asked, "Kid, can you tell me where Count Gudo is?" The maid thought Lai wouldn't let this go, but honestly answered, "The Count is receiving something called PT from Hansen Nim," and asked if she wanted to come, seeing the maid eager to lead. Lai nodded slightly. The two went deeper into the forest. Lai suspiciously asked if the Count was really here. The girl assured her, yes. Deeper into the wilderness, Lai grew impatient. "Is this exercise or body disposal?" The girl only smiled and told her to be patient a bit longer. Lai blamed herself for being naive to believe the man who tried to assassinate the Lord would meet him. Suddenly, the girl cried out, "There he is, Hansen Nim." Lai was stunned to realize she had indeed been brought to the place. She saw Hansen and ran over. Before her, Gudo crawled on the ground, breathing ragged and in pain. Hansen stood behind and loudly announced the new exercise, Santa Claus Bear Walking. Gudo screamed through tears, "Kill me." Hansen beamed proudly as a system notification appeared, saying a new skill is forming. Inspired by Gudo's cry, the system announced a new skill forming from Gudo's scream, below. Gudo crawled with the muscular crew pulling heavy carts like slaves, crying, "Please kill me. I'd rather die than do this." Set Hansen gained the passive mind skill trainer and fused it with calm. Hansen smiled excitedly at Gudo. "Do you like this exercise so much? An epic passive skill named Trainer." The pervert officially appeared. Hansen's expression suddenly changed, eyes wide with excitement as he shouted, "It's amazing." "Right, pump up the zeal." Gudo screamed back in horror. "What kind of madness is this?" Gudo continued to howl in pain, saying Lai promised she'd kill me. Yet opposite his suffering, Lai pressed her hands to her face, eyes closed, savoring with utter contentment as sparkling lights surrounded her like witnessing a beautiful spectacle. Meanwhile, the convoy still had to keep hauling the carts under harsh supervision. In the castle's main hall, an important meeting was underway, with all officials present. Guida sat as chair. Vacha stern. Announcing, since all key figures are present, we will begin. An official in distinctive robes unrolled a paper and reported first that due to Ben's invasion, many important figures of the country have perished. The council began discussing how to fill the personnel gaps after General Leon refused to return to the kingdom. The official asked how to handle the vacant positions. Guido proposed that anyone with muscle and merit should be appointed officials. The ministers all agreed, thinking it a good idea. Next. The second item, the official announced that many citizens, after witnessing Hansen's activities, flocked to the training center to learn fitness. So a new force called the Swordsman Fitness Corps has been formed, a formidable army of muscular warriors in sturdy helmets, all swinging swords and shouting powerful slogans. The official announced the interim appointment of Woody Builder Gong as head trainer and asked if anyone agreed. Gudo beamed with excitement and agreed, calling it good news. He turned to express deep thanks because Hansen helped defend the nation. But Hansen suddenly signaled to defer titles and money until after training and quietly turned his back, leaving the count bewildered. Gudo worriedly ran after him, asking, "Wait, Hansen Nim, is something bothering you?" Standing before him was Hansen's massive back with rippling muscles. A violent impact occurred as Hansen unexpectedly smashed through the wall, sending Gudo sprawling backward. In shock, he cried helplessly, "What's going on this time?" Trembling, "Is there something you dislike?" Hansen's face burned with killing intent. And behind him the muscular corps were lined up, ready and poised to train. Sensing tension, an official hurriedly urged the soldiers to stand down. Hansen Nim is angrier. Hansen looked at everyone present and asked, "Do you all want to join PT too?" Gudo sank into his chair, whining in despair, "It's always just me." To end this brutal training session, Gudo clasped his hands solemnly and ordered the ministers to fast-track the meeting. Summarize plans and report as quickly as possible. Moved by the Lord's decisiveness, a member of the muscular corps cried and cheered, "Long live the Count!" Immediately, an official rushed in clutching a scroll to report the next developments and the plan for the third route. In the main hall, Lai faced judgment for the crime of attempting to assassinate the Count. But thanks to Gudo's mercy, her punishment was reduced. However, she was stripped of citizenship. Looking at Lai, Gudo said in a low voice, "Lai, I know you still harbor resentment toward me." He then stunned everyone by offering that, if this displeased her, he would grant her the right to kill him. A statement that left the surrounding soldiers dumbfounded. Gudo began trembling violently and cried out in despair, "Please kill me," but Lai smiled brightly, clearly satisfied, and replied, "I refuse." Gudo collapsed, clutching his chest and sobbed, "Plead Lai, kill me so I don't have to do PT with Hansen." He screamed madly, begging anyone to judge him. Just then Hansen appeared behind them and announced, "Good news, you no longer need to be Count. From now on, July 24th is all about reps and reps." The others gasped in horror, while Hansen beamed with excitement. "Did you hear that?" The mustached ministers began whispering greedily among themselves, "Is he handing the country to us? Or should we seize the chance to take it? The Count's power is weak now. We could do it." Who knew becoming Lord could be this easy? Seeing that Hansen was moved to tears, he said, "I didn't expect you to care so much about the country's gym-goers." "It's touching." Hansen immediately stripped off his shirt, flexed his bulging muscles and declared, "I'm delighted. Whoever becomes Count, I'll help them improve their fitness." When the reward proved scarier than the punishment, they hurriedly changed their tone, smiling and praising Gudo lavishly. "Oh, mother. Thank you for not letting Gudo be born into a Count's family. I'm very pleased with my current position. The one most fit for the title of Count is indeed Lord Gudo." After the meeting, the Count promised to manufacture every training device Hansen requested. Everyone sat back in the main hall to continue discussing the kingdom's next tasks. Although the kingdom agreed to support, the equipment Hansen wanted exceeded the White Kingdom's technical ability. Only the Earth Spirit King Behemoth is said to be able to make them. But the problem is no one knows where that king is. Right then, Lai suddenly spoke up. "Even the spirit had to respect my Pilates a bit." She explained that, having lived with the elf tribe and studied ley, she could communicate with the spirits. Overjoyed, Hansen immediately grabbed her hand desperately and pleaded, "Thank goodness, lead me to Behemoth." Lai looked at him sternly and set a condition. "It's not hard. In return, you'll help me get revenge." "Right." Gudo turned pale hearing that, fearing she aimed at him. But Lai quickly corrected him. "No. Not the Count. Her true target is those who slaughtered her clan." the dark mage organization called Illuminati. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, a lackey screamed in terror. The variables are too big now. He trembled and vowed he wouldn't make the same mistake next time. A girl with orange hair and a twisted smile immediately sneered. Ben. He's very disappointed in you. A chubby monster beside her jeered, mocking his origins. The orange-haired girl muttered coldly. So it's better without allies after all. Suddenly, a giant arm with glowing blue veins swung an enormous scythe like a divine blade, striking down at the enemy like a thunderbolt. Witnessing the sudden attack, the faces in the cave warped with horror. A terrifying explosion tore through the cave entrance. A red triangle emblem, sending rock and earth flying. The loud blast sent flocks of black crows scattering through the forest. Darkness beneath the entrance. A warning sign with a skull lay abandoned on the ground. Heavy boots stepped on the weeds. A firm voice rang out. Hiding so well. I had to search for a spot to squat. The target stood before Illuminati, a female warrior. Extremely muscular with short red hair. Smiling confidently. Gripping her sword and ready to purge. Seeing that, Ben screamed madly in furious rage. I'll kill you, from afar, observing the ruins. A girl in a green dress covered her mouth in delighted laughter. He went berserk, want me to add fuel to the fire. You monster. Fahrenheit beside her uttered excited cries. Then the girl's gaze turned cold and she murmured, Fine. I've decided. The girl lifted her skirt, her eyes blazing red with cruelty as she declared destruction. At the same time, allies. Ben crazily drove blue vials into his arm, muscles straining as the glowing veins began spreading across his body. Dark power erupted, turning him into a terrifying entity with glowing yellow eyes in the dark. From a crack in the ground, a pitch-black being emerged with a sinister grin, singing that this degree of betrayal counts as treason. The shadow monster chimed in. Traitor. Traitor. The orange-haired girl laughed smugly, her voice echoing over the battlefield. Haha. I'll report your choice to that one. Ben was utterly exhausted, sweat streaming down his gentle face as the giant arm reached from the void. He managed one desperate scream before vanishing completely into the rubble. Gym Dungeon Level 32 opens with the girl in the green dress and the monster. Fahrenheit raced through the dense forest. She laughed loudly with glee. The Ben truly betrayed them. That person must have known and sent him. Right, Fahrenheit, she asserted firmly that nothing escapes that person's knowledge. The girl grew curious about Ben's research journal, but Fahrenheit immediately declared it would be hers, despite her warning that many others also coveted that journal. The monster remained confident he'd win it. Farron proclaimed arrogantly, Ben's stuff is mine now, forbidden to contest. Beneath the full moon, Lai activated her combat and perception skills. She unleashed a sword strike. A cataclysmic collision erupted. Successive blasts scoured the ground and blew everything away. Amid the dust, she only had time to shout as Farron roared. Lai moved at extreme speed, gliding like a ghost through the deep forest. She landed lightly just behind her opponent, leaving him no time to react. Farron froze and exclaimed in shock. Grass. Lai stood towering behind, coldly staring at the monster and taunting. Too much weed growing here. A green burn of mockery. Fahrenheit instantly went berserk, her whole body glowing green-black as she roared in fury. He activated the Song of the Rotting Forest, releasing a brilliant green energy that engulfed the battlefield. Farron swung his scythe, creating rolling waves of magic as he frantically chased Lai through the canopy. Ancient trunks falling one after another under the monster's brutal power. He then unleashed the Symphony of Decay, transforming into a gigantic, gruesome entity. Lai was forced to concentrate all her strength into her legs to keep dodging the devastating attacks. As the giant monster descended, it swung a glowing green scythe in pursuit. But Lai had just activated combat aura, radiating a golden glow to protect herself. She fought while nonchalantly explaining, Let me show you the proper, traditional way to pull weeds. Lai affirmed that to end this ritual she would show no mercy. Fahrenheit's face warped in horror seeing Lai closing in with blazing intent right before her eyes. Lai declared she was still old-fashioned, then instantly activated combat aura and a supreme sword technique. She surged like a tornado, unleashing blazing golden slashes that repeatedly crushed the green monster. The powerful sword swings made the foe scream in agony before being completely swallowed by light. Meanwhile, Gulo was busily clearing the roadside brush with his sword. I told you not to cut the grass. Spirits hate that. Gulo hurriedly explained. He only did it to make Hansen's walking easier. Hansen appeared from behind, placed a hand on the Count's shoulder and calmly said, "It's fine. Just go to the back and practice walking lunges. You can't escape the glute thigh routine even in the woods." And Gulo immediately obeyed. Hansen turned to ask Lai for directions. Feeling the group had been circling, Lai calmly explained that the spirit's paths are completely different from normal trails. After some distance, Lai stopped and pointed. Here Hansen tried to bounce and remarked the ground was so soft, it would be a sin not to squat. He shouted an order for the team to do 20 jump squats on the spot, while Lai began practicing lay breathing technique, closing her eyes to calmly regulate her breath. Amid the peaceful space, Hansen's counting rang out loudly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In the silence, Lai could clearly hear birds chirping on the branches and the rustle of leaves in the wind. Even the subtle movement of buds opening didn't escape her senses. At that moment, the spirit's path appeared, casting multicolored light that tore through the forest mist. Lai pointed and confirmed here. And instantly, a radiant magical beam flared, opening a gateway for the group. Meanwhile, Hansen, not forgetting training, looked at the embarrassed Count and chided that they'd agreed not to shout slogans. But everyone heard Gulo yell, "Right, weak, and attention-seeking. Gudofroze." Sweating with embarrassment, Hansen pushed on. "Now be alert, we're doing 40. How many? The muscular squad responded in unison with vigor. 40 wasn't loud enough. Hansen bellowed, "Increase to 60. How many? The team roared like thunder. 60 it is, Hansen smiled in satisfaction. Good. 60, immediately. A terrifying pull dragged the group into a vortex. Lai advised, "Relax, and let your body follow the wind," as they fell freely through a mystical space filled with blazing rose petals. "This is the spirit realm, where the earth spirits live," she declared loudly. "This is the land of Mother Thorn," which appeared in majestic, harsh beauty, with erupting volcanoes spewing red-hot magma and floating islands suspended among the clouds. A member of the muscular squad exclaimed in shock, "Hansen Nim. This place is truly surprising." And an invisible force pressed them hard into the ground. Dry cracking sounds rang out as the squad members were forced face down into the sand. Unable to move, one groaned helplessly. "Teacher, this weight is too heavy. I can't bear it." Hansen nodded slightly in confirmation. "Yes, it's true, but," instead of worrying, he was ecstatic, doing heavy squats while exclaiming, "Isn't this the best place to train squats? Look at those giant pillars, shaking with each breath." Hansen excitedly thought to himself, "I didn't expect a home gym this fancy here. To a PT, every place is a gym." A warning about an entity named Behemoth flashed up. Heavy footsteps shook the ground, followed by the threatening red eyes of giant stone guards. Hansen looked toward the blazing palace, determination in his eyes. "I can't wait to meet him." Before them, a colossal stone monster loomed, guarding the dungeon entrance. A massive stone fist slowly lifting, preparing a thunderous strike. The giant punch slammed down, crushing the ground and sending the muscle squad into panic. But Hansen did not dodge. He braced with bare hands, bearing the 1,000-weight force on his shoulders. Witnessing the breathtaking scene, team members shouted in concern, "Hansen Nim, are you okay?" Immediately, more stone guards raised their fists, ready to attack in support. Consecutive stone strikes rained down, burying Hansen under rubble. He let out a resounding roar. But instead of pain, he seemed utterly exhilarated. "This rising pressure is amazing." With explosive power, Hansen roared and tossed the stone guards aside like fragments. A horrific collision sent dust billowing as the muscle team stared in shock and called his name. The ground began to tremble and pulse with pounding sounds, leaving everyone to wonder if it was an earthquake. One member noticed the oddity and shouted, "Run. Master is about to explode." Hansen stood firm, eyes alight as his muscles contracted, squeezing out suffocating pressure. He declared, increasing the weight. The power radiated, causing Gulo and others to flee in terror. At that moment, the heavy blend skill at tenfold activated. Hansen strained through brutal squats with a massive purple energy block pressing on his shoulders. He slowly counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Seeing this odd sight, the red-haired girl asked, "What is he doing?" A muscle team member casually replied, "It's Hansen Nim's leg day." The most terrifying day at any gym. To the girl's confusion about leg day, another guy hurriedly explained, "Oh, it means lower body training." The seniors here aren't good at explaining. So cut them some slack. Suddenly, a thunderous voice boomed from above. We have the curious ant beasts crawled all the way here. The group stared up at the violently shifting sky as the authoritative voice continued, I am Behemoth, Lord of the Thorns in the spirit realm. From the clouds, a majestic volcanic island appeared. Behemoth roared, demanding their purpose for coming, despite the suffocating pressure from the Spirit King. Hansen kept up his exercise and shouted 15. Just keeping the beat. As the set ended, Hansen quietly stood and strolled away, Behemoth. Bewildered. I watched as he walked straight to the shore. And to everyone's astonishment, Hansen bent down and began drinking seawater with relish. Behemoth screamed in fury, asking their purpose. But Hansen ignored him and continued drinking with delight. In his mind was one thought, seawater is nature's wave. Drink up, my friends. Hansen rose soaked. His rippling muscles gleaming in the sun, he noted inwardly that though seawater usually contains impurities and isn't good for hydration, the water here tasted sweet and pure. He'll address impurities later. The muscle squad excitedly asked. So drinking makes muscles grow immediately. The team cheered and hurled themselves into the water. Behemoth was utterly speechless at the chaos. What the hell are they doing? The muscle team crazily plunged into the sea, shouting and drinking with excitement. After quenching their thirst, Hansen wiped his mouth and nonchalantly said, Ah. Perfect. Now let's talk. This act poured fuel on the fire. Behemoth roared in supreme rage. How dare they drink while speaking to me, truly brazen and ridiculous. The Spirit King declared there was nothing left to say to these rude ones, as numerous giant stone guards with blazing red eyes appeared. Behemoth bellowed, I will teach you a lesson in manners from the root. Behemoth roared arrogantly, declaring this place a living maze without the guidance of the spirits. Intruders couldn't even find the entrance, let alone escape. He challenged Hansen's group to break through the shifting stone walls and the army of stone guards lying in wait to reach the distant volcano. Behemoth sneered. Dare you find your way to my heart? Facing that challenge, Lai immediately assumed a ready stance, channeling power into her legs and launching herself upward using a bridge-like exercise technique. She intended to cross the maze from above. But Behemoth intervened at once. It's useless. He intensified gravity, and a massive pressure suddenly pressed down, startling Lai, unable to resist the pull of the ground. She was yanked into freefall and slammed hard into the rubble, forming a deep crater in choking dust. She struggled up, gnashing her teeth in despair. Gravity is too strong. I can't move. Can't fly anymore. Sudden dry thuds rang out repeatedly, making her turn in puzzlement. Behind her, the muscle squad began to act, chanting the rhythm 1, 2, 3, 4 as their supporting arms. With bulging muscles they reached out. The counting echoed through the maze. 6, 7, 8. Each count shook the ground violently. With extraordinary physical strength, they cleared the area while doing arm work. And Behemoth laughed scornfully at the fools. This is the dwelling of the earth spirits, a land of gravity and minerals, he declared. These walls cannot be broken by bare hands. Yet the counting did not stop. 9, 10. Hansen suddenly stepped forward. On the 12th count, he poured all his power into his hands and pressed against the rock. And on the 13th, Hansen let out a thunderous roar. Driving forward with soul-shaking force, a great explosion rang out as the solid stone wall began to crack, violently shattering into pieces under his hands, leaving the enemy speechless with shock. A member of the muscle squad smiled confidently and said, Sure, it's hard, but against us it's brittle. He immediately ordered the others. Seniors focus on breaking the wall along the cracks Hansen made. The muscle squad gleefully chanted as they watched the stone walls crumble easily. They really break well, but their joy was short-lived when a gigantic entity loomed from the dust. The muscle team froze, wondering what to do about these golems with their threatening red eyes. Immediately Combat Aura and the ninefold hidden sword were activated. A streak of golden light tore the air toward the enemy as Lai swung her sword, delivering a lightning thrust straight into the glowing red eye, the monster's fatal weak point. Lai lightly flipped through the air and told her teammates just stab straight into the eye to finish it. The giant golem collapsed, and the muscle squad, reinvigorated, furiously rushed in to deliver powerful punches. Amid the chaotic battlefield, a furious roar sounded, "You bastards!" Then a cataclysmic explosion erupted from the distant volcano, sending towering plumes of smoke and fire skyward. Before that majestic sight, Hansen remained calm and wondered, is this where Behemoth resides? Lai pointed ahead and confirmed yes. The spirits said, you must lift that to meet him. Before them sat a gigantic stone slab, blocking the way, with an iron shaft piercing up into the cavern ceiling. Everyone hesitated. Unsure how to lift such immense weight, Hansen casually offered a violent suggestion: why not just smash it to pieces at 17? Hot-headed as ever. Immediately a muscle squad member panicked and stopped him. Wait. There's a rope connected over there. A flashback came. Hansen had been away from Earth in this world for exactly 11 months, despite his hulking guardian body. Hansen was actually only 17. An age still full of concerns. A team member wondered, look up at the cavern ceiling, something strange is hanging there. Lai squinted to observe and realized it's a vertical line. But why is it here? All this time, Hansen had tried to hide his homesickness deep inside. But when he saw a familiar item from home before him, he was stunned. Hansen stood frozen. Eyes wide, as suppressed emotions burst forth, and tears streamed down the muscular leader's face. It was a nostalgic device he never expected to see again. Here in this dark cavern, a training machine glittered like a priceless treasure. Hansen whispered it in choked emotion. Oh, my lost brother. The lat pull-down machine. A training device developed in 1967 by American coach Andrew Memo. He recognized the movement gripping a bar and leaning back. Like the lying lat pull-down. From that, he created a machine to perform the motion more safely and effectively. To this day, the device has been refined into many styles and designs. Seeing the familiar machine, Hansen was moved to tears. Wiping his eyes and mumbling lat pull-down. Stop it. Don't cry and lose your salt. The muscle squad exchanged baffled looks, asking, what is that lat pull-down thing? Over there, Gulo trembled with fear. Stammering, is it a trap? Hansen. Is the range wide? Ordinary people see a PT trap and think weights. Hansen strode forward and assured them no. This isn't a trap. Then asked the team to list what back exercises they'd been doing lately. A muscle team member quickly listed one-arm dumbbell row, punch-up, barbell row, and Romanian deadlift. Right? Hansen explained that with mutual support they could do punch-up. But usually people don't have a training partner. He demonstrated directly and asserted that the equivalent to pull-ups is the lat pull-down. Since you can choose the weight and perform similar motions, it's a favorite back exercise from beginners to pros, targeting the shoulder blades and lats. Though unfocused trainees often cheat with forearms, biceps, or shoulders, Hansen eagerly proposed with this machine here, why don't we demonstrate its use? The muscle squad raised their hands and chanted, excitedly, grow muscles. Grow muscles. Grow muscles. Starting the first lat pull-down exercise. Adjust the pad and fixtures so the torso won't lift. Second. Grip the bar slightly wider than shoulder width and secure the lower body to the pad. Third. Hansen stressed, bracing the core and contracting the lats, rather than pulling with the arms. And that the bar's movement relative to the ground must stay vertical. In step 4, trainees must avoid excessive lower back arching and never use body momentum to cheat. Hansen turned back, smiling broadly at his teammates. This weight might be heavy for you. So leave it for next time, go ahead now. The muscle squad chorused yes. Wish you muscle gains. Hansen poured all his strength into his guardian hands and grunted. Immediately, a secret mechanism activated. An announcement sounded open. And the giant stone door in the cave slowly slid up, revealing a passage deeper inside as the team cheered. Come on in at the site. Gulo asked a member in surprise. Wait, the schedule said one thing but practice does another. The muscular guy calmly explained. Hansen's fitness is on a completely different level from ours. Gulo. Still shocked. Worriedly asked then, how do we get in after training? The 4 questions made the muscle trooper break into a sweat. Stammering and speechless. Inside, Hansen kept grinding through heavy sets, loudly counting 8. At the end of the 4th set, he excitedly called Gulo and said if you apply pressure at the right spot, the muscle stimulation feels amazing. At that moment, the heavy blunt skill 1/10 activated. He braced and shouted loudly, all right. Hansenim, please enter. The entire muscle squad had to muster all their strength together to lift the multi-ton stone door and heave it open. Hurry up, Hansen strolled in leisurely. Praising his junior's progress, this door would be just right if it were a few tons heavier. As soon as he stepped through, the giant stone door collapsed and sealed the entrance. Strangely, inside were hamsters in protective suits scurrying across scaffolds. Deeper in lay a vast space of blazing furnaces and massive gears. A mysterious workshop carved deep within the mountain. Inside the workshop, countless tiny, kangaroo-like creatures kept jumping on switches to operate machines and stoke the roaring furnaces that spewed hot air, with the clatter of machinery echoing everywhere. Seeing the diligent little workers, the girl with Hansen grew ecstatic. Her eyes sparkling like stars as she squealed how adorable they were. Unable to contain herself, she stepped forward to touch Hansen's muscles. Excited, I want to feel them. They look so soft. I forget the danger. Hansen stopped her and sternly warned, wait. Before joining a gym, you must get guidance from staff or the owner. Don't touch others like that. Seeing her still puzzled, Hansen stressed that not touching others is a strict rule. When suddenly a small white dog appeared and proclaimed in a loud voice, I am Behemoth, king of the earth spirits. Seeing this tiny form, Guido and a muscle squad member showed disappointment. The bulky guy sneered, what king? He's got a six-pack just like me. Offended, the white dog barked angrily. How rude of you to compare yourself to a noble spirit like me. But the dog was immediately overshadowed by another presence. A blue and white clothed cat appeared. Smiling slyly, I won't interrupt. This is too entertaining. The cat introduced that the white dog was actually Lena, a high-ranking earth spirit, while the cat itself was the true Behemoth. Behemoth warned everyone not to underestimate the creatures working here, for they are all high-ranking spirits. Hansen and his group quietly nodded in deference to the Spirit King's authority. Behemoth told Hansen he already knew his strength from Lena's test, then asked the purpose of their visit. Hansen got straight to the point. Can you craft gym equipment? Behemoth confidently affirmed, you mean training tools given time and materials. There's nothing I cannot make. Seeing Hansen about to speak, Gulo hurriedly warned Hansen, Nim, don't negotiate like that. He stepped forward and bowed respectfully. I greet you. I am Lord Gulo of the dukedom. The youngest Count Gulo. Humbly he asked what the cat wishes, fish, or shall we do something for you? Behemoth observed silently and judged him fairly polite. The Spirit King in the black cat form declared that money is fleeting. Serving me is eternal. Gulo immediately bowed and vowed, I will obey any order the Spirit King gives. Behemoth smirked knowingly. Is that so? Then he began recounting a demonic lord named Trake, who recently appeared and polluted these lands. The air turned gloomy with the mournful cawing of crows echoing through the dark forest. Behemoth said this enemy is so powerful that all envoys he sent lost contact, and the warning signs left alone in the deep woods prove his danger. Behemoth clasped his hands and set a condition. If you defeat that demonic lord and cleanse the land, I will assist you. Hearing this, Hansen smiled enthusiastically. Fine. Is there a guide? The Spirit King explained he'd previously sent mid-ranking spirits, but now wanted the most accurate assessment, and pointedly ordered the high-ranking spirit Lena to accompany them. Lena gasped in surprise at her name. She hurried to decline. Behemoth name, I still must manage and supervise here. But Behemoth immediately grew angry, baring his teeth and roaring, don't think I don't know you sleep all day and sneak snacks. Huh. He bellowed, hurry up and go. His earth-shaking roar terrified everyone. Even Hansen and Gulo screamed in alarm. Meanwhile, in another dense forest, General Leon fled in haste, muttering, I knew better than to poke this hornet's nest. Seeing the monsters and the thickening darkness ahead, she wondered how so many were already waiting. Leon gritted her teeth and took a stance as the monster's mad laughter began to close in. From the darkness came bloodthirsty screams. Swordsman Leon. Grab her quickly. The monsters in clown masks and black cloaks charged madly after them, chanting fanatically for Oculus with fervor. Then Leon suddenly changed direction, gliding while murmuring about nature's laws, that ecosystems interweave. Not all bees are fearful and some only seek honey. You know. Immediately, she swung a beautiful crescent-shaped sword arc, knocking back the closing monsters. A commander wearing a headband with an eye roared at Leon in fury. Surrounded, Leon suddenly radiated a blazing golden aura and poured all her strength into the sword technique Tosan. A small insect flew across the night sky like a harbinger of a terrifying change. The dark mage, sweating profusely, looked up at Cao in shock and exclaimed, what is that? He trembled, realizing the dreadful truth. None had heard of such power. And hundreds of gleaming golden swords suddenly appeared high in the sky. They enveloped the entire space and prepared to rain down like a destructive shower of light. A colossal beam of light suddenly erupted, tearing the night and scattering the birds in panic from the forest. The scene cut to the mascot, Lena, busily gnawing on rocks, proudly telling Hansen that to learn the past, just watch her chew stones. Hansen, mid-squat, marveled at the wonder. Suddenly, Lena's eyes widened in amazement, prompting Hansen to quickly ask if she'd seen anything unusual. No, but it was all a prank when she squealed. The rock tasted great, leaving Hansen and the team speechless. Lena cleared her throat and explained it was a joke. The minerals are too new, so memories are fleeting. And snapped, don't look at me like I'm greedy. Then she immediately ordered the group to search for and dig up the oldest-looking mineral chunks in the area. The muscle squad rushed to the giant rocks, while one member cautiously asked if they just had to bring them back. Right. The team began digging frantically around a large boulder as Hansen stood with arms crossed behind them, Wondering what his juniors intended to do, the honest muscle guys explained they were trying to make a handle so Hansen could lift the rock easily. Hansen murmured about making a handle, then slowly extended his guardian hand. Hansen pressed his fingertips hard against the rock surface and took a deep breath. Using terrifying strength, he squeezed, causing the rock to crack violently. Under his grip, his fingers sank into the hard stone as he calmly instructed them to treat the rock like foam and just pull. Brothers, the muscle disciples beside him gasped in astonishment. Immediately, Hansen performed a one-arm dumbbell row with the massive rock using one hand, repeatedly changing positions and rapidly counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, then switch. Seeing this, Block stepped up to a large stone and asked, "You mean this one?" He started a snatch deadlift smoothly, then flowed through snatch spoon, snatch balance, and into an overhead squat. Block gathered force, lifted the rock overhead and hurled it down, creating a huge shock. Standing in the dust and smoke, he confidently declared it done. Hansen smiled in satisfaction and gave a thumbs up, praising Block's form has improved a lot. The four pupils wiped sweat and beamed back that it's just a small thing now. Easy. The training atmosphere spread everywhere as the muscle squad tirelessly hauled and lifted heavy stones, counting loudly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, while others tied ropes around the boulders to build endurance with calls of 5, 6, 7, 8. Amid the commotion, Lena stood frozen with a small rock in her hand. Looking at the rubble and thinking silently, they said find ancient stones, but they turned it into gym training. Lena quietly put the stone in her mouth, gnawed it, then suddenly froze with a face of astonishment. This is an egg beneath a simple wooden bridge leading into a deep cave in the mountain. Inside the dark chamber, a man wearing a beak mask and red lenses sat opposite a formidable partner and wooed him. "We at Oculus highly value your abilities," he continued, explaining that turning this place into a dungeon consumed great resources. As he spoke, the beak-masked man lifted a teacup to sip, but immediately spat the liquid out and yelled in horror, "You bastard! How dare you bring poison to the negotiating table?" From the shadows, a long tongue licked its lips, and a deep voice rumbled, "Poison, it's properly named whiskey." Croak. The newcomer was a powerful frog leader, smoking a cigar, holding a bottle and coolly declaring, "Don't call it poison. This is a refined spirit to savor." The beak-masked man roared in fury. "You were ordered to join Oculus, not seize this place." Enraged, he lunged at the cup and shouted, "How dare a lowly reptile mock his lord's goodwill?" Just as he moved, the beak-masked man suddenly felt dizzy and his vision blurred. The frog nonchalantly corrected, "Look closely. I'm an amphibian, not a gecko. Joining Oculus is fine, but I don't like that condition at all," he said, tipping the bottle back and draining it. Then the frog and his henchmen seized the weakly resisting beak-masked man and began pouring liquor into his mouth, taunting, "Drink it all." The masked man screamed in despair as the burning liquid scorched his throat. Moments later, the beak-masked man collapsed, eyes bloodshot and dull from drunkenness and hiccuping. The frog mocked his broken spirit. "Now you're ready to negotiate." Croak. Smiling wickedly, he exhaled cigar smoke and declared, "Friend, there's no shortage of drink here." Behind him, a well-dressed army of frogmen in suits appeared menacingly. The frog loudly proclaimed, "Now the real negotiation begins." Croak. The Red Legion's leader shouted mysteriously. The frog sneered at the drunken envoy, "Drink yourself numb, then sign, whatever." "Right, friend." Meanwhile, the spirit Lena suddenly cried out in excitement. They found it, but when she looked down into the valley, she froze at the sight of the muscular army training tirelessly. Coordinated shouts echoing across the area. Lena squinted contemptuously. These lowlings. These intermediates. She couldn't believe such creatures would obsess over extreme physical training. Two members of the muscle army chatted while training. One praised, "You push. You've gotten as wide as an eagle's wings lately." The other modestly replied, "It's just blood pumping. You're the one upping the weights." He smiled and insisted weight is the truth for muscle growth. That remark hit another's pride, and he froze, face hardening. "Wait, I can't let that pass." He radiated fierce aura and retorted that stimulation matters more than weight, then flexed his bulging muscles to prove his point. Across from him, the other fired back, radiating red energy and roaring that weight is the absolute truth. They plunged into a heated debate, chanting their views as opposing forces erupted around them. The two muscle warriors faced off with killing intent, filling the area. A challenger taunted, "Come show your abs, babe." The opponent, unflinching, stretched and replied, "Sure, I was about to do the same." Members of the muscle army watched and gossiped, "Hey, they're fighting." Another mused, weight versus stimulation. My big pecs feel glorious. Then a warrior flexed and yelled with blazing eyes, "Ooh-ah!" The two instantly took competitive stances. One noted the weight side has larger lats in front, but the stimulation side showed better balance and symmetry. The air heated as the first pose command echoed. The two warriors struck confident front double biceps poses, then followed command 2. Amid the climax of the contest, Hansen suddenly appeared from behind and coldly asked, "What the hell are you lot doing?" The sudden arrival of the boss made the members jump. Stammering in fear and calling out, Hansen fell silent. Hansen, with a stern face, asked, "Did you just call out your abs?" He pointed and shouted weight or stimulation. Instead of wasting time debating that, I'd rather put full effort into training than full effort into resting. One member muttered sadly that he was really curious, which mattered more. Two others immediately lunged to grab Hansen to get clarity. Stimulation is more important. Right, bro, no way. Weight is the truth. Hansen stared and countered, which is more important? Dumbbell or barbell? The question left them baffled, and the group stunned. Hansen pressed on with thorny anatomy questions between hamstrings and quadriceps. Which is more important, you musclehead? Stop making it hard. He flexed his chest and delts and roared, "I'm asking which matters more. Delts or big petch?" said the onlooker. Gulo broke into a cold sweat and asked another member, "I get his point a bit, but people usually compare like father and mother, right?" The muscle soldier quickly covered his mouth, signaling silence. Hansen hears everything. Gulo could only nod frantically in fear, seeing the juniors agonize over it. Hansen came over. I put a hand on his shoulder and calmly said, "Don't overthink it." He flashed a broad grin showing rippling muscles and advised sincerely, "Just add more weight and feel the pump." Right. Hansen's words struck the young warrior's heart. He was moved to tears and silently praised the leader that day. The muscle army once again felt the truth in their bodies. Hansen excitedly declared, "That was just warm-up. Now we train for real." Everyone believed Hansen would help them break their limits. The whole squad shouted in unison, "Yes, boss, forward." Uracha roared across the area, and from afar, a small creature was busy gnawing on mineral rock. It secretly watched the muscle army, wondering if they intended to do the mission. Meanwhile, Lai was skeptical, watching their movements and wondering what enemy would stand still and endure such slow attacks. In another corner of the forest block, silently stared at his hands. Thoughtful. He had once been confident he was strong. But Hansen's reminder to strengthen supporting muscles to truly break through haunted him. Block trudged through the dense woods, thinking it must be nearby. He pushed aside bushes, searching until his eyes suddenly lit up. Having found the target, Block cried out excitedly, found it slim. Seeing the verdant creature hiding in the grass, he immediately planned to use it to make resistance bands. Without hesitation, Block leapt up and shouted his move. The stick boy dove down, relentlessly attacking the monster, its fluids, and finishing with a powerful cross. Yet a strange presence made Block freeze someone on a branch. A strange creature silently watched him. It was a beast man in the form of a toad holding a sack full of slim. He casually apologized for harvesting this liquor specialty without knowing it was marked. Block stared then, said Beastman. The toad asked curiously, "But what do humans use slim for?" "You're not a mage." Block scratched his head and replied, "You don't know it can make me stronger." Hearing this, the toad cheered excitedly. "You want to get stronger? Why didn't you say so? My boss is an expert in that field." "An amphibian chicken herder," the toad invited. "Follow me, I'll introduce you to the boss though." Block thought of his master Hansen. He was still curious and followed. Soon he was swept into a raucous drinking party with the toads. Liquor flowing as Block downed large jars. The toads cheered, "Impressed your drinking's decent. Usually you drink a lot, right?" Block blushed, hiccuping. "I'm just a rookie, you guys are cruel in your drunkenness." He groggily asked, "When will I get stronger?" A bespectacled toad pressed close and grinned slyly. "Isn't it happening right now?" the toad cried. "The booze is kicking in. You're visibly getting stronger." The soothsayer inspects the elephant. The toad reads the city block's head spun. He staggered among the scattered bottle shells on the table and mumbled drunk, "I'm not okay. I can't drink anymore." He collapsed onto the table, losing consciousness. The bespectacled toad eyed his trapped prey, flashed a sly grin showing white teeth, and declared, "Customer, I'll charge you steeply for this round of drink." In the dark, Block woke with a parched throat, groaning, "I'm so thirsty." He looked around dazed and wondered where he was as a pounding headache hit. And when he gathered himself, he was horrified to find he was inside a vast cave. In the gloom, he struggled, but realized he was stuck in a viscous green fluid, clinging to the rock face. Its stickiness and elasticity too strong for him to escape. Suddenly, a deep voice boomed from the dark. New victim lie still and wait to be boiled. A little brother Block looked over to see a strange creature imprisoned beside him. The speaker introduced it as the amphibian's food vault toad. This was the lizard man leader of the alley mine. He insisted Block could not escape on his own. And when ignored, he snarled, "Don't ignore me," then scoffed at himself for raging at someone about to die. Block calmly asked why they didn't just kill them immediately. The lizard man leader explained it's all to serve the dungeon's creation. He told Block, "This is a dark land where monsters breed endlessly." A gloomy tower with blue flames appears in the deep cavern, signaling an evil existence in reality. Monsters can't be generated infinitely. To run the dungeon, they must steal energy from living creatures. This is the basic principle. Create a core that can store and sustain energy. Which is why the amphibians stockpile living beings in the food vault. It's the power bank for this cave. Thousands are imprisoned along the towering cliff faces in utter despair. Block was rigidly trapped in the green slime and asked tiredly, "Is there no way out?" The lizard man leader imprisoned beside him coldly replied, "As you see, the odds are 0. He advised Block not to waste energy struggling, since movement speeds energy absorption. Then sneered, "Do you want to die sooner?" Block shut his eyes helplessly, blaming himself for being too weak, and whispered his last apology, "Master, I'm sorry I didn't increase my weights in time." Upon hearing that name, the lizard man turned pale. Sweat pouring in, terror. "Hansen, could you mean Hansen?" Lord Gao of Elisa Mindblock blinked in confusion. "Yeah, is that so? How do you know?" And the leader suddenly screamed madly, "We must escape, now we have to get out." Frantically thrashing to flee the slime, though he had just claimed escape was impossible. Seeing the abrupt change, Block wondered what was happening. "Didn't you say struggling makes you die faster?" But the lizard man had gone completely insane with fear. Vivid memories of Hansen using him like a weight for push-up training flooded his mind. Hansen had calmly laughed. "Then let's do push-ups in the field. Start again from 1. Thinking of that, the lizard man leader screamed through tears. What kind of madness is that? He gaped and yelled in utter despair, "I'd rather die right now." Meanwhile, in the city, Hansen looked around, wondering where Block had gone. A member of the muscle squad reported Block left his resistance band and went slim hunting early. Hansen was slightly worried. Block hadn't told him to bring extra bands. Lei standing nearby was also suspicious. It's odd he still hasn't returned by now. Hansen smiled confidently and assured it's grown. At worst, he'll lose a few ounces of muscle. Gulo looked around, worried, and warned Hansen, "Nim, this is enemy territory. Being so casual here seems risky." But no sooner had he finished than he widened his eyes in shock to see Hansen nonchalantly carrying a massive boulder on his shoulder. Hansen beamed under pressure. "If you don't want to be casual, then start with 100 squats now." Gulo could only choke back sobs, face drenched in sweat and tears from the brutal exercise. Meanwhile, the spirit Lena explained the upcoming mission. The target is a toad named Croak. He plans to turn this place into a dungeon. So absolutely do not use strength in certain areas, or you'll end up helping the enemy. Hansen fell into thought. The toad, I've heard frog legs are high in protein. Must be good for muscle growth, right? That remark hit the army's excitement nerve. Their muscles screamed wildly. Is that true? Is it really good for muscle growth? Ooh. Muscle growth. The burly men swarmed the tiny spirit and roared. So where's that protein source then? Lena replied fearfully. Help me, they're like monsters. Asking the menu, a member of the muscle squad immediately suggested splitting into teams to search, and if found, use chest signals to alert. However, Hansen seemed unenthusiastic. "I don't like long cardio." Seeing a chance to dodge the brutal workout, Gulo instantly beamed and volunteered Hansen Nim. "Leave the search to my expertise, please assign it to me." Though his legs trembled from exhaustion, he still begged to go. Hansen looked at Gulo with meaning in his eyes and asked, "Have you finished the 100 reps yet?" Gulo kept a forced smile and confessed not yet. Sun's face became ominously radiant, and he calmly ordered, "Finish them all before you go, old." And facing a strict teacher, the poor count fell silent, tears streaming down his anguished face, and he whispered, "Yes." In utter despair, the toad hummed, as he hauled a giant sack through narrow cavern cracks into a vast chamber with a huge, the red urn where he met another and announced, "I'm back." A toad hand touched a magic orb containing a galaxy. A mechanical door slowly opened with an invitation. "Come in." The toad lifted the glowing mass and murmured, "I'll soon make you many friends." He poured all that light into a deep pit and ordered, "Grow and become a source." Excellent nourishment for this dungeon. Below the imprisoned lizard man, leader gasped, noticing Hunter's presence. "We're done for, boss." The giant worms began crawling toward the trapped. The bloodthirsty worms closed in on the cliff where the lizardman leader was stuck, baring sharp teeth to attack. Meanwhile, at Hansen's camp, a muscle squad member ate nervously and asked, "Hansen Nimblock didn't bring chicken breast. Will his protein intake be okay?" Hansen nonchalantly chewed a biscuit and replied, "Block, he'll be fine. He's been blessed by the heavens." Seeing his comrade's bafflement over Block being born with special strength, Hansen explained that, in fact, Block's taste was among the worst in the world. When others treated that as a flaw, Hansen smiled and said, "If you don't know a flavor, any dish is just chicken breast." In the dark dungeon, Block suddenly erupted with power, his eyes blazing. Instead of fear, he opened his mouth wide and began devouring the very monsters about to attack him. A terrifying truth emerged, except for his parents. There was nothing in the world Block couldn't eat. He gnawed through monster flesh, slime dripping at his lips. Eyes burning with hunger, he roared excitedly. Next one, then another. The wet chomping sounds echoed in the silence. The Block was glued to the rock wall by the green slime. Below his feet, dozens of giant worms writhed and fed, witnessing the horror. The imprisoned lizard man cried, "Ew, he can eat that disgusting." Contrary to the others, disgust Block felt exhilarated as energy spread through his cells. The sweet, deep fluid pumped his muscles full. His face lit with satisfied bliss, as if savoring a delicacy. Then he strained, channeling all his strength into his muscles to break free from the bonds. Despite the lizard man's repeated claims of impossibility, Block never gave up. His eyes flared purple with pressure. A loud crack tore the slime apart, stunning the nearby monster. "You broke it." The creature gasped. Block forcefully broke, free from the wall. Slowly raised his head with a sinister look and casually asked, "Which one should I eat now?" Then the monsters screamed as he pointed to the writhing worms below and dared them. "Guess which one?" Block's twisted smile and drooling made the scene even more gruesome. Meanwhile, in a sunlit forest, the muscle squad was sprinting for training. A curious member asked Geronim if collapsing the dungeon brings any benefit. He replied confidently, "Collapsing a dungeon has results. Trust me, Hansen." He explained a dungeon is actually an automated system that accumulates power. Once established, its energy absorption radius expands, and the absorption rate increases, granting its owner a recognized territory, a running muscle trooper. Then, asked why haven't humans built dungeons? Gulo. Punting. Explained, it's because humans don't know how much energy is needed to make them. He emphasized, humans operate under taxes, and if biological energy is drained, chaos will surely follow. Gudo clutched his head in stress. Maintaining a dungeon is a tough problem for an average population. The little spirit explained. If an area seems energy poor, two possibilities arise. One is deliberately keeping the territory small, limit external invasion. Lena continued. The second is the actor has a different goal, beyond creating a dungeon. Gudo and the warriors looked worried, because in both cases turning this place into a dungeon is extremely difficult. Lena curiously asked, "What do you plan to do?" Meanwhile, at the enemy's lair, the toad was merrily drinking and singing. He adjusted his monocle and hinted, "Do you know why we drink? It's easier to deceive each other." He smugly claimed, "Alcohol helps us make friends." He laughed loudly as his henchmen cheered. He believed booze let them mingle with all kinds of elements. The tavern erupted in chaos, with various monsters getting drunk. Suddenly he produced a contract and tempted Block. "Friend, you want to stamp this pact?" Block was completely out of it. Standing dumbfounded and stammering with a blank face, a henchman toad poured more wine into his mouth, urging, "Drink up, toad." The toad stood before the drunken, dazed monsters and loudly rallied, "Come on, let's make booze. Head to the workshop." The weary monsters trudged through the dark caverns, faces all showing drunken exhaustion. Suddenly a horned monster went mad with craving for wine. He screamed desperately, "Give me wine, I'll destroy everything." Immediately, the toad smashed a wine bottle over the madman's head, badly wounding him. "Look, he's down. Take him to the poison den quick." The lead toad cheered excitedly and announced, "To make your work easier, let's dig peat, the main ingredient for smoky whiskey." A toad grabbed a shovel and taught his mates, "Dig like this. Put your weight into it." It's the old toad's mandatory cardio amid the smoky worksite. Hansen suddenly appeared and turned the hard labor into a hardcore training session. He carried loaded carts, slammed rocks and hauled massive stones as the miners' toads chanted. Hansen dug with terrifying speed and exclaimed, "The deltoids are starting to feel it." The most gym-addicted miners in history. He smiled confidently and wondered whether to use his pecs to push too. Seeing that strength, two toads stared and murmured, "Could he be one of us?" The other nodded, "Yeah, probably." 2. Hansen clapped to signal the surrounding toads. "Breaks over into the next round." The toads thundered back to work crazily under his direction. Hansen strained into a pose while urging them dig mud, without bracing wrong technique. The toads, caught up in his zeal, dug for a clee to rousing chants. Hansen continued demonstrating shovel work as an exercise. His fit figure loudly instructed, "Relax the trailing arm, like doing dumbbell presses. Imagine the shovel bolted to your elbow. The toads worked tirelessly until they were drenched in sweat. Muttering hop hop. Huh? Ope? One of them started resisting and shouted, "Why should we listen to you, Ope?" Seeing them distracted, Hansen picked up the shovel with a stern face and warned, "Don't mistreat training equipment." He smiled eerily and demanded everyone start over. The toads began whispering that Hansen isn't our friend. Not our friend Ope. You look crazy. So we were mistaken. Ope heard that Hansen blinked and asked, "What did you say? Didn't we agree to be training buddies?" That was the last straw. The toads went berserk, shouting, "Training my ass, you're not our friend." Ope they all leapt and swung shovels at Hansen's shoulders and back. But despite the brutal blows, Hansen stood stone still. Leaving the toads stunned, he quietly turned and reminded, "Hey, don't use training tools to hit people," and added a warning. "Hitting people with weights gets your membership revoked." The iron shovels splintered on his steel-like muscles, making the toads tremble and excuse it just broke on its own. Ope. "Maybe we dug too much earlier so it snapped." "No," Ope one stubbornly insisted. "Normally a scrawny guy like him couldn't withstand our attacks." Instantly a blazing red energy erupted, enveloping Hansen as a menacing muscular entity. Hansen stood amid red smoke, white eyes glowing in the dark. He rasped back with fierce presence, "Me." A suffocating pressure filled the air as Hansen growled. His guardian form radiated overwhelming force, causing the small toads below to tremble in utter terror. To build muscle-heavy training is crucial, but stretching with things like resistance bands is just as important. Hansen, eyes blazing and muscles bulging, performed the move while growling, yet he warned, overstretching will greatly reduce muscle strength beneath him. A toad was suffocated underfoot, pleading in desperation, "Spare me, my tongue is about to snap." Hansen continued urging proper stretching and shouted that the most important thing is to train with better form. He strained, Cappled, pulled the red band tight, and asserted, "If you don't want to stay scrawny, you must stretch." In excruciating pain being used as a weight to stretch it, screamed, "Save me." Meanwhile, in a fancy room the toads gathered to plot. A one-eyed bespectacled toad sipped and admired himself in the mirror. Handsome and cunning, he realized with them they could run the dungeon without Oculus's help. The leader raised a bottle and proclaimed, "Today we toast," he ordered. All the drunks summoned. Instantly the toads below cheered, though many lay passed out drunk in the dark caverns. The toad calmly sat drinking at his desk, and when someone approached, he pushed his monocle and asked, "You're here." Twad. Before him were the core officers of the Redhead Legion. The drunk's wolf Kavat roared excitedly, "Calling us means it's ready to ignite immediately." Zekulet chided Kavat for being rude behind him. White Bear Gulamak cleared his throat loudly, while Randip the green-haired woman tasted the fight. Teocat sneered, "This is a waste of time." Woken from a good sleep, the toad laughed smugly, "Well done, teammates. You must be close like this." The toad's monocled eye flashed, declaring it's been ages to have everyone together. "Let's enjoy it." Immediately, a giant magic circle covered the toad. The ritual activated the drinking game. Powerful energy spread to the wine storage where enormous wooden barrels were stacked. Announcements rang out. "Confirm the sacrificial item. Take the offering." The entire cellar was swallowed by magical light from the glow. A pyramid-shaped creature with a long red tongue appeared and crisply introduced, "I am the four-sided Die Negaro, responsible for guiding Negro." Excitedly declaring the drinking game has begun, pick players for each side. It began scanning the area and reported 380 intelligent lives. Present Negaro explained, "All will be split into two sides based on each one's inclination." Hansen, idly eating a sweet potato. He was startled when Negaro appeared before him and blinked. "What is this?" the host announced. "Each side will have 5 direct participants. The rest will be sidelines." Negaro shouted eagerly, "Who will play with me if you play? I'll make the whole drunk crowd pass out." Hearing this, Hansen panicked and asked the elders, "What is blood alcohol concentration?" A system screen instantly appeared, replying, "Long time no see. Actually, alcohol doesn't directly cause muscle loss." Hansen listened closely as the elders explained the liver, which produces protein. They will prioritize breaking down alcohol first, so muscle synthesis is significantly impeded. An illustration showed the liver struggling with alcohol, making Hansen realize this could harm his muscle growth. Metabolizing alcohol consumes lots of water, causing muscle dehydration, which reduces performance and training effectiveness. Upon hearing the threat of muscle loss, Hansen immediately went pale and roared, "No way can I lose muscle." He quickly to touch the magic screen, and the system notified Ayu Hansen joined. Seeing that Gulo also curiously stepped closer, asking, "Is it okay to just press it now?" At that moment, Gulo dashed forward, shouting, "Wait, the only sober one trying to prevent disaster." Gulo was extremely worried. He thought this was enemy magic, and maybe a trap. So he urged not to press it. reckoning privately that instead of risking it, they should observe from outside to preserve their lives. And Gudo's soldier smiled slyly, but then yelled, "I told you not to press it." While struggling to stop Gudo, he accidentally touched the screen and screamed in horror when the words "Gudo joined" appeared. But if I don't join, Hansen might think I'm slacking. He decided to press it and the system confirmed. A white cat appeared and explained, "This is the enemy's conditional field magic. This spell doesn't act immediately, but will inflict extremely severe penalties depending on specific conditions." Hearing this, Lena quickly analyzed pull the biggest names to carry the team. To be safe, the cat agreed. Both touched the screen and the system announced. Lei and Lena joined. Nagaro yelled in excitement. Players decided. Team A officially formed Hansen, Guro, Gudo, Lai, and Lena. Opposite them, Team B was set with members Kop, Randip, Kavat, Kulit, and Telcat. Nagaro declared, "Since players are set, we'll choose the game." A golden pyramid began spinning and shot into the forest. Nagaro announced, "The game is roll. Roll." The pyramid stopped, revealing the game name, Bunny Bunny. Negro explained the rules. Simply, players turn into rabbits. However, each side has one player who is not a rabbit, but a carrot. Each side must both protect their carrot and fight the opponents. If the carrot is captured, the losing team's blood alcohol rises by 0.1%. And the game ends. The harshest penalty for gymfolk. Of course, capturing one carrot is better than catching 3 rabbits, right? Even reserve members can join. So the drinking game. Exciting and fun. Begins a toad proudly thumbs up to Lucky indeed. Twad. He grinned wickedly. Feda's carrot is the hidden name, right, Toad? But a big question arose. Who is the hidden name? Then suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion tore the space apart. The Toad panicked and fled, screaming for help. Players hear Toad request backup. He worriedly realized things were bad. More than 10 had already rushed. There will the carrot survive Toad? The Toad gritted his teeth, determined. I don't know, Toad. But he looked up in shock and yelled in fear. He's too strong. Toad immediately. Hansen appeared in giant form, eyes blazing red, radiating fierce aura. Hansen roared in overwhelming fury. Touch anything but my muscles. His aura spread across the forest. The muscle army flapped their ears. Rabbits wildly fled through the deep woods pursued by mysterious dark silhouettes. A team member panicked and shouted, "Damn it!" He cried in despair. "Everyone protect me!" He ran while revealing his crucial position. I am my team's carrot. The ground began to shake. Convulsing with heavy thumps, Gudo fled in panic, then stopped suspiciously when he noticed the enemies had ceased pursuit. Huh? Are they bored of the chase? A muscular warrior standing nearby pointed up and asked, "Didn't you hear the monster code?" He explained that Guro had confirmed that the other member was indeed the carrot. Guro stroked his chin and inferred, so they're going for the carrot, yet he wondered why the enemy knew the target clearly enough to stop chasing him. Upon hearing it, Guro kept running and shouting the carrot's identity. "Everywhere, you idiots," he yelled helplessly. Why shout that while running? A muscular warrior pointed ahead. "Warning, block him, he looks dangerous." Randy, with green hair and crimson eyes, lunged in a slicing blur, the wind marking the approach of the opponent to the muscle troops. He coolly remarked, "This one probably never heard of a squad in his life. And he'd probably break from a single kick, despite the taunt." Randip executed a powerful silent move. He streaked past the muscle warriors, easily sneering, "I can smell the slow ones." Witnessing Randip's terrifying speed, the muscle troops were stunned so fast, they immediately coordinated a vengeance. Skillbell swing combined with heavy blunt 1 in 10. Launching a massive purple energy sphere at the foe. Randip casually slid aside, dodging the attack and taunting, "If you can dodge this, it's over." He kept moving, nimbly, causing the magic sphere to miss. Immediately, a blinding white, cross-shaped light exploded, tearing the space apart across the battlefield. Lai was swinging his sword, fiercely facing the enemy, and asked, "Are you a swordsman?" The fiery slashes erupted in succession. With a distant scent emanating from the opponent, Lai realized he faced a blade mage as the sparks collided dramatically. A colossal beam of light shot straight into the sky, making a muscle troop member below stare wide-eyed in horror as the blinding light beamed down on him, caught off guard by the spotlight. In another corner, a guardian hand popped a wine bottle cap. The beastman downed it resolutely, the burning liquid, and he roared with excitement. "It's igniting," he screamed. "Demand, everything burn wildly." As the savage flame began engulfing his body, the Toad Guardians panicked, jumped into water to escape and shouted, "Run! Your hind legs are about to be roasted." Then Kavote stood amid the sea of fire, laughing madly. "This scene's scorching, ha ha." He strode toward Hansen's rippling muscular back and smugly revealed his magic creates a blazing armor around the body based on the alcohol. Concentration of the wine consumed. The more you drink, the bigger the flames and wilder the frenzy. Kavo kept pouring bottles into his mouth and shouted, taunting, "Let's all blaze together, Kavo." He bellowed excitedly, unleashing his ultimate fire move. Crescent Blaze, a giant fiery entity erupted. engulfing the area and hurtling toward Hansen with terrifying force. A feral fire wolf bared fangs and slashed roaring. "You'll be burned to ashes, giant," before the flaming assault. Hansen calmly observed, his eyes blazing as he recognized the foe's traits, and muttered rabbit ears at the thought of losing his precious muscles. Bro. Lose muscle? You can't stand that. He immediately braced himself, assumed a powerful stance like a flying banyan tree producing suffocating pressure. Hansen funneled all force into his guardian hands, crushing the fire beast's resistance making it only cry out pitifully. The muscular leader stood towering like a god. Silently looking down at the defeated slumped at his feet, Kavot collapsed to the ground completely incapacitated. The system instantly announced Kavot of Team B can no longer continue. A regrettable truth was revealed sadly. Kavot was only a rabbit. A heroic sacrifice. But in the wrong role, brothers. A golden rabbit coin shone in the sky as proof of the result. The biggest question now is who truly is Team B's. Kavot was officially eliminated. Meanwhile, in a dark cave room, Randip lay resting. Exhausted, she suddenly sprang up and shouted, "Water. Bring water immediately." The goat butler, Kulit, respectfully carried a tray to the bed and said, "The young lady's water is here." Randip showed her annoyance, drinking and grumbling. "Kulit, why must I do these trivial tasks?" Monday staff woes. Kulit remained calm, silently watching his mistress, and replied, "I have no choice but to follow the terms of the contract. With you. Milady." Hate it. I just want to drink and play." Randip shouted and thrashed in frustration, seeing his lady enraged. Killist hurriedly pushed up his glasses to reassure. "Don't worry, milady. I'll handle everything so you needn't lift a finger." He deftly changed the subject, asking about the new gift. "By the way, do you like this new rabbit doll?" Randip stared at the round white doll and clicked his tongue. Not bad, but staying cooped in the room is deadly boring. Suddenly, she spat and declared, "I changed my mind." Killit quickly grabbed the doll as Randip excitedly roared, "Enough boredom, tell the team brothers." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lai launched a powerful kick called the Psychic Series. A green-haired youth nearby snorted and smirked, remarking the scent of the strong Lai, looked confidently at his foe, and asked, "Now understand, don't look away when you're facing me." But the green-haired man coldly replied, "No, not you." He pointed behind Lai. "The Frog Lord has arrived immediately." A giant frog in a dapper vest appeared holding a bottle of wine. The frog muttered at the muscle men. "Yes, the carrot is right here." Seeing the shambling soldiers begin to flee, he shouted madly, "Don't run off while I'm speaking." Lai shot into the sky and boasted arrogantly, "I'll handle these drunken fools alone." Facing the attack, the frog quietly sipped wine, activating the first stage of Death Scream skill. He opened his mouth wide, releasing a terrifying sonic wave called the Roaring Quake. A massive pressure swept everything away, leaving Lai stunned in utter shock as a massive blast enveloped the battlefield. The frog's inner power was terrifying, like a giant bomb to minimize impact. Lai quickly covered her ears and sought balance amid the sonic wave. Intensely, she spun continuously to match the space's tremor, silently telling herself to hold her core and center to reduce damage. Lai whirled in midair like a top, then shot forward, tearing the sky before falling toward the distant jungle. Landing with a tiny step technique, Lai swiftly regained balance and immediately saw a muscle troop member collapsed in pain, letting out a pitiful cry. Amid Lai's bewilderment, two strange figures loomed from the mist. A tall giraffe man in a suave suit, and a little rabbit girl in a uniform. The giraffe man respectfully asked the young lady, "Are you pleased with this rabbit hunt?" The rabbit girl coldly replied, "Bored. They're all too weak. I'm about to get bored." Both conversed, ignoring her presence. A muscle soldier hurriedly warned Lai, "Be careful, those aren't ordinary foes." The sight stunned everyone. Hansen lay motionless, face down. Unable to resist, a muscle troop member said in despair, "Even Hansen is like that." Lai couldn't believe her, eyes trembling. She wondered, could that bulky fool truly have been defeated? She panicked, rushed to support him, and fired questions. "Are you okay? What happened? What occurred?" Hansen rasped between broken breaths. Lai shouted anxiously, sensing something wrong. "Don't say more. If you fall here, what then? You promised to help me get revenge." Hansen murmured weakly, "No, I think I must say this." "Be careful, Lai." She frantically hugged him and pressed ask, "What technique hit you? What caused you to collapse like this?" Hansen trembled. They raised his hand and began to explain that muscle growth doesn't happen while we train, but while we sleep. He continued to admonish, "So you must sleep at least 7 to 8 hours to allow muscles to grow. But according to ancestral teachings, alcohol also hinders muscle development." His face turned serious. "Please, the drinking game depends on you." It turns out he was teasing you earlier. Enraged by his obsessive muscle talk, Lai delivered a sky-high kick to Hansen's face and cursed, "You madman." Seeing Hansen face down on the ground, Lai clicked her tongue. "So basically you wanted a deep sleep, huh?" She looked ahead and thought, fine, I don't even know who the carrot is anyway. So just pick someone at random. It's 50-50 over there. Randip hugged the rabbit doll with a sour look. I expected a dramatic show, but you dared to be so arrogant. He immediately tilted the bottle to his chest and declared, I'll clean this up. Milady, after being scolded, his face showed irritation. He strode forward and revealed, My magic makes me faster the more I drink. The bespectacled Jaculette also snarled angrily for upsetting the young lady. Repent. He launched a powerful strike that warped the scene elsewhere. Seeing the attack miss, the red-haired girl gasped, missed. Randip flew into a rage. Lunged and berated the goat butler. You can't focus, can you? The meek butler bowed apologetically and admitted calmly, I'm someone who can't hold liquor, so the more I drink, the less accurate my strikes become. Hearing this, Randip yelled furiously, Why would you reveal your weakness to the enemy? That's not honesty, it's naive. A warrior from the muscle troop suddenly roared and charged into the enemy ring. He poured all his strength into his guardian hands. Unleashed a powerful bench press, forming purple energy waves that swept everything. Yet moments later, he wondered dazedly, Did I beat him? But why did it feel like I hit nothing? Suddenly Killed appeared right behind and delivered a thunderous headbutt, causing the muscle warrior to spit blood. The goat butler moved at breakneck speed, ramming across the battlefield to the enemy's helplessness. From the shadows, Randip calmly sipped and revealed that everything they saw was merely illusion magic. They'd been trapped in an illusion, and attacking within it would be very draining. She explained, Her magic expands the illusion's range proportional to how much alcohol is consumed, and the killer is truly hiding somewhere in this fog. Randip smirked arrogantly. Even if you knew, you still couldn't do anything, she declared. When the game ends, this entire battlefield will be under my absolute control, and dared to see how many survived their combined strike. But as soon as she spoke, she was attacked by a white cat spirit. Seeing this, the giraffe butler ran over in alarm and shouted. Milady, amid the circle of shadow monsters, she struck a lightning blow down on an enemy and coldly said, Go learn how to breathe again. She had eliminated the foe spectacularly. The monsters could only scream for their mothers in despair. Immediately a shocking announcement rang out. Killed of Team B can no longer continue. The killed monster lay collapsed, foaming at the mouth pathetically. The system confirmed, sadly Killed of Team B was just a hybrid rabbit standing by the first hill. Radiant golden rabbit coin, and said, I saw this coming. But another bad news hit. Gulo of Team A can no longer continue. Lai was stunned. Hearing Gulo was only a rabbit and had been eliminated. The opposing side with the green-haired man grinned smugly at this sacrifice. Not yet having time to gloat, then the tide turned with the next announcement next. Teocat of Team B can no longer continue. An unexpected result was declared. Teocat of Team B is the carrot. Lena beamed with pride, and reminded this must be reported to Behemoth, sir. Since losing the carrot means all Team B members receive a penalty, raising their blood alcohol by 0.1%. Gulo was exhausted. Punting. Teased for his cardio habit, when a shocking secret flashed on the board, Team A's carrot was Gulo. The Count silently thanked Gulo for staging the perfect decoy to hide his identity. The drinking game officially ended, but the frogman started to go berserk. He drained his bottle and growled, I'm furious, so my alcohol level is rising now. Unwilling to accept the result, he took action. Next, he taunted the others with a grin. You think I'll just accept this? He raised the bottle and declared clearly, This forest is my territory and all the energy from the recent battles. They will become precious nourishment to feed the dungeon. He raised his hands, summoned an earth-shattering dark magic and shouted Dungeon House. A confirming cry resounded. Instantly, a massive red magic circle blazed over the area, marking the birth of an evil dungeon in the heart of the kingdom. He pressed his hands to the ground proudly and proclaimed complete. He laughed arrogantly, declaring Dungeon House was finally established, yet then sensed something was wrong. He clutched his face and screamed in madness. Why won't it work this time? It turned out he'd failed again. The story rewinds to before the Count. Gulo left the kingdom at the training grounds. Sun-tanned Block strained through heavy bench presses. Hansen approached, reminding Block to keep his back straight, and gently asked, What's bothering you? Block sweated profusely and stammered. No, it's nothing, Hansen grinned mischievously, but your trap's muscles say otherwise. Unable to hide it, Block sighed, disappointment on his face. Actually, I feel too weak and discouraged. Hansen immediately reassured. What weakness? You're second only to me in weights. Keep training. Stay spirited so your body won't tire. Block recalled being taught by Hansen Nim to focus on powerlifting. Didn't you? Hansen nodded. Affirmative. Block admitted at least my strength should approach Hansen Nin's, but in reality I can't compare to him at all. Hearing his junior's ambition, Hansen's expression shifted. He smiled slyly and mocked. Short time training and already trying to compete with me, your guts or something. Block bowed apologetic. I'm sorry. Hansen slapped Block's shoulder and laughed jokingly. Anyway, you're hitting a plateau, right? Block nodded. Yes, that's it. So Hansen knew why Block lacked training spirit. Hansen stared, then said, "Something's been bothering. Let me try raising your arm like this." Block complied and asked, "Like this?" Hansen watched his expression closely, then asked more. "Do you feel pain or discomfort when you lift your shoulder?" Block admitted, "Honestly, it's not painful but feels a bit off." Hansen had Block repeat the motion and placed his hand on his back to check the muscle movement directly. Noticing Block's arm couldn't raise smoothly, Hansen confirmed it didn't go all the way up. "Right?" Block nodded. "Yes." Hansen began analyzing Block's technique, explaining he'd never engaged the serratus anterior. He added other muscles had been compensating for the neglected muscle. Hansen smiled encouragingly, saying this showed Block had impressive natural physical power. Having identified the cause, Hansen began lecturing anatomy, pointing out that shoulder elevation requires coordinated work of the serratus anterior, rotator cuff, group, and trapezius. However, Block was raising his shoulder without using the serratus anterior. Hansen decided, since he'd found the issue, he'd teach him to use the serratus anterior. He began the first focus drill. First, thread a resistance band through both hands and open the arms slightly wider than shoulder width. Hansen demonstrated, pushing the hands forward to protract the scapula while maintaining maximum band tension hold for 3 to 5 seconds, then slowly retract the shoulders and squeeze the muscles of the upper back. Hansen handed the resistance band to Block and instructed thoroughly do about 15 reps per set. 3 sets daily, he coached methodically. The student caught the rhythm, and Hansen assured him he'd soon feel a clear difference, while Block closed his eyes, concentrating on bodily changes. The scene suddenly shifted to the treacherous cave where thousands of frog henchmen stood, packed on the cliff to guard the poison frog horde by their leader's orders. Amid the booze-soaked air, a dapper white bear in a vest nonchalantly drained his bottle, muttering, "If I drink this, then creatures I touch." As the liquid enters the body, his hand and the bottle began turning gray, and petrified the white bear stared at the change and murmured, "It's turning cloudy and hardening like stone." In battle, this hand would be a deadly weapon. "Right?" A henchman wearing a bear mask stopped at the cave entrance and vowed to himself to rush off determinedly to protect the base. Meanwhile, Hansen began explaining the first benefit of strengthening the serratus anterior. Throwing power will grow stronger. And he launched a thunderous throw that tore the air. The masked bear was suddenly struck by a strange object that impaled his face. Enduring repeated blows, he stubbornly insisted, "Is that all? I'm the strongest drinker here. Whoever drinks best is the strongest. What a world we live in." Instantly, a guardian hand seized his head, and Hansen went on to reveal the second benefit. All bodily functions will be enhanced. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a member of the muscle troop suddenly roared. The whole team lined up, flexing their gleaming muscles, and began performing the vengeance bell swing exercise. They declared loudly, "No one is to disturb." Hansen's muscle synthesis. The frogman started entering first stage drunkenness and tipped his bottle back to drink it dry. Immediately the roar disrupt skill activated, producing an earth-shattering blast that cleared everything. These frog troops are truly cutting-edge weapons. A muscle warrior shouted to rally teammates, "Endure it. If it hurts, you haven't trained enough." On the battlefield, Lai focused intensely and told herself, "There's no time to pay attention to the other side." Gulo crazily charged and shouted, "Don't wake Hansen. You frog creature." He was resolute. "I don't want to be killed by all this training." Then a massive collision sent enemies flying with a pitiful scream. Gulo hid behind a tree, trembling. Watching and worrying that the sound might have been too loud, he sweat and wondered could he have woken up. "Member, I heard your resolve clearly." Hansen smiled darkly and hauntingly. He declared boldly he'd make the enemy train until their muscles and throats tear while counting. Then immediately executed the fearsome dumbbell press technique with terrifying force. A thunderous punch struck down, leaving the enemy only able to cry out in pain before sinking into the ground. He didn't stop. He moved on to medicine ball throws over the head, using his guardian arms to hurl the foe into the air. The enemy was flung high into the sky, while Hansen stood below, counting the rhythm 1, 2. He coldly warned if they didn't count in time, the entire set would restart. The enemy was suppressed to moans under extreme torment. Watching, 2 muscle troop members peered furtively and thought this distance should be safe. However, one suddenly noticed something odd about Hansen's muscles and told his neighbor, as others confirmed. Big Bro's muscle quality has always been the best. Hansen's back muscles began to twitch, squeeze and bulge unusually, emitting lightning-like energy around his body. A red system alert appeared. Warning muscles had stopped synthesizing and were refusing signals from the cerebellum. Hansen's face went blank as his shoulder and intercostal muscles fell entirely out of neural control. Even though the miraculous muscle recovery skill activated, the system immediately reported failure. Things worsened as even the inner thigh muscles began to spiral out of control, horribly deforming Hansen's body. Under immense pressure, Major muscle groups from the serratus anterior and calf muscles to the erector spinae. Pectoralis major. And triceps kept slipping beyond neural control. Ripping. Swollen muscles bulged unnaturally. Contorting his face in agony. All his muscular and bodily systems were uncontrollable. Was he being possessed? Then the combat muscle compression skill was officially Jichur, leaving Hansen completely submerged in the massive bulk of his own muscles. A blazing red system message appeared: muscle monster mode activated, radiating terrifying pressure that overwhelmed the space. Seeing this, someone muttered in shock that this feeling was familiar from somewhere. A distant memory surfaced back when he was a small, spectacled hatchling, facing a gigantic sea monster with razor teeth. An absolute terror and total helplessness he never wanted to relive. Once bitten, forever wary, panicking. One turned to urge the comrades to flee. But the purple-clad man grabbed his shoulder and insisted, "No. We can't run." He looked at him seriously and said, "Actually, everyone can sense it." A dark vision filled their minds. "If Hansen isn't stopped here, this entire land will be destroyed. Left only as a wasteland." Gritting his teeth and out of options, he roared with authority, "Redhead Legion." To assemble, the frog henchman immediately appeared, ready to fight. "Just this once. We'll ally temporarily." He ordered the remaining forces. The bodybuilder teams 1 and 2 formed ranks to surround Hansen at once. 2 allied armies against one who would fail was unknown. The Redhead Legion moved to action, shouting, "Cover Hansen's sight, tiny." Frenzied creatures scrambled over the rampaging giant, with the sole goal of putting Hansen back to sleep, while below the muscle troops rushed toward the giant. The flames of the delirium recalled a past training, Hansen straining and gritting under a horrifying load. Bench pressing 900 kilos. Roaring with iron will to hit the target. A dry clang of metal rang as Hansen completed the set and racked the bar perfectly. Strolling off, sipping water and humming triumphantly, Hansen glanced at his master and taunted, 100 kilos is nothing." "Master, you're so weak," the red bandit teacher laughed heartily at the student's arrogance. "Ha ha." In Hansen's eyes, "I was simply bench pressing." "Isn't that right?" Hansen replied, bewildered. "Isn't that bench press you? I should know that by now." The master began explaining a higher realm that bench press used only the pectoralis minor. He broke the body into parts and taught each fiber separately, insisting that with proper training, every part can move as naturally as Hansen. "Try isolating each fiber, and a new world will open," the master invited passionately, but Hansen immediately waved it off, sulking. "I don't like that I train because it's fun." The master patted his head and laughed indulgently. "Ha, this kid's fine," as is returning to the brutal present. The giant Hansen emitted ragged, terrifying sounds as a colossal foot slammed the ground in a cataclysmic impact. It sent everything flying amid screams and carnage. Wherever Hansen stepped, things were crushed. "Cover its sight." 2. "Put it to sleep at all costs," rang the cry as frog soldiers frantically climbed and clung to Hansen's giant body, shouting for everyone to join to stop the monster moving. Under the crushing groans, the giant trembled beneath the weight of dozens trying to restrain him. They yelled to pull together. But then a mighty sweep of his arm followed. Hansen let out a thunderous roar, flinging the frogs and muscle troop members into the air. This was no longer an even fight, but like ants versus an elephant. A thunderous stomp from the giant proved absolute power, utterly overpowering numbers. Yet the 2 Feliming didn't give up and kept fighting the colossal monster. A frog casually upended his bottle and offered, "Hey ally, I can take one leg. The other leg is yours to handle at that." A terrified soldier backed away and yelled, "No, I'm weak." In close quarters, the henchman with the cap looked up, face twisted in horror. He only managed desperate cries as the shadow of the giant's foot loomed overhead, saying that now was too late. A cataclysmic impact exploded. The tiny sprite Lena arrived just in time and thought, "It's not too late." A purple-skinned muscle warrior, visibly relieved, cried in excitement, "Good. Minimum conditions met." Then he shouted to the team, "Hold on until Lord Hansen regains consciousness." The warriors rushed the giant, preparing for a grueling containment battle. They tried to restrain and put him back to sleep so everyone could survive. "Hold fast and protect." Everyone rang the cry as the giant entity enveloped the space. A dry crack sounded as the phone in Hansen's hand shattered from the crushing force. He stared at the wreckage and murmured, "Ah, it's broken again. I still need to check rest time." The nearby teammate sighed, witnessing this. Hansen broke his phone again. Staring at his hands, Hansen solemnly recalled what he'd once told his master. "Master, I can't control this overflowing power." He searched his memories for his teacher's counsel, recalling the worried mentor who smiled and asked, "Is that all you feel?" Seeing Hansen puzzled, he began to explain. "Hansen, whatever it is, controllable power guides us toward a beneficial path. He picked up a weight and posed a pointed question. But what about power that can't be controlled? The master's face grew stern. He asserted. Uncontrolled power is. He crushed the iron bar of the weight with his grip, making it bend and deform. Sharp metal shards pierced his hand, and the wound began to bleed like a weapon. Uncontrolled power is a weapon. It can strike enemies, but also endanger allies. Hansen pondered his original intent. He had thought enlarging their muscles would please them. He believed boosting physical strength would bring joy. Even granting endless endurance, Hansen was sure everyone would be happy. But seeing the current situation, he asked himself, what is this exactly? Uncontrolled growth is no different from a monster. A radiant neural system flared in the void. Now no muscle obeyed his commands. A blazing giant foot crushed everything below, forcing small creatures to flee in despair. Guido stood frozen, staring up at the majestic being. Before him, Hansen silently called to his master. This poor disciple, though aware his giant foot was unconsciously harming innocents, and watching his racing brain bitterly realized he'd been mistaken about his guidance all along. One eye stared at the hollow red flesh, Hansen ruefully admitted. He'd never truly faced the muscles properly. The golden neural entity stood before his own muscular form. In the dark space, the heavy thud signaled an irreversible transformation. Amid the vibrations, a muscle troop member pressed against Hansen's massive flesh in shock and asked, "Ma, monster, what are you saying in despair?" The small man burst into sobs. He kept patting the heaving muscles and recalling old memories. Remember the lateral deltoid we trained wrong? Together, he tried to rouse Hansen's reason with memories of past training days, the recollection of their first time doing the silent rose to isolate. The lateral deltoid came vividly back. Choking up, he recalled his captain's encouraging pat. "That year you praised and encouraged me. You don't forget that, do you?" Hansen's gigantic muscles began to tremble and beat strongly like a pounding heart. The warrior kept patting the flesh, whispering big pecs. "Boss. The day I became a bodybuilder." He went on to tell of a female bodybuilder who once demanded to swap chest muscles with him, making Hansen laugh, tears streaming. He still flashed a bright smile. "I remember clearly because you were my ideal model." The huge muscle fibers continued, convulsing violently. Knowing this was only a fragile chance to help Hansen regain body control, he persisted, recalling how he sneaked up from behind to startle Hansen mid-lift. Though Hansen pretended to be startled to cheer the younger man. Thinking of that generous heart, he sobbed while patting the massive lats. "My lats want a heart as big as his." Meanwhile, the entire muscle army clambered crazily over Hansen's giant body, reverently naming each muscle group triceps, deltoids, lats. Members of the muscle troop climbed Hansen's massive form, respectfully touching each muscle and chanting hamstrings nim, calves nim, erector spinae nim. Faced with such sincerity, Hansen's mind began to tremble violently. A warrior cried out in panic, "Hansen nim, the muscles are trembling." Finally, sincerity is rewarded. He ordered everyone to seize this once-in-a-millennium chance to massage the boss. "Hurry, and massage him. Don't miss this opportunity." Instantly, a sprite cast summoning magic and a sun golem rose. Hordes of monsters burst from the ground on command, surround Hansen, and press gently on each spot. Sand monsters encircled him. Hansen began using his rough hands to massage the giant body. Lai joined in, kicking the spots the golems couldn't reach and declaring, "I'll handle the unreachable areas." An ally urgently asked Block if there was any herb with a soothing scent for sleep. Block firmly said yes, there's a plant called aroma, and dashed into the woods to fetch it. "I'll go pick it now." They assigned tasks, each eager to help calm Hansen. A suited frog approached, touched Hansen's leg and sang sweetly, "Good night, our muscles." The frog clan joined voices, singing of front yards and hills, birds and lambs falling asleep. Everything sank into slumber as the muscle army and frogs sang a lullaby sweet moon into the prison. Silver and golden pearls entrusted tonight. "Good night, our muscles." But the giant Hansen suddenly opened his mouth and roared thunderously. Seeing this, a warrior worriedly exclaimed, "Is something wrong?" and shouted, "Wait." His face turned strangely calm. He asserted, "This echo isn't an attack, we're still safe for now." Like a whale's call across the ocean. It's a mother's anxious, caring cry. Those beats are the sacred symbol of maternal love. The giant Hansen tilted his head and roared again. The monster's roars continued for a long stretch, enough for 20 sets of 15 reps, though the sound thundered across the wild. It carried an oddly warm and beautiful feeling. When the final roar ended, everyone on the battlefield had fallen into a deep, peaceful sleep. The giant silhouette sat quietly among the trees under the pale moonlight after awakening. Those who were awake were exhausted and slept well. Suddenly, a halo of light around the giant began to tremble. With violent shaking, the monstrous form gradually shrank and vanished. In a cloud of smoke, Hansen returned to his normal form, his face showing extreme fatigue. Eyes dim and drained of strength, Hansen's guardian body collapsed to the ground. Completely unconscious. After a battle that drained all his energy, Hansen thought it had been a long time since he'd felt such a sweet synthesis of muscles across the wide land. Members of the muscle troop and the frogs lay scattered. Utterly exhausted after the ordeal, and into the next day, the real nightmare began when Hansen started the exercise called walking lunch. He sat nonchalantly astride a giant trunk, while the muscle army and even the frog had to brace, carry him on their shoulders, and move like a train. Screaming in pain under the torment, I feel like I'm about to die, contrasting with his followers' misery. Hansen was ecstatic, humming the train song, Zing X, it 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 as he walked. And he slyly warned, if you lose core strength, your back will be ruined. Someone just gritted their teeth, enduring the 1,000-pound weight pressing every fiber. Truly the wicked live leisurely folks. Meanwhile, Ben smiled wickedly and thought, indeed, no one treats a disciple better than a master. He gave thanks that destroying Oculus reduced the dangers and helped the plan to turn this place into a dungeon succeed. Standing before Lion, Ben smugly asked, do you know what pleases me most now? He shouted in manic excitement, that Elise has been resurrected from behind the smoke. A woman with long white hair and hollow eyes staggered out, seeing the figure. The red-haired girl skeptically remarked, it looks pretty convincing. Ben immediately wrapped his arms around Elise from behind and sneered. Do you really think this is the real Elise? He smirked slyly and declared it no longer matters. Anyway, suddenly, a blaze of golden fire energy erupted fiercely, prepared to take a hit. Ben's eyes glowed with determination, signaling a brutal purge was about to begin. What had to happen did happen. A cataclysmic clash erupted instantly through the dust. The female general swung her sword directly against Ben's giant arm. She shouted angrily. So many have died for your vengeance, Ben screamed in utter rage as everything of mine has been stolen away. Don't act like I'm the only one at fault. He wildly swung his guardian arm forward, and the female general calmly nullified every strike. Ben screamed in agony as his body began to be gravely wounded. The female general stood towering with a blazing sword and calmly admitted, my mistake was not stopping you that day. Elise died. Ben whispered in rage. There was no need for Elise to die. Golden fines began to bulge, crisscrossing his giant arm, unable to control himself. He crazily shouted, it's your fault. Then launched a decisive strike. Suddenly a shout rang across the battlefield. Elise appeared, standing between the two forces, causing every attack to falter. She immediately spread her arms to stop the fight and choked out. Why do you two have to fight? You were master and disciple and could resolve this with words. Looking straight at Ben, the girl demanded. First of all, Uncle, I heard the master helped you so much. So why are you behaving so cruelly? She turned to Leon with a doubtful look and to the sister. Did you really teach disciples with the sword? Is that what you call teaching? It doesn't look like proper education at all. Leon nervously wiped sweat and asked Ben, what kind of speech is this girl using? Ben only thought to himself that his memory still hadn't returned. Leon suddenly closed his eyes and laughed loudly. Ha ha. So it's certain now. Without hesitation, he suddenly shouted Elise, then lunged to grab the white-haired woman's neck. Leon looked at the other with cold eyes. Elise, this is only Elise's shell. The white-haired entity gasped and groaned, clutching its throat. Leon declared, this is a living prison wearing a person. While that shell was pleading, save me, Leon leaned close and whispered in its ear, I have no personal vendetta against you. But if you remain like this, Leon mused that it would become a disaster. Ben, now completely exhausted and hollow-faced, cried out in despair. Master Leon, I'm sorry, please kill me. Please spare Elise. He slammed his head to the ground and screamed in fury. What did she do wrong? Why do you people of the White Kingdom always want to kill her? Ben madly took all the blame on himself, saying it's my fault she was killed. The guards attacked too. The White Kingdom did it, please. How much hatred must there be to insist she die? Ben lay prostrate on the ground, pleading he'll die obediently. Master, please. Leon looked at his disciple with pity yet firm resolve. Ben, I'm sorry. But you also know this isn't Elizabeth. Right. Ben gave a bitter, hollow smile. Leon coldly declared, I told you there would be no change. While she was distracted, Ben seized the chance to stab a syringe into his master. His pleas were now meaningless. At the gathering area, Hansen and his muscle-bound troops faced the Redhead Toad Legion. A trembling toad vowed, "I will never drink again." Yet he smiled slyly and raised a finger to add, "I'll only drink this one more time." Seeing the stubbornness, Hansen immediately flew into a rage. He bared his teeth with pressure and ordered, "Drink to your fill." And the pale-faced big brother quickly changed tone and promised, "I'll exercise instead of drinking." Pleased that they complied, Hansen beamed and waved goodbye. "See you next time." The toads bowed respectfully and escorted the guest. However, events didn't go as promised. The quitting drinking failed after an hour. As Hansen and his muscle crew rounded the corner, he smirked smugly. The monocle glinting cunningly, discovering the truth is still a long way off. At Alley Mine, members of the muscle troop asked to stay and manage things, honoring Hansen's promise. He gave an encouraging thumbs up and reminded them not to be lazy about training and meals. The subordinates saluted vocally, wishing him more muscles. Hearing sincere encouragement, Hansen flexed confidently and continued on with Lai. Hai Sun met Behemoth, holding up the blueprints for the training device, and excitedly declared, "Behemoth, I've completed the commission as promised. Will you build it now? I brought all the spirits back." The Spirit King, in the form of a black cat, awkwardly replied, "Well done. But what can we do? The materials to make this aren't here." Hearing that, Hansen instantly flew into a rage, radiating horrifying pressure that Lai struggled to restrain. Behemoth hurriedly reassured them that as long as they found all the materials, he'd start immediately. Warning, since it seems you don't know, the requirements to collect them are extremely strict. Looking at the blueprint, Behemoth frowned, saying demanding a bar that won't bend even under 100-ton load is excessive. Following the design requires extremely precise materials. But where to get them is the problem. Hansen naively asked if that's too hard, prompting Gulo to explain that the kingdom lacks the technical level, which is why they came here. The Spirit King immediately changed tone, confidently asserting he could do it and knew where to find the material: black bonestone, a rare mineral found only in newly formed dungeons. Fortunately, a new dungeon had just appeared nearby, though easy to locate. Behemoth warned it was extremely dangerous because no one knew what entities dwelt inside. When asked if they still intended to go, Hansen braced himself and firmly said no problem. Behemoth was pleased with the decisiveness and decided to let Lena continue accompanying him, causing the tiny spirit to cry out in shock at being assigned the task she hadn't expected to go with him. Meanwhile, Gulo showed deep reverence, bowing to the Spirit King and begging that a mortal like him be allowed to behold the king's great works. Seeing his teammates dawdle, Hansen snapped, lunging to grab Gulo and shouting, "Are you crazy? Hurry up and craft the gear now." Gulo fearfully explained he's not as strong as Hansen and could die from any attack. That statement stunned Hansen. He blankly asked, "You'll die if attacked." Looking at Gulo with pity, Hansen wondered if he was truly human or a unicellular creature like Amit, then patted his shoulder and encouraged him to hang in there. Gulo and Behemoth led the group through the armory, introducing armor that once belonged to the supreme commander of humanity in the demon war: armor, as light as feathers, yet as tough as dragon claws, impervious to penetration. While Gulo praised its greatness, Hansen casually commented, "This is for scrawny people who has muscles like him. Not skinny at all." Behemoth continued, showing a bow of the Elder Elf clan with arrows made from horn, keelin parts, and many rare materials. As they walked, Hansen suddenly froze when he saw something astonishing. Everyone was stunned, staring at the display cabinet ahead. The girl traveling with them wondered why this item appeared here. Among legendary weapons and divine gear, a small pink object lay silently glowing: a pink dumbbell. Gulo approached curiously and asked the Spirit King if he could try lifting it. With permission, the king gently picked up the pink weight and performed a few curls easily. Gulo frowned, noting it was far lighter than he'd imagined. Seeing that, Lai excitedly wanted to try. She lifted the dumbbell with one finger and said nonchalantly, "It's really weightless." After both found it trivial, Hansen quietly stepped forward from behind and asked them to move aside. He looked at the pink dumbbell on the ground with utter seriousness, took a deep breath, then bent down. Hansen focused intensely, breathing heavily, tensed his body, channeled all his strength into his arms, and let out a grunt. Hansen's face flushed crimson, muscles taut as if facing a multi-ton weight. Why was it easy for the others but such a struggle for him? Memories of his old master suddenly surfaced. Hansen once asked his master why he always ended training with this pink dumbbell. The master with the red headband smiled and asked back, "Hansen, what do you think bodybuilding is?" Hansen confidently held up 3 fingers and answered, "It's strength, muscle mass, and thin skin." The master shook his head and said his view of bodybuilding was different. He picked up the pink dumbbell and began to lecture Hansen's master. With giant biceps. Proclaimed bodybuilding is the practice of making a light weight become infinitely heavy. Immediately, Hansen strained. His face contorted under immense pressure as he tried to lift the tiny pink dumbbell. Teeth gritted, and sweat pouring in extremis. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Gulo and the others could only stare and ask each other why he was doing this, unbeknownst to them. He had learned and understood what his master had taught before. From the darkness, a pair of sharp cat eyes silently watched. Behemoth in blue-white robes suddenly appeared and exclaimed in surprise. "Are you the child Kang Jong-jun mentioned?" Hansen, still straining to the extreme with a flushed face, cried out in shock as Master Behemoth explained that Kang Jong-jun, from another world, was his old comrade. The Spirit King began recalling his friend's words after saving the world. The master held the pink dumbbell and said, "One day a child who can lift it most heavily will appear. Until then, could Behemoth keep it for me?" Behemoth doubted the meaning. And the master laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Only those who truly feel weight from a light thing can heal and restore this rotting world to its healthiest state." He insisted he knew someone capable of that, predicting a future guardian to protect what he built and preserved. Behemoth curiously asked if the master already had a disciple. Hansen's master laughed proudly. "Ha ha ha. You've discovered it." He said he'd recognize the boy at once, but asked Behemoth to pretend not to know. Behemoth siched, unable to fathom his strange friend's thoughts. The master took it as praise, and was asked whether he intended to return to his old world. He flatly denied it, pointing to the sky with determination. "No. I still have things to lift. Maybe I want to lift the entire universe." Immediately, Lena roared to urge him. "Hear this clearly." Hansen clenched his teeth, his whole body trembling under extreme pressure. The Spirit King shouted encouragement. "You must surpass your master." Hansen's eyes bulged with bloodshot intensity as he screamed in pain. Channeling all his strength while his hands shook to train with the pink dumbbell, he resolved to lift it and let out a soul-piercing yell as he poured every muscle cell into the effort. Finally, a cataclysmic impact erupted at the center, sending shockwaves and choking dust. Before Gulo and Lai, Hansen's pressure spread so strongly the ground cracked violently. Through the dust, Hansen appeared with blazing red eyes and fierce killing intent. He threw back his head and roared. Veins bulging, he had conquered the infinite weight of the tiny dumbbell and learned what his master taught about it. After reaching his limit, Hansen's hands loosened and the pink dumbbell clattered to the ground, utterly exhausted. He collapsed, breathing heavily and limp. Seeing that, Gulo quietly approached, picked up the dumbbell with a bewildered expression, unable to comprehend what had happened. Hansen struggled to sit up and asked Lena if she knew where his master went. She replied quietly that he handed the pink dumbbell to her and then vanished. Behemoth smiled faintly and observed he felt the master was still training somewhere in the world. Hearing news of the master, Hansen gasped. "The master is still alive," he pressed. "Is there anything here the master used?" The Spirit King replied thoughtfully that there was, but it was dangerous and asked if he was okay. Hansen firmly said no problem. Despite the danger, he wanted to reclaim some of his master's relics. An ancient stone door slowly appeared before them. Inside was a towering rock face sealed by hundreds of closely spaced bars. Seeing this, Gulo worriedly said something felt wrong. Contrary to the Count's anxiety, Hansen smiled confidently and recalled his master's teaching: the more dangerous it feels, the faster the body will change. Hansen excitedly tensed and declared fine. He'd train a bit before going. Gulo could only watch in exasperation. "I don't think he'll stop it a bit. Training is his passion. And without prodding, he won't stop." At the muscle troops camp, training buzzed urgently. A soldier shouted excitedly, "Lord Gulo has returned." A muscular warrior looked around bewildered and asked why everyone was gathered so intensely. Another, stern-faced, began explaining that while people were away, many Jondai events occurred. He recounted that after the cock and caitious monsters disappeared and Hansen was absent, a fierce power struggle erupted. Although the muscle army tried to maintain balance at Ali Mine under their control, the situation changed completely when the Auk began to act. Before the ruins and bright red flags, a young warrior wondered aloud. He didn't think the elders would lose so easily to the Auk. And it made sense given the elders' strength. Those foes were nothing. The senior bitterly admitted the OC couldn't normally beat them. But his face tightened when mentioning a terrifying entity until the Auk lot appeared immediately. He broke into a cold sweat, stunned, asking which tribe birthed that monster. The trembling warrior recalled and affirmed the tribe's name was definitely, his face distorted in horror and his eyes bulged as he finally spoke the name, the Red Hand tribe. A dreadful shock sounded after, signaling an unimaginable threat. He remembered, in the tribe's past, a newborn Auk lay in a wooden cradle amid whispers that this child was special. When held, the baby's body radiated a blazing red aura, with claims that one with magic would become the future leader. And the infant laughed innocently with delight. The Auk named Radai gathered strength and hurled a sphere forward. A heavy blunt strike doubled. A gigantic wild boar roared and charged at him. Radai panicked and fled desperately. This time would he meet a cold end. At that moment, a blue-skinned Auk with flaming red hair suddenly appeared and delivered a 1,000-weight punch that felled the beast. In an instant, Radai stared in shock at his savior. The blue-skinned Auk strode up and asked, "Do you have magic too?" He smiled confidently and declared boldly, "I am an Auk of the Red Hand tribe. And I'm the only one in the tribe who possesses magic." The Red Hand Auk with blazing red hair grinned friendly and suggested, "Let's be friends." Okay, since then. Whenever they met, he never failed to greet in his own way. His greeting was a sky-slapping blow that made Radai howl in pain. The successive strikes never stopped, leaving the victim screaming in despair and forever traumatized by the abuse. The Red Hand Auk casually waved goodbye with a triumphant smile while his foe was flung away. Radai stared back into the past, bitterly telling himself he'd fled to this remote corner, yet couldn't escape fate. Loud impacts shook the ground repeatedly. A soldier hurriedly ran up to report the enemy was approaching to invade. Radai decisively swung his arm and ordered, "March today. I'll settle my cowardly past." A mighty Auk army thundered forward, carrying a massive palanquin as they advanced. The figure on the throne pointed forward and roared with authority, "Sweep them away." He declared the creatures here are only slaves and the Red Hand tribe. The leader continued ordering, "Capture all beings at Ali Mine and make them submit." Immediately a barrage of purple, fiery boulders rained down like meteors. The Auk army below looked up in horror as strange objects hurtled onto the battlefield they hadn't expected an ambush. And huge rocks fell into the gorge with terrifying explosions. The Auk lot with flaming red hair stared up in shock and yelled. At once a one-eyed, glasses-wearing member of the Muscle Army led the charge. The troops surged forward shouting raid. A one-eyed glasses member smugly thought, "Good. The enemy is panicking." Watching comrades frantically push rocks down on the foes, he asserted that if the barrage continues, victory will surely be theirs. Lifting a huge rock, he thought if he could handle Auk lot himself, it would be his chance for revenge after repeated abuse. Only by defeating Auk lot could he exorcise that haunting shadow. Below, a muscular warrior strained so fiercely that an Auk cried in amazement. What kind of blade can't pierce like this? The one-eyed, glasses-wearing member began gasping, his heart racing under suffocating pressure, worrying whether the enemy would recognize him when their eyes met. At that moment, Auk lot smiled wickedly and declared, "Found go lot." Then watched silently and affirmed, "This battle will end when the leader is slain." Below, the muscle troops kept fighting and flexing their rolling muscles. Auk lot suddenly launched into the air. Go lot. His face turned stern at once. This brat dares aim straight at the leader to play a headless snake trick. He concentrated all his strength into his guarding arms and unleashed a one-arm dumbbell press. A thunderous strike descending to finish the attacker. Auk lot spat contemptuously, then looked his opponent in the eye and remarked, "Pretty strong." Hearing that, Guro's face drained. He blankly asked, "What? Why am I Gulo?" Auk lot didn't believe the denial. He lunged to grab Guro and insisted he'd heard that a human-shaped figure had unified the Gulo tribe. Roaring angrily, "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Immediately Auk lot unleashed a flurry of slaps, making Guro cry out in pain. Just joking with him. And he counterattacked unexpectedly. Guro flew into a rage and delivered a powerful counterpunch to the opponent's face. He kept throwing thunderous punches and shouted, "I'm not Go lot, Master Hansen is Go lot." Guro pressed on, explaining that the one standing over there is the real Gorlot, and he's only temporarily substituting. Auk lot was slammed dizzy and tried to repeat the name in confusion. Gulot. Suddenly his gaze shifted to a pale, gaunt figure trembling in the distance. Auk lot curled a lip, ignoring Guro's warning not to be careless, and strode toward the newcomer, smiling slyly as he greeted, "A long time, no see. Old bear friend." Auk lot eagerly reached out as if to grab him. "Do you remember me? Good to see you again." "Friend." Scene shifts. A member of the muscle troop with a sturdy build hung suspended on a sheer cliff, studded with many bars. Hansen was diligently doing exercises nearby and casually ordered, Do 100 more pull-ups before you get down. Gulo, also hanging and utterly exhausted, cried out in agony. Hansen Nim. You're too much, Hansen innocently asked. What? Guro shouted and blamed Hansen. You always give me privilege not to train. Why is only he treated specially while grinding through pull-ups? Hansen calmly shot back. Guro. You don't train, do you really think that? Hansen flexed his massive back muscles and explained to Gudo that training intensity is relative. He insisted his warm-up could be someone else's main workout. Moving multi-ton slabs is mere preparation for him, while for others, it's an extreme trial. What a muscle leader lifts is trivial to him. In truth, Guro wasn't lazy. His body has completely transformed since he first appeared. He may not realize it, but he now possesses an incredibly firm, solid core, a monstrous core muscle. Guro roared confidently. I'm no longer the weakling I used to be. His eyes shone and his hands radiated potent purple magic. Guro declared loudly. I am Hansenim's right hand, and also the greatest magic arm wizard. A giant purple power burst forth, easily crushing huge rocks and completely subduing the enemy in an instant. He looked straight ahead with determined eyes and affirmed his identity. I am Guro. That confidence earned him the chance to lead troops to fight the foe. At the cliff area, impacts and collisions rang out as the muscle troops trained with the monsters. A warrior froze, sweating, when he heard strange sounds approaching. To keep peace at Ali Mine, the woody builders realized they needed a more effective combat method. Instead of wastefully using frogs as food, they decided to tame them to boost mobility and combat power for the unit. Thus, the Frog Rider Legion was born. With blazing warriors, the commander ordered the Frog Rider force to launch a full attack. War cries echoed through the air, mixed with the monsters' calls. Seeing the sight, the troops ran while hoisting the giant birds overhead. Gudo shouted in panic, Isn't this extremely inefficient? A warrior immediately replied confidently, introducing this as the frog overhead press technique, where the unit simultaneously performs a press using the frog monsters while marching. Watching. A companion gave a thumbs up. Effective indeed. Fighting and training at once. Very practical. Orders to form ranks were given to the woody builders. The warriors struck front double poses, biceps flashing powerful muscles. Then the frog riders received orders to attack the enemy's rear. They roared and performed the frog overhead press, hoisting the giant birds overhead and charging forward. The Ak were bewildered, not understanding this strange tactic. This was the newly established meat grinder tactic. A red structure descended as the muscle troops and frogs slammed into the enemy lines. A warrior struck decisively, leaving the foe unable to resist and collapsing instantly. After fighting around the battlefield, a member asked if all enemies were wiped out. But the atmosphere tightened when someone shouted hell rising from beneath the ground. A giant red energy hand called Spike suddenly surged up, radiating a terrifying killing intent across the area. A muscle troop member unexpectedly used a new skill called gravity magic. A brilliant purple column flared, trapping the OC inside. The energy spread into a huge magic circle, the Tower of Three Beasts, creating an earth-shattering explosion that wiped everything clean and formally declared victory. Amid the wreckage, Guro stood over the defeated and told his comrades, Don't tell Hansen Nim about this skill. The Ak lay collapsed, sneering and defiant. You think defeating my Red Hand tribe ends this? The defeated Ak spat defiantly. Guro coldly asked, What do you mean? The Ak muttered, You know nothing. While others in the muscle troop, eating, suggested to Guro to remodel his body until he talks. One added, Just shove a strong spirit into that strong body and he'll spill everything. Sensing danger, the oak hurriedly backed down. I'm not going to fight anymore. I'll tell you. Then he suddenly asked Guro, Do you know about Oculus? Guro was surprised. Oculus? Is that what Lai mentioned? He admitted he'd heard the name a few times. The Ak began to explain that one day those people came to the tribe and granted them power in exchange for 20% of life energy each month. Though they wanted to refuse, they couldn't because the cloaked ones took the tribe's children as wards. Claiming those children ensured the tribe's continuity, they exploited this weakness to coerce the tribe. Oklot revealed he was only following orders to observe everyone, all to wait for a chance to avenge. During that time, he learned the bastard's powers and identified key officers, especially one codenamed Waterbomb. But just as the secret emerged, a white beam suddenly pierced Oklot's chest. To everyone's astonishment, he coughed up blood in pain and collapsed as the henchman screamed. A soldier panicked, pointed to the cliff top, and shouted, Someone's up there. Amid the dust, a stranger with blazing pink hair appeared, jumping down while complaining irritably. Ouch, it's too hot. I said I wouldn't shoot, Beside him, a figure with purple hair and a huge hat coldly warned. Talk too much and you'll be in danger. He curled a sly smile, glancing at the dying Oklot, and sneered that speaking unnecessarily leads to a tragic end. The purple-haired one quietly looked at the steaming pool of green goo and casually suggested, "Shall I make you unable to speak by eating it all up?" Standing tall on the cliff, the pink-haired man loudly announced a special deal. Anyone who reveals Hansen's location will be spared. First, he decided to find the leader to challenge the strong. He noted these people had good morale, but warned there are those in Oculus they must absolutely fear. Meanwhile, at the training area, Gulo, hanging from the bar with a distorted face from fear, screamed desperately, "I'm about to fall. I really will fall." Just then, a hand went completely exhausted and began slipping off the bar in helplessness. Immediately, a foot executed a point technique, then shifted to a decisive flex to cling to the bar its lie. An Oculus operative. She held the man's leg in an inverted hang to save him. Above, a thick mist hung like a bat dangling in a cave. In another development, a tightly curled pink-haired man named Organ appeared with a wicked grin, smugly asking, "What did I say if you accept things easily? Isn't life more comfortable?" Around him lay devastation as the entire muscle troop had been defeated. Strewn across the ground, a dying warrior used his last strength to message, "Block. Report back to Hansen and take the heavy responsibility." Block ran madly through the forest in panic. He ran for his life, breathing hard and drenched in sweat, screaming the final warning, "Never come back here." Meanwhile, Hansen showed obvious emotion over the new gift, thanking him profusely. Behemoth, the Spirit King in the form of a cat, calmly replied, "Though it's not far, I can't let you leave empty-handed." Gulo, however, was deeply disappointed, grumbling, "Sir Behemoth, I feel no gratitude at all. How many legendary swords, shields, and armors are there? Why must we carry this heap of scrap?" Gulo shouted in displeasure as Hansen casually accepted the junk. He asked Hansen, "Nim, if we're coming back anyway, why add this heavy baggage?" Hansen quietly looked at Gulo and suddenly asked, "Do you know what soccer is?" Gulo blinked, wondering what a muscle man like Hansen could know about soccer, but answered honestly, "Yes." Hansen asked if he liked it. Gulo nodded. "Then do you want to play well?" The Count replied moderately, "A bit." Hansen smiled and said, "That's easy to explain. To play well, you must touch the ball a lot, because through that you'll accumulate data on weight, ball feel, and results from your actions." Then Hansen suddenly placed a heavy purple weight in Gudo's hands and declared, "It's because you said you wanted to play well." The Count stared in shock at this practical, unexpected drill. "No wonder you're complaining. Poor thing." "Whatever." Hansen beamed and excitedly declared, "Today make friends with these weight plates." Gulo cried out in confusion, "What's that got to do with soccer?" Hansen, keeping a straight face, blushed and mumbled that since plates are round, they'll surely help play better. Hansen turned to Lai and asked if she wanted to play well. Her undecided reply made him awkwardly apologize. "I'm fine." "I know then," he shouted, "start," and used terrifying strength to pull a giant stack of plates with Lai and the spirit on top. Lena sat watching calmly while behind. Gulo trembled, holding a small plate, staggering along and cursing helplessly. This lunatic. In another scene, a brutal battle erupted with streaks of golden swordlight. Leon charged into the encirclement, delivering powerful slashes that terrified the enemies, one soldier trembling, mouth agape in despair, screamed monster. The clang of metal and heavy impacts rang out as Leon faced masked strangers alone. She swung a killing slash, severely wounding them and leaving them unable to resist. Leon moved with terrifying speed, closing in and launching lethal strikes. Before her stood a giant entity with glowing, threatening eyes and jaws. The bodyguard roared and wildly swung his weapon. Leon quickly flipped away, narrowly avoiding the 1,000-pound blow. Amid the chaotic battlefield, a black-cloaked soldier shouted, "Run. We'll buy time," desperately ordering the rest to Tula mercenary regiment, "Retreat now, before they could escape." A cold, the sharp blade pressed to a trembling soldier's throat. Ben stood alone in the dark forest, feeling life energy surge strongly. Smugly he murmured, "Good. The life force grows stronger." Then looked at the red-haired woman with a sly gaze and asked, "Master, the disciples are very happy. You feel happy too?" He taunted as the other remained silent. Ben sneered, "Are you too dull to answer?" Staring at the woman's hollow face with its glowing orange eye, and wondered, should I call her master, or an empty shell? On the road toward the high cliff, Gulo looked up in alarm and asked Hansen, "Hansen, Nim, A group is coming this way. From the horizon. Frantic screams echoed Count. Count. Immediately, a group rushed up and fell to their knees before Gulo. Pleading, please, Tutula mercenaries. Relieve the people's grief. Gulo. Out of breath from carrying a heavy plate. Urge them to calm down. Panting, what's going on? Explain it. A blond man with 2 swords on his back stepped forward and respectfully introduced himself. I'm Talun, captain of the Tutula mercenaries. Then began to recount how many members lost their families in the zombie attack. Because of that, they kept hunting the mastermind for revenge. But an unexpected variable occurred. Ben's face, with its manic smile, kept appearing in their memories. Suddenly, a muscle troop member shouted in horror. The red-haired Haiba, quickly clarifying that the one aiding the mastermind was none other than General Leon. But he immediately tried to reassure his frightened comrade. Look closely. It's not her. The red-haired woman stood silent with one question in her mind. What? Gulo tried to diffuse the tension. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. General Leon would never betray the kingdom. Hansen asked curiously what's really happening. Gulo broke into a cold sweat, thinking if he didn't clarify, Hansen would force him into brutal training again. Plus, carrying heavy stuff was enough. He hurriedly explained, Ben often changes his body to fight. They mean General Leon, who brought him here, is covering for him and helping with the killings. Hansen nodded, aha. Yet remained doubtful and muttered with Leon's forearm strength, how could he do such things? That's a lie. At that level they couldn't even touch my aunt's toe. At that moment hurried footsteps and heavy breathing came from afar. A warrior ran frantically toward Hansen. Shouting Hansen Nim. Hansen looked at the newcomer, puzzled. Recognized him, and asked Hansen's surprised Block. Why are you here? Block. Frantic and horror-stricken. Reported the news, the village. The village is in big trouble. Immediately a horrific scream echoed from a dark cellar where a hand was tightly chained at the wrist. Badly injured with bruises and pooled blood. The red-curled Auk villain smiled wickedly and threatened, tell us fast and you'll be better off, yet a muscle troop member. Despite being brutally tortured, resisted, gripping the earth and telling himself endure. You can do it. But endurance reached its limit. In the dark cellar, the bound muscular brothers writhed in agony. Someone sobbed uncontrollably. Moans of agony echoing everywhere, witnessing this odd sight. The red-haired villain stared bewildered. What is this? What did I do to make them like this? Is some invisible force helping me? At this moment, the goody builders endured indescribable pain like nothing they'd felt before. Heart-wrenching screams rose amid violent bodily tremors. This was their worst nightmare. And the red-haired man stood frozen, utterly baffled by what he saw. The source of this extreme pain was ironically simple lack of training, faces twisted in terror, eyes white. Screaming in utter despair, the thing eating their soul and body was the fear of losing muscle. Block ran through the forest, breathing wildly in panic. Seeing Hansen's silhouette, he shouted, Hansen Nim. Hansen turned to the panting brother with a puzzled look. Block. Why are you here? Block cried out in utter desperation. The village is in big trouble. Hansen put a hand on Block's shoulder, smiling brightly to reassure him what's wrong. Earlier Gulo had warned him to think carefully. Block is 90% likely will fail. Block, not trusting himself, frowned and objected. How could that be? We defeated the Auk easily. Didn't you feel anything when we used the rock attack? He recalled when the team threw the giant rock with all their force. Yet the red-haired enemy neutralized it too easily. And another of their group didn't even lift a finger. We just watched from afar with contempt, meaning those foes have strength comparable to Hansen Nim. Eager to fetch reinforcements, I will bring Hansen Nim here. Block insisted. But a teammate immediately shouted to stop, telling Block to stay calm because Hansen, though very strong, if he fails then it's truly over. They won't even see us. Their sole target is Hansen Nim, worried. Block was advised by a senior to listen only when it's certain Hansen Nim can utterly overwhelm them. Is it time to bring him back? The senior pointedly ordered that, until then, never bring Hansen Nim here. Block agreed but asked to stay and fight, suggesting another senior deliver the news, since that would increase their chance of victory. The muscle troop flatly refused, claiming they're not good with words. They flexed their muscles in unison and insisted protecting. The youngest is the senior's duty. They knew the enemy was too strong but chose not to flee. Witnessing the senior's sacrifice, Block choked up. The seniors returned to the forest, and Block lied to Hansen that nothing had happened, saying he just wanted more training beside Hansen. Hansen smiled, satisfied. Oh, really? That's great. He casually remarked that without wheels, things were inefficient. An order was given and the Tutula mercenary company shifted to reconnaissance formation, the exercise called Chariot. Walking lunch began. With Hansen and others seated atop a giant stone platform, the mercenary corps had to use manpower to carry and move like living wheels. Hansen smiled and ordered, "If you go the wrong way, I'll change the roll of the wheels." At the same time, Lena activated a magic circle and loudly summoned golems. Huge golems with blazing red eyes lumbered up through the dust. The red-haired girl ran hurriedly while asking that finding the dungeon entrance is the starting point of the assault. "Right, Gulo?" "Running behind." Explained yes. Though it's the dungeon area, not all of it is dungeon proper. So the dungeon owner will fight where it's most advantageous for them. Gulo urged the team on, but fortunately we don't need to conquer the dungeon. The main objective now is to collect the black bone stones that Lord Behemoth requested to bring back. Other matters shouldn't concern us much. A member worriedly asked about their revenge. Hansen immediately gritted his teeth, determined we must teach them a lesson so they won't trouble Helen again. Gulo remained uneasy about the situation if General Leon truly betrayed them. "What then?" Lai quickly reassured, "Don't worry. My aunt would never be defeated by that person. Nor would she ever cooperate with him." Suddenly, Spirit Lena alarmedly reported the signal from 2 golems southwest has been cut, sensing missing information. Lena ordered the group to move immediately toward the golems that lost signal. Lena was stunned to find a third signal, the northwest golem also lost. And then Gulo. I wondered if being a dungeon made them easy to suppress. The question enraged Lena, who snarled, "Do you underestimate them? What is a supreme spirit golem? Common monsters can't beat even one golem." Lena worried because the golems had been completely destroyed. Before visuals returned, she found it strange that in this ordinary dungeon, there wasn't a single zombie. Deciding to act, she urged, "I'll go first." Lena immediately deployed spirit magic and used a swap position skill to move across the rocks. But as she stopped, her face went pale with horror. Behind her, a giant wolf with blazing red eyes loomed threateningly. Lena trembled and cried, "It's ruined. They've set a trap." Meanwhile, Hansen remained calm and brightly suggested, "Why don't we do some arm exercises while waiting for Lena to find the entrance?" Gulo blew up. Arms crossed angrily. "Exercise in enemy territory, absolutely not. You'll waste all your energy." Another member smiled and agreed, "If the arms lose strength, we can fight with our lower bodies. Isn't that right, Hansen?" Hansen grinned and shook his comrade's hand. Witnessing their muscle obsession, Guido could only shout from behind in frustration, "Damn." Hansen began demonstrating an exercise called overhead extension, which strengthens the triceps. With 2 hands and a weight, it's the 2-arm overhead extension. Step 1. Grip the weight plate with both hands and lift it above the head. Next, slowly lower the elbows back, as if stretching above the head. Third, use triceps power to push the weight back up while inhaling deeply. Hansen noted gripping the plate surface makes the posture more comfortable. And keep the elbows from flaring out during the set. In another development, Lai ran frantically through the dark forest, questioning whether Leon was really here. Her eyes blazing with determination even if he's not. She won't let anyone tarnish his honor. We'll catch the imposter ourselves. Lai drove her legs and shot forward like an arrow, determined to find the truth. Suddenly, a giant pillar of golden light struck the ground, producing an earth-shaking explosion in the deep woods. Witnessing the tremor, the blonde swordsman solemnly judged this vibration to be the shock of a battle. But right behind him, Hansen and his comrades were casually flexing and boasting about their muscles. "Laughing feels great, doesn't it?" Seeing the odd sight, he was dumbfounded, and wondered if he was mistaken. Hansen turned serious, called Block back and said, "Wait a moment. This is an outside the muscles vibration. It seems Lai or Lena, one of them has clashed with the enemy." Block nodded immediately, confirming the situation, and smiled confidently, thinking their warm-up was sufficient. Hansen told Gudo to stay and continue training because ahead was dangerous for novices. After Gudo's thank you reply, Hansen and Block sped off, shouting boldly, "We'll start with interval training." Yes, Hansen treated every action and fight like a lesson, and applied exercises for his subordinates to learn. In the dim forest, a pure white lily suddenly gleamed among the leaves. The gray-eyed girl curiously looked at the flower and asked, "What's this?" The woman accompanying her gently explained, "That's called a flower." Continuing to look around, the little girl pointed at a small creature perched on a branch and asked, "What's that?" The woman calmly answered, "That's a squirrel." The little squirrel sat calmly on the branch in the forest's quiet. In the peaceful woods, Elise pointed at the trees and asked, "What's that?" Ben softly replied, "That's a leaf." She then pointed down, asking, "What is this?" And Ben patiently answered, "It's a caterpillar." Seeing Elise's innocence, Ben asked thoughtfully, "Elise, do you really not remember anything of your past?" The girl shook her head sadly. "I don't remember anything at all." Under the sunset glittering through the leaf, Elise looked at Ben with trust. but I can still feel how much you care for me and how much you long to protect me. Ben's face suddenly grew worried. He warned Elise more and more people will come to attack us. He looked at her with determined but pained eyes. So whatever happens to me, you must find a safe place to hide her. Childlike innocence made him want to protect her. Meanwhile, in a dark castle, the red-haired man looked down at the kneeling sorcerer and sneered, a rustic sorcerer from the borderlands. With that background, it's hard for me to accept you, he smirked wickedly, but lucky for you, my boss is quite interested in your research. The blue-haired sorcerer trembled, sweat pouring down, replying, honored that you take notice. It's my privilege. The red-haired man began to interrogate you, said the thing you're studying is a living dungeon. Right, the sorcerer hurriedly confirmed. Yes, the red-haired man smiled with satisfaction and stepped away. Good, excellent. So it's like a portable battery when the other hesitated to correct that. It's not exactly like that. He waved it off. None of that matters. It's not important. He leaned close to the sorcerer, eyes suddenly blazing red with menace, and threatened, when it's finished, you know what to do. Hand it over to me quietly and smoothly back in the forest. Elise worriedly asked Ben, is it something really scary? Ben immediately smiled to reassure her. No, nothing's wrong, nothing scary. He looked at Elise with worried eyes and confessed, I'm afraid of losing you again. Elise gazed into his eyes and softly noted, your eyes always look sad. She gently touched Ben's cheek, thinking it's probably my fault, but he quickly grabbed her hand to reassure it's not like that. Elise trusted Ben utterly and gently stroked his head to comfort. Don't worry, I'll always be by your side like you want. Ben blushed and called her name Elise. Then suddenly a shadow with sinister smiling faces appeared behind them with the declaration, found you, and a rumble. Ben's face went pale with horror. Ben panicked and shouted Elise, run immediately. Hansen strode out of the darkness, recognizing the familiar figure, and asked, the same guy as last time. Are you bullying newbies at the gym again? Hansen easily used his hand to halt the attack and warned, don't show off your strength like that right after meeting someone. A team member looked around and wondered, Hansen Nim isn't here. Maybe we're in the wrong place. Hansen stood dumbfounded, mouth agape, blaming himself. Could it be my heart led me here without noticing? Ben screamed in fury. What the hell are you saying? Then crazily lunged to attack. Hansen quickly closed in, grabbed the opponent and shouted the exercise name Long Pun. Hansen suddenly seized Ben and executed a powerful press, driving him straight to the ground with a terrifying impact. Ben was crushed beneath Hansen's hands, only managing a pained cry. Utterly powerless. Hansen's eyes flashed cold as he asked, do you bully gym newbies? Ben writhed under the 1,000-pound pressure, wildly thrashing and screaming in unbearable pain. At that moment, seeing Ben unable to fight, Elise suddenly appeared with radiant energy pouring from her hands and shouted for everyone to stop. Sensing her dangerous intent, Ben cried out in horror to stop Elise. Don't do that, a muscle troop member rushed to Hansen, reporting this power seems even stronger than Master Leon's slash. Amid the blinding light, Elise asserted that though she knew her immense energy was dangerous, she could not stand by. Seeing things spiraling out of control, Ben anxiously shouted, that's not right, Elise, I won't fight anymore, so please stop. But Elise still smiled resolutely and declared she would protect him, just as he once protected her. Though she couldn't recall her memories, Elise still felt the bond between them, and poured all her power into the sphere. Ben lay on the ground, sweat streaming, trembling and screaming in despair. No. Elise. It's not like that. Meanwhile, in a dark space, the red-haired organ silently watched a child being drained of energy and curiously asked about its fate. After the energy was gone, Organ coldly speculated that once drained, the child would surely die. Back on the blazing battlefield, Elise shouted with resolve. This time I'll protect you. She unleashed all her power, causing an earth-shattering explosion that enveloped everything. Elsewhere, Lena decided to move ahead to scout. She cast the spirit skill swap position, turning herself into a rock to teleport elsewhere. But upon arriving, she was shocked to find herself in a terrible situation. Before her stood a giant wolf with blazing red eyes looming threateningly. The monster roared and lunged at Lena with razor teeth. With the moment hanging by a thread, Lena quickly activated the spirit skill Stone Maker, creating a hard rock block at the creature's jaws. And the wolf bit the rock instead of its prey. The wolf's teeth were effectively dulled, seizing the chance Lena fled, drenched in sweat from fear, vowing to stall at all costs, since there was still a countdown until the golem could be summoned. She then used Stone Screen to raise a sturdy stone wall to block the pursuit while anxiously calculating her remaining moves. She froze at the sight of a massive whirlpool churning in the distance and immediately countered with Stone Missile, launching a barrage of stones at the foe. But the monster activated Bonato, creating a dark skeletal tornado that swept everything in its path. A horrific impact sent Lena flying, screaming. She activated Floor Swim, condensed into a blue light, and dove deep into the earth to escape. Hiding under the soil, Lena confidently claimed that underground beings can't harm spirits, but before she could celebrate, the wolf above began to sniff and frantically claw the ground. Lena was stunned as the creature dug a deep tunnel and charged toward her. She shouted in shock, "Are you a mole? You damn dog." Terrified, Lena cried out and returned to lie, saying she'd been blocked by a mysterious person. She snarled, demanding Auntie wake up. "What dirty trick has hit you?" The little girl tried to find her old aunt. An old memory echoed lie. "Aunt Leon's busy. So I told you not to pester her. She's playing already." Yet the girl smiled brightly and insisted, "Haha, I'm not playing, I'm training." She then grew serious and instructed Lai try. Holding it properly, she pointed to the sword and explained in detail, "From here to here is the sheathing section." In training, Aunt Leon had set scenarios where power was matched, but the opponent was physically dominant. She asked Lai, "In that case, how would you respond?" Back in the real fight, Lai drove power into her legs and countered with action. "If it were me, I'd use my body's agility." She darted like a flash, lowering her center to slip beneath the opponent. At terrifying speed, Lai roared, "You must be faster." She was determined to overpower the enemy at any cost. The metallic clash rang out, as Lai realized the opponent's speed even surpassed hers. Lai was horrified to see countless gleaming golden blades surrounding her. Yet she told herself that even with so many slashes there would be openings to counterattack. Determined to find the foe's weakness and turn the tide, Lai executed a spinning technique. Streaking like a whirlwind through the rain of swords, she quickly regained her balance, lowered her stance to prepare an explosive strike. Lai spun her body at maximum speed, creating powerful spirals of energy. Then Lai concentrated all her essence into the combat technique Lothang Fat Kirm, readying her draw for a decisive slash. Looking at the solemn figure before her, she silently asked, "Auntie, can my sword reach you?" A terrifying collision erupted, a brilliant golden light engulfing the battlefield. Despite the struggle, Lai smiled brightly and admitted she still needed her aunt's instruction. Lai shouted the name Leon and unleashed a thunderous downward slash. But her blade was stopped entirely by mere fingers. Stunned, she realized the painful truth: it wasn't enough. She was knocked far back, collapsing to the ground in despair. In the delirium, memories of her childhood with her cherished aunt suddenly returned. She saw herself as a little girl running up excitedly calling, "Auntie, take this. I made it for you." Holding up a small wooden sword, Lai realized a deep truth: that her sword had always reached her aunt. Elsewhere, Elise was horrified to notice something abnormal happening within her body. She whispered in fear, "It's strange, I want to protect everyone but I can't control myself. My body won't obey." Meanwhile, Hansen was using overwhelming strength to restrain Ben, leaving him motionless under his hands. This was the beginning of the living dungeon concept, implanting a dungeon device that harvests life energy and creates monsters directly into a living being. A radiant energy pattern began to cover and transform the host's body in unforeseen ways. Because this was an unprecedented experiment, there was no information on application methods, energy, or procedures to deal with such mutations. An earth-shattering energy explosion tore space apart, leaving unpredictable consequences. Hansen looked at Ben, trembling at his feet, and stammered, "Sorry. Sorry. I didn't mean to bully you, though confrontational." Hansen remained polite. Seeing Elise's critical state, he rushed over, shouting Elise. The faint girl was desperate as her body drained. What to do? "I can't stop the power from escaping." He told himself he must think fast and find a solution immediately. In his head, a single command looped: think. 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 Hansen realized Elizabeth's condition was like a cracked bowl trying to hold water, her life energy leaking out through the fissures of her body. The problem was the scale. It was like a colossal dam with water pouring out, energy gushing like a flood. And the harsh truth was, there was no way to stop it. From behind, Hansen could only stare, wondering why she had become like this. Ben clutched his head, screaming in agony that if even filling a hole in the dam was impossible, how could they sever the link between her body and the erupting energy? There must be something to stop it. In the deep forest, a burst of fiery light suddenly erupted, and immediately the supreme chi cultivation sword technique was unleashed. To grasp the pressure, look at world-class freedivers who reach only about 110 meters. Every extra 10 meters doubles the water pressure, making descent impossible without professional training. Yet consider the Anguri Dam in Georgia. A staggering 271. 5 meters tall, one tiny person attempting to reach and repair its damaged base sounds like hopeless madness. Amid the thunderous roar of falling water, a hand quietly reached through the blinding light, a black sword forged from special energy, aimed solely at severing the essence of the living dungeon entity, making the impossible possible. The pinnacle power of a swordsman. At sunset, General Leon with flame-red hair strode in, holding the unconscious Elise. And the energy that had lost its vessel began to violently erupt. Ben stood frozen, diminished before the globe of immense light, endlessly expanding in the deep forest. His eyes bulged in terror, veins standing out, pupils trembling wildly. Ben ran madly and screamed, "Get away! An earth-shattering explosion is about to occur that will swallow everything in blinding light." Like a meteor of light falling to earth as the dust begins to clear, Hansen stepped closer and worriedly asked Block if he was okay. "Hurt anywhere?" Block forced himself up, backing away while replying, "I'm fine." But Hansen. Block's face suddenly drained of color. He shouted a warning, "It's coming," and immediately gathered force in his guardian hands, hurling a massive rock forward. The enemy in the dark, with blazing red eyes, only caught sight of the closing light. And the impact generated a terrifying pressure. Hansen executed a jumping squat move, cracking the ground violently. He launched into the air, displaying rippling powerful muscles. Witnessing this unreal strength, Benzun trembled and exclaimed, "Monsters." Sweating in shock, he thought, "I didn't expect Leon to possess such power and finesse." Thus Elise could keep her life. But Leon surely wouldn't remain intact. Her time was likely short as terrifying cracks began to mar her body in madness. The entity roared, "Leon, fight until your body shatters. This is the final atonement for the general." As if a demonic force urged her to battle to her last breath, a slash tore the space toward Hansen, making him scream in terror. Hansen frantically shouted a warning, "Get away. The gym equipment is falling, don't catch it." Yet Block kept a determined face and stated that if he were his old self, he surely wouldn't catch it. He smiled confidently, but said, "Today's me is different." He proudly showed off the trinket, a simple rope tied around his waist. This was the gear Behemoth had given Block, though it looked like an ordinary rubber cord. Plain and practical, just a rubber cord by Mod. A former comrade of Jongjun had noticed Block's physical flaw and gave it to him. Through touch, it helped Block enhance his perception of muscle clusters and core, and served as optimal gear to minimize instability in each step. Turns out, thanks to that rope, he developed his muscles unbelievably. Hansen gave a thumbs up beside him, praising his progress. Block scratched his head and chuckled, "Haha, that's how it is." However, he warned, "I want to congratulate you, but run now." Block, stunned, asked why. Before he could understand, Hansen added, "I think Leon's forearms are seriously dangerous right now." Immediately, a horrifying energy bolt shot through. A soldier shouted in panic, "It's coming. Run." Hansen concentrated force into his guardian arms, using forearms like steel to block the opponent's lightning strike, silently warning gym novices that facing raw power head-on is extremely dangerous. At the Count's training grounds, Gulo strained doing the exercise of hoisting a giant stone weight over his head with a determined expression, witnessing the Lord's transformation. A young soldier approached to praise Count. "I see your body has bulked up a lot." Gulo panted, sweat pouring. He looked up and asked, "Has it changed that much?" Then immediately struck a pose. Sai Chi boss. All showy to display the bulging muscles on his arms, Gulo chuckled, contentedly humming. "Now that you mention it, it has changed a lot. After so many times being put through hell by Hansen, he finally had his moment to shine before his juniors." He looked over his firm body and cast his gaze toward the kingdom slowly being reborn. "My body in this kingdom too." On a quiet street, a child held his mother's hand tightly and asked Mom, "Do you see people changing lately?" The mother stared and asked, "Changing how?" On a corner, a female soldier smiled brightly and said, "What? Culture always changes over time under environmental influences and new values. Everything keeps revolving. For the White Kingdom, instead of traditional swordsmanship, bodybuilding became more necessary, causing rapid changes in the army. Now, even ordinary training sessions were filled with a muscle-building atmosphere. Massive rippling muscles, shiny under the aura, gradually became the new standard of strength. However, a group still persistently pursued swordsmanship, because for them, General Leon remained an irreplaceable symbol. Though most followed muscle training, suddenly Leon appeared and launched a lightning attack at Hansen, releasing powerful energy and executing the combat technique Daosun Sword Beast with a volley of blades. The brilliant light covering the sky, Hansen stood motionless in the siege, bearing the full rain of blades falling fiercely from the sky. The repeated impacts made him scream in pain. And seeing this, Gulo shouted in alarm, "Hansen Nim." Despite being overwhelmed by terrifying power, Hansen tried to order his teammates back away. Lai managed to run up in time and stop his senior brother. "Wait." She observed closely her aunt and realized the brainwashing controlling Leon seemed to be breaking. After this direct clash, She hoped her aunt might awaken consciousness. Lai recalled that Leon always valued battlefield experience and sparring above all, watching the rippling muscles endure the sword rain. She noticed no cuts or serious damage. Lai wondered if her aunt was training Hansen this way. But Block dismissed it. Insisting a normal sword couldn't pierce those extreme muscles, the issue was Hansen's unstable mental state. Block thought if Lai's hypothesis was correct. After this test, Hansen would reach a whole new level of power, amid earth-shattering energy blasts. Hansen screamed in pain under the pressure. Leon's strike speed was so fast, it outpaced the brain's signal to Hansen's muscle groups, facing this critical moment. What must muscles do to overcome the sword? Suddenly, Hansen sensed a voice echoing in his mind. Aunt Leon seemed to try to communicate. Posing a suggestive question, Hansen. How close are your brain and body really? Amid the repeated impacts that shook his body, Hansen was stunned, not grasping the question's full meaning. In the subconscious, a strange dialogue between brain and muscle system began. Hansen suddenly realized he had never truly faced and understood his own muscles. The brain was blamed for overthinking and overcomplicating every situation. Though the brain argued analysis was necessary to overcome adversity, the body offered a much simpler truth. All movement and extraordinary strength boiled down to two words: contract and expand. Grasping this core, Hansen roared as explosive power swelled his muscles. Mind and body, unified to perform with absolute focus. Even the energy for thought was cut off to serve the supreme muscle contraction. The opponent immediately used the Daosun channel sword technique and withdrew the blade. Under the full moon, the sword met the assault. 1,000-weight strike. A devastating press descended, crushing all resistance and shattering the foe. Leon fell into exhaustion, her body cracking severely. She murmured, "Can I rest now?" Then slowly faded into a radiant golden void. She once understood a blade's sharpness better than anyone. But now the sword had yielded to human muscular will, before Leon's disciple recruitment board. The crowd buzzed with discussion. To be taught by the Swordmaster, and even by the Mattel clan, everyone shouted enthusiastically, "Let's go!" Seeing this, Leon was shocked and exclaimed, "My heavens! Why are so many people gathered?" It turned out they all had a special interest in swordsmanship. Forming a sea of passionate, rippling muscles, Leon couldn't hide her joy and smiled radiantly. "I'm truly happy. And thanks to my deep understanding of sharpness, I could devise the most appropriate teaching methods." Leon demonstrated directly, meticulously guiding the direction of force like this, and the disciples drilled tirelessly on the commands to block and slash. A student with a red headband cheered in excitement after succeeding. "All right, Master. This is correct." "Right." Seeing the student's progress, Leon gave a thumbs up. "I don't know whose disciple you are, but you're truly a genius." The first disciples were forged into skilled swordsmen and quickly seized the chance to become heroes in the chaotic wars. Leon watched their backs with pride. And before they departed, the red headband student vowed loudly, "I will earn many merits and not stain the master's name." But brutal reality shattered all hope. They failed miserably. Her beloved disciples did not return, and only blood-soaked relics came back, standing before 3 simple graves marked with broken swords. Leon bitterly admitted, "This is my failure." Under the pale moon, her face grew cold and resolute. Realizing that mere strength was not enough, and that combat effectiveness was key. So she decided to intensify maximal sparring for the soldiers. Gazing at the graves planted with the dead swords, she resolved to change training methods. Leon began focusing on teaching disciples to use combat chi, making their blades glow with a potent golden aura. Despite continuously altering and improving instruction, Leon remained haunted among the long rows of graves, which reminded her to keep changing swordsmanship to secure more lives, thanks to improved training methods. The number of disciples surviving battle steadily rose. They gathered around to express deep gratitude. "It's all thanks to you, Master." Yet, no matter the effort, human losses kept occurring, leaving Leon collapsed in pain amid the cold graveyard. When night fell, the sharp swords of former disciples became an endless torment. Suddenly, a rain of swords poured down violently from the sky, piercing through space. The pain was like knife cuts digging deep into the female general's heart. She jolted upright in bed and screamed in horror. Breathless and sweating from the nightmare, Leon forced a wry laugh to calm herself. "Aha, so it was only a dream," she sighed in relief. "Maybe it's because my health has declined lately." She eagerly threw open the window, intending to do an early morning meditation. But in the haunted graveyard with thousands of sword-marked graves at night, a pitch-black hand suddenly reached out from the ground and clamped around the ankle of someone standing there. Leon looked around in shock, her face showing terror as the thick darkness began. From the void, Black. Gaunt hands like ghosts burst forth, frenziedly surrounding her. Wails of resentment rose, and Leon cried out in despair as the dark entities kept rushing, clamping limbs and pulling her down. At the crucial moment, Leon poured all her strength into a light sword slash that tore the night, striving to break the grip of the screaming souls and revealing a yawning chasm blazing like lava. Leon stood rooted on the cliff edge, staring down at the sea of fire where thousands of soldier souls writhed and their plaintive screams echoed from hell. You came here too. You're the one who killed us. Come with us. The horrific scene was abruptly cut by the image of a peaceful house beneath blue skies. But immediately a colossal slash of light descended. In Leon's mind, painful recollections of former disciples returned. She couldn't let go of the past, how she had failed, how her disciples died. These disciples had been varied neighbors, friends, lovers, family, and ordinary people. She slowly read each name like a confession. Charlie, Henry, Jack, Laura, Matilda, William, Matthew. The swords planted on the graves began to tremble violently and emit strong spiritual energy as Leon continued naming the dead. Mary, Gray, John, Depp, Jackson, Ami. The swords quivered, spewing towering flames, officially activating the ultimate technique called Dao Sun Sword Tree, facing a forest of blazing blades rising like mountains. Leon mused that the name fit her accumulated karma, like mountains and steel. She raised her sword, glowing amid the fire, and declared she would keep dancing the blade until they were satisfied. Back in the forest, Hansen and the others panicked around Leon, who lay unconscious. Cries of help rang out desperately. Aunt, please open your eyes. Leon lay collapsed on the ground, breathing in ragged gasps. I couldn't protect you. Lai frantically grabbed Hansen's shirt, crying in despair. Hansen, do something. Do bodybuilding or anything. Save my aunt now, urged by the girl. Hansen remained silent, his face full of thought. Lai kept shouting that if anything happened to her aunt because of him. Block awkwardly explained that even before the battle, Master Leon's body had begun to break down. He said this was the consequence of forcibly separating a vast energy source from the body. Lai stood stunned with tears streaming. Leon still lay there, not yet free from the psychological shadow. She whispered a belated apology to all the fallen disciples. I'm sorry I didn't teach you swordsmanship. Perhaps you might have had normal, happy lives. She painfully blamed herself for arriving too late and wondered how much her disciples resented her. Unexpectedly, Hansen stepped forward with a calm smile and said, Leon, it's all thanks to you. He explained that because of her he could now communicate with his muscles and perform movements better. Lai stood aghast. What on earth is he saying? Hansen continued his odd philosophy, asking if at the highest realm one could even converse with a sword, while Lai was still confused. Clear calls of master suddenly rang from the void. A host of swords and brilliant light appeared, filling the dark space. The disciples' souls manifested in blinding radiance, giving heartfelt thanks to their teacher for showing them a new world and the joy of becoming strong, though they couldn't become famed heroes. Learning swordsmanship had made life immensely meaningful. No, if we hadn't learned swordsmanship, we wouldn't have had to sacrifice ourselves like this. A smiling spirit asked whether the master regretted teaching swordsmanship. The disciples all affirmed they never regretted it and were always happy. Really? You have no resentment toward me? A radiant spirit replied resolutely. Of course not. It's time. Let's go together. There are many wonderful sword techniques we want to show the master. A warm hand of light reached toward Leon. She gently took the hand and walked among her beloved disciples, who vied to display their skills before fading into eternity. Leon turned to Hansen with her brightest smile and entrusted her final words. I leave the rest to you. Hansen felt the burden of her admonitions lift, and her soul was peaceful before departing. The system announced that muscle and spirit had achieved unprecedented synchronization, and the legendary skill Conditional Absolute Reflex was officially created. Hansen stood silent at Leon's passing, and quietly said, Leon, you've worked hard. I've received your will. The disciples beside him couldn't hold back tears, sobbing and calling out Master Leon. A shout rose. Everyone, look at this. A tear traced down the serene face of the female general. She's smiling. Immediately, a new main quest named Leon's Request was activated with the sole objective, eliminate an officer of the Oculus organization. Elsewhere, Ben was struggling, carrying his wounded friend toward the red gate in the cliff wall. He pleaded, we're almost there. Hold on a little longer. Breathing hard as he raced from enemies seeking shelter, suddenly a fatal blade pierced him from behind. The assassin in a red cloak clicked his tongue in regret that the target hadn't died instantly from one strike. The clan's enemy fell, and the crazed assassins surged forward with a merciless attack. Consecutive stabs felled Ben, severely wounded. He still tried to protect his friend in his arms, and with his last breath, his hand loosened as he whispered Elisei's name. A hand reached out in desperation as droplets of fluid began to fall. And then a series of test tubes and glass flasks toppled down. They shattered into 1,000 fragments. And a gigantic column of light suddenly erupted. From the beam of light emerged a massive, muscular monster with bulging veins. Blazing threateningly, it threw back its head and roared. Looming amid the rubble, not far from the wreckage, there was a bad sign. Hansen silently turned his back, looked to his teammates and instructed them to stay, and remember Leon. Hansen fixed his gaze on the erupting energy and declared that looked like something he had to handle, facing the distant giant shadow. He drove power into his legs and sprinted, thinking the figure resembled the moment of turning into a muscle beast. Hansen raced madly through the dense forest straight toward the screaming entity. Sensing the enemy's horrific sacrifice, clearly it had thrown itself away. He accelerated, worry gnawing at him if not stopped. It would turn this place into a desolate, deadly wasteland with withered branches. Hansen knew that if this continued, Helen couldn't survive here. He asked his partner quietly if they could do it, when suddenly a grotesque face with a huge red mouth bellowed under pressure, "Are you getting distracted? Is this what we were taught?" Hansen curled a confident smirk and excitedly called to his longtime teammates to shout together. Immediately he and the muscle army chanted the ritual in unison. Boosting morale, Hansen shouted loudly, and the team answered firmly that they could. He led them, promising they would do it, and received unanimous affirmation. Certainly. Thus, communicating with his muscles like comrades in battle, Hansen concentrated all his strength into a single attack and proclaimed the technique name one-arm dumbbell press. A thunderous punch struck straight down, shattering the ground and causing a cataclysmic explosion. Ben, in his green monster form, he could only widen his eyes in pain as he took the devastating force. The giant monster screamed and swung wildly, in desperation. Though small compared to the foe, Hansen plunged into the fray, fearless, closing in to perform a cable pec deck fly with his guarding hands to stretch and crush the enemy's muscles. Then he executed out tie, using leg power to push back the internal grip. The monster trembled under extreme pressure. Ben realized the brutal truth in shock that no matter how huge the body, it could still lose to this tiny entity. And he screamed in utter terror. Hansen was trapped in the giant hand, yet his face remained utterly calm and unflinching. He continued to tense his bulging muscles and count the rhythm. After a powerful shift, he again focused on contracting his entire body with force. He delivered a thunderous stomp that cracked the earth wide open, standing amid the newly formed chasm. Hansen calmly muttered he had to do at least 8 reps. Ben screamed madly as Hansen showcased his massive back muscles, holding firm amid choking dust. The monster charged and caused a cataclysmic blast on the battlefield, though the enemy wailed in helplessness. Hansen continued doing squats right on the foe's body, pulverizing the ground under 1,000-weight force, not letting the opponent recover. He clasped Ben with his guarding hands, then executed the cable pullover with a mighty motion. Witnessing this unreal strength, Ben could only stare in stunned amazement as Hansen unleashed a bench strike, followed by a pre-move lightning aimed straight at the enemy's face. In the midst of battle, he smiled confidently, then suddenly froze, puzzled by a new presence. From the darkness, a massive brown wolf lumbered out at the mouth. Holding a small creature tightly, it warned in a hoarse voice, "Stay back." Dien. The wolf silently observed and judged that among those here the strongest was Hansen. It sensed latent power in him and looked at him, asking, "Why do you lift weights?" Some train to diet, some to live healthier and longer, or simply to avoid being bullied. For others, it's about appearance management or a way to become famous. But for the majority, they train because it's fun. Yet when that question was aimed at Hansen, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. He was crazily training with a gigantic weight, sweat pouring over his bulging muscles as repeated crashes rang out. The truth was, Hansen felt terrible, losing his direction and sense of self. Watching from afar, teammates noticed something off and whispered worriedly that Hansen's movements were strange, and he seemed to sweat more than usual. Immediately the senior brother shouted in alarm, "Lai, hold your position." He began running like mad, making Lai cry out in surprise. "Where are you going?" Elder brother, while running, he explained that in the urgent fight with the master, Hansen had reached his limit. He was only trying to care about our feelings. He insisted, "Just look at that abnormal sweat. Hansen's back was drenched. Lai still didn't get it and shouted that sweating is normal. Everyone sweats a bit when training. He explained that muscles are made of blood. Or water. And fibers need water to maintain strength. If the water meant to nourish muscles is instead leaking out through the skin. That's a disaster for a gym-goer like Hansen. Severe loss of mobility and focus hit him. His body weakening like someone dehydrated with a fever. He braced under pressure. Gasping as sweat poured. Hansen quickly turned and gritted his teeth against the bloodthirsty creature's force. He began flexing and displaying muscle groups from wrist flexors and intercostals to rectus abdominis. Lower traps and rhomboids emitting a glittering aura as a giant beast approached with a threatening growl that shook the ground. Hansen stood with his head bowed. Darkness covering his strained face. He muttered, "I'm in a bad mood." And amid explosions and chaotic energy, he kept repeating gloomily. Seeing his mood, Block hurried over, used his strength to hold and shouted, "Hansen, rest. Let me hold him." Hansen kept his tense expression. Sweating. And irritably repeated, "I'm in a bad mood." Block startled and worriedly asked, "Isn't it rest time between rounds?" Hansen roared decisively, "It's not that." Seeing the elder brother still fired up with killing intent on the field, Block confusedly asked, "Then why do you feel bad?" Hansen quietly looked down. Then suddenly asked seriously, "Block, what do you lift for?" Block didn't hesitate, of course, to become stronger. Having answered hastily, he then thought of something and changed his mind. Pondering with a thoughtful face that lately his goal had changed. His eyes burned with determination as he looked toward the blinding light beyond his limits. "I want to push or pull the heaviest loads possible." Block showcased his muscles, glittering confidently with a bright smile. Hearing the right answer, Hansen unexpectedly broke into his brightest smile ever. His face flushed and shining with happiness. Hansen suddenly turned to Block and shouted, "That's exactly why I'm upset." To his junior's bewilderment, he began reflecting that the world has many sports from taekwondo, swimming, kickboxing to ice skating. They all share something that weightlifting completely lacks: a competing opponent. Seeing two shadows face off, Hansen recalled his insights from the battle with Leon, collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. He murmured, "Whether that opponent is fixed." Hansen trembled as he propped himself up and wondered how much stronger the one he faced today would be tomorrow. How can we stand against them now? The two Hansens let out a thunderous roar. "We gym-goers always give all our strength to our heaving muscles and boldly declare, we must beat ourselves. The person who was stronger than yesterday." Hansen's face turned grave as he asserted that bodybuilding isn't a sport to defeat others. He strained through heavy training under terrible pressure, stating his true aim is to hone himself, training both body and mind. Hansen pushed hard, treating this practice like a form of high-level meditation. Seeing him lost in philosophy, the sweaty Block hurriedly reminded him, "We must beat them first, so we can train in peace." Hansen suddenly realized the truth. Block added to encourage morale, saying doing so would even get us new equipment and training tools. Hearing that, Hansen cheered excitedly, "Perfect. Nothing beats training with extra equipment," and he lunged forward at breakneck speed. He launched high-rep, low-weight moves amid the chaotic battle. Hansen shouting with excitement while Ben strained and screamed to unleash his power. A giant black wolf suddenly charged, but was immediately grabbed by a muscular warrior who clamped its throat. Choking it, he stared coldly at the beast and declared boldly that its opponent was him. Hansen, treating this fight like the day new gear arrived at the gym. Hansen beamed, flexed his rippling muscles and shouted. In a great mood, he delivered a 1,000-pound move that sent the foe flying helplessly into the air. Hansen landed solidly amid choking dust. The black wolf snarled and trembled in madness as he treated it like a new plaything. The struggling muscular guy gasped in shock at how strong its front jaws were. Suddenly the grip failed and the beast broke free, racing toward its den. With ear-splitting screams, the two Hansens calmly raised their hands to block the pounce and ordered, "Wait. Hold on. And look to your master." He explained that the body's transformation was so extreme it couldn't adapt and would lead to a disastrous outcome. The change overwhelmed Ben, who couldn't adjust in time. These extreme physical changes made his heart pound violently as if it would burst. Ben's eyes widened in agonized shock. Then he suddenly vomited and expelled streams of black liquid. At that moment, a small dog with bright eyes ran madly through the forest, lifting its head and barking loudly as it pushed forward with determination. Back in the village, a man named Han trudged along despite calls asking where he was going. He choked out to the captain that, like many comrades, he had lost both wife and child in the brutal zombie disaster. Tears soaked his face and his hands clenched and trembled with long-held regret and cowardice that kept him from facing the truth. He couldn't hold back and howled pitifully, calling his wife's and daughter's names in utter despair for failing to protect them. Suddenly, cries of daddy and brother tore through the gloom, leaving Han stunned as he couldn't believe his eyes when his wife and daughter alive ran toward him. He scooped the child up, and tears of joy flowed after their long separation. He asked in shock how they escaped and why they were here. The little girl smiled brightly and revealed that the small dog had miraculously helped them flee, leaving Han bewildered by a dog. The girl nodded yes and eagerly told her father how she and her mother ran to escape, recalling the village engulfed in flames as the two supported each other through the rubble to survive. But disaster struck when they suddenly tripped. Facing imminent danger, the painful fall sent them sprawling just as shadows of the dead closed in around them. The girl stared wide-eyed, terrified at the approaching death, when a brilliant swirl of blue energy appeared, suddenly appearing in the night sky, causing the monsters to halt. Seeing the strange sight, the little girl cried out in hope. "Mom, it looks like that dog wants to help us." A huge, shaggy brown creature stood blocking the zombies, thanks to that timely intervention. Mother and child miraculously escaped the scene, fled into the night, and finally found a secret cave that served as a shelter for many survivors, according to those who stayed. The dog was gentle and loved being petted. It had helped many villagers escape and find hiding places. But after each rescue, it quietly left for somewhere else, seeing the dog sitting alone on the hill facing the blue vortex. Everyone felt a deep sadness in its eyes. Back in the present, the little girl Bio hugged her father's neck and excitedly begged, "Dad, let's keep it." Overwhelmed by his daughter's enthusiasm, Han stammered awkwardly, looking at Bio and pondering grateful the creature saved his child, yet worried whether it already had an owner. Elsewhere, the man in monstrous form was collapsing, repeatedly gravely wounded and coughing blood. The small dog stood nearby, its eyes full of worry as it whimpered sadly at its friend's tragic condition. In a raspy breath, the man called Eliza's name as a final word, entrusting her before he fully collapsed to the ground amid the dust. Immediately, the small dog burst forth with a blazing red energy swirling around its body. A massive energy vortex surged as the little one resolved to protect Ben even at the cost of its own body. The battle paused. Hansen wiped sweat and ordered Block to end the training session. There he looked at his muscles and quietly thanked them for fighting hard all this time. Hansen urged Block to quickly prepare for sleep so the body could recover. And a silent night fell over the area. Hansen yawned tiredly after a long, stressful day. Upon waking, he found Lena already sitting on a rock waiting. After an awkward greeting in the dark, she immediately demanded Hansen come with her because a serious incident had occurred while he was sleeping. When Hansen asked about gathering materials, Lena, with a serious face, insisted there was another, far more important problem. The two Han sons blinked in confusion and asked what it was. Lena led him to a dungeon entrance and pointed at a glowing object. "Look at this. This is the dungeon core." Han's son kept his naive expression and asked if the dungeon core was some kind of hack squad thing. He laughed heartily, pumped himself up, and insisted leg training was crucial besides. He was thrilled to have another training tool. But Lena snapped. "No. It's not like that." Looking at Han's son's bodyguard build, she skeptically asked if his race was demonkind. Han's son emitted a glittering aura and firmly corrected her. "No. I'm human. A bodybuilder athlete." Lena muttered doubts about the race. She'd never heard that name, but shrugged that since he didn't care about wealth, it was fine. She climbed onto a tree stump and ordered, "Now I'll begin the important briefing. Listen carefully." Lena recounted that after the battle, she sensed a surge of bioenergy, quickly gathered nearby spirits, and together collected that energy. As a result, Lena successfully reconstructed the dungeon core, allowing Hansen to own a territory without effort. Excited, she pointed and asked Hansen, "Don't you want your own territory?" Han's son mumbled about having his own territory, and memories of the modern world flooded back a rainy day when he stood before a gym door with a face dazed at the notice on the door that said, "Our gym will be closed for holidays from the 28th to September 30th. Han's son stood motionless in the rain, soaked and regretful, thinking that if he owned a gym, he could train even on holidays, and immediately calculated that a personal territory meant a private gym. He excitedly shouted into the gym. Lena hurriedly corrected him. "No, it's a dungeon," Hansen smiled smugly. He shouted with excitement, "Right. Gym, or rather dungeon. To him, those names are just labels. The important thing is he finally has his own space." Hansen's eyes blazed with determination as he proclaimed a new goal, "Our own gym dungeon," in front of the den's door. The dog Bedaman threw back its head and let out a single, echoing howl that tore through the night. Hansen began to enforce etiquette on the pup and the muscle squad. Lena reassured them, noting the enemy had lost cause and will to attack, which made her wonder how they'd lost their will. Lena nonchalantly chewed crunchy ice while preparing to explain the whole affair. In the dark cellar, Eli's and Toy Top instructed the man beside them about the drug. Over on the other side, a syringe filled with a pink solution appeared in the still air of the laboratory. Ben was diligently mixing a special solution that radiated mysterious purple energy when suddenly a muscular hamster appeared. Flexing and striking an imposing pose, Ben yelled excitedly, "Okay, it's done. Success." Then he quickly left, leaving everyone astonished. Gulo witnessed the scene in shock. He hiccuped repeatedly, mouth agape as he called Eliza's name, amid the astonishment. Eliza, and the dog Bedaman walked into the field, and she frowned at the strong smell of liquor coming from Gudo. "Drunk." Gudo screamed in bitter rage, "Aren't you fond of me too? We were once so good. So happy." But before he could finish, Ben delivered a mighty punch that felled Gudo. He coldly replied, "What happiness?" He grabbed the man's collar and shouted at Gudo not to use drink as an excuse, to sober up and talk. Ben declared firmly that only with sobriety and courage can one attain love. Just as he was doing, Gudo stammered in shock, I'll remember." Seeing Gudo comply, Ben smiled, turned, and left, reminding him to always be his brave friend and apologizing for the punch. Gudo sat on the ground watching his back and vowed to try. He felt relieved that Eliza's affection belonged to Ben. Gudo and Ben clasped hands and pledged a lasting friendship amid the blazing fire. However, that bond didn't last long before disaster struck. Drought drove the people, torches and pitchforks in hand, to surround the castle, screaming that the Lord must make rain to save the crops. Facing the mob's fury, Gudo's father coldly declared that thanks to his son's report, he learned the country had a sacrificial pool, no longer timid. Gudo blocked his father's hand and shouted stop, his face showing anger. He accused his father of dragging the person his child loved into dirty political schemes. Gudo pointed at his father and firmly stated that fixing parental mistakes was his duty. His son immediately called Ben and Eliza, loyal teammates who stood by him, witnessing the strong resistance. The old lord ground his teeth, furious his plan had failed. Gudo. Ben and Eliza resolved to fight on. He declared that from this moment he'd personally reform the country, saying they had united and could do it in the torrential rain before the city gate. Panicked townsfolk cried rain. Rain. And in the chaos, someone asked what to do. An answer of despair rang out, we can only return. Suddenly from that scene, the cry of a newborn sounded in the warm room. Ben looked at the baby and wondered who the boy resembled with his clear voice. Eliza smiled and replied, I don't think he looks like me. Time passed, and the child grew up amid bright laughter, with the loyal dog Bedaman. And then the important day came. Ben quietly watched his daughter's wedding from afar, emotions welling up, seeing Sophie walk down the aisle. Ben couldn't hold back sobbing cry. Sophie, be happy. His Elizabeth beside him gently urged, don't cry on such a fine day. When the ceremony ended, Ben wistfully confessed, now Sophie is married. Feeling so down, how can I go on? Elizabeth winked playfully and replied, then just live clinging to each other like when we first married. That's enough. They sweetly called each other's names and shared a passionate kiss. Have they forgotten this is a public place? But suddenly, Gudo shoved in, tired-faced, shouting loudly, in-laws, please restrain yourselves. This is the kid's wedding. Immediately, Gudo's wife lunged forward, grabbed his hair and screamed. You still haven't forgotten your first love. Gudo panicked and protested while Ben stood behind smirking. No, it's not what you think. Cherry blossoms gently fell amid the lively scene, beneath the vast starry sky. Ben confided, looking at the stars you made. He remembered the first time he learned that secret. Eliza softly replied, I remember too with pain. You shouldn't have come close. It must have hurt. But for Ben, physical pain meant nothing. Don't you know, losing your loved one is the greatest pain. He'd rather die than lose you. Eliza pleaded, can you always stay by my side, Ben? The couple's affection was always so happy. The space suddenly brightened, returning them to their youthful days, radiant amid a field of white flowers. Ben affirmed firmly, of course. Even if death parts us, I'll find my way to you. Elizabeth smiled happily. I knew you'd say that. I love you, Ben. They clasped hands in dazzling light. Ben vowed this life he's lived for her. The next he'll live only for her. They called each other's names in boundless joy and embraced tightly. their final loving words ringing out. Yet cruel. Reality followed in a cold wasteland. The two bodies lay motionless. Ben and Eli's breathless. Ending a tragic, tearful love story. Hansen and the muscle squad rhythmically trained. Carrying stones through the dungeon while others strained under the weight, Hansen was ecstatic. Walking with an energetic smile, noticing a member at the back showing signs of fatigue and a sagging back. Hansen immediately stepped over to correct his posture. He placed a hand on the man's belly and ordered, "Tighten your abs. Hansen, keep pushing the waist. Straighten your back." He barked under strict urging. The soldier gritted his teeth, summoned all his strength to hoist the giant stone overhead, and shouted, "Add weight." The corps resumed their march with enthusiasm, their gleaming muscles shining in the light. Hansen smiled in satisfaction, cheeks flushed with happiness at the members' effort. At that moment, the dungeon gym officially received new guests. A battalion bearing sharp swords marched in and shouted in unison. It was the regiment of sword-wielding bodybuilders who came when they heard of the dungeon gym's founding. The spirit Lena watched from the front as the small creatures clapped and cheered to welcome the new members. In the bustling air, a toad-like drunk nonchalantly tipped a bottle and drained it, always reaching for booze at any chance. He adjusted his monocle and loudly declared, "I've heard a new dungeon is being formed here." Pep agreed that his redhead legion also wanted to join and be part of the dungeon. He raised his bottle excitedly and called first. "Let's have a drink to celebrate." The toad warrior laughed smugly. Unaware, a huge shadow loomed behind him. Hansen appeared, his face dark and murderous, freezing the toad with horror and a string of question marks. "Just kidding," he explained. "What's in the bottle is actually barley tea." Trembling, he produced a leather-wrapped vial and hurriedly explained, "I don't mean for you to just take it. Our research team found a new substance and brought it as a gift." The system immediately confirmed the substance was probiotics, beneficial bacteria. Hansen curiously opened the vial, and a blinding light burst out, making him exclaim in amazement. When a proper dose is ingested, these probiotics bring tremendous benefits, live bacteria that improve gut health and boost immunity, especially used to restore immune systems weakened after intense weight training. It's like Broby, with billions of beneficial microbes. Hi Hansen, and the toad laughed loudly together in excitement. Calling each other familiarly, the toad smirked, secretly calculating. Good. At this rate, I'll climb to number 2 right away. Suddenly Hansen lunged forward, hugged the toad tightly and cheered, "Oh, welcome to the family, little toad." Bones cracked with the embrace, leaving the toad in pain and thinking, "I shouldn't have come here." In another area, a round boulder rolled across the fairy grass as Lena led a lumbering caravan of load-bearing golems and asked Hansen, "Is the cleanup going well? I've brought a weight plate." The muscle troops hurriedly hauled heavy weight plates. Panting and struggling, carry the front plate inside quickly. Hansen suddenly stopped them, raised a plate and declared, "No. It's boring to just carry them. Let me show you how to move a weight plate. Proper technique." He excitedly introduced a technique called steering wheel. The bus driver Henley while Guido shouted in vain, "Please move them normally. Don't rely on your strength." Guido thought he was bullying people. Hansen began to demonstrate. Step 1, keep your back straight and feet shoulder width. Step 2, fully extend your arms and raise the plate to eye level. Step 3, turn the raised plate right once, then left once as if steering. He smiled and concluded that after activating the anterior and medial deltoids, pass it to the person behind. As Hansen and the muscle troops were busily twisting the plates, the giant spirit king Behemoth, in the form of a black cat, suddenly appeared and spoke. "Hansen, sorry to interrupt training, but there's an important issue." Hansen blankly asked, "What is it?" Behemoth, stern-faced, explained that maintaining the dungeon consumes vast energy, and if that energy is depleted, the dungeon will vanish entirely. That means the equipment and training he painstakingly built would no longer function fully. Hearing this, Hansen was utterly shocked. "What can we do? Is there no solution?" Behemoth's gaze turned cold as he gave a cryptic directive to fill the life energy of the neon creatures. The Spirit King, standing in an ominous red space, coldly revealed the most effective way to gather energy is through the death of creatures in the territory. Hansen went weak, horrified. Death of lives to harvest energy. He'd never heard of that. At that moment, Hansen's brain muscles began contracting and expanding rapidly, searching for an escape. A new idea sparked: if death means cellular destruction, then high-intensity training, which continuously breaks down muscle cells, could likewise generate energy. meaning if the whole team trained together the dungeon's energy would refill. Hansen awakened to use training energy instead, so no one needs to die. Immediately, he proclaimed a new rule to the army, decided, from now on, every time you go to the latrine you must do 100 pull-ups, while Hansen was fired up. The muscle troops behind turned pale with horror, witnessing this bizarre order. Behemoth could only click his tongue in dismay. Who would enjoy that? Niang, yet contrary to expectations. The muscle troops all raised their hands and chanted woohoo with joyful faces. Behemoth was speechless, watching the overly excited strongmen, and murmured, "These lunatics." Niang watched from distant bushes as a soldier hesitated to report the senior bodybuilder's condition, but Gulo quickly stopped him, seeing the leader's radiant smile. Gulo thought he couldn't bear to spoil Hansen's happiness and tried to prolong it. Suddenly, a group appeared, greeting long time no see. Block was stunned, recognizing them as his seniors. The goody builders, looking at their gaunt, rib-bared bodies, he cried sadly. "What happened to your miserable bodies?" A senior put a hand on Block's shoulder and sighed. "A lot has happened in the short time since. Is this Lord Guro? Eyes shining. They recounted that after spotting a messenger, they were captured and vanished for days. Chained to stone pillars in a dark cave. Completely unable to move, in desperate wait for death. Starved of energy. Their bodies were forced to burn internal reserves to stay alive, resulting in excess fat and the bulky muscles of the hoodie builders disappearing entirely. They now looked like starving people. Warriors once mighty reduced to mere skin and bone. One rubbed his flat stomach and sighed. "I used to be obsessed with muscle mass. But now I don't even understand why I was like that." Amid the gloomy atmosphere, the dungeon's mascot urged everyone not to be pessimistic and move to the core. It smiled brightly and declared the dungeonization process would begin immediately, before the kingdom's people and the Toad clan. Hansen pondered his past of living only for himself. But now he realized he truly loved this fitness culture and wanted more people to share that passion. Hansen placed his hand on the orb as magic glowed and pleaded, "I ask everyone here to help make gym access available to all creatures of this world, regardless of race." Answering his heartfelt call, Gulo Lai and the entire legion placed their hands on the orb ready for a new era. Hansen smiled brighter than ever, and, bathed in radiant light, raised his arms and proclaimed, "The dungeon begins." A blinding surge from the orb marked the official start of a glorious journey. Starting in the dense forest, a group calling themselves Kingdom Adventurers cautiously advanced, thinking they'd hunt treasure, but it felt like an early week fitness test. Upon reaching an ancient stone structure, one member confirmed they had arrived. They looked into the dark entrance, and someone hesitantly asked, "Is this dungeon hell above the gate?" The word gym appeared mysteriously. A female adventurer worried, "How dangerous is it to be called a dungeon?" The teammate replied seriously, "It's said to be created by a demon king from another world." Despite fear, the leader reassured them, "We're strong, I'll lead." And as he drew his sword to charge, a giant guardian arm suddenly appeared. The blow struck like thunder, launching him aside. The group screamed as a white-haired, muscular man burst from the dust. Frantic and apologetic, "Oh sorry, I didn't know anyone was here. Are you okay?" Outraged by the sudden action, an adventurer drew his sword and shouted, "You want to fight?" Tension snapped tight, as others rushed to help their comrade. The muscular man waved it off. No, I told you I didn't know." He looked the adventurers in the eye and advised honestly, "You should turn back. This place isn't for ordinary adventurers to challenge." The man strode away and declared only true warriors can challenge this place, watching his massive back. The sword-wielding adventurer stood frozen in doubt. Suddenly the man stopped and let out a thunderous roar. 480, his face contorted as he gritted through the weight, enduring a crushing, thousand-fold pressure. Witnessing the shocking sight, an adventurer gasped, "Is that a mimic monster?" But a teammate corrected in horror, "No. It's just an iron block." The muscular man, eyes glowing red with killing intent, crazily executed powerful lifts that shook the ground as he squatted under monstrous weight. The system announced Gulo had broken the squat record by 1 ringgit. Yet to earn the wonder armor he still needed to conquer another 560 kilograms. Then a passage to the free weight room opened. Gulo stood before the gate of light, with gigantic plates radiating potent energy at his feet. Thinking with satisfaction, this is a warrior's paradise, where all races are unified by muscle. Welcome to the dungeon gym, where footsteps and clanging weights form an exhilarating soundtrack. It feels less like a dungeon and more like a global muscle festival amid the bustling monsters training. At the front desk, Randip, with bright blue hair, greeted, "Hello, I'm Randip, manager of the dungeon gym." She smiled warmly and curiously asked the new guests what brought them here. 3 adventurers from the kingdom of Montin said they came after seeing the bounty notice. The guild leader clenched his fist and declared firmly with determination, "No one has conquered this place yet. We will definitely subdue it and become famous adventurers." Randy began registration, asking if they had any referrals or ever used a gym. And seeing the puzzled looks, she quickly called Lord Gulo to advise them. Gulo strode over, imposing, adjusting his monocle and flashing a gold chain. He politely introduced himself. "I am Trainer Gulo," looking like a noble steward but with the aura of a gym boss. "And I'll be your guide." He produced a photo, flaunting bulging muscles that left the adventurers stunned. "This can't be real," Gulo waved enthusiastically. "I'll lead you inside, follow me." One adventurer froze, staring at the photo and muttering, "Wait." He pointed his sword at the gray monster and growled, "I can't trust a monster that only lies." The tension snapped like an overstretched resistance band. Faced with hostility, the monster grew irritated and quietly activated a skill, Heavy Blunt X12. Making its hand glow with purple magic, 1,000-weight pressure slammed down, crushing the adventurer's resistance, so he could only cry out in terror. "What is this pressure?" Seeing the danger, 2 other adventurers rushed over, shouting, "Finally, you reveal yourself. Dispel the magic now, you monster." Gulo sighed wearily, then calmly walked forward. Much to everyone's surprise, he strode straight to a barbell lying on the ground, and the guardian's hand grasped the bar tightly, performing a powerful one-arm deadlift of 120 kilograms. The adventurers watched in shock, unable to believe it was the strength of a monster. At that moment, a brown-haired youth training nearby sneered, "What?" "Gulo, I can lift that too," provoked. Gulo immediately did a 120-kilo one-arm front raise, lifting the heavy plate effortlessly, terrified by the display. 2 adventurers hurriedly suggested, "Let's go to another dungeon. There are others after all." While the rest kept training to the count. 1, 2. Gulo suddenly blocked their way and said, "Wait a moment." Staring intently, "Are you feeling jealous?" He added a cutting line, "Because you've never had a body this powerful." Silently staring at his crumpled registration paper on the floor, a young man trembled, sweating, and bitterly asked, "Am I someone to be envied?" Far away, the adventurer group who'd finished their quest excitedly planned to celebrate. "You worked hard. Shall we go drink and grill?" 2 met with enthusiastic agreement. In the crowd, a purple-haired girl quietly refused. "I'm broke." Her friend surprised, always saying, "You're broke." "Are you in debt?" The girl casually explained, "She's saving for a wedding, even without a boyfriend. It's good to prepare." Hearing this, the blushing boy shyly asked her ideal type, and she replied, without hesitation, "A warrior." The boy thought she meant him and reddened with joy. But she added a harsh requirement, "I like warriors with bulging muscles." A thunderbolt to his hopes that crushed him and sent him wailing in despair. The girl panicked. "Hey, why are you like this? Get up." At that moment, the giant placed a hand on the crying boy's head and calmly said, "Cry as loud as you need so that later, when you're no longer scrawny, you can smile with confidence." The boy looked up hopeful and asked, "Master, can I change too?" The giant beamed encouragingly, "Of course. Then start by signing up for personal training right away." In a lush valley, an eagle soars high above the peaceful scene, giving no hint that this place is actually a high-end functional training ground. Below outdoors, a strange training spectacle unfolds. Muscular monsters and toadbirds strain to pull heavy ropes amid their cries. This is the exercise called sit test. With toads rowing together, Hansen sits proudly on a cart using his arms to steer the toads. The riders train hard as Hansen excitedly counts 8-9, when the eagle's cry from above suddenly draws his attention. Hansen looks up and beams. And soon a fragrant pot of bird hot pot bubbles away on the fire. Red flames and smoke rising in the deep forest. Hansen casually enjoys the meal while resting. Eating and intently reading the letter, the eagle delivered addressed to Lord Hansen. "I am Gulo. I've located the Oculus. They appeared northeast of the Roman kingdom as described. But be cautious. The Roman kingdom is at war and very dangerous. Please don't eat this eagle. I've trained it hard." Lord Gulo read this, and Hansen froze guilt-ridden as he looked at the meat in his hand. He clicked his tongue and thought, "Oh well, one more set, then we'll depart." 3 hours before departure, the dungeon gym reception was still calm. No one expected a chicken breast crisis would kick off. Dungeon legend later, Gulo pointed at a plate and asked, "Do you see the chicken breast here?" While everyone nodded, he suddenly revealed one of the 2 was actually a cake. Gulo cut a chicken breast to show chocolate inside and exclaimed to everyone's amazement. Then he excitedly continued the game. "Which one is the cake this time?" Just then Hansen lunged in, shouting, "Where's the chicken breast?" He quickly grabbed a piece from the plate, face alight with excitement, and opened his mouth wide to devour it. Hansen began chewing loudly, while the brown-haired man beside him also stared in shock, wondering chicken breast. It was actually a sweet cake. And the moment Hansen held the half-piece, a terrible energy burst out. Jolting his whole body violently as if electrocuted, Hansen's eyes widened. His face distorted in shock, as his body trembled uncontrollably from the sugar rush. Have you ever done a bodybuilding or physique contest where athletes follow an extreme diet to peak for a brief stage moment? A muscular man under the stage lights silently stared at a plate of cucumbers and a few tiny tomatoes. After months of bland food, the tongue becomes hypersensitive, so even a tiny stimulus can explode like pain, and a single bite of cake shocks every sense of a gym trainee. After 17 years of strict dieting, Hansen's brain experienced extreme stimulation from sugar for the first time. If there were a nutrition shock ranking, this moment would top it. His nerves felt electrified, and blood vessels throbbed from the massive shock. Hansen immediately lost control and went on a frenzied dessert binge, eyes blazing as he stuffed his mouth with cakes, strawberries, and sweets. The Toad Riders' convoy continued through the dense forest, the survival adventure turning into an unlimited food tour. Amid the raucous scene, the members of the muscle troop joined the feast. Hansen laughed heartily with a fried drumstick in hand and a slice of pizza draped on his chest in total abandon. Watching their leader's decadence, a teammate worried he shouldn't be doing this. Another warrior approached, offering a piece of white meat, and urged Hansen Neem, instead of these indulgent foods, eat the toad's chicken breast. Instantly, Hansen's eyes went white with murderous intent. A powerful kick sent the victim flying, leaving him gravely injured and crying out in pain. Hansen stood towering with a cold, terrifying face and roared a warning, "How dare you touch my food?" The space fell into a suffocating silence. And to punish the interference, Hansen forced the whole squad to hoist the giant toads onto their shoulders and continue training exhaustedly. Gulo stepped forward, offering a golden fried piece, and coaxed Hansen open wide. Hansen casually opened his mouth and accepted the tasty bite. Gulo soothed him. No need to frown. There are so many delicious foods in this world, while Hansen merrily chewed. Two muscular warriors struggled to help the wounded comrade away, and, when asked about his condition, the victim muttered, "I don't think any bones are broken yet." But all eyes turned to the leader with extreme worry. "Compared to that, I think Hansen is the one who's unwell." Hansen was now completely drowned in pastries and greasy food. Abandoning his formerly strict training rules, Hansen Nim, "You normally don't move with the Lang motion." The question sounded simple, but accidentally unearthed a training memory long sealed. Hansen, engrossed in eating, blankly asked, "What is Lang?" His chest suddenly pounded wildly. Hansen held two sausages, eyes glowing with excitement, and exclaimed, "Eating is more fun than training, Lang." A henchman laughed, pointed at his paunch, and agreed. Yes, the Roman kingdom will be very cold, so fat is essential." Hansen went dazed, mumbling, fat. The body's fat, like a strict operating system being overridden by diet as truth. He frantically stuffed piles of sweets into his mouth, chewing loudly as Hansen cried out in bliss, "Fat is best." He was utterly lost in happiness, loving the eating. The scene suddenly shifted to a snowy white expanse with howling winds through a misty forest. A small figure in full gear struggled along, carrying firewood and a torch. A gust snuffed the torch in his hand, and he worried aloud, "There's still quite a distance to the village," his whole body trembling from the cold. "It's so cold." Then suddenly, a plume of white smoke rose in the distance and drew his attention. Steam. An ice house appeared amid the snow with thick smoke billowing from its chimney. "Can I go in and warm my hands?" He approached hesitantly and murmured, "Sorry to bother you." Peering inside, he was astonished by the dense steam and wondered why there was so much. His face twisted in horror at the sight within. Inside the steam-filled space, the muscle army labored through high-intensity workouts. The heat so intense, the snow outside seemed ready to quit. Amid heavy breathing and clanging weights, they counted loudly. 1, 2. One member recoiled in disgust as the ice weight in his hands melted under the heat. In that stifling hot atmosphere, the warriors trained crazily, while Hansen relaxed, soaking in a hot bath nearby. Beside him, a tiny cloaked stranger hid trembling, swallowing nervously in utter fear. The intruder was quickly spotted. Two muscular warriors lumbered over suspiciously. One sniffed and asked, "Does it smell like low-ranked trainees in here?" The other sniffed and sneered, "Yes. This is clearly the smell of a newbie gym mat." Then all three warriors suddenly spun around, apologizing, "Must be the wrong place, I'll leave now." But the only exit was blocked by massive muscles. A warrior strode forward and declared, "You could enter freely, but you won't leave that way," surrounded by smiling, monstrous muscles. The stranger could only scream in despair, "What do you mean you won't leave? Help me with these monsters." Despite weak resistance, the intruder was quickly hoisted into the air by the crowd, his desperate screams echoing through the room as he was dragged, splashing toward the hot tub. Meanwhile, Hansen sat calmly in the warm water, slowly chewing the food in his hand with utter serenity. Watching the chaos unfold, he only glanced and wondered to himself why they live so diligently in the steam-filled air, a member of Live. The muscle squad sternly instructed the intruder to train. "We brace your spikes," he barked, sounding like a game skill, but the pain was real. He forced the young man to perform perfect squats to feel the quads, then descend. The poor boy sweated and trembled from exhaustion, and awkwardly asked, "Must we push this hard?" He pointed at Hansen and asked, "Isn't he the strongest?" Contrary to expectations, Hansen lounged indulgently in his chair. "Go ahead, do it." A flippant answer that shattered the room's earnest drive. He smiled lazily and proclaimed philosophically, "Whether you try or not, everyone dies anyway," leaving everyone present stunned with shocked faces. Hansen sank deeper into debauchery, chewing away while advising just eat well and live comfortably. A sunglasses-wearing muscle warrior eagerly echoed while eating pastries, right happiness above all. As the young man forced a nervous smile, another member suddenly grabbed his head with blazing eyes and shouted next round. Despite the leader's laziness, the dungeon gym buzzed with activity. Warriors tirelessly lifted weights and performed high-intensity drills in the snowy field, while giant chickens and toads relaxed in the hot tub behind them. Bright system announcement appeared. New side quest created. The regret of the former king. The tale takes us back to chaotic times, when the world sank into dense darkness, a time when light wasn't extinguished, but never had the chance to endure. Countless heroes rose to battle evil, most vanished from history, unable to transcend their race's limits, yet history still records outstanding geniuses whose power far exceeded their species. Such prodigies made famed names as some peaks overshadow others. At the top there is always one who forces the entire power scale to be redefined. Among the greatest was a hero of unmatched talent, who became a symbol of terror to demons and foes. The demon sword warrior Hildebrand. Yet at his moment of glory, a soldier screamed in despair and shock. "You were meant to be a symbol of justice, so why do this?" A soldier pointed at the shadow and shouted, "Wasn't this world protected and made righteous because of you?" Hildebrand calmly puffed his pipe and muttered, "Hey young man," he said calmly, "that being called a doddering old man or a fool chasing vain hopes doesn't matter immediately." The mustached commander ordered the priests to cast buffs. A series of enhancing magics from strength to focus were cast on the commander. The buff formation looked like preparation for a world-red boss amid the white snow. Hildebrand muttered, "But if that hope is to regain youth, then consider. This Hildebrand has been active for over 50 years. The commander sweated nervously, trying to reassure himself that the opponent was just an old man, drunk on past glory. Hildebrand strode forward and said, "You probably never thought of that, so let this old man teach you a lesson." Now, before them stood a gaunt, frail old man, nothing more yet. That unthreatening appearance was what made him most dangerous. Hildebrand peered at the potion cup and wondered, is the mana potion empty? He pondered, people with much to lose try to keep dignity, but at this age everything becomes meaningless. Hildebrand calmly poured the potion out. The commander yelled to rally the troops. "If we do not fear his reputation, we can win easily." The sword was drawn decisively. The commander lunged forward with his decisive move. Cross last. But Hildebrand stood unmoved as a mad energy swirled around him. He coldly uttered a line about ending dignity or whatever. After death, what matters anymore? His eyes glowed blankly. Seeing through life and death, the commander gasped, vanished, and immediately realized it was a teleportation technique. He ground his teeth in furious hate. Damn it. Yet while stunned, a blade of energy closed in from behind, making him stare in horror. Hildebrand appeared like a ghost and slashed lightning through the commander, utterly powerless. The old man silently surveyed the battlefield and muttered casually, "I only meant to find my youth again. Why do you kids always block the way?" Facing the vast surrounding army, he remained unflinching. The opposing commander shouted to reassure his troops, "Do not fear, the opponent is only an old man." Hildebrand smirked. I drew his sword and declared, "So this old man has decided to steal your youth." The attack command ended, and spears and arrows rained down like a storm at that moment. Even the sky seemed to join the fight. But in an instant he became a death whirlwind. Wiping out all resistant soldiers fell en masse with a single swing. He sent dozens of lives along bright blue trails, his eyes white and menacing, causing a mage to scream frantically, "Cast spells now." The mage frantically channeled energy into a green gem right before the old man, but it was too late, as if a switch had been flipped, too late to regret. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, swallowing everything in choking smoke. Across the snowy field, the horrific scene revealed countless corpses sprawled in blood. At the center stood Senior Hildebrand, the 75-year-old king of Silverterm, with long white hair and a cold face, who remarked, "Casually giving youth to the young is such a waste." In the holy nation Roman, the council chamber grew tenser than ever under heavy snowfall. Even the candles seemed to try not to partake in the dispute. The young pontiff Jackman E. Rowland worriedly asked how to salvage the kingdom's falling reputation. A bespectacled advisor immediately proposed surrender and accept all of Hildebrand's demands as obvious. An angry female minister instantly objected, demanding perseverance, because Roman has a very low birth rate and an aging population. A nation would self-destruct if left be so. Surrender is unacceptable. The rationale sounded political yet, oddly, like a game population report. The debate erupted fiercely when the bald advisor shouted that if they couldn't stop a 75-year-old like Hildebrand, what was there to boast about leaving the pontiff with a headache from the bickering? A decisive offer rang out. Our holy Gothan knights will go forth. The door opened, and the commander Sister Peer strode in with overwhelming presence, earning awe for the order's reliability. As an advisor muttered doubts about their capability, Peer suddenly lunged and grabbed his neck with a dry, cracking snap. The advisor's face contorted in pain, and he could only utter ragged groans amid everyone's shock. Yet then he burst into hearty laughter, delighted at the rush of blood, and praised the knight's strength to the pontiff. PH, with a long facial scar, silently watched everyone with sharp, cold, mysterious eyes. Meanwhile, in a distant snowy forest, Hansen asked about the remaining distance to the village and received a nod from the guide. The small figure excitedly declared, "It's time to do interval runs after a long wait." Hansen and the muscle army poured power into their legs and sprinted off at frightening speed. Heavy, ragged breaths echoed repeatedly through the silent space. Hansen, drenched in sweat, his face contorted from exhaustion. He panted in broken breaths. The breathing was so heavy, even the falling snow seemed to consider thinning to keep up with this training pace. Though too tired to lift his legs, he still ordered his teammates to go on ahead. Even the strongest muscle warriors had reached their limit. They leaned on one another, gasping amid rising steam. Footprints pressed into the white snow, leading to a village of the kingdom Silverterm. The village appeared peaceful, with snow-covered wooden roofs nestled among majestic mountains. This peace felt like a rare rest between endless training days. From afar, a radiant boy ran up calling out, "Grandpa!" Immediately, an elderly man with a kind smile scooped the boy up and affectionately, "Oh, my dear grandson," the boy cried out excitedly. The boy's face, lit up with happiness, surrounded by loved ones. An old man stepped forward, bowed in, thanks to Hansen for saving the boy Jordan. Seeing the elders around him, Hansen was surprised and wondered why they all possessed such extraordinarily healthy bodies. A member of the muscle squad whispered that the village was strange, but Hansen casually concluded, "Do they all just, I know how to lift weights here or what?" Another question arose, however. The village lacked any youths. It felt as if the whole young generation had logged out of the server long ago and never updated their status. A sorrowful elder revealed that all the young people had left to emigrate elsewhere. Before Hansen's confusion, the boy Jordan began recounting the history of the kingdom Shinborm, where it had once been a nation of mercenaries. Powerful in the past, they amassed wealth by taking part in countless wars. But fearing rapid population growth, the kingdom enacted a law permitting only one child per family. The tragedy began then, as a militaristic nation, favoring sons caused a horrific gender imbalance, reaching as high as 72, with too few women, birth rates plunged, and the population aged severely. The remaining young had to shoulder enormous taxes to support the elderly, forcing them to emigrate to neighboring countries. Now, only a few children like Jordan remain bearing the responsibility of caring for countless elders in the village. Hearing the tragic tale, Hansen nonchalantly picked his nose and asked, "Is there a gym here?" The odd question left the elder stunned. Jordan had to explain. Maybe he meant a fitness center. The group walked silently through the snow-covered village. A muscle squad member worriedly asked the elder, "It's harsh that the kids must bear everything. Doesn't the kingdom do anything?" The elder replied softly that, "In the neighboring holy nation Roman, there is a sacred artifact that rejuvenates," he added. "It's a holy relic that has gathered wishes for 6 trillion years." A strange ceremony came to mind with people. Kneeling before a sphere, brilliant light inside a tent, the elder asserted King Hildebrand uses it to bring prosperity. Upon hearing that, Hansen fell silent. Pondering Hildebrand, the name sounded familiar. Immediately a system notice popped up: side quest. The regret of the former king objective, meet Hildebrand reward clue about Oculus. It felt as if the universe had pushed the main quest into the fucker player's hands. Hansen silently thanked the ancestors excitedly, then asked the man beside him, "Sir, can you take me to meet Hildebrand?" The man broke into a sweat and awkwardly explained Hansen. "In reality, the human king is very hard to meet," he said. "Meeting Gulo was only possible due to the kingdom's small scale and suitable circumstances." "I see." Hansen pressed on. "How then can I meet him?" Gulo put a hand to his chin, thinking that kind of thinking usually comes with tough trials, not for the faint-hearted. He wore a monocle, revealing a stern look amid the drifting snow. Gulo gripped his spear, standing tall among the muscle troops, while Hansen held a squat beside him, preparing for the new journey behind them. Old men groaned from aching joints. "Oh, my whole body hurts," coughs. rasped repeatedly in the snowy air. Dry sounds echoed as the elders struggled to move. Hansen watched in shock, thinking, did I just hear bones grinding together? He anxiously turned and asked Gulo, is this right? The simplest way to meet the king is to earn merits. It sounds simple, but in war, simple often means impossible. He emphasized, the most terrifying are those with nothing left to lose, and the veterans were such people. A bodyguard in pink beside a white-coated knight declared boldly, either fight alongside the king again or die in war. The bodyguard laughed, asserting that's the veteran's mindset. He asked Hansen's group why they joined this war. Immediately Hansen's muscle disciples flexed and replied in 2 words, push and pull. The muscle troops carried heavy crates chanting 1, 2, 1, 2, leaving the white-coated knight baffled. What the hell are they saying? Then a scream, big event, rang across the camp. A scout frantically urged his horse toward the fence, shouting for everyone to clear the way, but as he closed in, the horse suddenly stumbled, sending rider and mount tumbling amid heavy impacts. The scout scrambled up and dashed to the commander. Asked what happened, he could only gasp and hack to catch his breath. He stammered between ragged breaths. It's not that. Then alarm bells blared urgently. Enemy attack, an ambush signal. Fires rose blazing from the mountain peak. A formidable force called the Holy Knights of Gothen appeared on the horizon, led by a beautiful blonde knight with an icy gaze. She coldly ordered an assault below a warrior, asked Gulo. You said earning merits was enough, right? Hansen, still squatting, replied nonchalantly. Yeah, that's right. The muscle disciple stepped forward, offering Hansen, Nim, we'll handle this one. One added worriedly, since Hansen's body fat has increased, he'll struggle in battle. Hansen laughed and insisted they're wrong, gaining weight doesn't mean weakness. The burst of power will be even greater. He compared his body to a supercar gulping fuel with force. Hansen roared and began to tense up. He poured all his strength, making his muscles swell violently, radiating suffocating heat that shook the air. The pressure from the colossal muscles flung everything around, causing disciples to cry out in horror, powerless to stop it. The knights above looked on in astonishment. Commander Pierre's eyes widened, stunned, wondering what the bizarre thing before her truly was. Then, a scream tore the atmosphere like a jet. A cataclysmic impact exploded, creating a blazing red halo that engulfed the battlefield. As Hansen performed the jump squat, a pressure, horror erupted as if the air itself fled. Witnessing this, the muscle troops panicked, reporting Gulo Nim. What do we do? Hansen Nim disappeared again, but Gulo remained calm, saying this isn't the first time. Gulo quickly refocused and stated, the priority is to eliminate the immediate enemy. He began lecturing on, know thy enemy, know thyself. 100 battles, 100 victories, stressing that without understanding both sides' strength, cannot win. Gulo admitted they were completely ignorant of both enemy and their own forces, so he ordered the Goody Builder team to ready the muscle warriors and form ranks immediately. Gulo reminded his juniors, we'll observe the veterans' battle to learn, yet one muscle troop member was impatient. I'm itching to go, can't we just rush in and crush them? Immediately an old general, with purple hair and blazing pink attire, stepped forward, grinning slyly. Ha ha ha. New recruits have ideas. Let me show you the strength of a mercenary nation, he strode on, declaring, once we strike, there will be no room for you to intervene. He commanded the whole army bones and joint. Under the old general's command, the entire force emitted a brilliant aura, using skills to densify bone, create replacement joints, and reinforce safe joints. Witnessing the strange sight, a muscle warrior asked Gulo, what are those old men doing? Gulo quietly observed and analyzed. They're using magic to fill porous bone and replace worn joints with artificial ones. However, he worried, recalling Hansen's teachings, which hinted that using artificial joints comes with extreme pain. Gulo pondered ahead, wondering what they planned. The long-bearded general roared orders, whole army berserk mode. With one command, the atmosphere shifted to no retreat. Their eyes glowed red as they madly charged forward. A muscle troop member realized in horror they'd used a berserker skill to block pain. Is this the tactic of a mercenary nation, strengthened by war? With the assault order, the bulky warriors, wildly closed in thunderous stomps, shook the ground violently. It felt like the battlefield had become a high-intensity vibrating exercise machine, yet amid the tension of battle, a cold voice uttered dispel, and instantly a soldier collapsed, dropping his weapon in shock. Hansen's disciples gaped in horror, shouting, what the hell? A stranger with a cross-shaped scar on his face smirked wickedly. He silently spoke, the dispel command, and the muscle warriors' bodies began to twist and crack. Unnaturally, dry snaps rang out as their joints broke. One could only scream in unbearable pain. Another member trembled, heart racing, and wondered what skill that was. In fact, the enemy drove fingertips through defenses to penetrate joints directly. The battlefield turned into an autopsy at war speed. A glowing hand of blue energy slipped between flesh into bone joints, then withdrew in an instant. The horrific truth emerged. Their first ranks would neutralize armor and weapons. Then the second ranks would surgically dismember the body. The enemy cunningly targeted the veteran's weak point, the joints, a tactic that sounded painful. Screams rang as the veterans fell utterly unable to match these vicious moves. Commander Peer coldly declared she didn't want senseless bloodshed and demanded the enemy lower arms and surrender, yet her gaze froze when she saw the muscle troop. A strange unit she'd never seen. Bay couldn't hide her contempt. She judged that Silverterm had become desperate to use monsters for victory. In Holy Roman, monsters were never treated as persons. Bay ordered her cavalry to charge, promising mercy by taking them to the gods without pain. But contrary to the battlefield's severity, the muscle troops panicked for an ironic reason. If hit by that technique, they'd be injured and unable to continue gym training. They fretted, recalling Hansen's warning that injury would hinder training, and only hoped to return safely to the gym dungeon. Seeing his disciples ready to flee, merely to avoid ruining their muscles, Gulo was stunned, sweating, unable to understand their mindset. Hearing cowardly murmurs like, "Should we run or don't lose your muscles?" Gulo's eyes flashed dangerously and he roared, "Orders the woody builders must focus immediately." Gulo shouted accusingly, "Do you want to become weak pups scorned by everyone just because you're afraid of pain?" He declared, "These muscles weren't built for fleeing but to protect friends, lovers, and family." Gulo's steely speech struck deep, or rather, shook the entire chest muscles of the army. If words had weight, now they were heavy barbells. He urged his disciples to trust the power Hansen, and they had forged. Their pectorals began to tighten, tremble, and roar with each rallying word. Even the giant toad monster was swept up in the fervor. This sudden shift left the Roman knights bewildered, as if the battlefield had switched to unscripted mode between the toad's screams and the muscle army shouts. A terrifying pressure enveloped the field. A regiment of pale giants, with red eyes, and a host of toad riders marched in unison, creating earth-shaking sounds. Facing that sight, Commander Peer watched silently and sneered. Just those naked bodies. How foolish holy knights dismember the enemy at once. The knights below blinked, puzzled. Dismember. While they hesitated, the red-eyed muscle army closed in chests. Pounding, the knights cried out those things immediately. The muscle warriors began chest stretching and long pump-down routines right on the battlefield to prepare for an explosive strike. The 12-rep chant echoed across the space. This was no longer a battlefield, but a continent-wide endurance contest. Two warriors coordinated pushes, launching a comrade like an arrow tearing the sky. The knights below could only stare helplessly. "Oh, they're here," Bay ground his teeth and ordered dismember. But the killing blow only made a dry clash on the steel-hard muscle block. Immediately he grabbed the foe and shouted the technique name one-arm dumbbell. A press of 1,000-weight force slammed down, crushing the opponent into the ground in a shockwave. On the gym dungeon battlefield, a towering muscle warrior stood amid defeated foes moaning in pain beneath him. A member confidently reported he'd completed the opponent analysis. He explained the enemy's technique was to slip through thin muscle layers to sever joints, but for the goody builders with dense muscles, that tactic was useless. Watching this, Commander Peer admitted she'd never seen anybody hold joints so securely. She wondered if they were Minoto or something beyond monsters. However, she quickly regained composure and asserted every muscle mass still has fatal gaps, as if discovering a battlefield law of the human body. She immediately struck those weak points, sending muscle warriors into dire straits, toppling repeatedly. Bay coldly ordered the legion to attack the fingers, wrists, and elbows. Horrific screams rose as the muscle army endured vicious joint assaults. Bay boldly challenged, "Do you think aiming is enough?" Ignoring threats, the muscle troops madly surged at the enemy at extreme speed. A warrior braced and executed the one-arm dumbbell press using 1,000-weight strength like a thunderstrike, crushing the enemy's resistance into the ground. But when his muscular hand met the enemy's violent strikes, his fingers were mangled. The muscle troops suffered excruciating pain. They wailed, regretting not staying in the gym. They should have just lifted quietly. "It hurts, I can't hold on anymore." The blue-clad entity silently glanced at the hands and said matter-of-factly, "That must be engraved in your envy." She continued coldly about the sound of death. As the neckbones twisted, a giant chicken with dull eyes sweating profusely could only let out a terrified cluck. It screamed wildly, "Coca!" at the approaching hand. A decisive voice rang out, "Then go peacefully at once." The ultimate technique, Heavy Plantix 12, activated. A massive magic sphere plunged onto the beast's head, causing a cataclysmic explosion that wiped out everything around. Unexpectedly, she could still stand after that move. "Who are you?" came the question. A pale, bald giant with glasses and one calm eye introduced himself. "I'm the manager and trainer of the gym dungeon, also Go Lot." He flexed into a powerful pose and proclaimed, "My name is Mr." Meanwhile, in the snow-blanketed kingdom, explosions and lightning kept tearing the sky above the high mountain. A silent army marched through cold rock corridors under the snowy sky. Before the leader, anxious elders pleaded, "Your Majesty, you need not go personally. Please trust the army." He turned to his aides and asked, "Haven't you always trusted me?" The old king told them to take the mana vial for him and declared, boldly, "Then I'm leaving." Kinderbrand shot out from the stronghold. Flying at terrifying speed, Hildebrand suddenly halted as he noticed a strange object hurtling toward him. From the opposite side, Hansen was falling in freefall, face contorted with terror. He shouted helplessly, "Ah, I can't stop." Hildebrand silently drew his sword and struck hard at Hansen's bodyguard's arm. The moment felt like two generations of monsters colliding. The old king coldly declared, "Sorry, I have no time to distinguish friend from foe." To Hansen's stunned gaze, a system notification suddenly appeared. Side quest: the former king's regret meeting Hildebrand. Completed immediately. After the current location of the Oculus organization was revealed on the magic map underground, the red-haired organ cracked his neck and suggested, "Hey Hansen, go. Shall we just sweep them away?" However, his subordinate worriedly reported Hildebrand's signal was closing in fast. He trembled, wondering if in their exhausted state they could defeat the legendary old king. Ogun pondered, then clicked his tongue and decided to hold back a bit longer. Curious, he wondered if Hildebrand or Golot would win. Finally, through purple mist, a pale-gazed Gao warrior lumbered facing a female fighter. The atmosphere felt like being in a fight, governed by jungle law. He casually noted the loser will just be eaten after all. The Gao quickly analyzed the opponent and saw a close combat specialist. Knowing he stood no chance in brawl, he decided to first weigh down his body. He tensed and screamed, releasing purple mana that engulfed his hands, preparing for an explosive strike. The massive purple pressure bore down, forcing Knight Pier to tense under the suffocating force. Pier wondered if the armor's weight had increased, but soon regained composure and remarked, "That's an interesting counter technique." "Pier," declared boldly, "I'll make it more interesting." Gulo launched a volley of spears soaring in the sky. The spears stood poised among the clouds, then plunged down like a rain of arrows in the dire situation. Pierre watched silently, pondering what to do, then casually observed, "It seems we've begun to adapt." The spears rained down fiercely, embedding around Pierre amid the surging purple energy. The Gao suddenly yelled, "Dispel heavy blend," causing Pa. Astonished. A volley of spears with varying gravities kept activating, then canceling, piercing through the enemy's shadow amid brutal clashes. The Gao cheered excitedly, "Yes, it's over. I'm sure I defeated the female knight," but Pierre unexpectedly grabbed a spear barehanded and said casually, "This really confuses me." Unexpectedly, after being pierced by countless spears, Pierre was still alive. The truth revealed that all members of her squad were clerics with healing abilities. The muscle soldier showed clear fear, running and sobbing under fierce pursuit, when suddenly a massive purple beam enveloped her, causing the foe to gape in surprise from the darkness. A pair of hands glowed with purple magic, preparing a decisive strike. A cold voice rang out, "Got you." A purple energy circle appeared. Then the triple tower technique was activated. A massive purple explosion rained down, crushing everything below in a colossal beam. A blinding healing light poured onto the battlefield from the dark. The towering muscular entity watched silently. The muscle army surged like a storm. A warrior shouted, "Close in so they can't heal." Despite the attack, the cleric clearly commanded, "Ignore them. Focus on healing." "Sir Pyriten, that's the condition for victory." A giant scaly steel hand seized everything. The entity roared, spread out, and fell upon them. Press of thousand-weight force slammed down, causing a cataclysmic explosion. The giant still loomed amid the shouts. "Attack again." "Go, go," a muscle troop member ran, muttering, "He'll not be sloppy again," behind him. Another mocked, "Whatever way you look, it's you who looks most like a monster." Another thunderous punch slammed down, crushing the ground in a blinding light. Screams of pain rose as foes were pulverized under absolute force. The chaos froze. Even the chickens and toads dumbstruck eyes wide as dust settled, revealing the scene of bodies sprawled and exhausted on the ground. A big question arose. Why must they fight amid the fear? The trembling chickens and toads looked at each other, puzzled their tiny brains. Couldn't grasp the purpose of this slaughter. You've surely faced a barbell so heavy you thought you couldn't press it in the rhythmic gym. The muscle troops train hard, yet fear suddenly surrounds them. Facing the iron because each person knows their limits, pressure weighs on the mind. Though the barbell stood still, the lifter's brain began trembling with fear, like a clash between muscle and panic. A challenging thought. Why not just not lift? He slammed his palms onto his chest, his abdomen and thighs to wake his sleeping will. Are you going to quit? After one failure, his veined hands grabbed the bar with burning resolve. The confidence returned. He boldly declared, "No, this fear is merely a trick sent by the brain." Cheers of excitement rose as hot blood pumped a pitch-black muscular entity with blazing red eyes radiated, killing intent, and charged forward to drive away the surrounding fear. With the Onam dumb male technique, the giant rained thunderous blows into the ground, shaking the area fiercely. Suddenly, a huge streak swept by, causing foes to gape in bewilderment. The cry "cock catches" echoed, announcing a new entity. A giant chicken toad lunged in with hands exuding miraculous healing magic, helping one figure quickly stand again amid a blue light leaves flying at terrifying speed. That figure dashed like a flash, leaving onlookers gasping, while others screamed in fear. The catches monster once again launched into the air, frantically charging forward while a female cleric silently slid beneath the beast's bulk and coldly ordered a dispel. An ironic situation occurred as members of the muscle army suddenly appeared. A shout of press rose in unison as a 1,000-weight strike descended. The muscle troops added another press. The blonde cleric watched the scene in silence and sighed. It's been delayed too long. She cast restorative magic to heal. Standing in a radiant light, the cleric lamented, "We should have done more damage, what a pity return." Now seeing the enemy trying to flee, a commander yelled their running attack as shadow riders filled the sky. A muscle troop member panicked and stopped them. "Don't do that," he roared angrily. The group regrouped and affirmed, "We must also hold and give everything we've got." A cut to the snow-white region. Hansen curled in a deep pit, his coiled muscles trembling amid rising steam. Suddenly the white-haired old Hinderbrand lunged. Yet, Hansen calmly used his front muscle to catch the sword blade precisely, halting the slash midair and shocking his opponent. The white-haired old man grit his teeth, struggling helplessly. The sword wouldn't pull free as blood seeped on the steel. He exclaimed, "Did the muscle get cut then?" Yet Hansen looked extremely worried, staring at his flank, and asked, "What's wrong with the front muscle? Why have you gone limp?" He madly slapped the muscle and yelled, "Hey front muscle, are you sleeping? Wake up, you brat." Witnessing this odd scene, Hinderbrand thought physical attacks seemed ineffective. He began to concentrate and muttered, "If so, meanwhile." Hansen fussed. "Over his muscle, are you sulking?" Hildebrand raised his sword, channeling all his mana until it gleamed with a blinding golden light. Immediately, Hansen's muscles spasmed and swelled violently. The opponent recoiled, realizing the abnormal change. "It's proliferating." Hansen's muscles expanded to unimaginable size. Hansen roared, his face buried in the massive flesh. Hey, what are you still not satisfied about?" A blazing energy burst erupted from deep within the muscle fibers. Red-faced Hinderbrand shot into the sky, wrapped in radiant golden light. Looking down, he reminded himself the kingdom lies behind. So this monster must never be allowed to break through. Physical slashes proved ineffective. The old king poured all his spirit and declared, "If I cannot cut you with the sword, I'll pierce you with magic." His face went stern as he focused supreme power. Under suffocating pressure, Hansen in monstrous form could only tilt his head and emit ragged, furious cries. A cataclysmic impact erupted instantly in the sky. Hildebrand casually remarked, "It was just a joke." He disliked wasting time on useless things. Then he summoned a giant guardian wielding a golden hammer that struck like thunder, flinging the foe far away. Meanwhile, Hansen was knocked back. Free-falling through the snowy sky, wounded the guardian form of Hansen, plunged from above like a blazing star, tearing through snow and dust over a vast area. Amid howling snow winds, Hansen lay motionless in a deep pit. "Hey, front muscle, why won't you answer me?" Suddenly a voice came from the contracting muscle. "You think I want to answer?" "Sure." The curt reply stunned Hansen, who asked, "What do you mean?" Looking at his current state, Hansen was horrified to hear a voice from his own body. "Look at yourself. It turns out you indulged in sweets and neglected training. Your brain is scolding you. You were too drunk on sugar and neglected absorbing energy, balance, and practice." Then the muscles all spoke up in unison, declaring that our entire muscular system will strike. Except for parts needed to stay alive, Hansen froze at the harsh ultimatum. "Try living well with that excess fat behind him." The voice kept speaking. "The front muscle also has this message for you. That rotten brain, get out. If there were a ranking for muscles betraying you, you'd surely top it. No debate. Could the muscle strike have shocked you so deeply?" The two Hansens shivered in the snowy sky, colliding repeatedly. This is the thermoregulatory response of animals. When capillaries constrict in the hypothalamus, it stimulates the pituitary to produce TSH, which triggers hormones that boost metabolism to sustain life. Normally, a person shivers to regulate temperature at 10 to 20 times per second, yet Hansen's striking muscles on strike produced a horrifying vibration up to 10,000 times per second. Hansen shook so violently, he blurred into a mass that melted the surrounding snow into a hot pool amid the frozen land. A hand rose from beneath the water and Hansen slowly surfaced from the pool amid rising steam. That heat was enough to burn off all excess fat, but the great muscles vanished too. Standing in the snow with skinny legs, Hansen's metabolism returned to that of a normal person. However, after losing his muscles, he suddenly became very handsome. With a delicate face, Hansen wept, looking at his body choking out. "I'm muscleless." Then the system alert popped up, warning he'd been afflicted with the abnormal frozen state. A steep price for being handsome, no need to grind to level up. 3 systems activated and offered 2 choices. A, be led to a warm bed and bread. B, be led to a place with meat. The Hansen, still trembling in the wind, crooked his mouth and chose. Of course, in 2 seconds. The brain picked meat as priority. Clearly amid howling wind and white snow, A trembling hand reached out in vain. Now gaunt Hansen mustered his last strength to knock on a wooden door, then collapsed immediately. A patrol found him and cried out in panic. "Hey, are you okay? You're badly frozen, move him quickly." After a coma, Hansen woke in a warm room. The man who saved him kindly asked, "You're awake now, how do you feel? Any pain?" Hansen weakly replied, "Thank you for saving me." He realized his state lacking magi and saw him tremble violently. The man hurried to call his wife. "Oh look, he's shaking. He must be starving. Please give him some food here." A woman brought a tray of food and urged, "Eat this, you're too thin." See the soup and dry bread, Hansen thought inwardly. Carbs and more carbs. Had it been before, he'd never touched such balanced nutrition. His eyes suddenly lit up, emitting a suffocating pressure as he held the tray. Memories of golden days with bulging muscles, gorging fried chicken, and pizza flooded him, adding to his bitterness. Seeing Hansen trembling with a piece of bread, the woman pitied him. He must have starved long, so the husband sighed in agreement. Poor thing indeed. Hansen bowed his head, darkness covering his face as he scolded himself. But feelings don't matter now, first refuel. Hansen dipped his spoon into the hot soup and began to savor just one bite. He closed his eyes, feeling that simple flavor seep into his body. But as rumored, even men who can only hold a spoon still find ways to lift weights. Hansen gripped the thin spoon tight, veins bulging under self-imposed strain. Seated there, he began a concentration workout, seriously training with a simple eating utensil. As long as there's breath, there's training. The gym. Man never quits. Absolute determination. The host couple stood frozen witnessing this bizarre sight. They looked at him with judgment and annoyance. This guy they furiously rushed over. Pinned Hansen to the bed and shouted, "Don't be picky. Just eat." He was forced to eat roughly. Hansen could only choke out muffled cries and helplessness. After the forced meal, he stepped outside into the snow, braced his hands on the ground, and assessed his condition quietly. "It's actually not too bad." Hansen stared forward with determined eyes. He slapped both cheeks hard to wake himself and told himself, "Snap out of it, dear Han. Son, what's done is done." He wiped the sweat from his face. Then he suddenly planted his hands and pushed up. It looked like a pose of despair, but certainly not. Hansen quickly readjusted his center. He got into a solid, ready stance. This was a bare hand push-up to test his primal strength. He loudly called begin, and rhythmically performed each rep down and up evenly. He focused intensely and began counting 5, 6, 7, 8. Sweat fell onto the cold ground, and his breathing grew heavier with each movement. Suddenly Hansen froze in astonishment. He realized that after only a few reps, his muscles were feeling an intense stimulation like never before. He'd never felt this when doing push-ups. Immediately, blue currents ran along his muscle fibers, making him tremble and cry out in extreme exhilaration. Hansen's face changed. He sank into an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. The human brain always has a scale for moments of pleasure. If enjoying a delicious dish scores 3 points, and dangerous drugs score 150. For gym fanatics, exercise is its own addictive substance equivalent to those illegal drugs, bro. Doing push-ups while hitting a dopamine peak, it's addiction. With no need to hide, for Hansen, being able to train after a long break was like injecting a stimulant into his body. Hardcore. He crazily did push-ups on the dirty ground until tears fell. Memories of the great coach with the red headband suddenly returned. The coach sternly warned Hansen, "No matter what hardship, you must never cry." When Hansen asked why, the coach explained that water is a primary component of muscle and tears are water. Crying loses water, and losing water means losing gains. He rhetorically asked if water meant to nourish muscle instead becomes tears. What? Then while training, Hansen muttered, "You'll lose." "Muscle, sir?" The coach laughed heartily, asserting a few tears won't instantly cause muscle loss. But the issue is the trainee's mindset. Paying attention to every tiny detail is a habit crucial to building a perfect body. Hansen listened in silence, sweat streaming down his thoughtful face. He groaned and strained, using all the muscles around his eye sockets to hold back the tears. After a determined deep breath, he relentlessly continued push-ups in the white snow right beside a system screen that had just appeared. The mission, the ex-king's regret, notified him. He'd completed meeting Hinderbrand, and the next objective was to help repair the fortifications of the Holy Roman Realm, to gather clues about the Oculus, still holding the push-up position. Hansen looked at the old man and asked, "Sir, is this the Holy Roman Realm?" The old man replied nonchalantly, "Seems you've remembered something. Asking for directions while doing push-ups. True to form, you can't stand still." The old man told Hansen to be grateful to the Pope for ordering all youths to be enlisted without question, which saved his life, panting. Hansen pleaded, "I need to repair the fort, can you show me the location?" The old man wondered if he was a citizen, but signaled, "Come with me." Hansen kept up powerful push-ups. They shouted thanks and quickly followed him in the snow-covered fort area. Soldiers bustled about aiding the wounded. Seeing a soldier perform stretching exercises on a comrade on the ground, Hansen's eyes lit up. He gasped. Physical therapy. He thought if you could realign and lengthen fibers, reconciling with the striking muscles would work much better. Hansen stood motionless in the snow, deep in thought. Then he suddenly lunged forward, grabbed the old man's shoulder and pressed. "Sir, how can I get that kind of physical therapy?" The old man blinked, asking if he meant restorative magic. Then he explained that engineers would certainly have received it. Since only enlisted soldiers get therapy 1 hour a day, Hansen's eyes lit up with excitement and he asked to be sure. "Just enlist, and that's enough." After the old man's hesitant confirmation, Hansen declared loudly with a bright smile, "I'll enlist." Suddenly, a voice called from behind, inviting him to join their faction. Hansen quietly turned to look back. He spotted a mysterious figure cloaked in green, who slowly revealed a scarred face. A sinister smile spreading as he confirmed he'd recognized him, an unmistakable villainous aura. Clearly not to be trifled with. Feeling insulted, Hansen snapped angrily, "Are you mocking me now?" Immediately his HIV-3 skill activated to analyze the foe. The system showed Pei as human with a cleric vocation. Above standard muscle mass and extremely low fat. Perfect in-body score 100. Spirit uncentesimo. Meanwhile, Hansen was stunned to see his own score was only 67 out of 100. He collapsed and furiously pounded the ground, cursing damn muscle-reliant types. Pierre could only watch bewildered at this strange outburst, like viewing final exam results. At the therapy area, Hansen lay enjoying a deep massage. PA in neat attire asked kindly how his body felt now. Hansen murmured with satisfaction, "Good, no very good." He felt a clear change as joints opened, making stretches far more effective. Pia was surprised, noting it's the first time she's seen an outsider take. "Our therapy, is our physio really this good?" As E pulled Hansen's arm to stretch, she worriedly asked, "Don't you feel pain?" Hansen kept a resolute face and affirmed clearly, "To improve my body. This bit of pain I can fully endure." His confident answer deeply impressed Pierre. Hansen smiled contentedly as he felt energy revive every muscle, while Pierre beamed at the newbie's iron will, smiling through pain. True muscle spirit max level. At the fort repair site, towering wooden scaffolds rose under falling snow laborers. Masons and soldiers hurriedly hauled heavy stones for the construction. In the crowd, a worker strained to drag a large sack beside a cart, counting 1, 2, as he used all his strength to hoist a round stone onto the cart. Seeing this, Hansen froze, sweating heavily, and wondered what was wrong. It looked technically wrong from afar. Any gym person would want to jump in and fix it. Watching the workers, Hansen worriedly thought, lifting like that would definitely cause a herniated disc indeed. Across the site, workers carried stones with dangerously bent, rounded backs. Calls of 1, 2, and heave rang out repeatedly with those bad lifting rhythms. Immediately the man grabbed his lower back and screamed in pain, "Ah, my back!" A colleague nearby just clicked his tongue like, "I told you so." Amid the chaos, a Roman cleric approached to check on the injured man. "Are you hurt?" where he asked. The tired worker replied, "My back." Hansen stood, arms crossed, watching in disbelief as the cleric began casting healing magic directly on the prone worker's back. Hansen grew red with anger. Eyes bulging white, he couldn't hold back and threw his head back, roaring, earth-shattering nonsense, wrong order. The shout left the female official behind, stunned and confused. The female official stepped forward, worried, and asked, "What's wrong?" Hansen wildly tore at his hair and screamed in utter despair, "Wrong order, wrong order." Seeing his overreaction, she just stared and wondered, "Are you an architect?" The two stood silently by the tents. She murmured, "The fort repairs are taking longer than expected, right, Hansen?" Now calmer, softly replied, "Yes, it seems so." She looked toward the worksite and sighed, noting that because each brick was very heavy, many soldiers were injured during work. You can tell by a glance they were using the wrong procedure gym. People must be as stressed as a deadline. Hansen panicked. I looked at the site and shouted in despair, "You can't build bodies like this. Absolutely not." Seeing his strong reaction, Lai eagerly stepped closer, clapping and exclaiming confidently, "I knew it. You're an expert at building walls, right?" Hansen immediately regained confidence, smiled brightly and affirmed, "I'm totally an expert." La watched his retreating back and said, "I've also been treated, so I want to help with that care." He spoke as if people understood wall techniques, yet remained confident. "If there's help, how long to finish the wall?" He mused to himself, "Wall, huh? Of course we have to build the walls too." Watching the workers slogging and hauling through the rubble, Hansen realized one key thing. He held up 3 fingers and declared firmly, 3 months, and it'll be done. But what mattered most to him now wasn't the schedule, but the body. Objectively, the bodies of the soldiers working here weren't bad. Heavy labor at the site had built solid muscle, and youth helped reduce injuries. However, the truth wasn't rosy. Holding bad postures continuously at work was quietly destroying them from within. Aches began tormenting the soldiers. Repeated damage to vertebrae caused serious harm outwardly fine, but internally, system was failing. If these injuries weren't treated promptly, they'd become chronic. Leaving soldiers clutching their heads and bent in agony, Hansen insisted solving this required hands-on therapy, plus changing their basic habits. He strode up behind a worker and bellowed, "Focus your force on the core muscles." Muscles bristling. Hansen swung and slapped the worker's back to correct his posture. Startling him, when the crowd still hesitated, Hansen shouted, "Orders don't you know to drive force into the core, drop everything and lie face down." Now immediately all the soldiers on site dropped tools and materials. 70 days had passed since Hansen's care began a convoy of wagons, strictly escorted by soldiers. They moved along the paved road. The mission of the Holy Gothan Knights had caused damage, but essentially only to buy time. The cardinal beside him added worriedly, "If this continues, a large-scale invasion will break out soon." Hearing this, Jack Min naively asked why. Why would they invade? The cardinal patiently explained, "Yes, that's why we're repairing and fortifying the walls." Jack Min kept asking why. "Why repair?" He continued, "That the enemy knows they won't live long, so they fight recklessly and don't care for life, thinking their time is nearly up." The boy pope asked again, "Why? Why is their time short?" The cardinal explained, "Because they're old. Their active time is short. We just need to prolong the time of action. Yes, their age limits their action window. We must stretch time out." Still Jackman kept firing why after why, making the atmosphere awkward, spam asking why the cardinal thought to use technical, obscure terms to stop the barrage of questions. He suggested switching to a private discussion using loftier terminology. We should use academic language to block questions, then discuss it ourselves. This approach left Jack Min completely puzzled with question marks over his face. The boy pouted in disappointment and sniffed, "Not interesting at all," then sulked, saying, "Those highfalutin terms fry. My brain can't handle them." Seeing the Pope saddened, the cardinal hurried to reassure him. "Jack Min, please don't be too disappointed because the wall repairs are nearly finished." At the news, Jackie's eyes lit up, excited. "It's all finished." The cardinal confidently invited him to see the results. "Yes, please look ahead." The city gate opened to reveal a towering silhouette standing in the falling snow. The cardinals were so stunned they gaped in amazement. Hansen stood towering in the road, flexing rippling muscles and muttering that though still incomplete, this was enough. He began to tense, channeling all his strength, so his chest and abs bulged violently. Under suffocating pressure, Hansen radiated an overwhelming dominance. A massive, threatening muscular entity. Watching the scene, the Pope, Jack Min, and the accompanying cardinal were stunned, shouting in shock, because they thought everything had long been finished. The cardinal yelled furiously, "Pierre name, what is going on?" Standing next to him, Pierre gaped in horror and rushed over to question Hansenim. "What's going on? Didn't you say it was nearly done?" He replied nonchalantly, "Yes, there's still 2 weeks to go." The answer left Pierre dumbfounded, speechless. Then a massive shockwave suddenly erupted from the center, spreading throughout the fortress, making the ground tremble violently. The powerful energy continued to spread across the world map, from the Holy Roman nation all the way to the kingdom of Silverthumb. In a small snow-covered house in Silverthumb, a sneeze shattered the cold air. The old woman under her blanket complained about the cold and vowed to raise the room temperature. Oblivious as the shockwave reached her, she only cared that it was freezing. The old woman carried a tray of sweet potatoes and vegetables to the hearth, but to her surprise, the fireplace held not coal, but a soldier from the army meditating, steam rising from his muscular body. She fed him a bite and explained it was a mix of chicken breast, sweet potato and veggies. After the nutritious meal, he yelled excitedly about doing 1,000 squats to heat the house, the hearth run by gymfolk, a muscle-powered heating tech. The old woman sighed with satisfaction. How warm it is. Yet the heat didn't come from fire, but from a soldier tirelessly doing squats in the hearth. Suddenly he felt a strange vibration spreading through his chest. His eyes widened in surprise. Wondering if this was a signal from Hansen Nim, unable to sit still, he decided to check immediately. His rippling muscles began trembling with each powerful beat, picking up the distant rhythm squatting in the hearth, but still catching the muscle Wi-Fi. At the training area, weights clanged incessantly through hot smoke. One warrior stopped and asked a comrade, "Isn't that Hansen's call?" The other confirmed that though the signal was weak, the chest's characteristic contractions proved it was Hansen. Looking at the training room they'd long known, with its burn warning sign on the wall, they felt some regret at leaving, but the leader's orders were absolute. A sharp call went out. "Let's move." All the warriors ceased training to prepare for a dramatic muster. Chest twitch equals internal gym folk signal. In a quiet space, a man sipped hot tea and lamented he didn't want to see them off. Must you go? Can't you stay? Opposite him was Gulo, who listened respectfully to the offer. Gulo stared into his teacup and admitted much has happened since they began their dungeon gym journey, sitting at the tea table in the antique room. He said it was a deeply meaningful time for him. Gulo stroked his beard and added wryly, "It was also a time I nearly died by His Highness's hand." Memories of brutal training returned, where exhausted soldiers lay on stretchers carried non-stop across battlefields. Suddenly, an earth-shattering impact blew a deep crater through the dust. From the ruined scene, Hildebrand strode out with blazing eyes. The old king coldly faced his opponent and demanded in a near voice, "Are you the one who turned the army into this?" A member of the army panicked, shouting, "We're under attack, counterattack now." Hildebrand appeared. Looming and weary-faced, he mumbled sadly, "It's a pity I lost my sword on the way here," as he saw his opponent still dazed. The old king channeled magic into his palm and suggested, "Since it's a pity, why don't we settle this with magic? Then you're going into combat unarmed." "Your Highness, that's not the direction." Hildebrand turned back, bewildered. Gulo hurriedly explained the one attacked was actually a monster. An ally who'd joined their army, seeing the two warriors wounded and distraught Hildebrand. Smile apologetically. "I'm sorry, or shall we go inside to hear everything more clearly?" Both silently passed through ranks of soldiers standing at attention to enter the main camp. Hildebrand glanced at Leon and those around him, and asked, "You surely have something to say too?" A sinister smile appeared on the mysterious men's faces as they watched quietly. Inside the tent, Hildebrand sipped tea and protested, "I only did that because I didn't know the battle situation." Brother Gulo forced a laugh. "Haha, I understand." The old king curiously asked about Guro's life in Silverthorn lately. Without hesitation, Gulo laughed and admitted it was a mess. The old king smiled amusedly. "You're an honest man, which is why I didn't want to let you leave." Gulo went on that the kingdom's welfare system had been terrible before. Hildebrand nodded in agreement and said Gulo greatly improved it. Gulo sipped his tea modestly, saying it was because people enjoyed doing it. Indeed, the woody builders were always willing volunteers for the kingdom. Outside the tent, two muscular guards stood watch, protecting the important conversation amid falling snow. Their dedication, max level count, 1, 2, 3, 4 rang out as the muscle troops passed coal and honeycomb between them with spinning motions, transporting fuel while training their bodies. The heat from training significantly saved the village's heating resources. The woody builders even devised exercise programs for the elderly, letting an old man proudly show firm biceps, beside his instructor working and training efficiently without wasting a beat. They could do this because they all came from the ghoul race. Once thin and frail lifting methods revived them into rippling muscle, a ghoul warrior stood tall, eyes bloodshot, radiating lethal intent as he hoisted a heavy barbell. With accumulated experience, the woody builders visited retired elders' homes to coach them. Amid the snow-covered people, the elders eagerly followed the routines. Feeling less bored and healthier greetings and bright smiles spread through the village. An old man laughed heartily. Genuine happiness on his aged face. Hildebrand watched quietly from behind. It was the first time he truly saw his people's smiles. 2 weeks later, in the snowy white sky, a powerful tremor began shaking the fortified gate. The chill mood barely held when trouble was about to erupt. Before him was Hansen's guardian back, pulsing with mighty muscle beats. Hildebrand and Pierre showed clear worry. Wondering what to do next in this situation, Hansen, eyes blazing blue, stared at the target and proclaimed, "There it is." The fortress. The muscle army started to lumber forward over the icy snow. Each warrior stood tall, their bodies trembling with each muscular contraction. Hansen declared, "A trained body is an iron steel pillar." He led the troops toward the mountain range where flesh pillars were being stacked and interlocked to form a wall. Hansen explained those pillars combined would make a fortress. The muscle army lined up, braced and locked their joints to form an impregnable bulwark. The muscular wall technique was officially unveiled. A gigantic wall formed from thousands of muscle warriors standing shoulder to shoulder, ready to face any enemy. Witnessing this, the female commander, ground her teeth in anger. How dare they mock our holy nation? She immediately raised her hand to command the army to prepare to attack. P pointed forward and loudly shouted, "Destroy all enemies!" The cavalry with spears charged like breaking waves. Facing the defending forces, Hansen roared orders to the muscle army. The rippling masses tensed instantly, bracing for impact. On one side, a spray of lethal intent. On the other, a wall of brawn. A barrage of spear tips pierced the flesh but snapped or bounced off helplessly. Baba E cried out in shock. Sweating profusely, attacks have no effect. Hansen smiled arrogantly and declared, "Don't think of us as we were 3 months ago." One muscle warrior stood firm despite the onslaught. he added. Don't imagine our bodies as they were even a week ago. Hansen continued shouting with excitement compared to yesterday. An hour ago. Even the last training round. Stiffness has increased, the muscles glittered under extreme pressure. Hansen bellowed the ultimate training philosophy, progressive overload, as the muscle army was effortlessly crushing the soldiers' resistance. Hansen quietly looked at his opponent and casually asked, "What about your rest time?" A member of the muscle army smiled and affirmed, "I've rested enough." Hansen gave a satisfied thumbs up and replied briefly, "Good." Immediately, the enemy spears plunged straight into the warriors' chests, but they shattered against the block of muscles. As hard as steel. Without leaving a scratch. Seeing this, Pierre panicked and shouted suspiciously at Hansen. "Could it be that your claim about building a wall was a lie?" Hansen replied calmly. "Not at all." But Pierre kept questioning. "How could you lie to me like that?" He insisted he hadn't lied. The wall hadn't moved an inch. Through the dust, a huge wall formed from the warriors themselves. Muscles interlocked. Standing firm. Protecting two giant toads in front. Leaving the enemy utterly powerless. Pia realized in shock thinking back. They had never launched a counterattack even once. Because simply, that is the nature of a wall, Pope Jack Min declared loudly. In the Roman kingdom we absolutely do not use monsters as soldiers. Yet when Hansen suggested, "What if we used them as a wall instead?" the boy's eyes lit up with excitement. Jack Min enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. "That's awesome. The idea of a wall made of monsters looks so cool." While Pierre stood speechless watching, a member of the muscle army suddenly touched Hansen and asked, "Hansen Nim, why do you look so thin?" Hansen immediately changed expression and snapped. "What did you just say?" The word thin hit Hansen's sore spot. He exploded in rage. "Did you just say I've lost muscle without hesitation?" Hansen slapped the subordinate who had spoken out. A member of the muscle army stared bewildered at Hansen, who looked puzzled. Hansen then went crazy, unleashing thunderous punches into his own chest to provoke extreme muscle stimulation. He roared the name of the exercise. One-arm dumbbell press. Then lunged forward at terrifying speed. A powerful impact followed, causing a violent shock to the ground. The muscular soldier closed his eyes to feel it. White smoke began rising from his body after the blow. His eyes snapped open with unusual resolve, and he broke into a radiant smile. He told Hansen not to joke with him like that anymore. But then he suddenly realized Hansen no longer had his old strength. Hansen stared in horror as a terrifying power erupted right before him. The muscle army member stared at his smoking hand in amazement, privately recalling the tradition that the strongest becomes the leader. Sweat poured down his face, tense at his own change. And just as he was about to declare himself the next leader, a figure in official robes suddenly appeared and delivered a neck blow that knocked him out. The stranger respectfully approached, inquiring about Hansen's condition and questioning what had happened, just as he was about to take the throne. He was struck down, Hansen, face bruised, choked, and called out Gulo. Seeing their leader weep, the robed man immediately warned him not to cry, as it would ruin his muscles. The two sat silently on the snowy ground, Hansen curled up, weak and sorrowful. The underling worried secretly at the leader's fragility, fearing that order and the hierarchy would completely collapse. Behind him the muscle army, eyes glowing red and a giant toad looming, appeared threateningly. A subordinate approached Guro and asked, "Gurolot, shouldn't we re-elect Gulo?" Guro broke into a sweat upon sensing a strong presence. The giant toad monsters appeared, making the lower beasts cower. Guro scolded the foolish monsters. "Don't you realize what will happen if the leader changes?" He explained that because they are labeled monsters, if leadership changed, they would be immediately attacked by the Holy Roman Empire. Even the Silver Kingdom would consider them enemies. Change the leader and they're dead. So everyone is scared. Not joking. The only one who can maintain balance and survive is Hansen Nim. Turning to Hansen, Guro curiously asked, "Hansen Nim, can you spin that just with your arm strength?" Hansen looked at the massive weight hesitantly. "I'm not very confident right now." Guro immediately encouraged him. "It's just a game. Just try it once." Hansen wondered where this monstrous weight came from, then began lowering his center of gravity and focusing all his force into his guarding hands. He held a deep breath. Said he wasn't confident but still got into position, hands ready to unleash full power. Hansen clenched his teeth, veins bulging as he strained. Huff, huff, huff. He activated the skill Heavy Blind X, 1/20. After an extreme effort, Hansen beamed and shouted, "All right." Seeing that, a muscle army member casually stepped forward and observed. "Looks kind of light. Step aside. Let me try once." Gulo silently watched and thought to himself that his support for Hansen Nim wasn't only for this reason, he believed. In theory, Hansen Nim regaining strength was only a matter of time. Hansen stood with arms crossed, majestic, while Gulo quietly resolved that he should soon join the ranks and stake his life. A warrior tried to lift the weight, but it barely budged, because Gulo had secretly used gravity to make it heavier. In the end, no one could lift the weight, besides Hansen watching from afar. Someone couldn't help exclaiming, "Wow. Even that can't be done, how terrible." In the vast snowy field, a hand rose above the crowd. Hansen held back a smile, still wearing a cold, indifferent expression. The disciples behind kept clapping and cheering, congratulating their leader's victory. Then the scene shifted to the gym area. The training atmosphere boiling with rhythmic counts, 6, 7, 8, 9 echoing from warriors diligently building muscle. After finishing, he still wore a cold face, composed and utterly royal. Hansen performed the final press and ended the set on the count of 10. Yet he suddenly paused, thoughtful, thinking this won't do. The feeling is off. Hansen panted, sweat streaming down his face, and quietly decided to add 40 kilos, seeing such a small weight increase. The nearby disciple was astonished. "What's wrong?" "Big bro. You only added 40 kilos. Behind them, 2 muscle army members began whispering in horror. One tremblingly revealed, "I've heard of this before." The other asked curiously, "What is it?" For someone who masters every weight technique like Hansen, he possesses a very special ability. That is, he can lift a light weight level but make it feel infinitely heavy to himself. Hansen stood before the barbell, concentrating all his will. He bent, gripped the bar, and took a deep breath, puffing to regain clarity and dispel fear. Hansen slapped both his cheeks hard. He silently told himself, "It's starting." Hansen gritted his teeth, trying to steady himself against the invisible pressure. "Come on, Hansen. Don't chicken out. Are you afraid of this weight?" He recalled this psychological state from past training, when he made things hard for himself. Hansen braced, lifted the huge bar, and yelled, "Light way, baby." Seeing this, the muscle army member at the back grew worried, thinking it's over. He realized the situation looked bleak for returning to the kingdom and begging Silver to let them stay in the Holy Roman Empire. He understood that relying on the wall alone wouldn't be enough. He saw through how officials were still trying every way to send their group away. In the council chamber, one opinion asserted comprehensive war was unavoidable. With careful calculation of forces, we could win. Pope Jackmin nodded in approval. "Very good. The defense is complete. If we concentrate on defense, the Holy Nation will win." "Right." A decisive voice rang out. "At last we have a common stance." Pope Jackmin. But Gulo immediately waved his hand and disagreed. "Not at all. The Holy Nation cannot win." He explained that the fighting wills of the two sides are completely different. And despite the sharp glares from across, he calmly analyzed, compared to Holy Nation soldiers who don't want to die because of family responsibilities. Simba's troops crave an honorable death after living long enough. He posed a challenging question. "Do you really think the Holy Nation can beat those mad veterans? I believe our God-hand army has already shown overwhelming power." It sounded confident, though the opponents are all dark cohort folk who live like oxen. But he immediately dismissed that. "Isn't that just a small group? Don't just boost morale. Properly assess the enemy's real strength." He stressed that those soldiers' ability to live to old age is proof of their terrifying survivability. Surviving to old age on the battlefield alone shows they're no ordinary level. Complaining and whining are things even a child can do. Standing in the Great Hall, the Grey Man ostentatiously declared before the officials. He was reminded not to teach such things to Pope Jackmin. Despite everything, he shouted angrily, "Don't invest in pointless places. Invest in us." He pointed at the officials and challenged, "Don't you realize a single decision of yours can alter the lives of tens of thousands? Even millions." He urged them not to focus on factional divisions, but on real value. Witnessing that arrogance, an official sneered, "Just a monster." Yet sharp-tongued. The Grey Man suddenly asked, "Haven't you heard the story of Count Gudo's kingdom?" The young Pope Jackmin, puzzled, asked about Count Gudo's kingdom. An official with glasses began explaining it's a small rural nation to the south. Jackmin exclaimed in surprise upon hearing it. The official continued that nation's power has grown so strong, neighboring states watch its every move with caution. He declared this the hottest topic right now, that everyone knows about a country whose entire populace possesses rippling muscular bodies. Gulo and his muscle army strode forth with swords in hand, radiating might. Because of that prestige, no nation dared treat them lightly. That national strength was all created by Hansen Nim. This news made everyone in the room widen their eyes in shock. One man carrying the whole nation's meta. So you mean in a short time you could also help the Holy Roman nation's power grow like that? The Grey Man confidently affirmed. Of course. Doesn't the Holy Roman nation already possess what the Shin Kingdom? Borom lacks. When asked what that was, he smirked and replied, it's the youth-derived regenerative ability. A radiant muscular entity and a strong green hope energy appeared. The Grey Man pointed forward and proclaimed loudly that the Holy Roman nation becoming as mighty as Count Gudo's kingdom is only a matter of time. Youthful muscle levels you up fast. Facing those present, Gulo spoke firmly. I understand what you mean. So what is it you want, Aloft? The Pope watched Gulo thoughtfully. A faint smile and a gleam behind his monocle. What we want is one thing. Meanwhile, at the training area, Hansen was straining, bending to begin a new weight set. Behind him, a muscle army member counted the rhythm 5, 6, 7 across the field. Dozens of warriors trained fervently, creating a heated atmosphere. A man with purple hair wiped a towel over his shoulder, panting in satisfaction. Felt so good. Not far off. 2 muscle army members searched for equipment. One asked, did you see a 5-kilo weight plate here? The other pointed off in the distance. In a corner of the yard, a strange man casually sat fiddling with colorful weight plates, murmuring happily that they looked cute, so he wanted to hold them. Seeing training gear treated like toys, Hansen stood frozen, veins bulging on his face with anger. Gulo silently observed and thought that not only were requests unmet, but surveillance had increased. He looked toward the watchers angrily. These holy nation bastards are treating weights like toys. No wonder they're stunned and about to explode. But Gulo suddenly changed expression and laughed wickedly as planned. In his head, he plotted that what Hansen Nim needs now is weight and mindlessness amid the bustling gym. Hansen approached the 2 strangers and warned, hey, let's behave civilly and use the equipment properly. Their response was mocking laughter and scorn. The brown-haired guy sneered. A monster talk about manners. The purple-haired one joined in smugly. This is the funniest thing I've heard. Suddenly a red weight plate was thrown, embedding into Hansen's shoulder. He stared blankly as the boomerang hit. Hansen stood frozen in place, terrifyingly silent. You poked the wrong boss and still laughed. Self-destruct activated. His lips pressed together under pressure. Immediately, a blazing red aura erupted, engulfing Hansen. His eyes burned like fire, his face distorted by rage. His muscles began to quake violently, and he launched into a bench press with terrifying power. Seeing this, the muscle army members were stunned, sweating and wondering if their leader's mind was broken for choosing to lift weights now. Yet one member realized the truth and insisted this was more than mere training. He analyzed that at the exact moment Hansen was about to charge the enemy, he instinctively grabbed the bar, an ingrained habit formed from prolonged extreme tension. His instinct is to pick up the weights first and fight later. Hansen's ordinary concepts were fading, replaced by iron will. Though furious inside, he told himself that when rage peaks, nothing beats burying oneself in iron. Hansen focused on each press, silently counting to purge distractions. Too angry to strike someone, he turned to the weights to relieve stress. Immersed in his own world, numbers no longer mattered. What mattered was feeling his body. He told himself to concentrate on each muscle fiber with absolute depth. Inside those fibers, tremors pulsed with every movement. In the quiet space that should have been peaceful, Hansen endured excruciating pain. His face warped in agony as he angrily demanded why his body had to hurt over something so light. He raged, cursing his weak body, and vowed to end it all today. Hansen screamed in ecstatic fury, pouring every ounce of strength into the set. Witnessing this, 2 muscle army members were amazed. One asked how long he'd been at that set. The other guessed about 21 minutes. Despite the pain, Hansen's form never wavered. The disciples praised their leader's focus and muscular endurance as he tirelessly handled the plate. Nearby guards showed contempt, thinking the opponents dared not resist out of fear. One sneered, is the monster captain so scared he's cowering? He bragged he'd add another blow, then decisively hurled the red plate toward the muscle army. The air turned icy. A towering warrior stared at the aggressor and growled. Don't you know that when someone is training, not even a dog may touch them? He warned loudly that from watching so long, they knew the other side was exceeding their limits. A whole squad of giant, muscular men surged forward with fierce intent. The attacker began to tremble, stammering in terror. "You mean to do that? Don't you know touching us will make the holy nation our enemy? I'm not hitting you. I just thought you looked cold and wanted to warm you up a bit." The attacker blinked in confusion as the giants closed in, using their massive bodies to encircle him. One asked softly, "How is it?" "Warm enough now," pressed between sweating muscle masses. The young man screamed in horror, disgusted and frantic. "Get away from me." The muscular man calmly explained that muscles only generate heat when active, then threatened, "I'll make you feel even warmer." His eyes flared red, veins bulging as he proclaimed his move, Great Chest Wave. Immediately the giants' chests shuddered violently, sending repeated shock waves over the victim. The poor youth writhed among quivering flesh, sobbing in despair, feeling filthy and crying, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The heat surged and all he could scream was, "It's too hot." Meanwhile, Hansen bent over the bench press with his face flushed from strain. I wondered if pouring all his anger into the bar was why his whole body felt so hot. He thought whenever he got angry, lifting was the only answer. But the pain of training only made him angrier. He clenched his teeth, summoned all his strength, his hands trembling as he let out a thunderous roar. "I'm telling you, I'm furious. The angrier the training, the better." Seeing this, a muscle army member panicked and asked his comrade, "Woody Builder, how long has it been?" The other, sweating, answered, "He's been doing a single set for 42 minutes. The disciples kept urging Hansen Nim on just a bit more. "You're waking the stored muscle in your body." Hansen continued to strain under the 1,000-pound weight amid the crew's cheering. Hansen poured everything into the exercise, doing pull-ups on a sheer rock wall, telling himself one more push, though his old body couldn't recover immediately. It took a full 9 hours straight for Hansen to finish one round of training when the night fell with a full moon. After the brutal session, he fell into a deep sleep beside the heavy weights. In his dream, Hansen's muscles began to twitch and convulse violently. His eyes suddenly lit in the dark with the affirmation that he was finally ready to communicate. At dawn, Hansen took on a new challenge. Hoisting a massive stone weight, a skeptical voice asked, "Can you press that? What if you get hurt?" Despite advice to train slowly and safely with an appropriate weight, since this weight seemed excessive, Hansen gritted his teeth and endured the 1,000-pound pressure on his chest. Confronted about progressive overload, he suddenly roared, "Shut up." Hansen admitted progressive overload is good, and he understood it. But if you keep fearing and compromising, the body will never change. He gripped the bar with a confident smile and declared that the only limit was the one who quit. Hansen's muscles coiled with power as he gave his all to break past his old limit. Basically, if you're not breaking records, don't bother. Once you play, you don't turn back. A bench press roar echoed as the stone weight rose higher. Hansen roared in extreme excitement, his eyes blazing amid the pressure as the bar reached its peak. A greeting rang out, "You're back." Hansen looked up, moved, and recognized the presence of the primal source of strength he'd long felt. The entity silently watched him and softly called an associate. Seeing Hansen training fervently, the muscle army members buzzed, "Hansen Nim, looks different today." One nodded, "He seems exhilarated." They wondered if he'd made a breakthrough in muscle development. Did he just gain muscle? But a solemn member insisted it's Maki, explaining monsters don't care about Maki so others wouldn't know. For Hansen, Ma-Chi always pours out like a torrent whenever he trains. That disciple had been worried when the energy vanished these past few days. Maki hadn't appeared. So I was quite concerned. At that moment, Hansen suddenly waved and loudly called Gulo. When his loyal disciple approached and respectfully asked, "Did you call?" Sir Hansen expressed his question. "I have something to ask you." Gulo calmly replied, "Yes. Speak." Sir. Hansen began explaining that he always assumed the circulating energy in his body was just blood flow and paid it little mind. Then he raised his hand and said, "But look at this. These past few days, the disciple thought it had vanished without warning. A blazing red energy suddenly erupted from his palm." Hansen stared at the strange light surrounding him and asked, "What is this?" Gulo immediately explained, "It's called mana." Hearing this, Hansen looked clearly disappointed. He muttered that he thought it was just a new muscle group that existed only in this world. Seeing their leader deflated, Gulo quickly added an important point theoretically. If he masters it, he could create any training tool he wanted. Anywhere. At the idea of conjuring gym equipment, Hansen's eyes lit up and he smiled excitedly. Really? Imoida. Guro began to explain in more detail that mana is what can alter the laws of the world. By applying pressure to the circulation inside or outside the body, the user can strengthen internal circulation or even directly affect external elements. The instructor explained that breaking external circulation is the basic principle. But for Hansen, it would be far more effective to strengthen internal circulation. He told Hansen to first stand with feet shoulder-width apart, placed his hands on Hansen's guardian shoulders, and advised him to close his eyes and feel mana flowing from the belly or the heart. Hansen followed. Thinking to himself to sense mana from the heart, he concentrated deeply, wondering if it might instead be coming from the belly. But Hansen quickly gave up, scratched his head and complained that he didn't know it's too hard. Seeing his struggle, the instructor suggested concentrating on the lower abdomen, even placing his hand on his own belly to demonstrate Hansen. Training is tough, but asking makes you confused. The instructor continued, try controlling your muscles as if drawing a circle, using the braced lower abdomen as the center. Immediately, Hansen's abdominal muscles began to contract, squeeze, and move rhythmically. He encouraged him to imagine channeling that muscular flow out through his hands. A technique called pumping control was activated. Hansen's chest muscles spun fiercely, forming a powerful muscular vortex. Muscle parts that had been separate began reconnecting smoothly. Blazing energy ran along his body as Hansen focused entirely on his glowing hands. He stared at the red spiritual energy swirling in his palm, then suddenly released it. An earth-shaking explosion erupted, popping a skill like a final boss move from just a bit of training. It was overwhelming, witnessing a giant crimson sphere appear above the castle sky. The Muscle Army members and Lena were horrified. One trembled and cried out, "What is that?" The eerie sphere trembled and suddenly dissolved into red dust mid-air. Hansen looked up, bewildered, and muttered, "Oh, it's gone." Gulo was panting and drenched in sweat from exhaustion. While Hansen showed regret, it's a pity. Gulo thought in shock he hadn't expected the power to be this great. Looking at Hansen's guardian back, a dark ambition sprang up in Gulo if he could exploit this monster. He could conquer the continent, even rule the world. Hansen suddenly asked Gulo, "What's next?" Gulo was startled and replied, Next. He began to explain there are many ways to use mana, and suggested Hansen explore and learn how local creatures employ mana. Gulo smiled broadly and maliciously. In the Roman kingdom, an emergency meeting declared firmly that they must drive them out. A bespectacled official worriedly asked if everyone had seen the mana flow this afternoon. Surely it will harm our holy nation. Those studying skills were already meeting urgently, preparing to strike back. Another nodded in agreement, yes. It is clearly a threatening act. Please allow us to drive that monster away. In the solemn council chamber, shouts of permission rose decisively in unison. Amid tense air, the young Pope Jack Min casually asked the kingdom how things were. Are they coming? The room was taut as a string while he chatted like gossip. In the council, an old official worriedly reported, the Silver Kingdom's army has only delayed their march. Our night guerrillas. Godhand. He pleaded that now the Pope should build a true fortress wall. It's not too late. Contrary to that seriousness, Pope Jack Min replied casually that a city of monsters would look much cooler. A remark that left the advisors aghast. Shouting in helplessness, the Pope faced opposition. Jack Min pouted. Seeing the tension, an official relented. I understand. Repeat the wall discussion once more. The meeting resumed in the vast hall with rows of empty seats. Meanwhile, in a remote snow mountain region, cold winds howled over the peaks. In the silent night and white snow, monsters gathered to plot. A giant ice entity declared loudly that he'd heard the humans' wall had fallen. His eyes flared as he urged seizing the chance so humans would kneel before them. Immediately, a long-haired she-demon challenged him fine. But why act like your leader? Our 3 tribes are equal. No need to fight for the leader slot already. A fierce gray-furred yeti bared fangs and roared in excitement. She's right. Among the 3 tribes, the yeti are most numerous. So I'm the leader. To show strength. The giant ice being took a deep breath. He poured power into his guardian arms and stance, then slammed a thunderous punch into the ground. A cataclysmic blast burst out, making the earth sweat and quake under suffocating force. Standing amid the dust and ice, he coldly retorted, Yeti leader. Say that again. Watching from behind a rock, a Muscle Army member quietly asked Hansen if he saw the being use mana to form an ice column. Hansen watched silently and replied, Luckily you saw it. The junior explained for monsters. Mana amount is the truest measure of strength. He excitedly suggested they guess who will lead based solely on mana levels. But Hansen had his own answer. He suddenly appeared, lifted the Yeti's massive arm with one hand, and declared, "Muscle density wins." Hansen smiled confidently while the monster gaped in shock. Amid the white forest, Hildebrand strode against the red-haired youth in a fiery duel. The youth parried and wore a mocking smile. "This old man is hot-tempered." Hildebrand replied sternly that an old man's time is precious. Then suddenly accelerated like a phantom and asked near his voice, "Want me to make it pricier?" Hildebrand focused intensely, pouring all power into a decisive strike. A giant green-blue pillar of light pierced the youth's chest, producing a horrific impact. The youth fell to the ground, racked with pain, coughing blood and moaning near death. It seemed like endgame, though it was only the beginning. Hildebrand silently sheathed his sword and turned, certain the foe was down. Yet the youth refused to die. Eyes blazing with killing intent, a lightning-fast slash countered, leaving Hildebrand stunned as he looked back in utter surprise. The youth stood with a large chest wound and sneered. "You can live like that," thought the boss was clear. Turned and got countered. From behind, a friend approached and offered, "I need my help." The red-haired youth waved the help away, calmly. "Help what? Just live freely and move on." The friend muttered that he didn't look like a winner, which provoked the youth. "What did you say?" Hildebrand watched silently and noted it was indeed a strange body, sensing the other knew something. The youth pressed, "Really? You speak as if you already knew." Hildebrand smiled faintly and replied calmly that living long makes one hear everything. For example, an Oculus officer's organ heart isn't in the left chest. Hildebrand explained quietly, "It sits somewhere among the viscera." Roughly speaking, hearing the secret revealed, Organ gritted his teeth in rage while Lai also focused intently on the opponent. Immediately Organ concentrated a blazing red energy on his hand, readying a frenzied counterattack. Pillars of ice and water exploded out in succession with suffocating force. A white tempest engulfed the battlefield, making all seem tiny. The battle erupted violently as the red and green-blue energies clashed fiercely overhead. A hexagonal shield appeared to withstand the blazing attacks pouring down like rain. Hildebrand, eyes blazing, concentrated all his essence into a decisive sword swing. Hildebrand watched silently with a troubled face. Organ grinned arrogantly, thrust his hand forward, and exclaimed with excitement, "How exhilarating." Standing in the vast snowy field, Hildebrand coldly confirmed that the rumor of him using magic shaped like the viscera was true. Organ shouted in fury, "Who are you to judge me?" Instantly, an arm was severed and flew into the air. In horror, Hildebrand swung his sword coldly. He watched silently and mused that the regeneration was greater than he thought. A massive chunk of flesh, like a beating heart, suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Little Winnie, with yellow eyes, smiled sinisterly and said casually, "Thanks for the meal." Seeing that, Organ shouted at Winnie for interfering. "I told you not to help." Winnie replied calmly that if she hadn't, he might have had to fight seriously. Hildebrand loomed before the giant entity and declared that no matter how tough it was, after all, this is just conceptual magic. Right. Hildebrand unleashed consecutive thunderous slashes at the convulsing mass of flesh. A cataclysmic energy explosion erupted after Hildebrand's final strike. Organ turned and told the girl behind, "Winnie, remember to report this clearly to the boss." His face grew malevolent, eyes glowing red with intent. He grinned crazily and shouted he would wipe them all out. Hildebrand sheathed his sword silently and declared calmly, "That's enough. I will accept that proposal." Tension eased for a moment at the fortified gate. The cavalry was arrayed, guarding strictly before Hansen's camp tent. Looking at the soldiers blocking the road, Hansen remarked they were like walls. No sooner had the mood softened than another living wall appeared. An official in red, with glasses, declared that while you were absent, we rebuilt a wall, so your presence is unnecessary. Hearing this, a muscle army member was incredulous, thinking, how could they finish repairing a wall in half a day? Impossible. A blue-skinned warrior stepped forward to explain that we caused no harm, which you must have confirmed. The official pointed at Hansen's group and snapped that their followers were all Yeti, Ice Giant, and Snow Women troublemakers here. The discussion of defense quickly became a tense background check. He insisted the Holy Nation would never accept the risk of enemy monsters entering the city. At that moment, a soldier rushed in with urgent news. The official unrolled the dispatch and read with a strained face, then immediately ordered a pause for a closed-door meeting. Inside the tent, shadowed figures whispered secretively in a grave atmosphere. After some deliberation, The official cleared his throat to regain composure. He announced that the Holy Nation need not take on extra risk. But if driven out, Hansen's group would be vulnerable to outside attacks. Then he suddenly smiled brightly and declared boldly that because life is precious, the Holy Nation decided to allow the monsters into the city, a decision made 1 week before the official war broke out. On the high wall, a soldier secretly watched the distance, wind howling. He swallowed nervously. Tense before the eerie silence, suddenly war drums thundered, and a slew of crimson flags and spears rose from the horizon, the kingdom's elite army. Seasoned. Muscular veterans. Advanced in rolling ranks. A masked rabbit. A pink-bowed, but deadly figure. The rabbit general princess with red glasses complained haughtily that war is boring and there's no dopamine. The minister, the nation's grandpa beside her, nodded in agreement. Ruined states are all the same. Staring at the structure ahead, the rabbit general muttered that he remembered smashing that wall before. He snorted coldly at how quickly they had repaired it, staring at the gate closed against the snow wind. He asked his comrades if they'd charge straight in, receiving nods. A full-scale assault began. Thousands of crimson flags marched thunderously through the snowy range to the beat of drums. Soldiers on the wall panicked as the Hell Dungeon Legion pressed the base. Suddenly, eyes behind red lenses flashed sharp, and a decisive shout of "Hold!" rang out. Pausing the assault briefly, the rabbit general immediately noticed something amiss, and murmured that there were snow women trap runes along the walls. Brilliant blue magic circles began to appear under thin snow. He analyzed that the enemy had used mist magic to conceal these formations, and sneered that those bastards dared treat the kingdom as their enemy. Targets shifted at once. Next mission. Subjugate the snow women. He roared excitedly, tore off his cloak, and ordered the army. What are you waiting for? Charge the center. The muscle army hurled forward like a whirlwind toward the gate. On the ramparts, Roman archers strained their bows, ready to engage on command. A volley of arrows tore the air and rained down. Yet the muscle soldiers in odd helmets remarked casually as arrows flew. Looks like rain, piece of cake. Ice patch bug. Instead of being struck, these warriors executed seasoned movement techniques, rhythmically dodging every arrow with flair. A stunned wall soldier gasped. What kind of troops are these? Immediately, a muscular man in sunglasses smirked and declared the next step was to raise ladders. Shouts of Joda. Joda rose as giant wooden ladders were set against the sturdy wall. Dodge the skill, then return to push the turret, not giving the enemy a breather above. A white-haired fighter blinked and asked, "Huh. What's that guy doing?" Below, a man in a yellow tank top struggled upward, amid shouts to retreat for safety. Hansen suddenly appeared atop the wall, focused and loudly declared the technique name, the pom-pom pullover. Ladders were shoved down, eliciting horrific screams as soldiers fell from great heights. Witnessing the strange pom-pom pullover move, someone said, "It's a magic. I've never heard. What region's magic is that?" He adjusted his red lenses. Oddly thrilled at his age to face unknown magic was exhilarating. Not frightening, he shouted with excitement. Truly invigorating. With a powerful leap toward the wall, soldiers who heard the sound panicked and cried out. It was the footsteps of General Buswire open the way. The red-lensed, rabbit-eared general grinned madly and roared with resolve that he would pierce the entire wall. A cataclysmic impact erupted. But as the smoke cleared, the masked general suddenly halted in puzzlement. He realized his strike had been stopped by an invisible barrier. From the haze, a pale, muscular entity stood towering and immovable like a boulder. Witnessing the unbelievable sight, the masked general gaped. What the hell is this? Hitting force against a wall, Pro-Max utterly outclassed. Through the dust, a whole corps of pale, hollow-eyed muscle soldiers emerged, under the mask, staring at these strange creatures and puzzled. Monsters. An army member coolly affirmed the implication, provoked by that answer. The masked general smirked and suddenly swung his rabbit staff in a powerful blow at the creature's neck. After the clash, the masked general marveled aloud, "Oh, it's really hard, seems even tougher than the wall." Seeing the pale giant's smug face, he immediately spotted a weakness and shouted, "But you're too short." The masked general swung his staff down at the opponent's crown. Yet immediately he gaped, stunned by a new presence. What the hell is that now? The gate shattered as a giant creature suddenly appeared, causing General JB to exclaim in amazement, "Kokoris." He ordered the army to fall back 10 paces to keep a safe distance. Seeing this, Gulo soldiers cheered, thinking they'd won. But the Count warned that the enemy wasn't just brute force. General Jabez is more of an intellect. He was thrilled by the new challenge and, to study how to overcome the foe. Ordered aides to bring coffee and donuts to the battlefield. Taking the tray, he smugly prepared to enjoy a sweet pastry amid battle. But a hand suddenly swatted the cake away. Leaving him aghast, Hansen strode into the enemy ranks with a stern face. The masked general sneered. Thinking Hansen was courting death by picking the hardest difficulty to face him, Hansen stood unflinching before the enemy spears. Coldly insisting he could hear endless screams, the masked general mocked whether those were the screams Hansen would utter when defeated. Hansen defiantly asked if he couldn't hear. He explained that the muscles on General Jabez wanted to break free and were constantly screaming. Amid the enemy's bewilderment, Hansen roared, "Train harder, kid!" An intense aura from Hansen filled the air. The muscles want to burst out. They're screaming in your world. At the foot of the towering wall, a large crack formed above where the muscle army massed. Two members with heart and star-shaped glasses watched and whispered. "You think this spot will break through?" The other replied confidently. Piece of cake. They decided on a speed contest to see who would smash the wall, before orders were given. A loud voice from above called Zeddy, "Don't let anyone bully the boss's men." A massive purple-furred entity plunged from the sky onto the wall. Dust and smoke blanketing the crimson area, the monster roared proudly, declaring that with the boss gone, Jetty would be boss and must protect his subordinates. It bared fangs and clawed menacingly at the two muscle warriors. The muscle fighters exchanged sharp glances just as the Jetty swung its arm to attack. They launched themselves aside, narrowly evading the 1,000-pound sweeps. Under the repeated strikes, the monster halted, annoyed, muttering that Jetty felt itchy. Rage erupted. Die! The beast opened its jaws in a thunderous roar, revealing threatening, razor-sharp teeth. The two muscle troops with heart and star glasses suddenly charged, delivering a heavy blow that felled the giant Jetty. They confidently claimed they'd long memorized the monster's attack patterns. Standing over the motionless creature, they taunted Zeddy to stand up, then shouted attack and began. However, despite taking many direct hits, that man stood rock solid, his face unchanged. His calm in the face of an entire army behind him astonished the two attackers. Gasping from exhaustion, both began to wonder why they couldn't inflict any damage and how to breach those towering muscle plates. They suddenly realized a shocking truth looking closely. The skin and flesh were as hard as steel, and they despaired. How could they break such perfect muscle armor? Hansen strode in like a guardian, drawing every eye. A man in a pink rabbit suit remarked the outfit was nice, but said this was their first meeting. He coldly warned that without knowing the enemy's moves, Hansen would die in vain. Questioning whether he truly trusted his own endurance. Immediately, Hansen was surrounded and assaulted by the crowd. Amid the chaos, he suddenly closed in and subdued a man from behind. Using his guardian hands, he gripped the man tightly and began instructing him to hold like this. Hansen started performing the 3-Dao move on the victim, who could only scream helplessly, "What the hell is 3-Dao? Your strength is too great." "I can't move." Hansen calmly maintained the exercise and began counting the reps. "Feel your back muscles. 5 more. 1, 2. The man screamed in pain. "Don't move. This feels awful." Despite cries and obvious hatred, Hansen moved to another man in a red tank, adjusted his posture and told him to grip wider. "Hands out." Hansen coldly announced the next exercise. "Lunges." The poor man trembled on his knees, stunned. Was this torture? Up close it looked like BTS form gone too far. Watching this odd scene from afar, a mustached commander in sunglasses smirked slyly and admitted, "Fine. I concede this is a type of strength I've never seen." He quietly observed the muscle army using workouts to torment their soldiers, yet remained very confident. He believed that however fierce a beast, there are ways to counter it by landing successive attacks. The creature's stamina would erode, its fragile nature revealed. Once confidence is lost and fear sets in, the beast can't use its strengths. Finally, when the monster is fully subdued and curled up, a finishing sword strike would end it instantly. He confidently asserted time was on his side. He watched smugly and wondered how long Hansen could hold under this pressure. Hansen kept calmly doing overhead presses in the smoke and fire. 30 minutes passed. The enemy panicked, questioning why Hansen hadn't fallen. A muscle soldier suddenly turned when he sensed someone approaching. He quietly observed and noticed a shocking uneven muscle excitation, heedless of life or death. The muscle soldier demanded the man perform another one. 529 reps on this side. Gulo fared no better, groaning that it was unbearably heavy, feeling near death. Hearing this, Hansen immediately checked and nonchalantly asked, "Hurts?" Hansen corrected his stance. Telling him to lower his knees and lean forward to start the exercise, Hansen urged him to maximally contract and extend the muscles on the spot, roaring for one powerful contraction for best effect. Enraged at being dragged into this bizarre training, Rabbit spun around, shouting furiously, "What the hell are you doing?" Instead of fighting, Hansen stared with a haunting look and replied, "You knew that already, didn't you?" He smiled wildly and proclaimed the training motto. The whole muscle squad synchronized their exercises. Chanting aloud in unison, Hansen led and loudly counted, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The arms began trembling violently under the extreme pressure of the workout. His whole body shook. Yet he secretly felt enthralled, no joint pain. The old man even used himself as proof. Sensing a strange pleasure spreading through his body and telling himself it's fine, but stamina has limits, he collapsed to the ground and whispered, "Stop now." Hansen leaned in with his trademark bright smile and asked the member, "Are you very tired?" The man looked at the young man and admitted, the session brought a fresh, thrilling dopamine rush. He almost conceded his army's defeat. The reason for the sudden halt, the king had arrived. From afar atop the windy, snowy hill, King Hildebrand, with long white hair, scanned the battlefield with cold, piercing eyes. A muscle squad member stood sweating in shock. Hildebrand strode up to Hansen and boomed, "Are you the one Goro chose? The final boss has appeared?" The mood instantly turned serious, eyeing Hansen's guardian frame. Hildebrand judged silently that that body wasn't the product of ordinary experience and training. He was certain that hidden beneath the flesh lay the power of a truly formidable being. Hildebrand advanced silently, his eyes fixed on the opponent. Hansen stood firm, his face hardening as he faced the legendary king. They faced each other, creating a suffocating tension across the snowy field. Hansen launched a 1,000-pound punch at the old king's face. Hildebrand struck back directly, distorting the attacker's features under terrifying force. Now Hildebrand's muscles existed in two states, degenerative muscle and massive muscle memory. Hansen stood towering, displaying rippling power, while the old king struggled to recover his fighting self, which had more effect even Hildebrand didn't know before testing his strike. In other words, it was a Schrödinger-like muscle state. The question was whether Hildebrand's muscles truly existed. A cataclysmic impact erupted. Shaking the air, Hansen's powerful punch kicked up white smoke. And at first it seemed there was nothing. Hildebrand kept raining thunderous blows on him, leaving Hansen stunned and taking the hits. Another heavy strike landed. Yet reality was becoming unmistakably clear. There it was. Hansen's eyes flashed resolute blue. He quickly regained intense focus, watching from afar. A subordinate in shades asked Princess Rabbit why King Hildebrand fought bare-handed. The rabbit-eared figure, observing quietly, replied wryly that he hadn't lived enough. True class needs no weapon, just muscle. The greatest thrill is beating an opponent with their own forte. Hansen stood firm under the barrage and casually declared he felt no pain, then countered with a mighty bench press strike. He thought Hansen's style was heavy but too simple. The repeated blows to Hansen's chest began to show he was struggling. Hansen roared that weight training isn't easy. Memories of early training surfaced. Young Hansen once asked his master why they repeated the same moves, complaining it was boring. The master, with a red headband, smiled and explained the variety in each muscle group, sets, and total load range of motion to angle. Countless variables change every session. The wondrous shift is at the cellular level. And that's the greatness. Hansen nodded respectfully. You're right. Gym isn't repetitive. It's us who haven't understood it. Back in battle, Hansen streaked past his foe at shocking speed, the enemy, confident that such blatant attacks could never touch him. There was immediately struck by a thunderous punch that left him gravely wounded and spitting blood in shock. An onlooker excitedly shouted that it was a lucky punch. Hansen frowned, repeating it skeptically. Lucky punch, not at all, without giving the opponent time to react. He switched to an overgrip stance. A thunderous blow hurled the old king away. His body slammed to the ground. Then he rose after the hit. Hildebrand smirked with delight and noted, "You dared change your attack trajectory." The old king admitted boldly, "I acknowledge your fighting technique." Then silently drew a sharp weapon. His whole body suddenly erupted with radiant blue spirit energy. He activated an ability to enhance his body and coldly declared, "The game ends here." Witnessing the foe start using supernatural power, a muscle squad member shouted in panic, "Oh no! He's not just physically strong. He's using magic too, Hansen." "You must use magic." Hansen stood dumbfounded, wondering. Magic. A new definition formed in his mind. Magic is the abs, he told himself. The core is the abs. And the core is the center of bodily balance. Hansen's abdominal muscles began to contract, tighten, and tremble with power. Hansen focused all concentration on the core to harden his body's magic. He roared magic and immediately shifted into the 212 division state. A brutal pro bodybuilding segment, his guardian frame rippling. Quads like cold steel. Hansen stood tall in a blazing red aura. Hildebrand was stunned, murmuring he'd never heard of such magic. Yet he stayed unshaken, tightening his grip on his sword and imbuing the blade with radiant blue spirit energy, sneering that the opponent was merely shrinking himself. Then suddenly he unleashed a colossal energy slash that tore the air toward Hansen. The clash was fierce. But Hansen calmly used his guardian arm. Steel hard. To fully block the energy cut, Hildebrand's eyes bulged in horror. Sweating, as he witnessed the youth's unreal defense, contrasting that panic. Hansen curled his lip, smiling confidently and arrogantly at his foe. The story suddenly flashes back to 2087. When all pro athletes competed on one stage without weight classes, amid towering muscular rivals. A giant killer unexpectedly appeared. He was a modestly tall competitor, with perfect, razor-sharp muscles that shook the hall. From then on, as shorter lifters kept placing higher, the bodybuilding industry took a shocking hit. Big athletes fell into deep depression. Realizing height can flex, but muscle detail is true love, their pride crushed after losing to shorter rivals. They wallowed, called themselves trash. They felt smaller than cockroaches. This crisis threatened pro contests, forcing officials to consider changing judging criteria to disadvantage shorter athletes. At a tense press conference asked why separate tournaments were created, Chairman Ipsantoza declared his organization had long considered this. The shorter the body, the easier bodily care becomes. So giving size or shape preferences is meaningless. Bodybuilding reporters asked what that meant. Would conditions not matter? The official frowned irritably. Are you claiming to be bodybuilding reporters and don't understand this? Because every cell in these people is tightly knit, meaning they can transform their bodies as flexibly as chameleons, back in battle. Hansen in his 212 form stood towering against Hildebrand. The old king concentrated all his magic and declared, using recoil force, I'll drive a thunderous piercing stab. Blue spirit energy shot straight at Hansen's back, but he stood unmoving as a rock, coldly posing back double biceps. Flexing his triceps, Hansen's back muscles began to contract and tremble with power under the sword's pressure. The situation slipping beyond normal logic in an inexplicable way. Hansen glanced and told the hoodie builders, don't feel inferior for being short. Look closely now. The muscle army behind him gaped, holding their breath as their leader's unreal display unfolded. Hansen's back muscles coiled like ranges of steel mountains, squeezing the opponent's blade until it couldn't move. Dry snapping sounds rang out until Hansen proclaimed loudly, weapon breaker. The old king's sword shattered instantly under the muscle contraction. Hildebrand cried out in shock. Impossible. Refusing defeat, he frantically activated multiple states muscle force enhancement. Burst muscle boost. Endurance amplification. A green spirit flame enveloped the old king. Hildebrand roared, I'll unleash everything once more, and darted forward at wind-ripping speed. A barrage of thunderous strikes surrounding Hansen in a blinding glow. Hildebrand screamed madly in despair. Yet Hansen smiled arrogantly, standing still and enjoying the repeated collisions. Calling it a full-body electric massage, Hansen stood firm, using the opponent's fiercest blows to stimulate and relax his grand muscles. Hildebrand panted heavily, the old king utterly exhausted after the continuous attacks. Hansen strolled forward and casually asked, is the massage over now? Standing over the collapsing foe, he declared loudly, I will take your blow. Hansen turned, displayed rippling muscles, and shouted as a dazzling aura burst forth, leaving Hildebrand shocked. Hansen repeatedly struck powerful pose after pose while the old king collapsed. Amid everyone's bewilderment, an observer yelled, don't you hear the beast's roar emerging from those movements? Instantly, a crimson killing intent in the shape of a beast's head engulfed Hansen, creating suffocating pressure that dominated the battlefield until performance and destruction blurred. Hildebrand silently watched and murmured, I'll withdraw. He wondered if he should stop in his long life. He'd never seen such terrifying defense. The old king resolved to give up. And Hansen smiled, replying, you're thinking correctly, old man. Suddenly, the old king swung his brilliant blue magic sword. But Hansen nimbly evaded with a miraculous move. Hildebrand marveled, admitting Hansen's reflexes were monstrous. He raised his sword and affirmed he now recognized Hansen's body as a form of magic. Magic is the power to materialize spirit energy. And now Hansen gritted his teeth, channeling it to turn his body into a roaring red blaze. Hinderbrand forged a special magic weapon with radiant blue energy, though Hansen's body can break ordinary weapons. Something formless like this cannot be restrained by muscle. Hinderbrand moved at extreme speed and slashed the magic sword across Hansen's shoulder. Wounding him, Hansen gritted his teeth against the pain and muttered, "Huh. The first time my muscles admit this is tough." He began preparations as his leg muscles coiled, gathering the power to unleash all his energy. With a trained body, he cut nearly all the cumbersome prep. Almost nothing left. Hansen shot forward like a lightning bolt, a powerful ram piercing through the deep blue magic defense. When all setup moves vanished and victory seemed impossible, Hinderbrand suddenly reached out, grabbed his face, and coldly denied that outcome. Hansen froze as he realized he was fully controlled. Immediately amid the dust, the old king silently pressed one hand down, the giant struggling and thrashing on the ground. Hinderbrand stared coldly and declared, "Nothing in this world is unconquerable." He clutched Hansen's head and said, "If I can't sever your muscles, I'll peel your skin thin." The old king focused radiant blue magic into his palm, intending to thin it until it burned. "I'll scrape that skin off." Razor blue spirit streaks clawed and tore Hansen's guardian back, creating countless wounds amid the impact sounds. Caught by surprise, Hansen widened his eyes and quickly analyzed. Thinking, "What if I snap the fingers holding me?" He moved, launched a swift counterattack, then decided to use the hit-and-run Enzo tactic. Hit and run to widen distance. Hansen pushed off with his legs and leaped away. But Hinderbrand gave no chance to rest. He roared, "Don't you dare escape," and chased wildly at terrifying speed. And in a blink, his hand again seized Hansen's face. The old king declared coldly, "Hit again," then rode on the giant shoulders of his opponent in a blazing blue aura. Hansen gritted his teeth in fury, thinking to himself, if this were a bodybuilding contest, he'd surely have won. Hildebrand silently watched Hansen from behind as spirit energy flared, confidently asserting that if this blow lands fully, even your bones won't remain intact. His face grew grave under the pressure of deep blue magic. At that moment, Hansen's speed exploded to terrifying levels. His strikes came so fast they were invisible to the naked eye, like punches from a professional boxer, but pros usually dodge such rapid thrusts with finesse, thanks to countless combat hours and hard-earned experience. Through those experiences, every enemy attack can be read easily. Hildebrand's eyes widened, intensely focused as he realized his moves were being countered. Hinderbrand froze at the horrific speed he felt for the first time in his life. Standing on the vast, snowy field facing a warrior he'd never seen before, Hansen began to tense, displaying radiant, powerful muscles as his boots stomped the ground hard. Hinderbrand smiled with delight, remarking, "Interesting." The old king ignited, his fighting will hotter than ever, wondering if meeting a year or 10 earlier would have changed things. As he lunged with radiant blue spirit into his small blade, Hansen matched him, roaring and charging in a blazing red aura. Hildebrand regretted that had they met in their prime, this fight would have been far more spectacular as he closed in for a close attack. Hinderbrand spat bitterly, "This old body is hateful." Hansen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, inwardly lamenting the suffering of continuous motion without a single rest between sets. He realized this fighting style mirrored pyramid weight training, starting heavy, then tapering to exhaustion. It minimizes injury risk while utterly crushing the target muscle. And Hansen suddenly found himself bound by an invisible magic move. Spider Ti watched below. Hildebrand sighed that with age, stamina drops and one can't fight long. And he didn't want personal pleasure to ruin the matter. A thunderous explosion occurred, making the Muscle Squad members shout in panic. Some saw their leader thrown aside and worried for Hansen, but others cut in saying this time is different. Hansen holds perfect form mid-combat, a gym disciple of steel discipline hovering in the air as he steadied in a squat and murmured, "The squat uses the lower body to push the ground." Hansen recalled once squatting in the forest when a strange thought occurred to him. Why doesn't anyone push the sky? That simple shift in thinking let Hansen fly by stomping the center point as if pushing off the ground. He kept producing thrusts to move through the sky, then landed sharply before his opponent. Newton would surely weep seeing this. Hinderbrand realized stalling had become hard. He refocused. They reached forward and condensed magic to create 1,000 weight pressure toward where Hansen stood far away. Immediately, a Muscle Squad member locked onto Hinderbrand from behind and loudly declared support for the duel, seizing the moment while the foe trembled. Hansen poured all power into a thunderous punch aimed at Hinderbrand's chest. The brutal impact severely damaged the old king's ribs. Watching, a bespectacled Muscle Squad member cheered excitedly. "This is direct hit. With that damage, he won't get up." Hildebrand panted heavily, face exhausted, bitterly lamenting how merciless time is. He admitted sadly that in the past, victory would have been easy. Yet now this opponent struggles him so. Just then, a system notification popped up before Hansen, the task the former king's regret completed, yielding the second clue about Oculus. In the hush, a mocking voice rang out. Who would have thought Hildebrand, famed across the land, would be defeated like this? From the shadows, the red-haired organ strode out, casually dragging a dark shape across the ground. He muttered wickedly, "Finally, we meet." "Oh cool." Staring straight at Hansen with a crazy grin, he said, "Long time no see, Hansen. Physical therapies always work wonders for posture correction, rehab, and pain relief." Hansen thought to himself, one benefit gym-goers love is having someone else perform stretches and assisted movements. He had planned after this to seek a specialist for deep therapy. Seeing the foe before him, Hansen ground his teeth angrily. "If you hurt my therapist, I'll make you pay." But Block suddenly raised a hand to stop him and advised Hansen Nim wait. He insisted the reason he's here is because of that one. He's an Oculus operative who wields magic that alters organ function for combat. And the one standing before them is Zoom, who controls the bladder. Rage erupted as Block recalled the disgusting scene when that bastard dared to spray urine on the senior's muscles. He roared, "I won't forgive anyone who shamed the elder's muscles like you." Hansen radiated murderous intent and snarled, "I'll kill you, however." Block again restrained Hansen. "Nim, you should rest. Your muscles are badly dehydrated from injury." He stressed Hansen must prioritize preventing muscle loss immediately. Hearing this, Hansen snapped to and agreed right. "I almost overworked myself unintentionally." Watching Block's retreating back, Hansen felt proud that the boy had become so dependable in caring for muscle health. "Good. Now try trusting me and sleep." The redhead sneered, mocking his presence. "Weren't you the one who ran before?" Block calmly replied, "Thanks for remembering me." The enemy laughed derisively. "You were so scared you wet your pants." Then Block admitted thoughtfully, "I don't think I did. But it doesn't matter. The truth is, I utterly failed." Block's face grew stern. He vowed to wash away those shameful days by undergoing brutal, repeated training, starting with powerful bench presses, to heavy deadlifts under raging water and grueling squat sets, to forge his will. Watching this, a muscle squad member anxiously asked Gulo, "Can Block win?" Gulo on the wall snorted, "Haha, you mustn't have seen Block train before." Another doubter eyed the fatty body and expected defeat, but Gulo declared loudly, "I admit, his fat percentage is high. But for the 3 basic lifts, Block is not inferior even to Hansen as he hurled himself forward with explosive force. Reckless and unthinking, the redhead lightly dodged and taunted. Too simple. He gathered a pillar of red energy on his palm and launched a lightning counterattack. A brilliant blue explosion tore the space. Gulo roared, urging Block on with your muscle solidity. Block poured everything into a bolt-like charge through the red energy to close in, confident he could repel that attack. But instantly a cold blue ray pierced his chest, and he cried out as he realized his defense had been completely breached. More red streaks rained down, grievously wounding Block as blood flowed steadily. From afar, the redhead smirked wickedly. He mocked, "Look at Block now like a dying wild boar." Yet the redhead remained casual, grinning derisively, and asked whether, "Is that all you've got?" Meanwhile, Hansen lay resting, unaware of what was happening. The muscle squad members cried out desperately, begging someone to save Block. A warrior tried to rush out, but was immediately stopped by orders to hold formation if they abandon their posts. The wall will be breached and all previous efforts wasted, though deeply worried for Block's life. Gulo urged everyone to look closely. As long as there's breath, there's hope. He insisted the fighting fire in Block's eyes hadn't been extinguished. Block wheezed in ragged breaths. Yunjiang declared, "It's not over yet," trembling. Block dragged his badly injured legs forward, while the redhead from afar mocked whether he wanted to continue. Feeling pity at attacking such a pathetic creature, his trembling hand clung to the iron bar that is the spirit of a powerlifter, devoted to training or competing with the sole goal of maximizing lifts in the 3 basic movements. They care nothing for aesthetic bodies like bodybuilders. Their philosophy is simple: lift and push with all mind and strength. And even if an enemy's blow pierces the body or organs spill out, that will remains unshaken. Block roared madly, focusing entirely on the foe. With just one chance, one single time, he reached out with veiny hands and grabbed Organ's clothing. His eyes blazed with blue spirit. His forearm muscles coiled with power, making Organ cry out in horror. What kind of strength is this? Organ panicked. Realizing he couldn't escape that fated grip, Block hoisted him off the ground with guardian hands, crushing all resistance with a 1,000-weight squeeze. Gritting his teeth, Block bellowed, the decisive move, deadly fish, generating a terrifying pressure that began to deform his enemy's body. Witnessing it erupt, Block thought in shock that Organ's entire spine must have been torn apart. He'd expected a win, but this trick of the century proved life isn't a dream. He stammered. How is this possible? Beneath them, Organ, red-haired and blazing, began twisting his body with dry cracking sounds. He sneered earlier hits felt true. But now are you out of power? Organ slowly rose, his eyes gleaming wickedly through white smoke. As you said, I'm the bladder rumbler, and the bladder doesn't need bones. Block didn't hesitate and roared bench before crazily charging at the enemy. Block launched a thunderous punch called press. But the moment it connected, Organ's body suddenly ballooned wildly like a giant sphere. Block froze in astonishment as his opponent transformed into a round globe. Looming to block the sky, a pig bladder. Back when the concept of balls didn't exist, humanity sought ways to ease boredom, and accidentally found that a pig bladder, filled with air and tied off, becomes extremely tough, elastic, and bouncy, able to absorb and repel every external impact. Back in the present, Organ had fully become a huge, vein-covered ball, rendering all of Block's attacks meaningless. As he strained against that vast elastic sphere, a kicking ball was born. The grotesque deformation threw the battlefield into chaotic tempo. And Organ, in spherical form, there was launched like a lightning bolt, diving down with a technique called water rocket. The impact produced a horrific explosion right before them. Watching this, Block could only stare wide-eyed in horror while Gulo exclaimed, "It's ruined." Another member blankly asked, "Weren't we winning?" But that fragile hope was slapped awake by reality, and Gulo immediately denied it. No way. He solemnly observed that a powerlifter's essence is lifting or pushing. But against a continuously elastic, bouncing object like that ball, pushing or lifting becomes meaningless. Block silently watched the sphere hovering in the air, knowing lifting it would be pointless. He braced himself and strained with all his might. He hugged the giant orb radiating Organ's purple mana. Seeing the danger, Gulo shouted in panic, "Dodge." Block first must find a way to deal with it. Block smiled in reply, "Thanks, Gulo, for your concern. But I always trust in the power of powerlifting." His veiny hand rose and gripped the sphere's surface with determination. Block asked Gulo, "Do you know the most important thing in powerlifting is the strength to press the bench press?" His hand clenched the bar with iron will. "And it's also the power to drive yourself up in the squat." Every fiber of Block's muscles tensed as he poured his spirit into the bar. "And finally, there's the strength to pull and lift massive loads in the deadlift. The true power of a lifter begins with grip ability. When you channel maximum gripping force into your hands, the fingertips dig in, leaving deep marks on the target as proof of iron will." A sudden shockwave exploded across the battlefield. Then the scene blurred back to the gym, where a bullman warrior panted, sweat pouring from exhaustion. "Come on, members, next set." The bullman complained bitterly, "Teacher, don't stop at the cliffhanger. If you want to hear more, finish this set now." He roared and trained like mad to get the rest of the story. "All right, let's see what happens next." The story's muscle-pumped, no-drama workout. If the match had been left to play out naturally, Block would have certainly beaten Organ. But at that moment, another figure suddenly intervened. Hildebrand in youthful form strode out. Standing in the vast battlefield, the young man eyed his opponent and wondered if he could win. Hildebrand coldly advised, "Give it up, young man. Aren't you exhausted already?" Seeing the peril, a teammate from afar shouted in worry, "Block, that's enough, run now." He urged that with the jumping squad's skill, fleeing wouldn't be hard. The young man muttered the warning doubtfully. "Run away." He bowed his head in thought, eyes dark with contemplation. Facing the strong foe, he felt no fear. Instead, excitement surged, making him grit. His teeth determined, he shouted, "A powerful opponent stands before me," then suddenly lowered his center into a ready, potent stance. Hildebrand sneered how foolish, then swung his sword, glowing with blue spirit like a thunder strike, and an immediate clash erupted between the two forces. Hildebrand smirked with interest. "Whether foolish or not, first face me. That's a very good habit," the old king asserted. "Thanks to time, Block has achieved super muscle recovery through deep sleep." Hildebrand stood tall, with the sharp sword in hand. Hansen loudly declared, "He is now not just a bodybuilder who completed today's muscle growth, but a super bodybuilder." On the snowy battlefield, Organ lay collapsed, while Hildebrand silently observed from behind the dust cloud, "What is this super bodybuilder?" Immediately, a member of the muscle army broke into a cold sweat, revealing he'd heard the legend of this terrifying existence. To his teammates' amazement, he began explaining the basic principle of muscle growth based on cycles of destruction and recovery. Normally, exercise breaks down muscle fibers, and the trainee must perfectly balance sleep so the body has time to rebuild and grow muscle cells. However, a super bodybuilder is a completely different level. Pointing at Hansen, the muscle soldier told everyone look closely into his eyes. Hansen stood towering with rippling muscles, radiating dazzling aura. But his eyes were strangely shut, and the shocking truth was revealed: the super bodybuilder was not actually in an awake state. It is an extraordinary being capable of destroying and rebuilding muscle at the same time. Meanwhile, in the Silver Thumb Kingdom, the atmosphere grew extremely tense before a massive stone structure. In falling snow, soldiers nervously debated, letting King Hildebrand fight alone. Gulo gazed forward, worried that in chess, when the king is endangered, it's over. Yet now they let the sovereign lead the charge. An old white-haired general nearby asked when Gulo enlisted. Hearing 35 years, the general smirked. Thinking Gulo too young to understand, he asked what current manuals teach about Silverthumb's development. Gulo replied firmly that they're taught it's a strong military nation, thanks to sending mercenaries everywhere. The white-haired general nodded. That was what the populace believed. But the reality of Silverthumb was very different in the past. King Hildebrand single-handedly invaded other nations, coldly exterminating any who resisted and annexing their lands. Amid ruins and countless corpses under a blood-red sky, Hildebrand became the symbol of this kingdom's violent birth. He declared Hildebrand is Silverthumb, and dashed like lightning, slashing a thunderous blow at Hansen. Though possessing a guardian's frame, Hansen was pierced through muscle by the sword, making the wound severe. Hildebrand looked down at the fallen foe and mocked that even a super bodybuilder's fate doesn't change. Suddenly, Hansen's arm muscles swelled and rolled oddly at the wound. Hildebrand kept unleashing explosive strikes but seemed unable to stop him. Hansen's calf muscles violently expanded. He roared the move bench press and charged with unimaginable speed. The enemy, horrified, realized Hansen had become many times faster than before. Focusing intensely to track every move, they realized the issue wasn't speed, but Hansen's size continuously growing. He slammed a thunderous strike into the ground, causing an earth-shattering shock. Hildebrand screamed in pain as he was overwhelmed. Hansen stamped down with all his force, making the earth violently shake under his 1,000-weight mass. The muscles on his arms contracted and emitted brilliant light as Hansen used his guardian hands to crush the opponent's resistance. Witnessing that, a Silverthumb official cried out in alarm. Could the king really be pushed back like this? Even a muscle army member noted in shock. They'd known Hansen strong, but not that the gap would be this vast. A comparison chart between Hildebrand and Hansen appeared, showing Hildebrand's average stats higher, especially in experience and combat instinct. A gulf on paper, yet the real fight told a different story. Wrong. The seer who perceives all laws should have meant every attack would be easily evaded by Hildebrand. Yet before the seer's vision even activated, Hansen's hand was suddenly right before him. In each movement, Hansen's fibers were torn and restructured at maximum speed, radiating stifling heat. Seeing victory near, Gulo excitedly cheered, "Well done, Hansen Nim, keep advancing." Among the soldiers at attention, one suddenly asked Gulo Nim curiously how Hildebrand became so youthful. A muscle army member cried out in fear as he sensed a chilling aura. He stood on the lofty wall and shouted in panic, warning comrades to clear the area. At the wall's base, a green liquid began seeping from large cracks. The putrid green fluid gushed like a flood, engulfing the deployed ranks. The conspirator behind this smirked wickedly, eyes gleaming with evil as he whispered, "It's too late. This is totally wrecked." The muscle army fell into chaos. Screams rang out from itching, tickling and burning under their souls as a toxic green smoke covered everything, directly affecting the warrior's flesh and causing them intense pain. Amid the slimy scene, Hansen stood silently, head bowed with a grave expression, thinking that if the skin is irritated or damaged, it causes huge distraction during movement. For someone who values absolute focus like him, an unacceptable hindrance. Hansen ground his teeth in anger, his face shadowed and eyes burning with rage. He nearly snarled that being disturbed while training is the thing he hates most. The teeth of green grasses tear them apart to survive. At the end of the hunting cycle, life gradually loses its strength. An eagle swooped down from above, targeting a fox with its prey. Rotten carcasses revealed bones as bacteria began invading the damaged flesh, causing it to decay. Those broken bodies become soil from which new sprouts rise. Everything continues in a cycle of eating and absorption, so life's flow never breaks. From blades of grass and grasshoppers to rodents, snakes and eagles, a perpetual circle is formed. In truth, life is a gigantic digestive system, and the stomach's real function is the recycling of all things. In an eerie space, a mysterious entity appeared and declared boldly that the mother of life, called digestion, is Winnie. Witnessing the muscle burst, the army was thrilled and cheered wildly, amazing Hansen Nim advance. Yet amid the fervor, one member was deeply worried. Trembling, he swallowed and cried in fear. It's not good. He realized Hansen Nim cannot sustain this state any longer. To his puzzled comrades, he asked what the 3 basic factors for muscle growth are, and received the answer: proper training, enough sleep, and nutrition intake. Growing more alarmed, a loud sound tore the air as he yelled in despair from the wall, Hansen Nim must stop fighting and eat something now below. Hansen collapsed, fully exhausted from overexertion. A member shouted in panic, "We even have spare protein here." And instantly a giant toad chicken appeared with a terrified, trembling face. A junior stepped forward worriedly, looked at the leader's back, and asked hesitantly Hansen Nim, "If we keep fighting like this, will we lose?" Hansen gave a sly smile in the dark and boldly declared, "We'll win despite the body's exhaustion." He officially vowed victory without more nutrition. The muscle destruction process was triggered as Hansen dropped into a squat, his body erupting with blazing orange heat, making his muscles swell violently. Under suffocating pressure, he surged forward at terrifying speed. He launched a thunderous punch, tearing the ground and carving a massive trench through the dust. He smirked, mocking their weakness. Not giving the enemy time to react, Hansen flew like a blazing red arrow, closing in on the foe hidden beneath a cloak and wide-brimmed hat. The opponent screamed again, eyes suddenly blazing as they activated a summoning magic to turn the tide. The battle seemed decided, but the foe stubbornly resisted as a giant wall of flesh called the stomach sprang up, stopping Hansen's 1,000-weight punch instantly. The impact flung the summoner far back. Hansen gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength to press his bulging muscles against the violently contracting wall of flesh. Then he gasped, "It's thick." Hansen was pushed back and realized in shock the opponent suddenly possessed a terrifying burst of power. Winnie smirked challengingly. "Do you really think so?" She quietly explained that as a mage, the stomach can convert digested matter into endless energy. And beneath the foul green fluid, full of debris and bones, the marrow was bubbling terrifyingly. Winnie added psychological pressure, claiming the more time passes, the more disadvantaged Hansen will become while she grows stronger. She immediately activated the stomach gun summon, holding a blazing golden weapon and declaring this mismatch is really bad news for you. Deadly blue beams continuously fired from the gun. Hansen's stomach moved frantically as he dodged in flashes through the rain of energy fire. And even in danger, he calmly admitted that attack packed enormous kinetic energy. Hansen suddenly leapt into the air, dashing at the foe and declaring that there is a vast gap between them in raw physical power. He closed on Winnie with cold eyes, leaving her stunned. Hansen roared the move name Jumping Squad, and amid the onslaught he dodged at peak performance like a hack. Winnie frowned admiringly at his sixth sense, then activated her ultimate state, full acid stomach armor, transforming into a vast, grotesque entity with a toothy mouth foaming acid. Winnie, inside the slimy sphere. I mocked again that she warned him the mismatch was bad for him. But contrary to expectations, Hansen casually jumped into the toxic water and countered, saying this mismatch is actually great. Winnie cried, shocked. What do you mean? Instead of avoiding it, he plunged in. The two sons stood amid dust as he calmly explained, your digestion, combined with my training intensity. He gave a confident thumbs up and said, isn't that the perfect combination? Winnie burst out laughing loudly, leaving the muscle army behind them bewildered. They wondered whether Hansen's nonsense truly matched her sense of humor, when suddenly Winnie's smile died as she realized a shocking truth. Winnie stared at Hansen and exclaimed impossibly, you remain calm, yet your muscles haven't grown at all since earlier. She trembled and asked the final question, have you truly sobered up? Hansen casually admitted he'd been seen through, explaining that when the body lacks nutrients, surplus resources target muscle first. To maintain growth, he absolutely cannot afford muscle loss. Witnessing this, Winnie coldly declared she'd consider him surrendered. She gathered blazing golden energy in her hands and ordered the creature to obediently become her nutrient source. Pressing her glowing hands down onto the small monster, Hansen stood towering, observing, and confirmed his prediction was entirely correct. He saw the opponent's weakness and challenged the limits of its digestive capacity. Hansen analyzed that, in his rush to win, the opponent had frantically stuffed everything into its stomach until it hit its tolerance threshold. He tightened his guardian fist and posed a menacing hypothesis about what would happen if a massive external force struck that swollen belly. Winnie watched silently with a worried face at Hansen's dominance, the initial advantage turning into a time bomb inside her. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared as Winnie casually revealed that when a stomach sees a new tempting food, it will contract to create space to hold it. A gigantic mouth with sharp teeth suddenly widened, ready to swallow Hansen whole, amid the blazing gastric fluid. Winnie looked at the deadly trap closing and sneered, asking if he truly didn't know about this. And Hansen widened his eyes in shock to ask back, you don't know, before being sucked into the opening maw. A brilliant beam of light shot straight into the monster's center, under the onlooker's gaze. Hansen fell freely through the air while a soldier frantically called his name. A huge orange jet of liquid erupted violently from the ground, flinging everything aside as Hansen gritted his teeth and screamed. Block stood towering opposite Winnie, who casually remarked there was no need to digest more. She stared at Hansen and coldly declared she would focus on him. Hansen felt his body heavy. Thinking his muscles could no longer move, he gritted his teeth in bitter self-questioning, wondering if he had been lax about taking in nutrition. The stomach monster opened wide again. Winnie smiled hauntingly. Good. Just be absorbed obediently. And at that moment, the muscle army suddenly appeared and charged madly forward. They shouted in unison. Hansen Nin. We're here to help. Hansen was stunned and asked, Did you abandon the fortress to come here? A warrior grinned confidently and replied that if Hansen Nin lost, the fortress would fall anyway. He asserted the team decided to leave it and come here. The muscle fighters all hurled themselves into the monster's giant mouth and shouted that they only needed to make that woman feel full. Indeed, the crazed muscle army plunged into the monster's maw and declared boldly that these bodies were made thanks to Lord Hansen, and they offered everything, witnessing disciples being swallowed one by one. Hansen screamed in despair. No, he warned in panic that this was an unproven theory. But it was too late. Winnie calmly absorbed all the energy from his connections and smiled with satisfaction. Deliciously. A terrifying purple energy explosion erupted, shaking the snowy mountains as Winnie stood amid the thick smoke. She flashed a sinister smile and lavishly praised that this truly was a terrifyingly unfair power. Amid the chaos, Gulo suddenly appeared, making Hansen cry out in joy. Hansen secretly trusted that Gulo was different from those who only used brute strength and must have found a way to turn the tide. Gulo calmly told Hansen he had calculated all the moves to win. And in the chaos, his arrival was like a hope-saving play. Gulo raised a finger and clearly declared this was the winning move, the only one among millions of possibilities. Without hesitation, he charged straight into the enemy's wide orange mouth. Just before being completely swallowed, Gulo calmly told Hansen that the move was this sacrifice. The monster's mouth closed, leaving Hansen frozen in utter shock. Grief and rage at losing his steadfast friend began to surge a cruel, peaceful choice when victory costs oneself. Hansen's neural field suddenly flared. Activating dormant senses, he began to move again as the powerful muscles along his back twitching violently. Hansen sprang up into the air like an arrow tearing the sky, channeling all his power into his legs and roaring the move name. Inner tie. A thunderous collision erupted between Hansen and the opponent's orange energy. A decisive voice confirmed the attack hit. While companions silently watched this final clash, amid the red space of gastric fluid, Hansen's consciousness stirred as pounding hearts and his teammates' calls echoed. Two members of the muscle army cheered wildly, seeing him regain consciousness, and shouted, Open your eyes. Hansen Nim. Can you hear us? Hansen groggily looked up, muttering Woody Builder, as he slowly grasped the situation and asked how long they'd stayed until he woke. His awareness returning between sleep and wakefulness. You protected me. It turned out they were all trapped inside a giant stomach, and the muscle army was using life force to push back the contracting walls. One answered in a gruff voice that during break times they had to protect their lord. Another member strained so hard his whole body trembled and ground his teeth, saying, Hansen, I am. This place is a natural training room. The pressure is terrifying. He still smiled, facing the danger, and warned that a single second of slack would crush and dissolve them instantly, just like a hell-level gym where one rest means vanishing. The stomach is the organ that digests food. Through coordinated layers of muscle and constant contracting motions, it turns everything inside into a mixed liquid. Digestion time depends on food type. Starch takes about 2 to 3 hours, proteins take 4 to 5 hours, and fats 7 to 8 hours. For Hansen's group, full digestion would take at most 4 to 5 hours as the stomach walls continuously press down, suffocating in this unstable environment. Keeping balance was extremely hard because the meaty ground constantly shook. The muscle army faced many obstacles, timing their pushes to shove back. At this point, gastric juice began to secrete and cling to their flesh with sizzling pain as protein decomposition from muscle started. In that dire moment, Hansen suddenly spat something out. After gearing up, he clenched his jaw tightly, making dry snapping sounds, and opened his mouth wide. Then suddenly he lunged and bit hard into the stomach wall, his eyes glowing red as he tore out a huge chunk of flesh with 1,000-pound strength. The two Hansens began to chew ravenously and swallowed the flesh, though it was just ordinary nutrient intake. It was enough to reactivate their drained life force. His abdominal muscles contracted, clenched and trembled violently. The full force of his muscles erupted and swelled fiercely under the suffocating pressure of growth. He thrust his guardian hand forward, preparing for the next action. The effect came fast, as if he'd instantly bulked up on the spot. With the newly gained energy, Hansen rose to his feet amid the cramped stomach space. Standing before astonished comrades, he opened his mouth boldly and declared he would feast deliciously. Hansen prepared a brutal sweep and officially began the banquet inside the enemy. The two Hansens gnawed on the stomach wall with powerful bites. Seeing this, a member of the muscle army worriedly asked Hansen Nim, "Is this really edible?" While still chewing, Hansen realized it was stewed stomach. Extremely nutrient-dense with over 21 grams of protein and almost no carbs per 100 grams. Upon learning it was super protein food, the muscle army cheered excitedly. High protein food, let's eat too. One warrior bit hard into the meat wall, sending liquid spraying. But he soon noticed something very odd. Despite straining until his face distorted, he helplessly exclaimed it was strange that he couldn't bite through. While Hansen continued enjoying it, the others were completely stuck against the toughness of the stomach wall. To clarify the issue, a world-leading eating expert was summoned, legendary Takeru Kobayashi. Famed for extraordinary eating ability, when reporters asked about his confidence in eating, Kobayashi grinned arrogantly and joked that the reporter probably didn't yet know his true capacity when apologizing and asking about the real numbers. Kobayashi proudly declared records, eating 110 sausages in 10 minutes, and listed other shocking feats like 12 burgers in 3 minutes, or consuming over 5 kilograms of brains. The reporter was impressed but fired a tricky question. Those numbers alone are filling enough. So she curiously asked JC if she'd ever tried eating a tire. A bizarre question that made the competitive eater sputter. He panicked and denied it. "Are you kidding? Humans can't eat that." Seeing the reporter conclude he'd never tried it, JC shouted that tires are impossible to even chew. The truth emerged: the monster's stomach wall hardness was actually comparable to the toughest rubber tires. A comparison that killed any appetite. Even the superpowered goodie builders couldn't chew that tire-like lining. One muscle warrior screamed in despair that he also wanted protein when, amid the extreme hunger, a strange object caught the hungry fighter's eyes. The object that stunned Hansen was a Maupus mouthguard. Normally used in martial arts to prevent teeth breaking on impact, but in high-intensity sports people also use mouthguards because extreme jaw clenching can wear down or shatter teeth. While an average human bite force is about 84.2 kilograms. By comparison, a horse can reach 770 kilograms. Aquatic killers like saltwater crocodiles can exceed 200 kilograms. Yet through rigorous jaw training, Hansen's bite is estimated at 5 kilograms. This power was likened to the rise of a creature from the Paleozoic era. A strength beyond norms that made comparisons obsolete, equivalent to the terrifying bite force of a T-Rex. To avoid being digested, Hansen decided to unleash the bite he'd sealed away. He deliberately discarded the mouthguard and chose to digest the enemy instead. Hansen madly bit and tore, swallowing the stomach lining raw. In furious survival instinct, he dared to eat the boss. And watching his frenzy, Winnie clutched her aching stomach, sweating and trembling, shouting in rage that he couldn't let the enemy have the upper hand by digesting him first. "Fine. Let's see what you can do." Then she unleashed streaks of energy across her body as Winnie poured all her magic into asserting a power more terrible than brute-crushing strength. Her stomach madly increasing acid concentration to melt the foe. But Hansen merely curled a dangerous smile and coldly declared. Too late. Immediately, he activated super athlete mode. And amid the greenish gastric fluids, his muscles began to swell violently. Hansen was amazed to find his growth rate even faster than before. Red sinews coiling with power, seeing the shocking sight. A muscle army member frantically ordered everyone to cling to Hansen Nim to avoid being swept away. Tiny warriors crazily climbed and clung to the ever-expanding muscles of their leader. Standing amid the wreckage of organs, a subordinate anxiously asked Lord Gulo what this phenomenon was. Gulo, with a grave face, began to explain that the super athlete bodybuilding technique had not been fully perfected before. He analyzed that although muscle destruction and recovery occurred, a lack of energy supply had kept Hansen from breaking his limits. And finally, Gulo, gazing at Hansen's blazing body. Gulo declared things were different now, surrounded by protein in a full 360-degree buff map. Hansen could instantly absorb nutrients, grinding his teeth. He tore the stomach lining with 1,000-pound strength as his muscles swelled, veins snaking. And he proclaimed there was no need to set any limits on muscle growth. Horrified by the fierce resistance, Winnie screamed for Hansen to lie still to be digested, pouring all her power into raising acid concentration to maximum to incinerate him. Hansen's feet sank into the bubbling green water as his skin eroded under brutal max acid burn. Both drained resources to dominate. Stomping blows shook the ground, then a thought flashed: if digested, the body would immediately regenerate. Amid spewing green acid, whether destruction or growth prevailed remained unanswered. Winnie smirked arrogantly. Astonished by this extraordinary digestive ability she'd only seen in her master, Winnie's eyes turned icy as she accused Hansen of underestimating her. Roaring that to win he should chew thoroughly, she lectured on the stomach as an autonomic digestive organ and used snakes as an example, claiming they can swallow prey without chewing. Clutching her belly in pain, while Hansen writhed in the fluid, Wendy loudly declared she'd show him how a snake digests its prey. The image of a giant constrictor appeared, able to swallow creatures larger than itself. Yet the tragedy of such snakes is that without a warm, safe place, they lose all digestive ability. In a torrential downpour in the deep forest, the poor constrictor died before completing its survival cycle. Winnie insisted that snakes' lack of chewing is actually a fatal weakness, not an advantage. Instantly, Hansen opened wide and began powerful, ravenous chewing to counter her claim. He mobilized every muscle group, from longitudinal and circular to oblique, creating terrifying pressure as organs contracted and trembled. He listed jaw, temporal, esophageal and sphincter muscles, pouring all his strength into using every fiber for reverse digestion. A cataclysmic explosion erupted from within. The orange monster hurled everything outward, and Hansen with the muscle army strode out of the devastation amid gushing gastric fluid. Standing amid the wreckage, Hansen quietly declared a final victory for the team as a spear tore space and charged forward with a scream. But when it collided with the Guardian's arm, the sharp weapon was knocked aside and shattered. This was the other world Hansen's teacher had wandered into while deadlifting. On the battlefield, a trembling soldier pointed a spear at him and screamed in terror. Don't come here, you monster," he roared at the boy. Realizing this new world was pitiful, full of skin and bone people, accused of being a monster while merely training. Everywhere he went were scrawny weaklings. So he began building an empire called Jim. Daniel tirelessly contacted all kinds of beings, teaching the old man how to intake proper quality carbs, protein and fats, and even forging ties with beast tribes. He patiently taught every exercise, movement, and gathered like-minded teammates, determined to create a peaceful world where anyone could train wholeheartedly. From a lone outcast, he inadvertently built a cross-world gym system. As it improved, people began to revere him, calling him a god. Wishing to help, he boldly proposed the strong work on the weak's behalf in the fields. But his words were disastrously misunderstood by the public. A fanatic raised a book and a whip, frantically shouting that God has declared races, genders, appearances, and all differences corrupted into reasons for people to torment one another. A man with a whip lashed violently, forcing the big men to toil while monsters continued to brutalize humanity. Witnessing this decay, the man with the red headband felt disgusted and no longer wanted to face the world. He thought the system had long been perfected, quietly turned his back and walked down a forest trail. Suddenly he paused as if realizing something, looked back with a knowing smile and said, "Han-son, you're watching, right?" His eyes lit up as he invited the student. "This is the home gym I want you to come to. Utopia Gym." And a blinding radiance burst forth, filling the space. Then the red headband fell through the air and suddenly landed on Hansen's face while he was in a deep sleep. Hansen jolted awake with the red headband still slumped over one brow, eyes wide. He gasped that his master was waiting, sweating all over. Shocked and tense, he saw Gulo standing by the bed and panically asked what had happened. Gulo, calm-faced, quietly replied, "You're awake." Hansen, he began recounting the events after the battle and asked if Hansen remembered escaping successfully. Hansen nodded slowly, and Gulo continued that the team had intended to press on and fully suppress the enemy. But Winnie suddenly collapsed while clutching her painful stomach. At that moment, Hansen seemed to suffer a massive shock. His face contorted in horror. He fell unconscious, and the battle ended with all attacking enemies and the holy nation destroyed, leaving Hansen's guardian body motionless and a huge crater in the battlefield, a seeming victory that left a heavy aftershock in Roman's deep dungeons. An old figure sat silently among cold shackles. Hildebrand returned to his true form, stared at the person outside the bars and sighed that age had truly come back. "Have you come to mock me, young man?" In a scene both tragic and fated, like a washed-up final boss, Hansen looked at the old king with troubled eyes and asked why peaceful neighboring countries were forced into such a war. Hildebrand chuckled ruefully. "It's over. And you're still curious then?" After a pause, they decided to open up. His kingdom had fallen ill with a disease no doctor could cure. A reason grand-sounding, yet oddly intriguing. The old king bitterly declared it was aging. Hildebrand explained that to save a kingdom now populated only by the elderly, He was forced to seize the holy relic of the nation. A sacred item said to grant any wish. Hansen, stunned and sweating, asked if such a thing truly existed. Hildebrand affirmed it, but revealed that the relic's true size and energy were secrets the world had never known. Hildebrand revealed that this was why Organ couldn't seize the entire relic. He could only steal a minuscule fragment to bring to the battlefield. Their goal was to use that shard's energy to rejuvenate the old, granting them strength to conquer the holy nation. Looking at the gaunt, shackled hands, Hansen naively asked if the king's wish was merely to become young again. Hildebrand looked at his chains and lamented that youth's value was wasted on the young. Hansen confidently assured him he could fulfill that wish for the old king. Hildebrand, stunned, asked whether Hansen could rejuvenate his entire populace. Seeing Hansen's bulging muscles, Hansen counter-asked whether the king truly wanted to make his country younger. Hildebrand grit his teeth and declared he'd pay any price to achieve it, a bargain sounding colossal with a steep cost. Hansen stared and asked to be sure. At any price. Hildebrand screamed in utter despair that he'd even sell his soul to demons. Hansen smiled wickedly and declared he would become that demon. Hansen's towering figure appeared with blazing red eyes. 4 years later, a carriage entered the new land, and the old man on it murmured that they had finally arrived, a strange turning point where an old promise began to become reality. The carriage crossed the bridge into the kingdom of Senior Classic, formerly Silver Home. Young Taylor curiously asked why they were traveling to such a remote place. The old man calmly explained that people lose health when they age. But in this kingdom, even the elderly miraculously maintain their vitality. Here, anyone can learn life's valuable lessons. Everywhere are images of muscular people training hard and displaying strength under flickering torches. Cheering shouts echoed through the air, creating a boiling, festive atmosphere. Amid the crowd's roar, the symbol of Hell's Dungeon shone like the dawn of a new era of physical power. Time returned to the present, and Hansen sat quietly by the tea table, pensive, after acquiring the red headband. Gulo sipped his tea and admitted he'd never heard of Utopia Gym. A muscle army member suggested, maybe it's just a symbol wherever he's present. It's a gym. Hansen immediately rejected that, explaining his master's philosophy. A true master doesn't pick tools, but a genuine master can exploit a tool to 120%. Hansen asserted that the machines at Utopia Gym would be entirely different and that it would be an exceptionally special gym. Hearing this, the spirit dog wondered why no one had heard of such a place. Hansen mused it might be because the entrance is peculiar. He recalled his master's warning that the man had become a god. Hansen believed that just as Hell's Dungeon differs from ordinary dungeons, the entrance to Utopia Gym must be extraordinary. He guessed the entry requirements were already very special. And the discussion stalled, someone sighed, and the meeting grew chaotic and unproductive. Gulo pondered during the meeting, then suddenly proposed boldly, "What about holding a bodybuilding festival?" Hansen repeated in surprise. A bodybuilding festival? Gulo explained he'd heard such contests are famous in Hansen's homeland and highly performative. The sight of massive athletes flexing poses on stage proves the appeal of this art of muscle. Gulo excitedly raised his hand and declared they'd show them he wanted to combine everyone's hardened muscles and hardships to create a miracle that could reach the gods. With scenes of grueling training from heavy lifts to extreme stretching full of resolve, an official announcement blared. The first steps of the bodybuilding festival had begun, a plan equal parts fanciful and intriguing. Promotional posters showing flexing poses were pasted on trees throughout the forest. 2 muscle army members grumbled skeptically while working. Who would come for this? I think so too. One worried, the only decent gym here was the health dungeon. So in the end, it'll probably just be members competing among themselves with little impact. Then a giant dark shape with blazing red eyes loomed behind and asked, "What's this?" Just when they thought it would flop, someone arrived unexpectedly. The 2 warriors screamed in panic and questioned the strange creature, which stared at a poster and mumbled that it was the first time it had heard of this concept. But on reading the line that the prize was 1 year's food supply, its eyes lit up with excitement. It roared decisively, "Bowels! I'll join this." The monster exhaled powerful breaths, revealing glossy muscles shining in the light, braced its guardian arms into a powerful flex pose, leaving the 2 muscle army members stunned, facing a formidable opponent. Because this is another world where even a guaranteed meal isn't ensured. The strong grow even more feral. Scavenger masters worldwide are crazed for the upcoming event. The countdown is 90 days, and the Health Dungeon gym buzzes like never before to the pulsing music. A member of the muscle squad asked curiously if Gulo would join the contest. Gulo, lifting weights, casually replied, "Yes. I'll give it a try." Seeing Gulo's somewhat round figure, the junior muttered doubtfully that it didn't look right. Gulo snapped, "Who said I joined for the prize?" The junior, puzzled, asked. Isn't that why? Then why are you joining? Gulo looked at his flabby belly and honestly explained that as a coach, with such high body fat he couldn't inspire members' trust. So he wanted to use this chance to lose weight. Hearing that, the junior breezily suggested, then just don't eat a terribly tone-deaf tip that made everyone cringe. Gulo yelled in fury. You think everyone can diet as easily as you? He probably screamed in utter helplessness that many people love food like he does and can't change without motivation, faced with Guro's crazed passion. The junior could only sigh and mutter. Then try your best, the junior said, turning and walking off. Gulo stood there wailing in frustration, feeling utterly misunderstood, a very human tragedy where a love of food collides with the goal of losing weight. At the machines area, Guido performed a leg set while asking Hansen which category he planned to enter. Hansen, focused on each rep, explained that on Earth, bodybuilding had no unified governing body, so categories vary by organizers' preferences. Guido listened intently, sweating from the workout, as Hansen continued that common categories like 212, men's physique, classic physique or open bodybuilding aren't suitable for a place with such diverse races. Guido, dripping sweat, seriously insisted that since this is the first festival, rules are paramount. If participants feel it's unfair, sustaining the event will be extremely hard. While training, Hansen nodded in agreement and said the team must build the festival's own bodybuilding format so even viewers unfamiliar with the sport can still appreciate contestants' bodily beauty as the event progresses. Balancing meta-fairness with audience appeal is a tough problem. Guido watched Hansen train and noted this would be a headache. But first they had to do one thing, Hansen roared, clearing his mind to pour full effort into finishing the session. 3 months passed with everyone striving toward their personal goals. Finally, the big day arrived. A massive crowd came from everywhere to attend and watch the festival. The arena thrummed with intense excitement after days of grinding. The real muscle show was about to begin. Stepping on stage, Randive with radiant blue hair crisply introduced herself as the host and warmly thanked the large audience supporting this inaugural Hell Daniel bodybuilding festival. Randive excitedly announced 572 contestants. But because the number was so large, the organizers had to eliminate many in prelims. With a stern face, she affirmed that the rules for this round would be very simple. Randive immediately called skilled assistants to the stage. 2 Muscle Army members stepped out. One declared, I'm a contestant. The other added, I'm a judge. And the announcement of the first round echoed through the arena. The first task was simply attack, but instead of contestants attacking, the organizers declared of course that they would attack the contestants, witnessing the odd sight. A Muscle Army member asked, Hansen name. Why is the selection method to beat the contestants? Hansen gave no answer. He quietly moved toward a contestant and suddenly launched an extremely fast closing strike. By survival instinct, the contestant immediately tensed and displayed a solid front lat spread to defend. Hansen smiled brightly, put a hand on his shoulder and asked, Understand now? The poor man, still stunned, could only stammer. What a crash course lesson. But the student hadn't even finished listening. Hansen began explaining that a creature's instinct is to use the hardest part of its body to block blows when incoming force is anticipated. After demonstrating a powerful offensive strike to apply pressure, the organizers were merely threatening to force contestants to reveal latent strength without causing real injury. At that moment, a Gegoi monster tensed and roared loudly. It frantically showcased its most confident muscles under the suffocating pressure of the strike, sitting near the judge's table. Hansen wore dark glasses and kept taking notes to select the most promising participants. Contestants took turns performing and receiving pass-fail results. Even a beetle warrior easily passed prelims thanks to its towering muscles. However, a hulking giant with a massive belly stepped out and was immediately dismissed by Hansen with a cold declaration of disqualification. Deeming the result unacceptable, he let out a thunderous roar and slammed his fist into the ground in fury. Kron advanced to confront them, believing this was a contest to display bodily beauty. But he pointed angrily at a lanky skeleton strolling by that had somehow passed prelims, a maddening sight where full muscle competitors lost to a fleshless skeleton. Growing angrier, Kron shouted that this made no sense and lunged to attack the staff. Hansen quickly intervened, catching a muscle squad member and asking if he was okay. Receiving a reassuring reply, Hansen loomed, blocking the giant, and sternly warned that even if he didn't understand, he shouldn't assault the organizers, ignoring the warning. Kron began channeling power, revealing trembling muscles, super regeneration, and complete numbness to pain. Kron clenched his guardian fists, utterly confident in his strength. claiming no existence is more fearsome than a warrior who feels no pain. With iron-glinting eyes, Kron charged Hansen from behind. Roaring that he'd show what a truly powerful body is, Hansen calmly stopped the 1,000-pound punch with one hand. To their astonishment, he leapt over Kron's head and taunted softly that it was a pity for one who doesn't know pain. Hansen immediately countered using techniques one-arm dumbbell row and one-arm dumbbell press coldly, noting that because Kron doesn't feel pain, he fails to grasp the importance of defense. Kron's super regeneration activated at once, a green energy enveloping him to heal wounds in an instant, seizing an opening. Hansen unleashed a thunderous punch that shattered the giant's bones. He stood over the giant, sprawled on the ground, casually cracking his arm joints. Hansen grabbed the monster's head and coldly asked if it felt stifled. He judged that born with innate strength, Kron had always lived as he pleased, never caring about wounds since they'd heal immediately. Hansen continued that most creatures must confront their weaknesses and train missing parts or hone existing strengths to keep improving. He flexed a massive bicep and used his skeletal friend as an example, asking Kron if he knew how that friend managed to pass the prelims when attacked, instead of taking it. That friend had a very special counter, a light flex, that made people rethink tactics by using magic. The skeleton had created its own strands of flesh.
It displayed radiant blue muscle fibers.
Robust and impressive. Drawing gasps, Hansen stared at Kron and posited a hypothesis. What if you trained based on your advantages? The remark sent Kron into a distant train of thought, imagining himself hauling enormous stones to build strength. He realized that even without sensing pain, he could use raw power to stop attacks. That is the natural beauty of muscle formed through hard training. Acknowledging his opponent's superiority, Kron silently bowed and admitted total defeat. Then the giant quietly left the stage. In the hush of defeat, the first prelim round ended, with 257 contestants advancing to the next stage. The arena erupted again as the blue-haired girl boldly announced the start of round 2. A tiny hamster introduced as a low-level earth spirit sat cradled in a contestant's guardian hands. The round's special task: interact with the spirit without using any violence. A muscular warrior waved, calling, "Spirit, look here." Then the odd challenge was revealed: don't hit it, but make this low-level spirit cry. A contestant drew a deep breath, bulged his muscles under suffocating pressure. A bewildering max-level test induced tears without striking. The giant's body flamed red as he flexed his bulging muscles to intimidate the tiny creature. Witnessing that terrifying sight, the little earth spirit hamster widened its eyes in terror and let out pitiful cries. The sole objective was, make it cry. In waiting room 2, a cloaked female warrior quietly judged the challenge. It seemed simple at a glance, but was far from it. She knew earth spirits don't fear mere visible muscles. Their true dread comes from the disharmonious vibrations those muscles emit. The woman observed silently, confident she hadn't wasted time revealing her toned waist and abs as part of a subtle read that made the simple task deceptively difficult. She began introducing her secret technique, a perfect blend of traditional martial arts and modern weight training, producing a balanced body with rounded, grenade-like shoulders and most notably symmetrically powerful legs she believed would never yield to anyone. Confident she could breeze through round 2. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air as a bird tribe warrior was toppled and crashed to the ground, leaving those nearby stunned. From above, a dark winged silhouette loomed and sneered. "You said you'd settle this by bodies." "Right," the stranger dove in, crazed and loud, claiming such an attack is also a way to judge bodies. The victim only managed a cry of pain. Then the attacker revealed herself as Kira of the Happy Clan. Grinning wickedly with excitement, Kira unleashed successive powerful moves, swimming in sidekicks, landing a thunderous blow that left the opponent grievously wounded and coughing blood. Looking down, the arena floor was strewn with dark figures as a commanding voice boomed that in some sense, the attacker was right. "But here in House Dungeon you must follow rules set by the strong." Instantly the Dungeon Master Hansen appeared like a towering red-muscled entity behind a long-haired girl. An enemy mocked that to demand anything one should first beat him, laughing. "Tell me who the Dungeon Master is." "You fool." He transformed into a violent whirlwind, sweeping everything into an energy vortex. Amid the storm, the challenger smirked, pleased to gain another reason to win this festival. He shouted ambitious vows to kill Hansen and become Daniel Matter. The red-haired girl watched silently and replied with contempt, "So stupid, I'm not worth befriending." Frowning as she reminded him that didn't she just say the rules are set by the strong? The Birdman enemy roared provocatively. Even the dungeon's strongest would dodge fighting unfazed. The red-haired girl launched a counterattack called Psy Kick. The Thunder Kick struck the Birdman cleanly, who could only utter "in the next life" before her finishing 1,000-kiln strike descended from above. The fight ended. The girl stood proud in the arena with her blazing red hair. Silently scanning the battlefield, countless defeated lay scattered at her feet. In the hush, a blinding white light suddenly burst forth from the great gate. "Do not shame the dragonfolk any further," boomed a gigantic dark figure with glowing eyes, surrounded by a red aura drava. "The proud champion of the dragonkin," declared. In waiting room 4, a mysterious cloaked figure appeared amid the frost, and coolly asked, "I heard there's an out-of-control skeleton around here. Has anyone seen it?" Immediately, the Lich Belix, crown atop his head, appeared with a cold threat. "Should I rummage through your brain?" In waiting room 6, the evil diamond in a white coat watched silently. Meanwhile, in room 7, the stone warrior Durham emitted a suffocating pressure. Before Hell's dungeon managers could intervene, Hansen sensed the roaring of muscles from the waiting rooms. Every fiber of Hansen's body began to quake violently as a terrifying aura of demonic energy radiated from him. All the warriors present were shaken and involuntarily drawn toward the center. Hansen stood tall in the arena, emitting a choking pressure that engulfed the strongest who had revealed themselves. Facing these formidable beings, he smiled confidently and declared, "You're the strongest here, aren't you, demon?" Diamond sneered slightly. "What the hell are you saying?" He frowned in irritation and snapped back. "Does that include me?" The atmosphere grew tense as Diamond moved to strike, but immediately a gray-blue arm of the dragonkin lunged to block. Hansen intervened swiftly, using his guardian hands to seize the opponent's arm with 1,000-weight strength. Hansen kept a bright smile and calmly warned, "Hold on. Set aside the quarrel," gripping the green monster's arm and asking, "So you're unhappy with the rules after all?" The other broke into a sweat, terrified, thinking, what terrible power is this? Hansen braced himself and proclaimed loudly that the victor in the battle would win the prize and seize all of Hell's dungeon and everything in it. He asked the opponents if they were satisfied with the rule change. Seeing the monsters stunned, Hansen smiled triumphantly. The dark entities watched silently and concluded that everyone seemed satisfied with the decision. Hansen put a hand to his throat to control his voice and tested it. Standing in the vast arena, he boldly announced the change in how the festival would proceed from now on. By Rule 1, the contest's scope would expand from the Ali mine in Hell's dungeon to the domain of Count Gulo wherever and whenever. Victory means taking everything. Rule 2 states that when the final two are determined, they will gather at this arena to settle the outcome. Finally, he gave a confident thumbs up and added that since the rules changed, he himself would join the contest. Hansen smiled wickedly and challengingly at all. "Contestants organize it and I'll join." Jungle law indeed. The disgruntled left, leaving 87 top faces to enter the battle round, so contestants could recognize each other. Everyone received a special badge with an entry number made by Behemoth. Noting the odd procedure, a member of the muscle squad nervously approached and asked Hansen Nim if holding a bodybuilding-style festival like this was okay. Hansen didn't answer right away. He silently surveyed the scene, then smiled mysteriously. He mused that he'd long pondered a method for people to come to bodybuilding as naturally as possible. He flexed, displaying abs like steel, and coldly and firmly asserted that bodybuilding and street brawls are tightly linked. Hansen smiled excitedly and emphasized, "Yes, it's the street fights." He cited an area where clashes and scuffles happen daily, starting from a tense car collision in the middle of the street. The question posed was, when those men confront each other in that moment, what do they do first? A driver stepped out of his car with an angry face. Ranting about the other's driving, would he lunge to grapple, or throw straight, powerful punches like in martial arts? The answer is not that. The aggressive driver yanks his door open and yells challengingly, "You better come out now." Tension like this usually begins with everyone pretending to stay calm. The moment the men faced each other, instinct urged them to immediately analyze and gauge the other's strength. The driver froze, drenched in sweat, when a gigantic dark silhouette with bulging guardian muscles loomed, emitting a suffocating pressure toward the weak. At that moment he could only tremble in sheer terror, stammering, fearing for his life. For before the law could protect him, the absolute power of the strong stood before him. The giant bent down. They stared at his opponent and in a near whisper asked, "What did you just say?" The man opposite could only scream in despair. "I'm dead." His eyes bulged in horror, sweat pouring as he begged nonstop. "Please. I'm sorry. It wasn't me. It was my fault." Before such a massive entity, the weak could only bow and confess. Trembling terribly, Hansen realized bodybuilding is a cellular battle tied directly to survival. He stood tall, displaying guardian-like muscles with a confident smile, Truly understanding the core value of training, his muscular body seemed to say, "Don't mess with your own discipline." At the alley mine, a so-called guardian revealed himself Lizariman. Green and muscular. Strode through the woods, bearing heavy responsibility. Eyes to the sky with determination. After provoking Hansen's group, his status plummeted. So to escape poverty and save his tribe, Lizariman vowed to win at all costs. Stopping to issue a challenge, he boomed, "Let's fight." The challenged was a red-cloaked dragonkin warrior, who looked up and asked skeptically, "Are you serious?" Lizariman grinned wickedly and affirmed, "Of course I am. The question is whether dragonkin are truly weaker than lizardmen. The reality is the opposite dragonkin are a far higher class race. If lizardmen are small salamanders, dragonkin are fierce Komodo dragons. Between a common lizard and a colossal beast, there's no fair match. So why did the lizardman recklessly challenge such a superior opponent?" He opened his mouth wide and let out an earth-shattering roar. "Don't underestimate us." Lizariman aimed straight at the back of the beastman. But instead of toppling the foe, his arm took a violent recoil. His eyes widened in shock as his attack proved useless against a steel-like defense. The beast warrior stood immovable like a rock. Silently turned his back. Walked off and coldly said, "Get lost. You'll know you picked the wrong day to flex." Lizariman lay flat, sweating, watching the strong man's retreat in fear. The old beast man said in a low voice that, though his blood is diluted, "Aren't you still of a race with dragon blood?" He declared he'd spare him this time, but left a stern warning run, and never show your face before the dragonkin again. Given the unexpected mercy, Lizariman hurriedly kowtowed in thanks, promising to bring this favor back to his tribe as a lesson for generations. Then quickly fled into the deep forest, but a challenging voice suddenly rang from above. "Did you think it would end like that?" An unexpected strike aimed at the old beastman hit, forcing him to raise an arm in defense. The ground shook violently under the suffocating force of the blow. The old beastman was astonished, realizing his opponent's speed was extremely fast, far surpassing earlier challengers. He smirked confidently at the old beastman and declared, "So finally you're interested in fighting." Lizariman looked at the stronger foe and taunted, "You said you'd spare me once, just that one time." In waiting room, one before the final round began, a small lizardman warrior stood trembling, completely overwhelmed by the giant back of a dragonkin member. He was filled with extreme regret, his whole body shaking. Thinking he shouldn't have joined or shared a waiting room with dragonkin, he was sure he'd die. Certain he'd be crushed the moment the other struck. But Lizariman was stunned when the giant silently turned his back and walked away without a word. He wondered in shock. Is he just leaving? Lizariman didn't feel relieved. He felt humiliated, ignored as if he didn't exist, which hurt more than being struck. He grit his teeth and snarled in fury, "You dared ignore me once." To stand here today, Lizariman had gone through insane training to catch up with the woody builders. He had forged his legs to the limit, from quads and glutes to hamstrings and calves, even pelvic muscles like the iliopsoas. Coccygeal muscles and the entire tail complex were trained to be tougher and more flexible than ever. This was a coordinated, explosive attack. Exploiting the perfect link between a powerful tail and a sturdy base, he charged madly with iron conviction, believing that with this power, even a high-ranking dragonkin could be defeated. Yet Rava stood unmoved like a steel mountain, eyes blazing with authority, radiating a choking pressure ready to crush all resistance. The battle round officially began. Contestants scattered, but members of Hell's Dungeon did not. As the organizer with the largest number of bodybuilders, Hell's Dungeon maintained iron discipline, even if enemies attacked unexpectedly. Nothing could stop them. They continued their unfinished sets. The only thing that could stop these muscle monsters was the short rest between sets to let heart rate stabilize. In the quiet space, Block and a member of the muscle corps sat gasping after a brutal workout. The teammate looked over and marveled. "Block, your body has improved so much lately." Block modestly replied he was just training hard as usual, amused. The teammate joked, "Don't train too hard or people will mistake you for my senior." The two then collapsed to the floor to enjoy recovery. Valuable Block dove back into heavy sets with intense focus, straining through movements while joking that his core might be a bit thick. So it's understandable people mistake him for a senior. The teammate laughed heartily and said normally, whoever trains first is the senior. Block agreed cheerfully. Right. Hierarchy sounds simple, but in the gym it sparks fierce debates. Then he recalled another unspoken rule and added, "I heard whoever has the higher total on the 3 basic lifts is the senior." The teammate immediately dismissed that odd view, insisting the one with the better physique deserves the senior title. Amid the lively debate, Hansen suddenly appeared and made a dramatic suggestion if so. You two should compete. He reminded them that both Block and the Woody Builders are official contestants in the festival. Hansen smiled, saying clear ranking is necessary to keep things orderly. A Muscle Corps member, sweating, exclaimed that despite being a monster, Block is actually human. Another eyed Block's guardian physique in disbelief. This body. And he's human? Block sighed and admitted he had no intention to fight, insisting, how could I attack the Woody Builders? My seniors. Immediately, a Woody Builder senior stepped forward, pouring power into a peak technique. Witnessing the skilled stomach-sucking move, the crowd was amazed and cheered. Realizing by making the waist appear tiny, the body's aesthetic value was fully elevated, the senior continued with a front double biceps pose, showcasing an extra-perfect physique down to every detail. The crowd roared as Block promptly responded with the same biceps flexing pose, but the difference quickly became obvious. Causing an uproar, Block was being utterly outclassed. Like two worlds of vibe clashing. Hansen quietly appeared behind a spectator and asked, look closely, do you know why Block is falling short? He began to explain that thanks to technique and the Woody Builder's narrowed waist, creating a strong optical effect. The arms that should be emphasized appear more prominent than ever. Hansen pointed at Block and added, look at Block because he trains powerlifting. His core muscles are very thick, and his excessive abdominal bracing makes the muscle groups that should be showcased in this pose look relatively small. Hansen concluded that although Block doesn't follow bodybuilding, the posing skill gap is now obvious. He declared loudly that at this rate, it would be an absolute victory for the senior Woody Builder. Block relaxed slightly and admitted with a smile that he truly couldn't beat the seniors in this discipline. After a weary breath, Block suddenly held his breath and braced violently. This was his counterattack using the breathing technique of professional powerlifters. He channeled all his force, making his chest and abdomen swell to the maximum, radiating a suffocating pressure across the arena. With one strain, it felt like the whole space was compressed. Witnessing it, a member of the Muscle Corps shouted in alarm, Woody Builder, step back and get out of the way. He trembled as he warned that no matter how big the arms, once a powerlifter grabs you, your spine will surely be crushed immediately. In truth, although both lift weights, powerlifting and bodybuilding produce completely different bodies. Powerlifters put everything into a single push or pull, whereas bodybuilding focuses entirely on the beauty and aesthetics of each muscle. One side is raw strength, the other beauty turned into art. A lifter strains through a deadlift, face contorted under pressure. By contrast, bodybuilding is the culmination of efforts dedicated to muscle aesthetics. When a powerlifter and a bodybuilder face off, the victory will certainly not go to those who only emphasize beauty. Block charged wildly, his sinewy hands and hooks locking onto the Woody Builder's body. Yet an unexpected truth emerged. Block could not bring himself to hurt his opponent. He clenched his teeth and trembled violently with inner torment. For in his eyes, the Woody Builder's body was like a porcelain masterpiece, exquisitely shaped by the hands of masters. Block deeply understood the pain and suffering his comrade had endured to sculpt each perfect muscle fiber. To Block, this body held greater value than world cultural heritage like statues or pyramids. Seeing the Woody Builder radiant, displaying his training achievements in dazzling glory, Block could only clutch his head in despair and helplessness. Standing frozen, utterly subdued by the beauty of a living masterpiece he couldn't bring himself to destroy, suddenly, he locked the young man from behind to perform a pose. The victim gritted his teeth in pain. The face flushed from breathlessness as his body trembled under extreme pressure. He panicked, realizing he was being squeezed like an anaconda-wrapped blanket while forced into an awkward pose. Hansen watched silently from behind and sensed the other's faint intent to flee. Block struggled wildly to break free. But then a strange thought suddenly hit him. Staring at the guardian muscles before him, he questioned whether he had the courage to harm such a work of art. Block felt guilty, thinking his own spine and skull were concealing the opponent's splendid pectoral muscles. He completely gave up his will, murmuring that covering such a perfect body would be a waste for humanity, and he'd rather die. Suddenly, a giant stone entity loomed behind, eyes blazing with menace. It coldly called everyone slim, to making the atmosphere instantly freeze. In the gym, the giant stood towering over the warriors, collapsed on the floor. The stone monster's blazing red eyes emitted intense aura as he declared he would punish those who dared bully others. Slim, hard as stone, and heavy as a mountain, these words perfectly describe the stone orc. A fighter whose rock-like muscle mass makes anyone feel like they're facing a moving fortress wall. Seeing the towering giant with blazing eyes appear behind the wall, a member of the Muscle Corps worriedly remarked, "It won't be easy." And Hansen blankly asked why. The teammate explained that the ghouls don't follow normal evolutionary paths. Without effort, they'll lose muscle, and soon revert to being ordinary. Skravny ghouls. There was a time they were obsessed with muscle mass. Though now they don't understand why they were like that. Ending up reverting to their primitive forms, stone oros. However, is entirely different. This race is ideal for bodybuilding. Even without training, they never lose muscle. Basically born maxed out without needing to build. Facing the heavyweight, Block silently stepped forward and boldly offered. "Let me handle this fight." Hansen watched anxiously and asked if Block was okay. Block didn't answer but focused, compressing strength as his hands reached out. Thinking that while he couldn't destroy a work of art, he could certainly smash a similar weapon. He tensed, muscles bulging, radiating suffocating pressure, ready for the house dungeon battle. Block quickly sized up the situation. No need to take hits immediately. The priority was to get out of the opponent's attack range. Block calmly dodged a punch. Lightning quick. While the stone orc relentlessly pressed with a barrage of powerful strikes, forced to keep moving and wary of the giant's danger, facing an opponent with longer reach than expected. He lowered his center, prepared to gather force, and told himself there was no choice but to use the next method. Yet the fight remained fierce as Block kept taking 1,000-weight blows from the stone orc. Seeing this, a Muscle Corps member anxiously asked Hansen if a powerlifter only endures before counterattacking. Looking at his brother being overwhelmed, Hansen stayed calm and asserted Block hadn't unleashed his full power yet, though the juniors were doubtful watching Block stand still. Explaining while Block took hits, Hansen said the powerlifter's staples: squat, bench, deadlift look like being crushed but actually exhaust and build power gradually. There's a crucial difference between powerlifting and bodybuilding training. Hansen declared that once that technique is used, the match will completely change. Amid the brutal onslaught, Block gritted his teeth in pain, feeling he couldn't move another step under the pressure. In desperation, Block yelled to Hansen for permission to use that. Receiving a confident smirk of assent from the leader, Hansen decisively ordered him to do it. Block braced and poured every ounce of strength in, his muscles swelling violently under the strain. He declared he'd waited a long time for this moment. This was the technique Block had suppressed to uphold the core principles of a powerlifter. Block suddenly focused on a trigger point, creating a cataclysmic burst of energy that crushed all resistance in a blinding radiance. His finger seemed to press a trigger as an explosive sequence of powerful punches and kicks struck the stone orc's rock-like body, rattling the ground under terrifying force. Too fast. The muscle core outside were stunned and shouted in unison to Hansen. "What was that technique? We've never seen it." Hansen quietly looked at the disciples and explained that pure bodybuilders wouldn't know this move because it's almost never included in weight training programs. He dashed like a lightning bolt and landed a heavy blow to the stone orc's chest. Hansen clearly stated this technique uses the body's elasticity and recoil to maximize speed and power. "We call it cheat of essence." And a thunderous impact erupted thereafter. He affirmed that once the trajectory is mastered, the strike becomes much faster and stronger, concentrating all refinement into the final blow called Oan. Amdum bell breast. A cataclysmic boom rang out, shattering the enemy's stone defenses. Amid choking dust and the dry crackle of breaking rock, Oros flailed madly with hopeless counterpunches, leading Hansen to think it was a wildly thoughtless attack. Standing among the weight benches, Hansen looked down at the opponent, sprawled on the ground, and asserted that no matter how tough he was, the massive accumulated damage had left him unable to resist. He told himself this had to end with a decisive strike, bracing for the ultimate move. He roared and, using 1,000-weight force, hoisted the enormous stone mass into the air. He performed a powerful deadlift right on his enemy's body, squeezing the rock so hard it seemed everything was about to shatter. Yet at the climax, he wondered if he had just heard a spine snap. The scene blurred, and a dark silhouette with blazing eyes suddenly appeared behind him. His hands still clutched the darkness until a sharp streak of blue light suddenly shot straight at his face. Not knowing what happened, his body lost control, collapsed, and fell freely in utter astonishment. As consciousness sank into darkness, he lost momentum in the fall, but he quickly rolled, landed decisively, looked up at the giant before him, and told himself, no way that actually happened. He figured he must have taken too many blows to the head and was hallucinating, diagnosing himself with dizziness from repeated hits. Yet Block rapidly refocused and realized the opponent had also taken considerable damage. He clearly affirmed that in terms of punch force, he still held the absolute advantage. Gathering force, he launched a punch that utterly crushed the enemy's resistance, seeing the opponent topple with a mangled head. He declared loudly that he was the one in control. Suddenly, the defeated body began to convulse and metamorphose oddly. Strange flesh bulging from his back, He smiled confidently, then froze in astonishment at an unbelievable phenomenon. Before him now stood two almost identical figures, 2 blocks. He stared at the 2 powerlifter guardians with their thick central musculature. The boss had not only revived but cloned himself. The training frenzy spread through the space. Someone screamed they couldn't take it. And throughout the gym, warriors plunged into heavy sets to vent their energy. A dry clang rang out as the heavy iron slammed onto the stone floor. Hansen pointed at the barbell and declared boldly, 240 kilos. The hulking man blinked and asked, Through 40. You mean? He stepped up, gripped the bar and braced to lift the iron high. After racking it down smoothly, he casually said, As. Hansen then increased the weight and announced a new load, 280 kilos. Wondering what was going on, he channeled force into his arms for the next lift attempt. This time, his face began to distort from the pressure, sweat streaming down his brow as he realized he was struggling with unimaginable weight. Seeing him stall, Hansen suddenly slapped his back and shouted encouragement. Under harsh urging, the hulking man gritted his teeth, poured everything into the lift, and roared with determination. After completing the attempt, he dropped the bar to the floor. Amid the hearty applause of the muscle core, Hansen didn't stop. He raised the load to 360 kilos. With just one arm, he performed a one-arm deadlift and casually declared it easy. Hansen's arm muscles clamped the bar under extreme strain as the session's weight rapidly climbed into madness, reaching 14 tons. On the vast arena, Hansen stood tall atop, lifting the gigantic weight with teammates as the roar of thousands of warriors thundered below, utterly exhausted. The muscular man gripped the bar, breathing in gasps and thinking in bewilderment. What the hell am I doing? Seeing his muscles convulsing violently, he began to panic. Had his body slipped out of his control? Immediately, Hansen rushed over, slapped his back hard and shouted, Go, 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 go. Suddenly pressured, the hulking man angrily snapped back, Don't talk nonsense. How am I supposed to lift this? The chant of go, 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 go echoed across the arena from thousands of spectators below. The man gritted his teeth, face contorted by the 1,000-weight pressure and despair, shouting he couldn't do it. Just as he was about to quit, a hand lightly settled on his shoulder. Hansen silently handed him a quick-release powerlifting belt that opens with one finger. After tightening the belt, the man regained composure and stood tall on the high platform, amid the crowd's non-stop cheering, gathering all his strength for the decisive lift. Hansen appeared behind him, touched his back lightly, and offered technical advice on an alternating grip. He demonstrated hand placement to optimize pull. The man nodded slightly, confirming that one small adjustment felt like unlocking a new level of power. The tension was suffocating. The man's back muscles rolled up like boulders, radiating terrifying pressure. He inhaled deeply and poured all his life force into his trembling hands. Hansen and the muscle core roused the crowd into a feverish roar, creating a scorching wave of heat over the stands. The man gritted his teeth until blood trickled, still crazily driving force as tens of thousands of eyes watched. When the bar reached its highest point, the man boldly declared it easy. Hansen approached, looked at his sweating, bloodied teammate and nodded. Hey, friend. The exhausted man glanced up. Suspicious. A record number was immediately announced to everyone's shock. 1:45 tons. The powerlifting competition continued fiercely as muscle core members poured all their strength into lifting the heavy bar amid cheers. But the weakest stone Oros had long been defeated and was the first to quit. He lay on the floor gasping under his comrade's watch and was quickly carried out. Then another brutal challenge was set with a 20-ton bar. The gym's atmosphere grew hotter than ever. Hansen gritted his teeth, sweat pouring as he focused on the decisive lift. He took a deep breath. His veined hands clamped the bar as if to crush it. Under the 1,000-weight pressure, Hansen's muscles swelled violently. The giant bar was slowly driven upward amid everyone's held breath. Hansen stood like a god of strength and completed the lift perfectly in a blazing aura. About 1,000 years earlier, in the dungeon of the dead, a gloomy atmosphere pervaded. Seated on the throne amid flickering blue flames was the dungeon lord Lich Baelish, who silently read a glowing spellbook and declared the intruders had arrived. With eyes blazing red and murderous intent, he coldly ordered his legions to kill them. Legions of skeletal troops immediately obeyed and surged forward with weapons to slaughter any intruder daring to come. But the arrival of this hero was beyond their imagination. A monstrous warrior stood before the skeletal army, a hulking hero with rippling muscles and pale skin. Faced with that extraordinary physical might, the bone soldiers were utterly helpless, unable to inflict a single scratch. One bone soldier, witnessing comrades crushed by meat as hard as stone, froze, and silently marveled at the sight. So impressive, even monsters would ask for his workout routine. Though under Bellic's absolute control and unable to speak, a red-scarfed bone soldier couldn't hide his admiration and blurted it out. Seeing the enemy intrigued by his muscles, the hero struck several powerful flexing poses that glittered. The bone soldier enthusiastically mimicked the hero's poses right on the battlefield. Suddenly, a sword struck the hero's back with a dry crack, shattering the friendly atmosphere. The truth was, Bellic's power was absolute. He used magic to completely seize the Skeletal Legion's will and force them to keep attacking. Watching his training partners, his potential turned into soulless, trembling machines. The hero's discomfort and rage began to show, not letting the Lich run rampant any longer. The hero struck down Belix completely, smashing the throne and crushing his skull to pieces. The last bone soldier was finally freed. He strode away through the pale green smoke, leaving behind the figure that once controlled him, Benz, resurrected from death, his white-wrapped hand gripping a scepter that radiated mysterious force to rebuild the kingdom and reclaim lost skeletal troops. Benzak silently entered the deep woods to officially join the gathering. Suddenly, the red-scarfed bone soldier turned to his master and asked, "Hello, didn't you say you wanted to trim excess from overeating? Can't you keep your mouth shut?" Standing before him was a member of the muscle corps with glasses and one eye. Blankly asking what he meant by eating while losing weight, the giant looked worried and protested that if he stopped eating, he'd lose muscle. Staring at the sugary slice of cake on the plate, the bone soldier doubted aloud that cake builds muscle. Offended, the muscleman roared angrily. "You said you wanted to learn how to gain weight too," the bone soldier replied calmly. "Not fat gain but muscle." The nutrition debate sounded like two schools of magic dueling. Immediately, a brilliant green energy flared, forming the shape of a powerful muscular arm. The bone soldier pointed and declared loudly, "I mean the muscles inside." Witnessing the unbelievable scene, the muscle man who'd half-eaten his cake froze, trembling, and asked, "Do you see my muscles?" The bone soldier replied earnestly, "Of course, how could I not see your sweat, blood, and tears?" Words that moved the giant to silence, for he had long received only ridicule for his body. He recalled standing beside real lifters, awkwardly deflecting questions about his abs. "My abs, they're hiding from shame." Even in the gym, he faced skeptical glances from trainees. "Teacher, are you really good at lifting?" In those moments, he could only scream helplessly. "I told you I'm good." He would pound his belly and insist firmly that all his muscles were buried completely beneath this layer of fat. But miraculously, to that skinny kid, his effort seemed seen through. The muscle core member proudly flexed. Feeling the results, the effort had reached his bones. Suddenly, a cold voice rang from the shadows. "Found you." A bony hand pointed at the target, and immediately, a massive block of ice shot up, freezing everything in sight. A muscular warrior shouted in panic, "Get out," and, with the red-scarfed bone soldier, frantically fled the danger zone. The red-scarfed soldier's eyes widened in horror at the destructive force encircling them. Gulo was completely frozen, causing his comrades to scream in despair. The mysterious figure stood upon a high peak, watching quietly and loudly asked, "Do you know how long I've been searching for you?" It was the old Bone King with blazing red eyes. He wondered how the controlling magic had been so easily undone. The red-scarfed bone soldier trembled in fear, stumbling and panicking before the threat of the powerful one. The Bone King fixed his gaze on the opponent and vowed to uncover the truth through this bone soldier's body. He cast a gravity field spell that created razor-sharp pillars of ice to besiege the space. But he immediately paused, astonished to see brilliant blue souls tirelessly lifting weights right before him. He was stunned, wondering what kind of summoning this was. The muscular entities glittered as they synchronized their breathing while training. A rallying shout rose as the guardian souls poured all their force into hoisting a giant barbell overhead with unmatched strength. At the shout's end, a volley of weight suddenly launched at breakneck speed. The hand-dropped plate throw technique was executed. The thunderous impacts made the Bone King only manage a pained roar. Then he looked down at the defeated and sneered that he seemed to be the former director of this place. He loudly challenged, "Isn't hunting down employees who escaped from such an exploitative company? Cruel a skeleton's life is so dull. They trudge through the dungeon every day, not knowing what to do. Until they encounter a living creature and charge to attack, even if smashed to pieces, it doesn't matter. Magic will resurrect them to continue that meaningless loop." Staff run KPIs without knowing what KPIs are. But suddenly, one skeleton began to tense up and pose excitedly amid a shimmering aura. It no longer wandered aimlessly, but started to step forward decisively. It gradually shifted into running and called itself a runner. And so it kept sprinting through the dungeon's dark corridors. On the first day, Patella's knees began to ache, It realized cartilage is consumable and must be used sparingly. From then on, the dungeon officially switched to gym mode hellish cardio. On day 2, it tried adjusting its running form. Noticing heavy stomping made its knees burn. It started lifting knees high and landing on the midfoot. The pain eased noticeably. With this new technique, a running crew soon formed. Many other skeletons followed and mimicked its moves, forming a mighty running battalion inside the dungeon. However, not everyone could keep up with this program. One skeleton suddenly tripped, crashing hard to the ground with dry cracking sounds. The red-scarf skeleton quietly turned back. They looked at his teammate, shattered into pieces, and thought to himself that running like this was wrong. As he stared at the heap of bones on the floor, he slightly moved his jaw, making clicking sounds, then stammered "ba-ba-ba" foot placement, his first words, born from concern for his comrade. The little skeleton rhythmically applied the technique, landing on the midfoot while frantically running. Farther off, Gulo and the skeleton faced a mysterious cloaked entity. Gulo quickly analyzed that in a clash of mages, casting speed and mana amount to decide victory. Because Gulo's magic is highly varied and hard to predict, he decided to unleash an all-out assault. Gulo roared gravity magic and released a technique called the Swamp Tower. A gigantic purple energy column erupted, enveloping the cloaked figure in crushing pressure, yet the enemy silently dragged his staff across the ground unharmed. He calmly asserted that basic magical principles are the same everywhere. The Bone King scornfully judged this common magic too easy to break. He began to gather dazzling energy and declared it was his turn. A cold chill radiated as he prepared to cast frost magic. The Hollowbone King taunted, "Try to stop this attack," and immediately activated Blizzard, creating a razor-sharp ice wall that tore forward at wind speed. Amid the frenzy, the skeleton kept shouting and landing on the midfoot as he and Gulo frantically dodged the ice pillars. Seeing this odd behavior, the Bone King wondered what on earth was happening. Seizing the opponent's laps, Gulo screamed, "Now!" and used the handplate throw technique. The Bone King screamed in agony as blue energy orbs struck him relentlessly. He wildly swung his staff in retaliation, but the target had already vanished from sight. The red-scarf skeleton executed the midfoot landing technique to boost speed and pull away from the pursuers. Witnessing this, the Bone King ground his teeth in fury. This was not mere fleeing. Each step of the little skeleton was carefully calculated and steeped in strong mana. Observing from afar, Gulo realized the skeleton used this movement, infused with magic, to disrupt the Bone King's cultivation. The giant Bone King looked down at his palm, where the tiny skeleton still strode tirelessly. Observers grew uneasy because their opponent was an entity on par with Daniel. A shocking fact emerged that the Bone King's power was actually on the same level as Hansen. A lightning-fast clash sent the little skeleton flying into the air, and Gulo broke into a cold sweat. Stunned, he saw a giant blue magic circle suddenly appear on the ground. The skeleton ran frantically along the rune lines. In Gulo's extreme astonishment, he shouted as he realized the skeleton wasn't running aimlessly, but was directly drawing a massive matrix. At this scale, the mana and stamina cost must be astronomical. Yet the skeleton's eyes flared with fierce blue fire, marking the start of a hunting state. The two skeletons explained that if this intense exercise is maintained for over 30 minutes, the body will gradually feel light and euphoric. Gulo stood frozen watching the skeleton's blazing blue strides pass by and wanted to ask whether this was cardio or unlocking cheat mode. The skeleton smirked, baring white teeth, and admitted that at times like this, he often feels deeply insecure. That insecurity is his total lack of confidence that he can stop. The Lich gripped his staff and quietly judged that he couldn't break the entire spell. Blazing red magic circles suddenly appeared, encircling the muscle core member with a single decisive wave of the hand. The Lich drove numerous giant ice pillars through the ground, red-hot like magma. The decisive attack was nullified, and, exploiting the opening, the muscleman and the small skeleton quickly launched a swift counterattack. Both moved in sync. Gliding over razor ice blocks to close in, they collected a radiant purple mana potion, proof that their reluctant cooperation yielded very promising results. Alone you're no match. Together you're unmatched. Suddenly a bony hand jabbed and landed a powerful punch to the muscleman's chest, making him halt. He stood frozen, expressionless, while the small skeleton kept punching his own belly repeatedly. The skeleton looked up with grave seriousness, as if carrying out a great duty, and a notification immediately appeared confirming the hero felt in very poor spirits. A rapid officer moved through the ranks to form formation toward the commander. A wounded soldier carefully handed over a child and reported, "My lord, I have returned the young master safely." The lord in the blue cloak turned in stunned disbelief at his subordinate's sacrifice. The loyal soldier whispered in emotion, My lord. My prince. The lord hurriedly embraced his comrade, choking up as he declared he could sire a son again, but there is only one loyal retainer like you in the world. How could you forget that? Surrounded by troops. The commander gripped the soldier's hand and urged, never do that again. That is the power of recognition. When one's value is respected, one can value others above their own life. Back in the present, a muscle core member stood motionless like a statue, while the small skeleton kept delivering blows to his belly. Suddenly, a crowned Bone King laughed wickedly, amused that a little jest could bring him such joy. He smugly claimed that controlling a skeleton's mind was easier for him than climbing stairs. The little skeleton's eyes flared with eerie blue fire, fully falling under the hidden Bone King's control. Facing the threat, the muscle warrior silently gathered power, emitting oppressive purple spirit energy to prepare. The counter hand plate throw technique was unleashed, a barrage of glowing dumbbells shot at breakneck speed toward the enemy. The Bone King silently dodged and sneered that though surprised at first, such techniques were utterly mundane and bored him, claiming these attacks only made him sleepy. Instantly, the old king swung his staff, creating numerous giant ice pillars that pierced the ground and crushed all resistance. Sharp ice shards continuously firing at a core member. Strangely, the muscle hits only made dry cracking sounds without causing injury. The Bone King stared in shock and wondered why he saw their silhouettes overlapping like this, rendering every attack useless. A towering muscle warrior charged straight ahead, ignoring shards of ice breaking on his chest. His reckless assault left the enemy no time to react. In an instant, the Guardian's hand seized the enemy's head, and he loudly declared the move, one-arm dumbbell press. Then with 1,000-pound force he crushed the foe into the ground. The impact made the earth sweat, leaving the scene shrouded in gray smoke. The Frost King panicked and activated Frozen Barrier, locking himself inside a deep blue ice sphere to defend. Gulo silently watched his hands slowly freeze and fell into thought. Inside the ice sphere, the Frost King worried, thinking since being defeated once, he always feared, if that one returned or even his descendants came quick frozen chicken breasts, stay fresh for whenever one wants to enjoy them. But the old king was wrong. That only works against lifeless muscle blocks. Gulo looked at the ice fragments breaking on his hands and asserted, this only holds when the muscles don't move while moving muscles. The flesh on his arms began to contract violently, radiating extreme heat that melted the ice instantly. Gulo declared it was scorching. His whole body smoked, the heat overpowering the dungeon's cold. In freezing resistance alone, I surpass even Hansen, with a body that's the perfect mix of fat and muscle. The mapping press technique was activated, crushing the bony brute below and leaving him only able to cry out in pain. Not stopping there, a mighty stomp made the enemy scream in utter helplessness. A purple aura enveloped him as the muscle warrior continued raining attacks from above. A mighty impact exploded. He sat astride his foe and proclaimed boldly that this was the power of Gotot. Gulo stared down the defeated and pressed. Now, do you want to dispel the mind control spell? The enemy could only widen his eyes in terror and utter desperate cries for help. The Bone King trembled and begged, please spare me, while Gulo watched silently and began to toy with him, wondering whether to grant mercy. He laughed triumphantly and said he was undecided. But Gulo's body suddenly began to freeze mid-smirk. The Bone King stood towering beside the ice block and coldly declared, I am not pleased at all. He ground his teeth, recalling how the opponent had stirred unpleasant memories. Resolute, he decided to deal with the arrogant one immediately. But the little skeleton suddenly leapt up and threw his body forward to take the blow for him. The king realized in horror that the mind control spell hadn't been lifted. On the ground, the small skeleton trembled uncontrollably. Seeing his subordinate's reaction, the king suddenly understood. You want to get back to the lab quickly. He grinned maliciously and declared loudly that many experiments still needed doing, so they would depart immediately. Meanwhile, Gulo remained trapped in the eternal ice block, tears of helplessness streaming down his frozen face. Deep in the dark cavern, a mysterious ritual took place, with a blazing red magic circle and flickering candles. Kneeling inside was the demon Diamond, with red hair and long menacing horns. From a nearby crevice, two strangers secretly observed his every move. The orange-haired one asserting that Diamond was the main target, and this was their chance to fulfill the assassination commission. He drew his weapon. They recalled the demon clan's weakness, great fear of objects formed by two straight lines crossing, and decisively decided to rush out alone to ambush first. Seeing his comrade about to act, the companion worriedly asked if he really planned to use that weapon, rushing madly forward while proudly announcing that this is the new treasure he just took from the gym dungeon. He leaped into the air, aimed straight at Diamond, who sat motionless inside the magic circle. roaring that the demon must die. Then shouting the move name ABC. He swung a giant ab roller with 1,000-pound force aimed at the enemy's head, but as the blow came down, Diamond casually stopped it with one hand. Absorbing the ab roller's full power easily, he rose with a look of disgust. Scornful that such common junk dared to ruin his ritual. The attacker lay defeated. Trembling helplessly, Diamond stared coldly and asked if he was ready to accept death. Watching their ally in grave danger, the remaining teammates hid behind the rocks and panicked. Deciding they must use the angelic weapon immediately, though hesitant, the captain insisted there was no other way to turn the tide, and ordered the whole team to charge and attack to rescue their comrade. Shouting the ultimate technique name Angel Ezzing, they launched a volley of weightplate discs that flew like death saucers, ripping through space toward the demon. The red-skinned demon with glorious long hair stood firm and endured the relentless assault. The adventurers couldn't hide their smugness. One cheered that dungeon loot never fails. But their joy was short-lived when the demon suddenly closed in with eyes blazing threateningly. He unleashed a thunderous counterattack that produced a crimson energy wave, crushing the attacker's confidence and leaving the two remaining adventurers wide-eyed, terrified. He curled his lip, eyes darkening as he calmly declared, "I just thought of something good." His gaze gleamed wickedly as he continued, "This ritual is a bit dull, so I'll use you as offerings." And he sneered that even useless creatures like them could become useful this way. After tightening his belt, the man regained his composure and stood tall on the high platform amid the non-stop cheers of the crowd, preparing all his strength for the decisive lift. Hansen suddenly appeared behind him, touched his back lightly, and offered a technical tip on alternating grip. He directly demonstrated hand placement to optimize pulling force, making the man nod slightly, confirming that one small adjustment felt like unlocking a new power level. The atmosphere tightened to a suffocating pitch as the man's back muscles rolled up like boulders, radiating terrifying pressure. He inhaled deeply and poured all his life force into his trembling hands. Hansen and the muscle army cheered wildly, generating a boiling heat that swept the stands. The man gritted his teeth until they bled, still madly channeling force under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes. When the bar reached its highest point, the man loudly declared easy. As Hansen approached, looked at his sweating, bloodied teammate and greeted him quietly. The tired man glanced up with suspicion. Immediately, a record number was announced, shocking everyone. 5 tons. The powerlifting training then continued intensely, as members of the muscle army strained to lift the heavy bar amid cheers. But Stone Oros, the weakest in spirit, had already been defeated and was the first to quit. Lying on the floor, gasping under teammates' watch, and quickly carried away on a stretcher. Immediately, another terrifying challenge was set with a weight of 20 tons. The training ground's air grew hotter than ever as Hansen gritted his teeth, sweat pouring, concentrating all his strength for the decisive lift. He held a deep breath, his veined hands clamping the iron bar as if to crush it. Under 1,000-pound pressure, Hansen's muscles bulged violently. The massive bar was slowly pushed upward amid everyone's held breath. Hansen stood like a god of strength and completed the lift perfectly, bathed in a brilliant aura. About 1,000 years ago, in the dungeon of the departed, a gloomy atmosphere pervaded. Seated on the throne amid flickering blue flames, the dungeon master Lich Belich silently stared at a glowing spellbook and declared the intruders had arrived, his blood-red eyes radiating killing intent. He coldly ordered his legions kill them. Legions of skeletal soldiers immediately obeyed, madly charging forward with weapons raised to slaughter any ghoul who dared approach. Yet the appearance of this hero exceeded all their imagination. A monster stood before the skeletal army. The hero strode forth with bulging muscles and pale skin. Faced with such extraordinary physical strength, the dry bones were utterly powerless, unable to inflict even a scratch. One skeletal soldier, witnessing comrades crushed by meat as hard as stone, froze and inwardly marveled at the beauty so much that even monsters would ask for his workout routine. Though completely controlled by Belich and unable to speak, a red-scarved skeleton couldn't hide his admiration and blurted it out. Seeing the other's interest in his muscles, the hero began striking powerful flexing poses that gleamed and even sparkled. The skeleton, excited, mimicked his moves and poses right in the battlefield. Suddenly a sword struck the hero's back with a harsh clang, shattering the friendly exchange. In truth, Belich's power was absolute. He had used magic to strip the skeleton legions of their will and force them to keep fighting. Watching his training partners and his potential turned into mindless, trembling machines, the hero's displeasure and rage began to show.